Chapter 1. Tongzi, you have finally arrived. Bastard child, still denying that you stole it. This chi-gathering pill is right in your pocket, in the realm of celestial spirits. Beside the thatched cottage of the disciples' peak at the Tiandao sect, a group of children surrounded a small girl, mercilessly beating her. I swear I didn't steal it. I have no idea how it ended up in my pocket. Oomph. The little bastard's tongue is quite tough. Much stronger than your useless father. As Lin Yi, who had curled up in a ball from the beating, heard those words, her eyes immediately turned red, and she shouted, "You shall not insult my father." With that, she surged back into the fray. Xiao Yezi, Xiao Yezi. Lin Xuan, panting heavily, rushed into the crowd, shielding his daughter behind him. With your father here, no one dares to harm you. The children, however, showed no fear upon seeing the adult instead. They mocked, "Look, the little bastard's useless father has arrived." Fear not, everyone. We all possess spiritual roots and are qualified to cultivate. Unlike that father-daughter duo, who lack even spiritual roots, they're destined to remain worthless. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi wiped her tears, her anger boiling. My father is not worthless. You're not allowed to speak ill of him. Though her father had no spiritual roots and was merely an ordinary man, the love he gave her was immeasurable. Lin Yi would never permit anyone to disparage her father. Huh, well, say whatever we please. Not only do you have a worthless father, but you also have a promiscuous mother who has long vanished. Lin Yi, everyone in the sect knows your mother abandoned you. What are you even living for? Lin Yi's eyes turned crimson, but she was pulled back by Lin Xuan. You little brats are going too far. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. He was just about to roll up his sleeves to deal with these impertinent children when a powerful aura descended. Lin Xuan, who do you intend to discipline? One of the boys quickly ran over, feigning innocence. Father, he is using his size to bully us. The man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, how dare you, a worthless man, lecture my son? With a flick of his finger, Lin Xuan was sent flying. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Father, father. Lin Yi rushed over, wiping her tears as she called out to Lin Xuan, but he remained unresponsive. At this moment, the man appeared somewhat flustered, fearing he might have unintentionally killed this fellow. We're leaving. With that, the children scattered like leaves in the wind, leaving Lin Yi, a small girl, kneeling by Lin Xuan's side, weeping silently. Until evening, inside the thatched cottage, Lin Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Damn my head. Father, you finally woke up? He looked at his daughter's swollen eyes and, gathering his strength, sat up. If not for her, he would have surely broken down in tears. Lin Xuan was originally a university graduate who had just donned his graduation robe, ready to embark on a promising career in food delivery, only to be struck by a truck and transported into this fantastical world. With no coins to his name, he had traversed into the body of the unfortunate Lin Xuan, who shared his name and had been killed by a single punch after confessing to his unrequited love. He had hoped to defy fate and live the life of a protagonist. Yet in this realm of celestial spirits, he found himself lacking wealth and, worse still, talent. In this world, lacking talent was akin to receiving a death sentence. Having traversed here, Lin Xuan drunkenly ended up sleeping with a fellow disciple from the same menial class. Unbeknownst to him, he inadvertently fathered Lin Yi, who was born a year later and then disappeared without a trace. Lin Xuan had since raised Lin Yi through the trials of life until she turned 5. Lin Yi was also a child of misfortune, her daily existence marred by bullying from the sect's children. And as a father, this worthless man was unable to protect his daughter. Damn it! Did the heavens bring him here merely to toy with him? Were it not for his daughter still being alive, he would have long since taken his own life. This place was unbearable. Just then, a beep echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. System initializing. Please do not disturb. Tongzi? Is that you, Tongzi? You have finally arrived. I have waited for you with great longing. Lin Xuan wept bitterly. 5 whole years. Do you know how I have endured these years? Lin Yi observed her father, laughing and crying in equal measure. In a panic, she muttered, "Oh no, father must have been knocked silly. I need to find him some medicine." With that, her small figure vanished into the night. Lin Xuan, completely unaware of his daughter's departure, found himself staring at a page in his mind. Invincible lottery system? The host has one chance to draw daily. The reward can be used immediately or stored in the backpack for later use. One draw per day. What about the past 5 years? Forget it. Lin Xuan. He gazed at the simple spinning wheel on the page, reminiscent of a certain lottery page from a popular online store. Surely this isn't a scam? Will I end up chopping someone for a prize? The host will find out through trial. Lin Xuan thought it made sense. He declared, "Begin to draw." The wheel spun rapidly. "Stop." Creak. The system's voice echoed. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme spiritual root." Lin Xuan gasped in shock. "What did you say? Supreme spiritual root?" It is known to be a legendary existence in the world of cultivation. Lacking a spiritual root renders one worthless. Because both he and his daughter lacked spiritual roots, they were disregarded by the sect and relegated to menial tasks. Yet the supreme spiritual root is the pinnacle of spiritual roots. With it, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivate diligently, and no longer endure the disdain of others. Does the host wish to install it? In that moment, Lin Xuan hesitated. Both he and his daughter lacked spiritual roots. If he used it, then what hope would remain for his daughter's future? Just as he faltered, a voice suddenly called from outside. "Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan, you must come out. Trouble is brewing." "What is it?" "Your daughter Lin Yu was caught stealing pills from the apothecary and has been apprehended by the elder. They say she is to be sent to the punishment hall." "What?" Lin Xuan leaped out of bed and hurried down the mountain. Since he had not practiced cultivation, he could only run. When he arrived at the apothecary, breathless, he saw his daughter kneeling on the ground, being reprimanded by the elder. "Elder Wu, what crime has my daughter committed that you would make such a small child kneel here?" "Humph. You arrived just in time. Lin Yi stole from my apothecary. What punishment does she deserve?" Lin Xuan saw his daughter holding her head high, defiantly stating, "I only took it because I wanted to save my father, and you refused to help me. Besides, I never said I wouldn't return it." "Huh. Your father is a worthless man. Treating him is a waste of my medicine." "My father is not worthless. A person who hasn't even reached the chi refinement stage, what else would you call him?" Seeing the old man and the little girl argue, Lin Xuan cleared his throat. "Elder Wu, what must I do to spare my daughter?" "Huh. My grandson needs a maid. Your daughter seems suitable if she behaves well. Perhaps she could become my grandson's concubine." "I refuse." In Lin Xuan's heart, his daughter was a precious gem. How could he allow her to become someone's maid? "Then there is another way. Since your daughter claims you are not worthless, I shall give you 3 days if you reach the chi refinement stage in that time. This matter will be forgotten. What say you?" "It's a deal." Chapter 2. Father, I was wrong. As he walked back to the thatched cottage with Lin Yi, her small hands continuously wiped away tears. "Father, did I cause you trouble?" "I truly did not mean to bring you any trouble. I just wanted you to get better." "Father, it was all my fault." Seeing his daughter's swollen eyes, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and scooped her up into his arms. "No, you were only concerned for me. Your father is deeply moved. But how can you reach the chi refinement stage in 3 days? We should just run away." Lin Yi understood that both she and her father lacked spiritual roots, which was why they remained menial workers at the Tiandao sect, always seen as inferior. Now, for her father to reach the chi refinement stage in 3 days was nothing short of a pipe dream. In her eyes, this was all her fault. "Father, perhaps I should go serve as a maid for his grandson." Lin Xuan smiled wryly and shook his head. The old curmudgeon at the apothecary dared to let them return, confident they could not escape. Moreover, the Tiandao sect was a top-tier force across the entire Xuanwu continent. Could they truly run to the ends of the earth? "Rest easy. My dear daughter, your father has his own methods." After returning to the thatched cottage and lulling his exhausted daughter to sleep, Lin Xuan stepped outside and ran to the primitive forest behind the Tiandao sect. Once he found a cave entrance, he took a deep breath and calmly stated, "System, I wish to install the supreme spiritual root." Received. He had initially intended to bestow this spiritual root upon his daughter, but given the circumstances, he realized that if he did not protect her, what future could they possibly have? At that moment, the supreme spiritual root awakened within him. A radiant light burst forth, and immediately, Lin Xuan felt his body beginning to transform. Simultaneously, countless powerful figures within the heavenly Tao sect sensed the peculiarities of the world around them. Who has broken through? With such a vast amount of spiritual energy rushing towards that direction, it seems someone is on the verge of a breakthrough. It must be the direction of the back mountain. It has to be senior sister Bai, the one renowned as the sect's greatest talent. I feel the same way. In the cave, Lin Xuan looked at his hands with elation. The supreme spiritual root has been successfully installed. He felt his body becoming extraordinarily light, and he sensed a swirling vortex within his dantian. It was as if he had been parched for dozens of days, ravenously absorbing spiritual energy, continuously filling his dantian. Initial stage of qi refinement. Mid-stage of qi refinement. Late stage of qi refinement. Great completion of qi refinement. Foundation establishment. Lin Xuan felt his realm soaring upward as if he had been invigorated by a potent elixir. He was filled with exuberance. Reaching the qi refinement stage meant his daughter could remain with him. Yet this was not enough. He gazed into the distance with profound determination. Now I have merely established my foundation, but there is still the golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, unity, great ascension, tribulation crossing, and true immortality. I must ascend step by step to protect my daughter. With this thought, Lin Xuan calmed himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing to absorb spiritual energy. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Is now 12 o'clock. Would the host like to draw for a prize? Draw. The lottery commenced. A grand spinning wheel appeared before Lin Xuan, whirling at a rapid pace. Until Lin Xuan called out, "Stop. Congratulations, host. You have won 30,000 premium spiritual stones." Lin Xuan's eyes rolled back in astonishment, nearly fainting from joy. Though today's prize was not as precious as yesterday's, it was nonetheless genuine and valuable spiritual stones. These stones were comparable to gold in his world, an absolute hard currency. Moreover, spiritual stones were classified into 4 tiers: inferior, medium, superior, and premium. One premium spiritual stone equated to 100 superior stones, 1,000 medium stones, and 10,000 inferior stones. He had only 5 inferior stones in a month, thus 30,000 premium stones were akin to overnight wealth. With these spiritual stones, I can procure resources. System, I adore you. Moi. Host, refrain from indulgence, maintain your discipline. Lin Xuan. The night passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Yi opened her eyes, she beheld a table laden with a dozen types of snacks, all her favorites. She rubbed her eyes and dashed over, inspecting the spread with curiosity. Then, she looked at Lin Xuan suspiciously. "Daddy, you're not really planning to send me to Oldw's grandson as a maid, are you?" Why do you say that?" She pointed at the food on the table. With a timid voice, she remarked, "These things we can't possibly afford." Lin Xuan ruffled his daughter's hair. "What are you thinking? Last night, I went out to relieve myself, and guess what I stumbled upon? Little chasing?" Lin Xuan. This child, lacking a phone, is surprisingly precocious. It was spiritual stones. Lin Xuan produced 2 premium spiritual stones. Perhaps the heavens saw how hard our lives were, so they came to assist us. Linny had never seen premium spiritual stones before she held them in delight, bouncing around joyfully. However, mere seconds later, her expression turned somber. She placed the stones on the table and said quietly, "Daddy, since we have money now, let's hurry and leave." Lin Xuan smiled broadly and replied, "Why should we leave? The wager between you and Elder Wu in 3 days." He gently touched Lin Yi's head. "Do you trust your father?" Though Lin Yi harbored some doubts, she nodded nonetheless. "I do. That's good. In 3 days, I will present you with a surprise." Lin Yi shrugged. "Let's hope it's not a shock. In any case, I will stick with you to the end." Lin Xuan's expression darkened. Isn't this daughter a tad too morose? Yet, he gazed at her tenderly and softly assured her, "Father will always be with you." Meanwhile, news of Lin Xuan's wager with Elder Wu had spread throughout the Heavenly Tao sect. What? Lin Xuan plans to reach the Qi refinement stage in 3 days? Isn't he the useless Lin Xuan from the miscellaneous peak? Yes, the one who once confessed to Sister Yue Yao and was beaten up by her suitors. Am dying of laughter. Has this fellow lost his mind? A person devoid of spiritual roots aspiring to attain the chi refinement stage is truly a delusion of grandeur. Ah, let us all witness that day. Perhaps it will bring us some amusement. Indeed, we shall all go and observe how Lin Xuan achieves the chi refinement stage, a span of 1 day and 1 night. Lin Xuan remains blissfully unaware that the sect has already caught wind of this wager. In a cave on the back mountain, he takes a deep breath. In just 2 short days, he has reached the late foundation establishment stage. What an exhilarating sensation! While an ordinary spiritual route would necessitate the assistance of pills to ascend, the supreme spiritual route bears no such concerns that he stretches lazily. Just then, a voice resonates in his mind that it is precisely 12 o'clock. Does the host wish to draw a prize? Chapter 3. A new storm arises. Draw. Lin Xuan excitedly rubs his hands. On the first day, he drew a supreme spiritual root, and on the second day, he won 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. The rewards from this lottery system are nothing to scoff at. Today he is eager to see what else awaits him. The wheel spins for dozens of rounds. As he shouts stop, the system's voice echoes in his mind. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ancient Emperor Yi Tian's cultivation method. The devouring heaven technique. Lin Xuan is so overwhelmed with joy that tears nearly stream down his face. It is as if he has received a pillow when weary, though he has reached the foundation establishment stage. The cultivation method he possesses is merely the most rudimentary chi induction technique. To grow stronger, he must possess superior techniques. He had even planned to visit the scripture pavilion during the day, or perhaps purchase a tome from the black market. Unexpectedly, he has drawn a technique, and it is a top-tier one at that. Yi Tian, one of the 2 celestial emperors of the immortal spirit realm, his devouring heaven technique is renowned for sweeping through myriad techniques. Celebrated as a celestial level method, now that he has obtained this technique, becoming an immortal emperor is surely just around the corner. With this thought, Lin Xuan strolls along the back mountain, chuckling to himself as he envisions his future grandeur, sweeping through the ages with unrivaled might. However, just then, he suddenly hears a cautious voice. Who? Lin Xuan instinctively turns toward the source of the sound. Whoosh! A flying sword lunges directly at him. Holy moly! He swiftly ducks down, dropping to all fours, and scurries away in terror. Moments later, a woman clad in white stands in place, scanning the surroundings with fury. Sister Bai, are you being overly suspicious? The back mountain is usually deserted. With so many creatures around, it's likely just them causing a commotion. Besides, as we were bathing, who would dare to spy on us? Another woman in purple approaches from behind, her wet hair indicating that they had just bathed in the spring. Bai Yueyao slowly sheaths her sword, coldly remarking, I hope I am merely overthinking. By the way, sister, I heard that tomorrow is the day Lin Xuan and Elder Wu will fulfill their wager. Aren't you going to take a look? I remember Lin Xuan was infatuated with you at first sight. Bai Yueyao dismissively shakes her head. I have no time for such trivial matters. To her, the wager between Lin Xuan and Elder Wu is nothing short of an utterly foolish endeavor. To reach chi refinement in 3 days, does he truly believe he is a genius like her? The outcome for tomorrow is already clear in her mind. Yet, Ziyun tugs at her sleeve, playfully insisting. Come on, sister, let us go have a look. We've been in seclusion on the back mountain for so long. It's been ages since we've seen any excitement. Bai Yueyao cannot resist her junioress charm and concedes. Fine, we shall go and see tomorrow. It will be a pleasant diversion. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan hides beneath a large tree, panting heavily. Damn it, that woman nearly spotted me. What a cursed fate. 5 years ago, when he first traversed here, it was due to the original owner's confession to the sect's genius, Bai Yueyao, that ended in rejection, resulting in a brutal beating from her admirers that cost him his life. That was how he found himself in this new body. Over these 5 years, he has heard rumors about Bai Yueyao, predominantly regarding her rising to new realms and her exceptional talents. However, for the current Lin Xuan, such matters hold no intrigue. His sole concern is to take care of Xiao Yezid. Of course, should a future opportunity arise, he might seek out that woman. Just the thought of her lingering presence brings a moment of silence to Lin Xuan's expression. Why ponder so much? It's merely an addition to my troubles. He decides to return and prepare a meal for Xiao Yezi. Purchasing some meat, he heads back to the servant's peak. However, Upon arriving, he finds the entrance to their thatched cottage bustling with activity. A group of people has gathered there. A chubby boy strides forward, brandishing a pile of clothes, and arrogantly declares, "Tomorrow, you will become my maid. So here are some of my old clothes for you. Lest you embarrass me with your ragged attire." Lin Yi tosses the garments aside. "That I will not be your maid, and I have no use for these tattered clothes." "Huh. Lin Yi, your spirit is quite commendable. Do you truly think your father will become a chi refinement practitioner tomorrow? If that were the case, I would be equal to Yi Tian himself." As Wu Jie finishes his taunt, laughter erupts from the crowd. To them, Lin Xuan has merely agreed to an impossible wager. "My father will win tomorrow's bet. He promised me." Wu Jie can hardly contain his laughter. This is simply hysterical. A waste of space dares to boast. He strides into the thatched cottage, laughing heartily. "Let's see your useless old man, shall we?" Did he perhaps pack up and flee? Several lackeys push Lin Yi aside and enter the cottage. "What? There are 2 high-grade spirit stones here." "Lin Yi, you truly are a thief. These were found by my father." Lin Yi attempts to reclaim the spirit stones, but Wu Jie kicks her down. He holds the 2 high-grade spirit stones in his hand. High-grade spirit stones are priceless. How could you simply claim you found them? They must undoubtedly belong to your father. How outrageous. A worthless father stealing from the sect. Come, let us take this to the Hall of Punishment. With a wave of his hand, his lackey seize Lin Yi and drag her away. A crowd of people hauls Lin Yi toward the Hall of Punishment. When Lin Xuan returns, he finds his home in disarray. Xiao Yezi. In a frenzy, Lin Xuan searches through the entire servant's peak. He eventually overhears someone mentioning that Lin Yi has been taken to the Hall of Punishment by Wu Jie. "Why did he take my daughter to the Hall of Punishment? I heard they discovered you had high-grade spirit stones. Those are scarce within our sect, so they took her away. Damn it." In that moment, Lin Xuan disregards the need to conceal his cultivation and rushes toward the Hall of Punishment. Unlike other sect forces, the individuals here are ruthless and merciless. The mere thought of his Xiao Yezi facing punishment sends shivers down his spine. He must ensure she comes to no harm. Upon reaching the Hall of Punishment, Lin Xuan sees Lin Yi lying on the grand hall floor, barely clinging to life. Xiao Yezi, as he attempts to rush in, he is halted. One cannot recklessly intrude upon the Hall of Punishment. "That is my daughter. What have you done to her?" Lin Xuan bellows in desperation. At that moment, Wu Jie and his cohorts gleefully chime in. "You arrived just in time. You have stolen high-grade spirit stones from the sect and refused to confess." Chapter 4. Bai Yueyao comes to the rescue. Lin Xuan retorts vehemently. "This is impossible." "What is impossible? Your room contains high-grade spirit stones, a treasure rare even in the sect. Confess where you obtained them." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's expression darkens. He told his daughter it was a found item because she is easier to deceive. However, if he claims it was found to them, they are unlikely to believe it. With this thought, Lin Xuan hesitates, unsure of how to respond when suddenly, a voice rings out from outside that I gave them to him. All eyes turn toward the sound. A woman in white stands a short distance away. It is Bai Yueyao, the most gifted female disciple of the Tiandao sect, the very hope for the sect's future. None anticipated that Bai Yueyao would stand up for Lin Xuan. Curious, given that Lin Xuan had been rejected by her in the past. Why is she speaking on his behalf today? Let's continue watching to see how this unfolds. As for the elder of the punishment hall, he curiously inquired, "Bai Yueyao, did you provide these exquisite spirit stones?" Bai Yueyao nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I bestowed 2 premium spirit stones upon them out of pity for the father and daughter. I never anticipated that it would lead to such a series of events. I sincerely hope the elder can forgive me. It is of no consequence. Since they were given by you, we shall release them." The elder of the punishment hall raised his hand, and 2 disciples promptly ushered Lin Yi out. Meanwhile, Wu Jie and his companions wore expressions of disappointment, as they had hoped to witness further drama. However, with Bai Yueyao intervening, the punishment hall would surely extend some leniency. Nonetheless, Wu Jie approached Lin Yi with a mocking tone, saying, "Do not think that because you have someone backing you, I am intimidated. Once you become my maid tomorrow, you shall reap the consequences." Having said that, he departed with a throng of followers surrounding him. Lin Xuan led Lin Yi to stand before Bai Yueyao. "Thank you for your assistance today. Little Yezi, quickly express your gratitude." Lin Yi cast a resentful glance at Bai Yueyao and huffed coldly. "Thank you." Bai Yueyao regarded the young girl with a gaze filled with complexity, seemingly aware of the reason behind her animosity. With a deep sigh, she addressed Lin Xuan. Remaining at the servant's peak is not a viable solution. My estate is in need of a steward. Why not come assist me? Lin Xuan replied with an indifferent demeanor. There is no need to trouble yourself about that. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Wait. Bai Yueyao felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing his downcast expression. Are you still holding a grudge against me for rejecting you 5 years ago? Lin Xuan, we were indeed childhood friends. Had we been children of an ordinary family, we might have been married by now. However, since we have both entered the Tiandao sect, we must prioritize our cultivation. Romantic feelings are not something we should entertain. I regret hearing about what transpired 5 years ago, but unfortunately, I was already in seclusion at that time. Upon emerging, I was surprised to find you had already taken up with another woman. Lin Xuan, do not punish yourself for my sake. Our current statuses are worlds apart. If blame is to be assigned, it should be for our lack of fate. I have heard that you even wagered with the elder of the medicine hall. Do not engage in such foolishness. 7 years ago, when they both entered the Tiandao sect, Lin Xuan's spiritual root test result was deemed a waste. He could not even perform the most basic cultivation, let alone reach the qi refinement stage in a matter of days. Such aspirations were nothing more than delusional dreams in Bai Yueyao's eyes, a mere display of bravado. If you agree, I can immediately assist you in reconciling with Elder Wu. You need only apologize. No need. Lin Xuan replied coldly. I have my own plans regarding my affairs that I truly appreciate your help with what just occurred, but I must take my leave. With that, he took Lin Yi and departed. Observing the hurried exit of the father and daughter, Bai Yueyao felt a tumult of emotions. They could have been good friends, yet now they could not even maintain the most basic friendship. She lowered her head and sighed deeply. Lin Xuan, if blame must be placed, it is for your lack of talent. It seems we are destined to walk different paths. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan led Lin Yi away. It was not until they had walked several hundred meters that he looked down at Lin Yi. What's the matter? Why are you so tense? I'm not tense, Lin Yi retorted defiantly. If you're not tense, why are your palms so sweaty? As Lin Xuan conversed with Bai Yueyao, he could visibly sense his daughter's anxiety, unease, and trepidation. Lin Yi lowered her head and murmured, everyone is saying you like her. Having lived in the Tiandao sect for 5 years, the little girl had certainly heard numerous rumors, mostly regarding Lin Xuan's attempts to win Bai Yueyao's favor. Her anxiety stemmed from the fear that if Lin Xuan truly had feelings for Bai Yueyao, she would become the neglected child, making it even more difficult to find her mother. Lin Xuan seemed to discern the thoughts swirling in the little one's mind that he smiled and gently stroked her hair, whispering, do not worry, in this lifetime, there will only be your mother for me. Once your father grows stronger, how about we search for your mother together? Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Lin Xuan's heart ached. It is indeed true. Having been an orphan on Blue Star, he had never experienced parental love. Thus, even amidst the challenges within the Tiandao sect, he could never entertain the thought of abandoning Lin Yi. He understood her worries and concerns. With her father's promise, the little girl joyfully bounced ahead. Lin Xuan watched her lively figure, his hands clenched tightly. He must grow stronger. Otherwise, should his daughter face humiliation, he might find himself powerless to protect her. Just as he had today. Upon returning to their thatched hut, Lin Xuan prepared a meal and presented Lin Yi with the new clothes he had bought for her. The little girl beamed with happiness. Why don't you change into them? These are new clothes. Of course, I will save them for the new year. Over the years, Lin Ye's clothing had been cobbled together from scraps by Lin Xuan. Although he wished to provide her with the best, it was not easy without resources. Hearing her words, Lin Xuan wiped away his tears and embraced her tightly. That I promise you, I will ensure you live a good life. After coaxing Lin Yi to sleep, Lin Xuan quietly made his way to the back mountain once more. Just as he was about to enter the cave for cultivation, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Senior Sister Bai, just as you mentioned, there is indeed a peeping Tom. I have caught him. At that moment, Lin Xuan could only think of one word. Damn. Chapter 5. I didn't watch you bathe. I swear, Lin Xuan hurriedly stammered. Wait, this might be a misunderstanding. Humph, what misunderstanding? You filthy scoundrel, trying to argue here. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind. What are you doing wandering around at this hour? Lin Xuan, utterly speechless, replied, admiring the moon. However, upon hearing the derisive laughter of the two women, he looked up, only to feel his heart sink. The reason was simple. It was a cloudy night. There was no moon in the night sky. Ziyun, fuming, exclaimed, Lech, were you spying on us last night? Lin Xuan quickly clarified, I truly did not watch you bathe. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his blunder. He awkwardly took 2 steps back. Thinking, if I don't run now, I'll be the laughingstock of the entire sect tomorrow. With that thought in mind, he bolted to the right. However, in the next moment, he was effortlessly caught and pulled back by Yao. Although Lin Xuan had reached the foundation establishment stage, he was still far too weak compared to Yao, who was already at the nascent soul stage. Yao, upon recognizing the figure, was momentarily stunned. Lin Xuan, why are you here? Ziyun looked bewildered. What? He is Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan awkwardly declared. This is all a misunderstanding. Yao's expression turned icy. I had hoped you would have turned over a new leaf today. I never imagined you would stoop to such a low act as spying on us while bathing. I am deeply disappointed in you. Ziyun angrily remarked. So you are that Lin Xuan. Senior sister Bai, you were right to reject him. I never expected this guy to possess such a disgraceful character. If you had accepted his proposal, who knows what embarrassing things he would have done. Yao gazed at Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with disappointment. Lin Xuan, given the circumstances, what more do you have to say? Lin Xuan shrugged. Since you all believe so, I have no further explanations to offer. When Ziyun spoke those words, Yao did not even attempt to refute. He understood her stance, since they had already made up their minds and were convinced he had spied on them. No explanation would suffice. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Yao's anger flared. Lin Xuan, you truly are a hopeless case. From this moment on, we shall have no further relations. Ziyun, let us go. She turned to leave. Ziyun, still agitated, exclaimed, Senior sister, are you just going to let him off? Why not inform the punishment hall to give him a beating? Yao felt a surge of frustration, but explained, are you foolish? If we tell them Lin Xuan was spying on us while bathing, do you think our reputation in the sect would remain intact? The 2 of them are the 2 celestial maidens of the heavenly Tao sect, and they share a bond akin to that of sisters. If news of being spied upon while bathing were to leak, it would bring disgrace upon their future selves. Ziyun scratched her head, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Right, senior sister, but is letting him off so easily not too lenient? Yao remained silent for a moment before replying coolly, let us consider this a severing of ties. In her mind, she still recalled the days when she and Lin Xuan entered the heavenly Tao sect as outer disciples, toiling in servitude. During those 2 years, Lin Xuan cared for her meticulously, even sharing all his resources with her. 2 years later, a chance to test her spiritual roots propelled Yao to new heights, allowing her to become a direct disciple of the sect master, elevating her status significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had been relegated to the role of a mere servant, even suffering a concussion from confessing his feelings. Reflecting on this, Yao resolutely declared, we are no longer connected. In truth, if Lin Xuan were to hear these words, he would casually respond that there was never much of a connection to begin with. He was not the former owner of this body. Loving her with a humility that ran deep, his primary focus now was to grow stronger, protect his daughter, and ensure her a good life. With this in mind, he settled himself in the cave, took a deep breath, and prepared to continue his cultivation. However, at that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind that it is 12 o'clock. Would the host like to draw a lottery? Lin Xuan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, yes, draw. The system interface spun before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient spiritual sword, Tianxian sword. Immediately, information about the Tianxian sword flooded into Lin Xuan's mind. Upon seeing the details, he was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped into a wild dance. Weapons are categorized into 4 classes: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the heaven-tier weapons being the most formidable and rared in the entire heavenly Tao sect. There was only one earth-tier weapon that commanded respect, and that weapon had become the sect's treasure. As for the Tianxian sword, its rank surpassed even that of the heaven-tier weapons, with the use of sword techniques. It could cleave the heavens, slay rivers, and annihilate mountains and stars with a single strike. It could even manipulate time and space. With such a treasure in hand, he felt assured he would never have to worry about weapons again. Along with the Tianxian sword came the Tianxian sword technique. However, Lin Xuan remained cautious and concealed the sword. Such a precious item, if discovered by envious eyes, would undoubtedly attract deadly peril. Caution was paramount. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Xuan yawned and returned early to his servant peak. That moment, he found a considerable crowd gathered at his doorstep, which startled him into rushing over. What is going on, everyone? Lin Xuan, we thought you had fled. No, what is happening? I'm a bit confused here. Well, weren't you scheduled to gamble with Elder Wu from the apothecary hall today? Our brothers from the servant peak came to see you off. In truth, they all felt Lin Xuan might not return from this challenge. Lin Xuan was usually friendly to everyone, and Lin Yi was even more endearing to them all. Naturally, these brothers from the servant peak were reluctant to part with them. Alas, it was the Elder Wu who had taken a fancy to them. They believed the odds of success in this gamble were slim. Seeing the reluctant expressions on their faces, Lin Xuan forced a smile and said, I wish you all had a bit more faith in me. Who knows? I might win. Come on, Lin Xuan, we all know none of us has spiritual roots. How could you possibly win? According to their logic, if Lin Xuan could win, he wouldn't still be residing in the servant peak, enduring this hardship daily. Lin Xuan confidently replied, well, you all better keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Chapter 6. How is this possible? Everyone was taken aback by Lin Xuan's unexpected confidence. However, since he had spoken so boldly, no one dared to say more. They simply escorted Lin Xuan and Lin Yi to the apothecary hall. Honoring the bond formed over many years at the servant peak, a few female servants from the servant peak were moved to tears upon seeing Lin Yi bouncing with energy. Little Yi. We've all heard that Elder Wu's grandson, Wu Jia, is a notorious playboy who has ruined several female servants in the past. Little Yi, if you sense danger, you must run. Ooh, but where can I run to? The Wu family holds absolute power in the apothecary hall. Our lives mean nothing to them, akin to ants. Ah, everyone chimed in, their words laced with pity and concern for little Yi's future. Yet, Lin Yi cheerfully replied, uncles and aunties, you need not worry about me. I have faith in my father. The crowd turned to Lin Xuan, sighing deeply. This father-daughter duo was certainly unusual. Meanwhile, outside the apothecary hall, a sizable crowd had already gathered. While cultivators enjoy long lifespans, they are not so idle as to have nothing to do. However, today's events were genuinely captivating. A mere servant daring to challenge an elder of the apothecary hall was truly laughable. It was commendable that such lowly individuals would have the audacity to confront Elder Wu, but ultimately, this courage would amount to nothing. If the lower class were to act this way, wouldn't our world turn upside down? Impossible. Today, Elder Wu would teach him a lesson. Just then, a stir rippled through the crowd. Is that Bai Xianzi arriving? The matter had even drawn the attention of Bai Xianzi. How remarkable. This could be considered the greatest contribution of that useless Lin Xuan's life. It is well known that Bai Yuyao rarely appears in public, often immersed in seclusion. Thus, her appearance today naturally attracted everyone's attention, especially since she not only possessed extraordinary talent, but was also the sect master's direct disciple. And, most importantly, she was breathtakingly beautiful. As soon as Bai Yuyao arrived, all eyes seemed to gravitate toward her, and no one cared whether Lin Xuan was alive or dead at this moment. Bai Yuyao herself felt somewhat ill at ease. It was not the attention that made her uncomfortable. When her master had taken her as a direct disciple, there had been even more people present, and she had felt no discomfort. It was just that hearing them constantly belittle the servants and disparage Lin Xuan stirred a feeling she could not quite articulate. After all, she had once been with Lin Xuan. With this thought, she caught sight of that familiar silhouette and fell silent once more. That fellow truly came. Lin Xuan, of course, noticed Bai Yuyao, but said nothing. What could he possibly say? She was a celestial maiden, a goddess in everyone's dreams, while he was regarded as a lowly individual. Nonetheless, today he intended to defy fate. With this resolve, he took a deep breath and approached Elder Wu. Elder Wu, the 3-day period has ended. I have arrived. Elder Wu scoffed disdainfully. Are you here to humiliate yourself? For someone with spiritual roots, reaching the Qi refinement stage in 3 days was incredibly challenging. And for Lin Xuan, a waste without any spiritual roots, to achieve this feat within 3 days was nothing short of a fantasy, something even a dreamer would not dare to envision. Lin Xuan earnestly questioned. Regardless of whether I am humiliating myself, Elder Wu, do you dare to guarantee that your words hold weight? If I reach the Qi refinement stage, then the matter of Lin Yi stealing medicine will be written off. Naturally, however, should you fail, your daughter will become my grandson's maidservant. Lin Xuan, I am merely offering you a lifeline. Otherwise, you will remain a servant for life. toiling endlessly. If your daughter is fortunate enough to catch my grandson Si, you too shall rise to greatness. At this moment, Wu Jie arrogantly interjected, Lin Yi, did you hear that? Your family's fate rests in my hands. Now, you should obediently kneel and kowtow, begging me. Perhaps I will grant you a slightly better future. Otherwise, haha, be careful, or I might just play with you until you're ruined. Though Wu Jie was young, he acted with impunity, abusing the power of the Wu family. His greatest pastime was to feed the poison pills concocted by his grandfather to the maidservants around him. Relishing their anguished expressions as they writhed in misery, the mere thought of the rumors surrounding Wu Jie made Lin Yi instinctively shrink back in fear. However, recalling her father's words, she straightened her back and declared, Who wants to be your maidservant? My father said if it can be done, it will surely be done. A stubborn duck won't yield. Someone, prepare 20 poison pills for me. Soon, Lin Yi will serve as my maid. And I intend to train her well. The sycophants nearby hurried to comply. The Wu family, comprising a grandfather and grandson, believed they had already secured Lin Yi without any doubt. Lin Xuan knelt down to comfort Lin Yi, saying, Do not worry, my daughter. I shall prove to you that I have not deceived you. His earlier probing question was not born out of a desire to be ridiculed by the Wu family, but rather to clarify the rules. Given the multitude present, if the Wu family wished to retract their words, how could they claim them to be valid? Lin Xuan rose, his voice cold. I implore Elder Wu and all present to open your eyes and witness. He then inhaled deeply, his aura surging dramatically. In an instant, he transformed from an ordinary man into a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. Early Qi refinement, mid Qi refinement, late Qi refinement, perfected Qi refinement. At that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless that a few seconds passed before one person stammered. Goodness, am I seeing things? Wasn't Lin Xuan said to lack spiritual roots and thus be unable to cultivate? How could he suddenly become a cultivator? Moreover, a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. How could this be possible? They recognized Lin Xuan because he had spent years as a devoted admirer of Bai Yueyao. The subject of their mockery and disdain, he was the embodiment of a frog dreaming of eating swan meat, devoid of spiritual roots and condemned to a life as a menial. Yet, this acknowledged waste was now capable of cultivation. And not just any cultivation, but that of a perfected Qi refinement cultivator. How could this be? Chapter 7. Both father and daughter are thieves surely. We must be hallucinating. Lin Xuan, the waste, was confirmed as lacking spiritual roots during the initial assessment. How could he possibly be a Qi refinement cultivator? It was utterly ludicrous. Bai Yueyao, gazing at Lin Xuan, was also filled with doubt. She held the most authoritative voice regarding his lack of spiritual roots. As they had tested together years ago, her own roots were of the highest quality, propelling her to become the sect leader's prized disciple, while Lin Xuan had been deemed rootless, destined for a life of servitude. Yet, here he stood, able to cultivate and a Qi refinement cultivator at that. What on earth was happening? Even Elder Wu was visibly unsettled. He approached Lin Xuan, seizing his arm to probe his body. Within mere seconds, he was astounded. You truly are a Qi refinement cultivator. This statement conveyed both shock and an acknowledgement of Lin Xuan's cultivation leveled at this moment. Lin Xuan replied with composure. Elder Wu, you have spoken without jest. The matter regarding my daughter's theft of medicine should now be considered resolved. Elder Wu's expression darkened. He had expected Lin Xuan to embarrass himself before him, allowing him to secure a maid for his grandson. However, no one anticipated that Lin Xuan, the sect's recognized waste, would already be at the Qi refinement stage. Even more astonishing was that just days ago, he had still been regarded as a waste. In just 3 days, he achieved perfected Qi refinement. Was he truly a waste or a once-in-a-century genius? The crowd began to scrutinize Lin Xuan with their spiritual senses, realizing he was indeed a genuine Qi refinement cultivator. Heavens, this world is utterly insane. Even a waste can cultivate. If Lin Xuan could reach the Qi refinement stage, how had he done it without spiritual roots? Could it be that he had been feigning ignorance all along? Impossible. They had humiliated him so thoroughly, he could not have been merely pretending. This man surely harbored secrets. The crowd buzzed with discussion. For them, Lin Xuan's ascension to Qi refinement was akin to a beggar winning 5 million. At this moment, Lin Yi exclaimed triumphantly, I always believed in Daddy. Among all present, Lin Yi was the one who would unconditionally trust Lin Xuan. The one who found this outcome most unacceptable was Wu Jie. was the maid he believed he could easily claim slipping away from him. Seeing Lin Yi bounce with joy only darkened his expression. Lin Xuan held Lin Ye's hand and calmly stated, "Elder Wu, according to our earlier agreement, may we take our leave now?" Elder Wu's demeanor was frigid. He did not care about a mere maid. It was the humiliation of losing a bet to a publicly acknowledged waste that stung. Yet, Lin Xuan had articulated the bet so clearly, in front of so many witnesses, that he could not argue against it. Just as Lin Xuan and his daughter were about to depart, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hold on." Wu Jie approached, seething with anger. "This is not right." "What is not right?" "Lin Xuan, how could a man without spiritual roots cultivate to the qi refinement stage?" Lin Xuan replied with a cold smile. "I am under no obligation to answer your question. It seems you are feeling insecure. You must have sent your daughter to our pharmacy to steal pills, believing that consuming them would allow her to gather spiritual energy." As soon as Wu Jie finished speaking, expressions of realization spread across the crowd. This explanation seemed plausible. Could Elder Wu have concocted a pill that allowed even those without spiritual roots to gather energy? Perhaps there was hope after all. The brothers from the menial duties peak grew excited. Although merely gathering energy was a simple feat, it meant they could shed their menial status and become proper cultivators. It was akin to a serf singing joyous songs of liberation. Wu Jie pointed an accusing finger at Lin Xuan, proclaiming as if he had always known. "Lin Xuan, you thief who relies on stolen pills for cultivation. With the esteemed elders present, you should quickly hand over your daughter and face the consequences." Indeed, Lin Xuan, do not think that just because you are now a qi refinement cultivator, you can act with impunity. We are all here. It turned out that not only his daughter had sullied her hands, but so had he. I suspect you incited your daughter to steal the pills, believing the pharmacy would not punish a child. Humph, if a rogue like you were allowed to become a cultivator. It would be a disgrace not just for our sect, but for the entire cultivation world. The crowd began to denounce Lin Xuan one after another. They were more inclined to believe that he had achieved his current state through thievery rather than through hard work. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he had not anticipated that Wu Jie would resort to such desperate measures, accusing him of stealing pills. He was even more surprised that so many would instinctively believe such a claim. It seemed that in their eyes, he, a lowly menial, was unworthy of standing among them. Lin Yi clutched tightly to Lin Xuan's pant leg. "Daddy, I believe you." Lin Xuan gently patted Lin Ye's little head. "You accuse me of stealing pills, but do you have any evidence? Who knows when you might have stolen the pills? Lin Xuan, do you think we are fools if you did not steal from our pharmacy? How did you reach the qi refinement stage? Our sect absolutely will not allow such corrupt practices to run rampant." Wu Jie waved his hand decisively. "Bring Lin Xuan to me. Take him to the punishment hall. Lin Yi, you will be brought here directly. Since Lin Xuan has reached the qi refinement stage by stealing from our pharmacy, the previous bit is null and void. Lin Yi remains my maid." He gazed at the adorable little girl, unable to suppress his desire to torment her. Several subordinates from the pharmacy rushed forward. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan scoffed coldly. How dare they move against him? But if they sought to harm his daughter, that was utterly intolerable. He shielded Lin Yi behind him, watching as an assailant struck down toward him. Lin Xuan met the attack with his hand. This Lin Xuan truly did not know the meaning of danger. He dared to confront the pharmacy personnel head-on. There was a vast difference between a qi refinement cultivator and one with a master. Ziyun remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Sister, does Lin Xuan really believe that just because he is a qi refinement cultivator, he can fight back? Without proper techniques, he is but a child in their presence." Chapter 8. Do you dare to swear? Bai Yueyao felt a flicker of unease in her heart. Indeed, a qi refinement cultivator had risen to the ranks of cultivators, but not all cultivators are created equal. A practitioner with a master's guidance will possess corresponding techniques and martial skills. In the presence of a cultivator like Lin Xuan, who resorted to stealing medicine to attain the status of a qi refinement practitioner, it is akin to a primary school student confronting a fully armed adult. There is no chance of victory. A momentary flicker of concern crossed her mind. Yet, the next second, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. The individual who had attacked Lin Xuan was already sent hurtling backwards. Lin Xuan regarded them with an air of aloofness, his eyes radiating a chilling coldness. "What? Unable to frame me, you resort to brute force. Who has accused you?" Wu Jie sneered as he replied. "Very well, Lin Xuan. Not only have you evaded capture, but you've also injured a member of our pharmacy hall. Today, with so many witnesses present, You are committing an act of great rebellion. Heh, what crime cannot be fabricated? His gaze fell upon Elder Wu. You claim I stole medicine, but do you have any evidence, Elder Wu? Or have you concocted a pill that enables those without spiritual roots to cultivate? Elder Wu's expression darkened. Lin Xuan, are you questioning my capabilities? He was one of the elders overseeing the pharmacy hall. How could he allow a worthless individual to openly challenge him? Heh, Elder Wu, I do not wish to question you. However, it seems your grandson disagrees. Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings and calmly stated, since everyone is present today, I, Lin Xuan, swear by my Dao heart, if I have stolen medicine to become a strong qi refinement practitioner, then throughout my life, my Dao heart shall remain unstable, and I shall never attain divinity. Upon uttering this declaration, the crowd was taken aback. A vow by the Dao heart. This is the utmost promise of a cultivator and one they hold in the highest regard. For if a cultivator swears by their Dao heart and fails to uphold their oath, they risk a tumultuous Dao heart, with no possibility of advancement, and may even descend in rank. Thus, swearing by the Dao heart is the greatest commitment and trump card of a cultivator. Lin Xuan had no alternative but to make such an oath. For once spoken, few would doubt his sincerity. After delivering this statement, Lin Xuan turned to Elder Wu. Elder Wu, do you dare to take an oath? What do I need to take an oath with you for? Since Elder Wu's grandson repeatedly insisted that I had stolen their pharmacy hall's elixirs to achieve today's accomplishments, why not simply swear if you can concoct such a pill? If you cannot produce it, may the heavens strike you down. The final 4 words sent a shiver through the crowd. Elder Wu was now exceedingly embarrassed. He indeed could not produce such a pill. His grandson's words were merely the result of discontent, a baseless accusation against Lin Xuan. This was, of course, due to his own indulgence that in his eyes. Lin Xuan reaching the qi refinement stage in just 3 days was already an achievement beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. They had already become adversaries with Lin Xuan. If this man were to remain, it would surely lead to infinite troubles. Thus, he did not stop his grandson Wu Jie from slandering him. He had initially thought Lin Xuan would be imprisoned, with no hope of redemption. Yet, he never anticipated that this young man would turn the tables on him if he were to take an oath. Then his Dao heart would surely suffer if he refused to take an oath. It would be tantamount to admitting that he could not concoct such a pill. In the eyes of the public, if he claimed he could not, his future reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Realizing this, Elder Wu gritted his teeth. This little rascal, Lin Xuan, was forcing him into a corner. I disdain to take an oath with you. Indeed, what are you to deserve my grandfather's oath? At this moment, Wu Jie was also flustered, for the words he had spoken earlier were mere bluster. If his grandfather truly took an oath, it would mean public humiliation. Lin Xuan had no intention of letting them off easily. Initially, today's affair could have concluded simply by demonstrating his qi refinement status. However, the Wu family's persistent provocations, particularly Wu Jie's unwelcome interest in his daughter, compelled him to show them a lesson. Oh, is that so? I thought Elder Wu was unafraid of scrutiny. If you can concoct the elixir, then what harm is there in taking an oath? If that is too much, I shall make a concession. Elder Wu, you need only produce a pill that allows those without spiritual roots to gather spiritual energy for cultivation, and I, Lin Xuan, shall be at your mercy today. How does that sound? Presumptuous. Why should I heed your words? As Elder Wu refused to take an oath, those present began to discern certain clues, for if Elder Wu had indeed concocted such a pill, it would be akin to discovering a whole new world for the entire cultivation realm. At that point, regardless of how exorbitant the price of the elixir, it would be in high demand. If this were the case, Elder Wu could not possibly withhold it. How could he allow Lin Xuan to steal it? Especially since Elder Wu was now unwilling to take an oath. His silence regarding Lin Xuan's request to produce the elixir revealed much. Any discerning individual could see the truth concealed within. Lin Xuan smirked and declared, "Everyone, this is merely Wu Jie's one-sided account. This matter is fundamentally untenable. If you do not allow my daughter and me to leave today, then we shall seek the sect master for justice." After all, he had nothing to lose. He might as well escalate the situation. Ultimately, the only one who would suffer humiliation would not be him. However, the Wu family lacked the courage for such a confrontation. Upon hearing these words, Elder Wu could no longer contain himself. He muttered, "Wait, must we disturb the entire sect over such a trivial matter? This incident shall be considered settled today. However, Lin Xuan, you would do well to keep your daughter in check." Should she come to my pharmacy hall to steal medicine again, do not blame me for being impolite. Naturally, this conclusion was unexpected for all. The onlookers had not anticipated that Lin Xuan was indeed a qi refinement practitioner, nor that the Wu family would bow to him. Now, they were allowing the father and daughter to leave, just as Lin Xuan and Lin Yi turned to depart. Wu Jie, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth in frustration. Throughout his life, he had never been able to obtain what he desired. Today, wishing for Lin Yi, he was thwarted by this waste of a man. Moreover, the Wu family would suffer a loss of reputation due to Lin Xuan's actions. As they departed, Wu Jie could not contain his bitterness, exclaiming, "Lin Xuan, you worthless fool! What right do you have to oppose our Wu family? Do you dare to battle me?" Lin Xuan halted his steps. Chuckling coldly, "What reason do I have to fight you?" Wu Jie replied icily, "If you win, not only may you and your daughter leave unscathed today, but you will also receive a bottle of Foundation Establishment pill." How does that sound? Chapter 9. Lin Xuan's greatest flaw: the Foundation Establishment pill. For cultivators above the Foundation Establishment stage, it holds little significance. However, for those at the qi refinement stage, it is undoubtedly a treasure that could ensure their successful establishment of the foundation. To transition from the qi refinement stage to the Foundation Establishment stage, consuming the Foundation Establishment pill is essential to solidify one's cultivation. Wu Jie believed he had seized upon Lin Xuan's weakness. For every qi refinement practitioner would be enamored by the prospect of a Foundation Establishment pill. Yet, upon hearing the mention of the pill, Lin Xuan remained unmoved. "I'm afraid I have no interest in such things." "Lin Xuan, do not feign indifference." Wu Jie was eager to defeat this man and restore the Wu family's prestige. Thus, he continued to entice Lin Xuan, but to no avail, seeing that his bait had failed. Wu Jie pressed on. "What about spiritual herbs for the Foundation Establishment stage?" Lin Xuan replied again, "No interest. Moreover, what if you happen to lose to me, and one day you wrongfully accuse me of stealing your spiritual herbs? Would I not then be unjustly wronged? Then what do you wish for?" Wu Jie could not help but inquire. Lin Xuan, sensing his opportunity, smiled brightly and said, "The items you mentioned earlier, plus 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Hiss! The crowd gasped at Lin Xuan's audacity, especially Wu Jie, whose face darkened ominously. "Do you take us for fools?" The Wu family was eager to find Lin Xuan to reclaim their honor, not for the sake of prestige alone. However, they could not allow Lin Xuan to extort them so brazenly. He demanded 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones outright. It was known that even Foundation Establishment practitioners earned only 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones monthly. Lin Xuan's demand was nothing short of extortion. "If you refuse, then so be it. After all, my daughter and I have always been law-abiding citizens that we do not need to accept your challenge." Lin Xuan was utterly unafraid. They had nothing to lose, especially since he was already notorious as a bootlicker and a waste within the sect. No one could possess a worse reputation than he. In such circumstances, if he were to win a bet against the Wu family today, it would surely leave a stain on their reputation. If they do not wish to take it down, then so be it. After all, Lin Xuan has already achieved his own objectives at that moment. Elder Wu coughed. "Wu Jie, comply with him. But Grandpa, defeat him." Elder Wu coldly uttered these 3 words that he was unwilling to face a disgraceful end in his old age as long as the wager between Lin Xuan and himself was known within the sect. Especially while they had yet to secure victory, everyone would be aware of the peculiarities of today's events. By that time, it would be too late for the Wu family to say anything. Moreover, they could not afford to lose face. Thus, the immediate course of action was to defeat Lin Xuan, win the wager, and overshadow the opponent. That was of utmost importance, especially if Lin Xuan were to be killed. In that case, there would likely be no negative repercussions for the Wu family today. After all, who would speak up for a dead man? Wu Jie grinned maliciously and said, "As you command, Grandpa." He turned to Lin Xuan. "I have agreed to your terms. Shall we commence the competition? First, produce the stakes." In Lin Xuan's eyes, the pair from the Wu family were no different from a pair of swindlers. Wu Jie coldly snorted as he took out the chips proposed for the wager. He then addressed Lin Xuan. "We just discussed what would happen if we lost. What if you were to lose?" Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "You may dispose of me as you wish. It's a deal." That was precisely the response Wu Jie sought. Once they had Lin Xuan in their grasp, whether they killed him or forced him to retract his statements, it would be a trivial matter. Watching Wu Jie eagerly preparing for the fight, the onlookers merely thought Lin Xuan had lost his senses. Could this fool really believe he was invincible just because he was at the qi refining stage? The young master of the Wu family had been cultivated with the utmost effort from his clan. It was said that Wu Jie had been the center of attention since childhood and was destined to become a prominent disciple in the transformation stage. Really? It seems Wu Jie has a bright future ahead. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, integration, and great ascension. Our sect leader is at the integration stage. Isn't the transformation stage in existence rivaling the sect leader? My goodness, Lin Xuan truly seeks his own demise. The elders of the entire sect are merely at the transformation stage. This Wu Jie is practically at the peak from the very start. It is said that he is already at the foundation establishment stage, and Lin Xuan is truly courting death. Upon witnessing this scene, Ziyan quietly remarked, "Sister, I fear Lin Xuan may perish here today." Just right, his act of peeping at us while bathing will forever remain a secret. Humph. This is the consequence of his voyeurism. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyao felt a tumult of emotions, although she repeatedly reminded herself that Lin Xuan was a thing of the past, that there could never be a possibility between them, and that they belonged to two different worlds. Witnessing Lin Xuan facing death stirred her feelings to a complex degree. Must she truly stand by and watch him die? But if she intervened now, under what pretext would she act? Without a flawless explanation, her own reputation would suffer, especially since Lin Xuan had once been her devoted admirer, pursuing her for many years. Just as Bai Yueyao's heart was filled with turmoil, Wu Jie had already made his move. Lin Xuan, today, I shall use your life as a bargaining chip for my Wu family's apology. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was already before Lin Xuan, unleashing his foundation establishment stage aura. He threw a punch at Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan effortlessly dodged it. What? Lin Xuan actually evaded young Master Wu's attack. This must be sheer luck. How could young Master Wu allow him to escape so easily? Perhaps he merely wished to toy with him. Indeed, a swift kill would be far too mundane. As they spoke, they watched to see how Wu Jie would play with Lin Xuan. Yet, after several exchanges, Wu Jie's expression grew increasingly grave. No, this is not right. Young Master Wu enjoys playing, but he should not be unable to land a hit. What is going on with this Lin Xuan? Wu Jie was originally the pride of the sect, and although he had not become the sect leader's prized disciple like Bai Yueyao, he was still favored due to his esteemed lineage and exceptional talent, with pills as readily available as candy. Yet now, he was unable to defeat a publicly acknowledged waste of the sect. The crowd wore puzzled expressions as Wu Jie's repeated attacks proved ineffective. His gaze suddenly turned towards Lin Yi. Although Lin Xuan had not revealed any flaws, it did not mean he himself was without vulnerabilities. His daughter, Lin Yi, was his greatest weakness. Chapter 10. Touch my daughter, and you seek death. With that thought, Wu Jie abruptly changed his attack trajectory, charging directly at Lin Yi. Little brat, since you refuse to become my maid, then you shall die. Compared to the Wu family's reputation, having his own maid was utterly insignificant. The crowd gasped as they witnessed Wu Jie suddenly rush towards Lin Yi. Lin Xuan initially assumed this scoundrel would only attack him, but he never anticipated such shamelessness. Targeting his own daughter, Wu Jie, halt at once. Wu Jie sneered. Lin Xuan, today you shall forever regret the death of this little wildling. You seek death. Lin Xuan's eyes blazed with fury. With a roar, he unleashed the full extent of the devouring heaven technique. In an instant, he appeared beside Wu Jie. That moment, Wu Jie looked at Lin Yi's terrified face and laughed heartily. Little wildling, if you want to blame someone, blame your useless father. If he hadn't insisted on showing off, you could have peacefully been my maid, and none of this would have happened. Today, I shall send you to the afterlife. But in the next second, Lin Xuan seized Wu Jie's wrist. As Wu Jie was about to exclaim how Lin Xuan was so fast, Lin Xuan's bloodshot eyes delivered a powerful punch to Wu Jie. Puffed. The punch sent the foundation establishment stage Wu Jie reeling, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He collapsed to the ground, utterly unresponsive. Lin Xuan's eyes remained red as he ensured his daughter was unharmed, feeling a sense of relief. However, he fixed his gaze firmly on Wu Jie. You seek death. His daughter was his Achilles heel. For 5 years, that had always been the case. Back then, he lacked the strength to protect Lin Yi and could only endure the insults from others. But today, this scoundrel Wu Jie dared to attempt to kill his daughter. Had he not intervened in time, she might have already met her end. With that thought, a murderous intent flared within Lin Xuan's eyes. He delivered an elbow strike, shattering Wu Jie's ribs, as Wu Jie lay on the ground writhing in pain. Lin Xuan ruthlessly stomped down on his head. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, Elder Wu intervened. Lin Xuan, cease this at once. My grandson is not someone you can kill at will. Wu Chunfeng, as an elder of the apothecary hall and Wu Jie's grandfather, was deeply protective of his only grandson. How could he stand by and watch Lin Xuan attempt to kill him? In an instant, his nascent soul aura erupted, unleashing a tremendous pressure that bore down on Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan coldly replied, "Your grandson's life is a life, but my daughter's life is not?" Wu Chuanfeng's expression darkened. It was true that his grandson had acted unscrupulously. Yet, it was too late to turn back now. Would he, as the elder of the apothecary hall, personally admit fault? That was inconceivable. However, witnessing Lin Xuan stand unwavering against his pressure, he was taken aback as Lin Xuan's hand tightly gripped Wu Jie's throat. "Elder Wu, feel free to act. Let us see whose grandson dies first, mine or yours. After all, my life is worthless. You can kill me, then kill my daughter, and I will have no complaints. But if your grandson dies, will your son forgive you?" He was aware that Wu Chuanfeng's son had perished on the battlefield years ago. This was precisely why Wu Chunfeng turned a blind eye to his grandson's misdeeds, as he was excessively indulgent. Today, he would see if Wu Chunfeng dared to take action against him. Lin Xuan's words struck a chord deep within Wu Chunfeng's heart. Indeed, he felt guilt for his son, which led him to fulfill every whim of his grandson. If his grandson were to die today, would he not regret it for a lifetime? Lin Xuan's wrath was undoubtedly something he feared. "Speak. What must be done for me to release my grandson?" 3 conditions. First, all the stakes from our earlier competition belong to me. Second, you must swear by your Dao heart that the Wu family will never retaliate against me and my daughter. What a jest! Although I currently possess a system, a spiritual root, martial arts techniques, and weapons, I still cannot rival Wu Chunfeng. Seizing this opportunity, he naturally intends to compel Wu Chunfeng to swear an oath. Wu Chunfeng's expression hardened. It was Wu Jie who, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Grandfather, do not acquiesce to him. I want this scoundrel to suffer a fate worse than death." Crack. Lin Xuan directly snapped one of his arms. Wu Jie let out a piercing scream. "Elder Wu, your time for consideration is rapidly dwindling." Wu Chunfeng glared fiercely at Lin Xuan, yet ultimately extended his hand, his voice icy. "I, Wu Chunfeng, swear by my Dao heart that the Wu family shall never retaliate against Lin Xuan and Lin Yi. Should I violate this oath, may heaven, earth, and all beings conspire against me. Now for the third matter, hand over all your elixirs." "That is impossible. The elixirs do not belong to me personally. They are the property of the sect. Without the sect master's permission, how could I freely dispense the elixirs?" Seeing the righteous indignation of this individual, Lin Xuan scoffed. "You give elixirs to your grandson as sustenance, and now you feign righteousness." Believing we are unaware, during his time at the Outer Disciples' Peak, he often overheard the servants discussing the prodigies within the sect. That Wu Jie was certainly a figure of considerable discussion, though his status did not rival that of some within the sect. His grandfather, Wu Chunfeng, was the chief elder of the alchemy hall. Thus, resources for cultivation were never lacking. In fact, many prodigies and science fawned over Wu Jie. After all, in this world, one may survive without wealth. But lacking resources would assuredly condemn one's cultivation to stagnation, akin to sentencing one's future to death. Wu Jie frequently consuming elixirs was an open secret. Lin Xuan's remarks today were nothing short of a slap in Wu Chunfeng's face. Observing his grandson's distress, he gritted his teeth and hurled a storage ring forward. "This contains all my elixirs." Lin Xuan caught the storage ring, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Very well, Elder Wu. May you remember this day." With that, he lifted Wu Jie and delivered a fierce kick, sending him sprawling at Wu Chunfeng's feet, witnessing his grandson lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. Devoid of consciousness, rage surged within him. Today he had utterly lost face. Yet he knelt down to assess his grandson's injuries. Upon realizing that Wu Jie's meridians were shattered, he roared, "Lin Xuan, how cruel you are! His meridians are completely severed." "Ha! Is that truly cruel?" When your grandson sought to inflict harm upon a 5-year-old girl, was that not cruel? I merely administered a minor punishment. Chapter 11. Lin Xuan's methods. Wu Chunfeng glared at Lin Xuan, gritting his teeth. Were it not for the multitude present, he would have dearly wished to eliminate him on the spot. Even if it meant violating his Tao heart, he would do so. After all, he had reduced his most beloved grandson to such a state, yet now he understood that should he act against Lin Xuan after agreeing to his terms, he would lose all moral standing and face. For Lin Xuan had released Wu Jia only after he had acquiesced to all demands. If he were to go back on his word now, he would earn the scorn of all. However, the desire for vengeance gnawed at his conscience. At that moment, Lin Xuan produced all the elixirs that Wu Chunfeng had painstakingly crafted. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Lin Xuan, am not a miser. I shall distribute all these elixirs among you. Please, help yourselves. With that, he shattered all the elixir bottles as though tossing money into the air. The elixirs rained down like confetti. The crowd scrambled to collect the elixirs. This scene caused Wu Chunfeng immense heartache. These were the elixirs he had painstakingly concocted for his grandson's future use. Yet now, they had fallen into the hands of these people, especially since these individuals bore no gratitude towards him. After all, it was Lin Xuan who had bestowed them. Lin Xuan observed the frenzied scramble for elixirs with a sardonic smile. Remember, these elixirs were crafted by Elder Wu. If any of you find elixirs that do not require a spiritual root for cultivation, be sure to share the news. Elixirs are abundant, and if you require more, do not hesitate to seek out Elder Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu Chunfeng's complexion turned ashen. Initially, he had assumed Lin Xuan sought the elixirs out of sheer greed, believing that others would resolve the matter for him. Yet he never anticipated that Lin Xuan would distribute the elixirs among the crowd. Especially with that last remark, it was akin to roasting him over an open flame. How could he possibly concoct such elixirs? Now, Lin Xuan had laid bare the truth, and the Wu family's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by this young man. Previously, Wu Jia had sought to retain Lin Xuan for the sake of the Wu family's prestige and reputation. Now, not only had their prestige and face been obliterated, but his grandson, Wu Jia, lay grievously injured. In that moment, Wu Chunfeng seemed to have aged decades. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, with his daughter in tow, strode out of the venue with great aplomb. The crowd from the outer Disciples' Peak followed them with heads held high. What a thrill! What a thrill! For so many years, we have been looked down upon, regarded as the lower class. Now, with Lin Xuan here, let us see who dares to belittle us. Today has been the most joyous day of my life. Lin Xuan, no wonder you remained unfazed after the wager. It turns out you were prepared all along. You should have informed us sooner. You had us all worried. Indeed, just now, why didn't you reserve some elixirs for your brothers? What good are they to those cultivators? We, the lot from the outer Disciples' Peak, have endured hardships. When Lin Xuan had distributed the elixirs, it was impossible for those from the outer Disciples' Peak not to feel envious. However, in the face of those cultivators, who would dare to compete for the elixirs? One among them chuckled wryly. All right, let us not blame Lin Xuan. We are all without spiritual roots, and consuming elixirs would be futile, but they can still be sold. Lin Xuan, while distributing the elixirs, had naturally considered the people from the outer Disciples' Peak. That he smiled and said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. What I just said does hold some merit. However, there is a saying you may not be familiar with. A common man is guiltless, yet bears the burden of possessing treasure. If we from the outer Disciples' Peak were to seize these elixirs, we would undoubtedly become hot potatoes at that point. Those cultivators would treat us with even greater disdain. And even those among the outer disciples who failed to seize elixirs would find themselves in dire straits. The crowd finally came to this realization. Indeed, even if they harbored ambitions to seize the elixirs, they lacked the means to safeguard them. Furthermore, who said I had not considered you all? Lin Xuan produced all 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones he had won from the wager. Here are 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I ask for nothing in return. Let us share them among ourselves. The crowd looked at Lin Xuan incredulously. For them, the allure of elixirs was not particularly strong, as they could not cultivate. At most, they could gather some to sell for money. Yet, Lin Xuan's offer of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones took them completely by surprise. That it was as though he were distributing money publicly. However, the leading man among the outer disciples, Li Deshang, resolutely refused. We cannot accept these spirit stones. You won them through your wager. We have not contributed any effort, and to take such a large sum of spirit stones is against the rules. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. Brotherly, had it not been for your care over these past 5 years, my daughter and I would have perished long ago. These spirit stones are for everyone. He spoke the truth. Over the past 5 years, apart from dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his daughter, many from the outer disciples' peak had taken a liking to Lin Yi. When one receives a favor, it is only right to repay it. Lin Xuan understood this principle. Moreover, he did not feel superior before everyone simply because he had become a cultivator. After distributing the spirit stones, everyone returned contentedly. Lin Xuan brought his daughter back to their thatched cottage. Only when seated did Lin Yi finally breathe a sigh of relief. Father, I truly hope this is not a dream. Lin Xuan embraced his daughter, smiling. Silly girl, this is not a dream at all. But have we truly offended the Wu family? Will we be safe? The little girl's eyes turned red. Father, it is all my fault for dragging you into such great trouble. Lin Xuan held his daughter close, gently reassuring her. Little Yezi has done nothing wrong. Rest assured, no matter what happens, Father will protect you. Just then, a cold voice echoed from outside. Lin Xuan, can you truly protect her for a time? Or for a lifetime? Lin Xuan looked up and beheld 2 enchanting figures, one clad in white and the other in purple, standing before him. Bai Yueyao regarded him with palpable disdain. Lin Xuan, do you think that merely being at the foundation establishment stage grants you the liberty to act recklessly within the Tiandao sect? Are you aware that today you have irrevocably offended the Wu family? Wu Chunfeng has an extensive network of acquaintances, and even if he does not seek revenge himself, many will be inclined to target you in pursuit of the elixirs he concocts. When that moment arrives, do you truly believe you will be able to handle it? Lin Xuan sneered at her. So, you have come here solely to lecture me. If that is the case, then there is no need for further discussion. I shall meet force with force and face whatever challenges arise alongside my daughter. Chapter 12. Confronting Bai Yueyao. If you have no further business, Bai Shiji, please feel free to take your leave. Lin Xuan declared, dismissing her. However, at that moment, Ziyun, standing beside Bai Yueyao, could no longer contain herself. How can you be so oblivious? Do you have any idea how much effort Shiji has expended to devise a way out for you? Bai Yueyao halted Ziyun, turning to Lin Xuan with earnestness. Lin Xuan, I understand that you harbor grievances against me. Yet, our circumstances and fates were once disparate. We were bound to part ways eventually. There is no need for insistence that I have come today to illuminate a path forward for you. Very well, I am all ears, Lin Xuan replied, feigning impatience as he lounged in his chair. Bai Yueyao continued. Although the Wu family will not openly attack you for now, they will undoubtedly take covert actions. That my suggestion is that you send your daughter back to your hometown to be cared for by your family. This way, you can be free from worries that I will then beseech my master to have a respected elder take you on as a disciple, which would deter the Wu family from making any moves against you. What do you think of my proposal? This was the only viable route Bai Yueyao could conceive to ensure Lin Xuan's survival. After observing the unfolding events, Tio think that Lin Xuan would simply meet force with force was tantamount to courting disaster. Upon hearing Bai Yueyao's words, Lin Xuan felt the little one in his embrace quicken her heartbeat with anxiety. Lin Yi was apprehensive. She desired to remain by her father's side. Yet, there was some merit to what this Bai Yi was saying. She felt like a burden to her father. For instance, when her father was battling Wu Jie, it was she who drew Wu Jie's attention, and if she were not present, her father could focus on his cultivation and unleash his potential. Feeling a pang of injustice, she spoke up. Father, I will always stay with you. There is nothing that can separate us. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan affirmed, she is my daughter. We will always be together, no matter what. These words startled Bai Yueyao. She then inquired, do you not comprehend your current predicament? I have endured 5 years of hardship that I cannot abandon my little Yezi now. Father, Lin Yi grasped Lin Xuan's leg tightly. Indeed, she feared abandonment. Hearing her father's declaration only deepened her emotions. However, this scene was excruciatingly painful for Bai Yueyao to witness. Ever since Lin Xuan had been recognized as a genuine cultivator, her heart had been tumultuous. When did this man become a cultivator? Moreover, judging from his battle with Wu Jie, he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. If so, could Lin Xuan not be with her again? Even if she did not agree to be his Dao companion, surely they could be friends. She reminisced about Lin Xuan's meticulous care from the past. Now, witnessing him showering affection upon a child, especially one born of another woman, caused her heart to ache subtly. Today, while ostensibly presenting a path for Lin Xuan, her true intention was to rekindle their former relationship. As for Lin Yi, she merely needed to be removed from the equation. Bai Yueyao believed that soon Lin Xuan would once again devote himself entirely to her. However, she did not anticipate that the path she had laid out for him would be outright rejected. Lin Xuan, this is an opportunity for you to evade retaliation and soar to new heights. Such chances are rare. Are you truly willing to forego it for the sake of a little girl? Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "She is my daughter. We will always be together. As for your suggestion, I must say that it is your concern to bear at that moment." Ziyun could no longer contain her frustration. How can you be so ungrateful, failing to recognize goodwill? Do you understand how much effort Bai Shiji is expending on your behalf? That is not my intention, that I merely wish to spare you from needless trouble and wasted effort. Ziyun exclaimed, fuming. Shiji, let us go. Speaking with him is like playing a lute to a cow. Bai Yueyao, feeling discontent, pressed on, Lin Xuan, are you truly determined to choose your daughter over this? I will ask you one last time. If you heed my counsel, we could return to the way things once were. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's excitement surged. Are you serious? Bai Yueyao noticed his reaction and felt a flicker of joy. What did 5 years matter? This man still held her in his heart. Yet, in the next breath, Lin Xuan quickly retorted, then may we never return to the past. What a joke. His reputation within the sect was already tarnished due to his lack of spiritual roots, and he had been nothing but a sycophant to Bai Yueyao. He was the quintessential example of a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Now that he had finally begun to shed this label, Bai Yueyao had the audacity to suggest they could go back to how things were. Truly, even a dog would not wish to return to such a state. Lin Xuan, do you harbor such hatred for me? Bai Yueyao's voice was laced with hurt. I know that love can breed resentment. But once you occupy my position, you will understand that many matters are beyond one's control. I understand. That is precisely why I wish for you to have less of such constraints. Lin Xuan's demeanor turned resolute. Enough. My stance remains unchanged. You two may leave. He gestured dismissively, signaling for them to depart. Tom. Bai Yueyao elicited neither love nor hate, merely a relationship that had become exceedingly ordinary. However, Bai Yueyao did not share this sentiment. Observing Lin Xuan's indifference left her feeling profoundly unsettled. She pressed on, Lin Xuan, if you persist in your obstinacy, only unending retribution awaits you. When that time comes, seeking my assistance will be futile. Lin Xuan felt somewhat powerless to counter her. What was it about Bai Yueyao that made her so intolerable? Just as he contemplated this, a voice echoed from outside. As the chief disciple of the sect, why are you wasting time here with a waste of flesh instead of striving to enhance your strength for the upcoming Spirit Martial Conference? Bai Yueyao, it seems you are living quite comfortably. A woman stood at the door. Both Bai Yueyao and Ziyun were momentarily taken aback, and even Lin Xuan stared in astonishment at the figure before him. Clad in azure robes, this woman was well known throughout the Tiandao sect, for she was regarded as the pinnacle of beauty among female cultivators, a visage so enchanting that it could be likened to the beauty of a fallen flower, captivating even those of the same gender. She was also the sole practitioner of the heartless path in the sect. Bai Yueyao gazed at her and could not help but inquire, Senior Yi, I have come here merely to visit an old friend. What brings you here? Yi Wushuang replied coldly, what business it is of yours where I go? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan inwardly cheered. Finally, someone could confront Bai Yueyao without reservation. Chapter 13. The arrival of the big shot Bai Yueyao was taken aback by Yi Wushuang's unyielding demeanor. Initially intending to leave with Ziyun, she found herself reluctant to depart. She was curious to discover what this icily beautiful woman sought from Lin Xuan. After all, Lin Xuan had long been recognized as a waste within the sect, a mere sycophant, while Yi Wushuang was heralded as a prodigious talent and genius. Their statuses were worlds apart. Even if Lin Xuan had managed to put Wu family in their place today, it would hardly warrant the attention of such a prominent figure. Lin Xuan shared the same question. What could this woman want? Although Yi Wushuang had rebuffed Bai Yueyao, he did not naively assume that she held any affection for him. This esteemed figure surely had a purpose for visiting. Yi Wushuang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yueyao and her companion. Still not leaving? This is Lin Xuan's home. He has not asked you to depart. As a guest, should you not respect the host and take your leave? Yi Wushuang merely cast a fleeting glance at her before stepping into the thatched cottage. with a flick of her finger. In an instant, the humble abode was enveloped by a protective barrier, isolating Bai Yueyao and Ziyun outside. After a moment of self-reproach, Bai Yueyao reluctantly led Ziyun away, for remaining there would likely result in humiliation. Lin Xuan regarded the woman clad in azure robes, cold, aloof, and unfeeling. 3 words that sprang to mind upon seeing her. Yi Wushuang's ethereal presence rendered her starkly incongruous within the modest confines of the cottage. Ahem, esteemed Yi, I apologize for my lack of proper welcome, Lin Xuan stammered to Yi Wushuang, however, dismissed him with her icy demeanor, stating, I have matters to discuss with you. From where did you acquire the technique you wield? Lin Xuan was taken aback. What technique? Do not play the fool with me. Yi Wushuang's expression remained frigid as she continued. During your battle with the Wu family, in a moment of desperation, you employed a technique imbued with the essence of the Yi family. Which I detected. Panic surged within Lin Xuan. Indeed, Yi Wushuang was one of the foremost powers of the sect. In a moment of peril, when he witnessed Wu Jie threatening his daughter's life, he had invoked the swallowing heaven technique. It was likely that she had sensed that very moment. Yet, Lin Xuan was resolute in his refusal to admit anything. What a joke it would be, acknowledging that would expose his secrets. At that point, he might as well be dissected for research. Although Yi Wushuang was indifferent to worldly affairs, fixated solely on her cultivation, human greed is boundless. Who could guarantee that she would harbor no ulterior motives upon discovering his possession of the swallowing heaven technique? Thus, Lin Xuan resolved to maintain his act of ignorance. Senior Yi, I truly know nothing. If I possessed a technique related to your Yi family, would I not have already soared to great heights? Why would I reside in this thatched cottage? Ordinary individuals might ponder the implications of Lin Xuan's words, but Yi Wushuang was no ordinary person. This woman was an impenetrable iceberg. The Yi family's techniques were unique, derived from the original techniques created by their ancestors. Thus, any user of Yi family techniques would inevitably be sensed by those of Yi blood. Furthermore, no one outside the Yi family could wield their techniques. Her gaze fell upon Lin Xuan as she inquired, word by word, Lin Xuan, how did you come to possess the Yi family technique? For the typically taciturn Yi Wushuang, to utter so many words in one breath would surely evoke envy in onlookers. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xuan was not elated but rather anxious, unsure of how to respond. He had hoped to feign ignorance, only to have her lay bare a bloodline perception. What was he to do? Yi Wushuang seemed to perceive Lin Xuan's apprehension and said lightly, You need not worry about what I might do to you. My inquiry regarding your technique is merely to request your assistance. Should you oblige, I shall endeavor to grant her a spiritual root. Really? Lin Xuan exclaimed, his heart soaring. The system could indeed draw out a spiritual root, but the randomness was staggering. 1 might draw countless times without success. If Yi Wushuang could endow Lin Yi with a spiritual root, then his daughter would possess the qualifications to cultivate. While he could protect Lin Yi, more importantly, she would be able to protect herself. What is it you require of me? Yi Wushuang glanced at the visibly anxious Lin Yi and replied, Follow me. In an instant, she vanished, and soon Lin Xuan and Lin Yi felt the very fabric of space shift around them. Before long, they arrived at the unfeeling peak, where Yi Wushuang resided. Lin Xuan could not help but marvel at her speed, truly befitting one at the transformation stage, a velocity he could not hope to match. As Yi Wushuang led the way, Lin Xuan held Lin Ye's hand closely behind her. They soon reached the rear hall of the unfeeling palace, but Yi Wushuang turned to them, indicating Lin Xuan, You come with me. Lin Yi attempted to follow, but Lin Xuan gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, Do not fret, I shall be back shortly. His confidence stemmed from Yi Wushuang's formidable strength. If this woman had wished to harm them, she could have done so long ago. Entering the underground palace of the rear hall, Lin Xuan's eyes fell upon an ice coffin, within which lay an unconscious figure. Yi Wushuang spoke coolly, This is my disciple. Chunin 3 years ago, he fell into a coma while shielding me from a fiery dragon's attack. The fire poison within him continues to spread and can only be contained by this ice coffin. At that moment, Lin Xuan realized why she had barred his daughter from entering. The chill emanating from the underground palace was beyond what an uninitiated Lin Yi could endure. And what is it that you require of me? Given the escalating spread of the fire poison within Chunin, a more potent technique was necessary to counteract it, employing poison against poison for a glimmer of hope. Isn't your technique sufficient? Yi Wushuang shook her head, regret evident in her voice. If it were the unfeeling path, it would not be potent enough. Only the Yi family techniques possess the capacity to employ poison against poison. Yielding unexpected results, she regarded Lin Xuan earnestly, stating, I shall not pursue the origins of your acquisition of the Yi family technique, and I will even offer you protection. All I ask is that you ensure to operate the technique upon him daily for a full cycle. Lin Xuan pondered Yi Wushuang's terms. After a few moments, he spoke softly. I have one request. What? I wish for you to accept my daughter as your disciple. Of course, I merely seek the title for her. He did not wish for his daughter to become as cold as ice, like Yi Wushuang. Lin Xuan sought a legitimate lineage for Lin Yi, providing her with a perfect shield. However, after voicing his request, a flicker of trepidation crossed his heart. Yi Wushuang had already promised to seek a spiritual root for his daughter. Making this additional request felt somewhat shameless. Yet, he needed time. He possessed no shortage of techniques or spirit stones. Only time. If Yi Wushuang could protect them, it would be nothing short of a boon for Lin Xuan. After a few moments, Yi Wushuang nodded as long as it ensures he does not perish. All else is negotiable. Lin Xuan's heart, once heavy with anxiety, now felt a weight lifted. In that case, let me first see if my technique can aid him. Before long, he stood above the ice coffin, his hands weaving the swallowing heaven technique. This marked his first demonstration of his technique to another, and his heart raced with trepidation. What if Yi Wushuang erupted in outrage, declaring, How dare you, you wretched servant, presume to wield my Yi family's technique, and struck him down in an instant. Yet, mere minutes passed without incident. Instead, he felt a surge of intense warmth coursing through his meridians. In an instant, his face flushed, followed by the rest of his body. The overwhelming heat compelled him to cling tightly to the ice coffin in a desperate bid for relief. After a full half hour, Lin Xuan finally managed to temper his temperature. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, How is it? Has it proven effective? Yi Wushuang, typically impassive, observed Chun En's transformation within the ice coffin, and a hint of gentleness graced her countenance. It is effective. Our agreement is thus set in motion. As evening fell, Lin Xuan departed the thatched cottage with Lin Yi, relocating to Yi Wushuang's unfeeling peak. Who would choose to dwell in a thatched cottage when residing in a palace? However, Lin Xuan did not destroy the cottage, but instead carefully locked it up. For it carried 5 years of cherished memories for the father-daughter duo. Settling into the unfeeling palace, Lin Xuan led Lin Yi to select a room. Little Lin Yi gazed around in awe, exclaiming, Father, everything here is so luxurious. She had never before beheld such opulence in a palace. Lin Xuan affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, Of course, this is the dwelling of the illustrious Yi Wushuang. You mustn't wander carelessly on this mountain. Today, we have irrevocably offended the Wu family. Though we have moved to the unfeeling peak, the risk of retaliation remains, so it is wise to remain cautious. Little Yi nodded in agreement. By the way, I have arranged for you to have a master. Lin Xuan bent down, his excitement palpable as he told his daughter, With a master, your safety will be assured. The Frostless Fairy has always been a woman who disregards everyone within the sect. Yet none dare to offend her. Being a disciple of Yi Wushuang, Lin Yi's safety is thus further assured. However, upon hearing this, Lin Yi did not feel elated. Instead, she anxiously queried, Father, are you going to abandon me? She had overheard by Yue Yao's words today that if only he could cast aside this burden, her father's future would undoubtedly be even more illustrious. Lin Xuan embraced his daughter and gently reassured her. Little Yezi, Haven Tea, I promised you. I shall never part from you. How could I possibly abandon you? Then why do you want me to take a master? Lin Yi asked. That is because I wish to find you a more reliable support. He clarified. After elucidating the reasoning to Lin Yi, the little one was overjoyed. So, does this mean I can train just like you in the future? I am no longer a burden to you. Seeing her bounce with joy, Lin Xuan wore a satisfied smile. Although he was to endure the torment of the flame dragon's poison, witnessing his daughter's joyful growth and secured safety left him with no further desires. The following day, Lin Yi bowed to Yi Wushuang in the Heartless Hall to become her disciple. With a stoic expression, Yi Wushuang declared, Lin Yi, from this day forth, you are my disciple, I shall teach you no techniques. Our relationship is merely one of title that I hope you do not think too much of it. The only disciple she acknowledged was Chunin, the sole one she deemed her true pupil for life. Taking in Lin Yi was merely a temporary measure to save Chunin, a transaction with Lin Xuan. Thus, her words were devoid of any courtesy. Little Lin Yi knelt, looking innocently at her, though she had never taken a master before. She had overheard the other children discussing the responsibilities of a master and disciple while playing at the servant's peak, that a master was supposed to teach their disciple. If this icy sister before her taught her nothing, how could she protect herself and alleviate her father's concerns? Meanwhile, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He had believed that the transaction with Yi Wuxuang would remain discreet. He never expected her to be so blunt with the child. He quickly urged, "Little Yezi, hurry and thank your master." Lin Yi, who usually listened to Lin Xian, adorably uttered, "Thank you, master." She was immediately taken back to their room by Lin Xian, while Yi Wuxuang left with her usual expressionless demeanor. It was merely a formality for her. She would guard Chunin day and night, ensuring that nothing went awry. Meanwhile, at the medicinal pool behind the apothecary hall of Tiandao sect, Wu Jie cried out in agony. "Grandfather, it hurts. Grandfather, I'm in excruciating pain." Wu Chunfeng gazed at his grandson in the medicinal pool, his eyes filled with deep concern. "My dear grandson, just hold on a little longer. It is not easy for your meridians to recover. The medicinal pool must stimulate every channel in your body. Only when the channels are unblocked can the meridians reconnect. If you cannot endure this trial, your future will be utterly ruined." Lying in the pool, Wu Jie, his eyes bloodshot, gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Grandfather, I, Wu Jie, swear I will not rest until Lin Xian is dead." Upon hearing Lin Xian's name, Wu Chunfeng paused momentarily. Just a day had passed, and their wager with Lin Xian had spread throughout the sect. Especially since Lin Xian not only achieved the qi refinement stage as promised, but had also battled his grandson under provocation, ultimately leading to Wu Jie's defeat and the severing of his meridians. The Wu family had suffered a complete loss this time. The thought of this ignited a fire of indignation within him. However, recalling the importance of the Tao heart, Wu Chunfeng took a deep breath. "My dear grandson, focus on your recovery. When you are healed, I shall ensure Lin Xian's head is delivered to you. And as for Lin Yi, that little girl would be made to suffer beyond measure." Chapter 15. A good answer. Don't answer next time naturally. Lin Xian was unaware of the Wu family's revenge scheme. In recent days, he found himself rather disheartened. The rewards from the lottery had been lackluster, mostly consisting of clothing, shoes, or jewelry, none of which served any purpose for his cultivation. However, these items brought great joy to little Lin Yi, just 5 years old. Having never possessed decent toys, she reveled in the abundance of clothes, shoes, and jewelry, delighting in her newfound treasures. One day, Lin Xian presented a hairpin, saying, "We have been staying here for a while, and it feels rather presumptuous. This is a small gift for you. I hope you find it to your liking." Yi Wuxuang gazed at the hairpin in his hand, her expression hardening. Coldly, she replied, "Our relationship is one of transaction. There is no need for thanks. When Chunin awakens, you shall leave as well." With that, she turned to depart. Lin Xian inhaled deeply, finding her utterly unfeeling. Truly, she was worthy of her reputation as a practitioner of the emotionless path. The system had claimed the hairpin held significant origins, yet she had dismissed it without a second glance. He opted to reclaim the hairpin and gift it to little Lin Yi instead. As for Yi Wuxuang, she resumed her meditation near the ice coffin. Yet, the hairpin lingered in her thoughts. Why did it seem so familiar? She retrieved an ancient tome and discovered an illustration of a hairpin. The phoenix butterfly cloud pairing hairpin. It was identical to the one Lin Xian had given her, once worn by a female emperor. Contemplating, she wondered how Lin Xian could possess such a treasure. It was likely a mere imitation he had purchased. Nevertheless, it was the first time someone had voluntarily gifted her something. Not even her most cherished disciple had ever done so. She gazed obsessively at Chunin in the ice coffin and murmured, "Chunin, I await your awakening, and when you do, I shall accept whatever you offer me." In the dead of night, Lin Xian noted that it was nearly time to relieve Chunin of the flame poison again. However, before doing so, he resolutely seated himself. "System, this time, grant me some fortune. Can you provide me with something that can alleviate the flame poison?" He had been helping Chunin for 5 or 6 days now, each time enduring the excruciating pain inflicted by the flame poison. This torment was not merely superficial. It penetrated to the very soul that if this continued, he genuinely feared he would not last until Chunin awakened, nor until little Yezi could stand on her own. The lottery was not swayed by human will. I implore you to endure. Curse it. Last time you spoke of the hairpin's profound origins. Yet, when I offered it to her, she dismissed it with a fleeting glance. Have you considered, host, that she did not dislike your gift, but rather you yourself? Lin Xuan retorted, your response was excellent, but refrain from answering next time. He began the lottery once again. Before long, an egg appeared before him. An egg. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a flame dragon egg. If hatched, it will yield a flame dragon hatchling. The mere mention of the flame dragon egg sparked Lin Xuan's interest. He recalled that the flame poison afflicting Yi Wushuang's prized disciple, Chen Un, originated from the flame dragon. His meridians had already sustained severe burns, and the poison was on the verge of spreading. He wondered if the flame dragon egg might alleviate the flame poison. Resolute, he hastened to the underground palace beneath the hall. Upon seeing Lin Xuan barge in, Yi Wushuang furrowed her brows yet refrained from voicing any objections. Merely stepping outside, after observing Lin Xuan's healing process for Chunin several times, she understood that this man would not harm Chun, and especially since each time he treated him, he appeared utterly tormented. Thus, she decided to cease her observations. He was unlikely to act recklessly. Once she stepped out, Lin Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been contemplating how to push Yi Wushuang away, and now that she had left on her own accord, it granted him a tranquil environment. He produced the flame dragon egg, declaring, Dragon bro, no, egg bro, I am counting on you this time. Subsequently, he began to channel the devouring heaven technique, gradually forcing the flame poison out of Chun En's body. The poison manifested as crimson flames in the air, causing Lin Xuan's heart to race with trepidation. He finally understood why many cultivators feared the flame dragon, for its flames could obliterate everything, even threatening to annihilate Chunin. With no time to ponder further, he placed the flame dragon egg before the flame poison. In an instant, the red flames were entirely absorbed by the flame dragon egg. As Lin Xuan gazed at Chun and within the ice coffin, his expression softened considerably, and he could not help but feel a rush of elation with the inferno dragon egg in hand. One could be liberated from the torment of the fiery poison. However, he swiftly placed the egg into his spatial ring. Currently, he still had to reside within the emotionless palace. Should Yi Wushuang discover this object, it would likely be taken from him without hesitation. He was no fool. It was evident that Yi Wushuang harbored an almost pathological obsession with Chunin, though they were referred to as master and disciple. It was apparent there was something more beneath the surface. Shaking his head, he pondered, yet realized this was not his concern. The most important task at hand was to diligently enhance his own strength. Returning to the room with his daughter, Lin Xuan found little Yezi pouting, visibly despondent. What's wrong? He inquired. Father, I want to go out and play. Over the past few days, they had been confined to the emotionless palace. While Lin Xuan engaged in cultivation, he also made various toys and treats for little Yezi. Yet, the little one inevitably grew weary of it all. Now, she longed for an adventure outside. Little Yezi clung to Lin Xuan's arm, shaking it incessantly. Father, let us go out to play tomorrow. The sect's grand assembly is happening, and everyone will be outside. Surely, we won't be in any danger. Besides, if danger arises, we have Master to protect us. Seeing his daughter's hopeful expression, Lin Xuan could only smile wryly and reply, All right, we shall go out to play tomorrow. But you must behave, of course. I am the most well-behaved child. The following day, Yi Wushuang had already vanished without a trace. Lin Xuan took little Lin Yi down from a motionless peak, heading straight to the sect's largest square. Today was a momentous occasion for the Tiandao sect, as the Spirit Martial Conference, held once every 5 years in the immortal spirit realm, was imminent. The sect would select its outstanding disciples eligible to participate in the conference. Thus, many of the sect's prodigies would be present. Even Lin Xuan felt a sense of anticipation. In the past, he had been a talentless waste, never daring to even dream of such an opportunity. But now, things were different. He could cultivate and possessed an invincible system. Naturally, he was eager to witness the event. Chapter 16. A rare opportunity. The Tiandao sect was bustling with excitement today, especially around the Grand Hall, where nearly all the disciples had gathered. Lin Xuan and little Lin Yi squeezed into the crowd to observe the festivities. I heard that this time, our sect will send out 10 prodigies to the Spirit Martial Conference. Today is the day these 10 prodigies will make their appearance. That we are fortunate to witness it. Sigh. If only I could be as impressive as them. Stop daydreaming. These 10 prodigies are the face of our Tiandao sect. If you could become one of them, I would kneel before you daily. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Lin Xuan's gaze drifted toward the high platform of the Tiandao sect's grand hall. There were a total of 36 peaks within the sect, and the 10 strongest peak masters each had their own disciples. Revered as the sect's prodigies and key cultivation candidates, for this spirit martial conference, it could only be these 10 individuals. It was impossible not to feel envy. After all, the Tiandao sect was the premier sect on the southern continent of the immortal spirit realm. These 10 prodigies faced little concern regarding their cultivation, that if he could attain such prowess, who would dare to target him and his daughter? Who would dare to bully little Yezi? Lin Xuan clenched his fists silently. One day, he too would stand upon that high platform, revered by all. Just then, a man clad in white emerged from the hall. He exuded an ethereal presence, embodying the essence of the Tiandao sect's leader. Zhao Yunshan. The congregation of disciples was for the preparation of the Spirit Martial Conference. This year's event differed from those of the past. In addition to sending prodigies, the sect would also dispatch 10 ordinary disciples for training. And these 10 disciples would not be chosen by the elders, but rather by you all. In simpler terms, those who are strong shall go. At Zhao Yunshan's announcement, the thousands of disciples below erupted with excitement. The Spirit Martial Conference was a grand event held once every 5 years in the immortal spirit realm. Here, one could witness a variety of powerful beings. As cultivators, none would wish to miss the chance to broaden their horizons. Especially if a top-tier expert were to take notice of them, it could be their opportunity to ascend to greatness. In previous years, the slots for the conference had been limited and determined by the sect's higher-ups. Who could have imagined that this time it would be based on strength alone? This ignited a glimmer of hope in their hearts. As for Lin Xuan, upon hearing this news, his heart raced uncontrollably. Participating in the Spirit Martial Conference was a dream he had never dared to entertain. Not for himself, but for little Lin Yi. His daughter had grown up without a mother, although he played both father and mother roles. She still yearned for maternal love. Lin Xuan felt no disappointment in this. Rather, he found it quite normal, even comforting that at least his daughter was like any other child, longing for both paternal and maternal affection. Years ago, when he had been laboring on the servant peak with that woman, a fleeting night had resulted in little Lin Yi. When she left without a word, Lin Xuan had asked how he might find her. She had once said that if he could participate in the Spirit Martial Conference, perhaps he would learn of her whereabouts. At that time, he thought his life would be confined to struggling at the bottom, raising his daughter without any hope of attending the conference. But now, with the system at his disposal, Lin Xuan's thoughts became invigorated, especially with this Spirit Martial Conference approaching. If he could seize the opportunity and secure one of those 10 slots, would he not qualify to seek out little Lin Ye's mother? The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Lin Xuan's heart. As Zhao Yunshan concluded his speech, 36 elders gradually emerged from the hall. These elders were the peak masters of the Tiandao sect. Yi Wushuang was naturally among them. Following them were the 10 prodigies, including Bai Yueyao. Next came the announcement of the first ever internal public competition for the Spirit Martial Conference. Anyone with the ability could step forward, competing in both offensive and defensive challenges. If one could hold their ground for an hour, they would undoubtedly become one of the 10 disciples sent to the conference. As for fairness, with the peak masters from all 36 peaks present, surely no one would dare question the integrity of the competition. As Zhao Yunshan's words echoed, the crowd erupted into fervor. This meant every disciple had a chance. Some were already eager to take action as long as one can defend for an hour. That means after 10 hours, there will be no further opportunities. With this thought, an individual stepped onto the stage. Li Gui from Knife Peak, here to challenge. Who dares to come up? Hurry. If not, you can always wait and see after an hour. Li Gui's words were brimming with arrogance. This guy is really bold. Are all the people from Knife Peak this arrogant? Is there no one who will teach him a lesson? Zhao Yunshan watched this scene, unable to suppress a wry smile. Elder Zhou, it seems your Knife Peak remains as straightforward as ever. Elder Zhou, the master of Knife Peak, sneered coldly. Naturally, after all, none of our disciples made it into the top 10 prodigies. If we miss this opportunity, I shall return and deal with this bunch of rascals. At that moment, another individual stepped forward. Yang Qi from Iron Fist Peak, here to test my skills. The two exchanged no pleasantries, each determined to defeat the other. Thus, a fierce exchange ensued on the stage. Lin Xuan watched intently. Lost in thought, he understood that the Tiandao sect's 36 peaks each had their unique strengths, based on their cultivation methods. Therefore, while it was a fair competition, it could also be seen as a contest among the top talents of the 36 peaks. Though they might not compare to the 10 prodigies on stage, it was still a spectacle worth witnessing. In such a scenario, if he, without any backing, were to step forward, would he not attract attention? Lin Xuan knew that Yi Wuxuan would never acknowledge him as a disciple of the emotionless peak. In this context, his momentum would naturally be weaker than others. Should he take the stage or not? Lin Xuan found himself in a state of internal conflict. Meanwhile, on the high platform, one of the 10 prodigies, grinning, turned to Bai Yueyao beside him and said, "Junior sister Bai, with 10 disciples to be selected for the Spirit Martial Conference today. Who do you think they will be?" Bai Yueyao replied icily. "I have been in seclusion for quite some time, and only recently emerged that I am not aware of who the outstanding individuals in the sect are." At that moment, another person chimed in, chuckling, "Brother Wang, you've asked the wrong person. Our junior sister Bai is devoted to her cultivation. How could she have the time to concern herself with such matters?" Chapter 17. I have some understanding of martial arts. Moreover, regardless of the competition, these 10 candidates will undoubtedly emerge from the sect's key disciples. The stage was graced by the prodigies of 10 peaks. Below the stage, the remaining disciples of the 26 peaks rushed forward with fervor. After all, this was their golden opportunity to soar to greatness. Sometimes, individuals may not lack talent, strength, or ideas, but what they truly lack is a chance. Seizing this opportunity could undoubtedly lead to a bright future. Naturally, the remaining disciples shared this sentiment. Consequently, the battles on the stage were extraordinarily fierce that in a mere 10 minutes, 3 individuals had already been defeated. Wang Hao observed the contenders above, sneering, "The disciples of the Blade Peak seem formidable." "Indeed, of course," another replied. "Li Gui is a peerless talent from our era, albeit relegated from the top 10 due to sect decisions. Today he stands boldly on the stage, seeking to reclaim his honor." The top 10 were ranked by our sect leaders based on our prowess. What does it matter if some are envious? If we were to consider the best beneath the top 10, Li Gui would hardly qualify. It should be Chinen who takes precedence. As the sole heir of the Heartless Peak, he has always been formidable. Alas, he fell victim to the fire poison and has yet to awaken. The unpredictability of life. Let us continue to observe. In the blink of an eye, Li Gui had vanquished 30 opponents. With less than 5 minutes remaining in the hour, he gazed triumphantly at the crowd below. "Who among you dares to challenge me?" The audience fell silent. In truth, some hesitated not only due to fear, but because the disciples of the Blade Peak were renowned for their ferocity. If one obstructed their chance for advancement, they would likely be deemed sworn enemies, leading to dire consequences. Lin Xuan was clearly calculating similarly. No one wished to offend a peak master who was at the height of his power, along with his cadre of fierce subordinates. While he too aspired to participate in the Spirit Martial Conference, he sought a more discreet approach. Being too ostentatious could ultimately lead to one's downfall. He understood the wisdom that a towering tree invites the wind. At this moment, Xiao Lin Yu was nearly dozing off. Although the crowd was large, the fierce battles on the stage held little interest for a child. "Father, I wish to go play over there." Lin Xuan observed a group of children frolicking nearby and gently patted Xiao Lin Ye's head. "Go ahead, but be sure to stay safe. If anything happens, call for me." Lin Xuan placed a low-grade magical artifact on Xiao Lin Ye's wrist, one he had purchased with his spirit stones, to put it in the terms he was familiar with from Blue Star. It was akin to a cultivation-themed children's smartwatch. Should any trouble arise for Lin Yi, he would be instantly alerted. Watching his daughter joyfully dash off to play with the other children, Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. On the stage, Li Gui stood wielding his long knife, resembling a deity of war. Zhao Yunshan glanced at the time and smiled, announcing, "An hour has passed." Li Gui successfully defended his position, returned to rest. "And in half a month, join us for the Spirit Martial Conference." At this moment, Li Gui was overwhelmed with excitement. He knew how regretful it was for the Blade Peak to lack disciples among the top 10. Today, he felt that this loss had been somewhat redeemed. Of course, being selected as an ordinary disciple was not truly ordinary. Once they passed today's selection, they would be part of the first tier of candidates for the top 10 and among the sect's key disciples for training. This was a significant turning point in their destinies. Li Gui descended from the stage, The crowd erupted in fervent discussion. That was exhilarating. Li Gui was incredibly strong. If another challenger comes, I must step up to face him. Stop boasting. Why don't you just go up there? Defending is no match for attacking. Amidst the chatter, a man clad in white slowly ascended the stage. From the Scholar Peak, I am Xia Shusheng. Welcome, everyone, to challenge me. Upon seeing this man, some in the crowd looked puzzled. Who is this fellow? We've heard of the Scholar Peak, but aren't they just a bunch of bookworms? Indeed, they spend their days in the mountains debating philosophy. We had almost forgotten they even existed. Regardless, this fellow looks frail and should be easy to defeat. With that, the challenger rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Since you claim to defend, I shall naturally take the offensive. Xia Shusheng smiled and replied, of course. However, I have one question. What question? Do you wish for a battle of wits or a battle of strength? The challenger looked bewildered. What do you mean by a battle of wits? And what is a battle of strength? A battle of wits involves us debating until one persuades the other to concede, allowing the victor to remain on the stage. A battle of strength, however, is a contest of physical prowess. Why waste words? The challenger charged forward. Xia Shusheng frowned slightly. Since you choose not to heed reason, I shall employ my modest skills in martial arts to greet you. With that, he snapped his folding fan shut, and in an instant, his form transformed into a blur in the air. Before the challenger could launch an attack, he was sent sprawling off the stage. Xia Shusheng smiled and declared, next. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not even glimpsed the opponent's attack. They only witnessed the aftermath. This fellow was truly terrifying. Though he appeared delicate, in reality, he was far from weak. Even the top talents frowned upon seeing Xia Shusheng. This Scholar Peak is indeed extraordinary. I couldn't even discern his attacking methods. Junior Sister Bai, did you see anything? Bai Yueyao fixed her gaze on Xia Shusheng and replied, not at all. Indeed, Xia Shusheng had deviated from the norm, capturing the attention of all present. With his first strike, he had decisively defeated an opponent, significantly altering their perceptions of the Scholar Peak's disciples. Even Lin Xuan felt similarly. During his time at the Servant's Peak, he had seen the people of the Scholar Peak, who spent their days immersed in books. Who would have thought they could fight so fiercely? Leaving no opportunity to plead for mercy, the audience grew fervent. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunshan smiled at the peak master of the Scholar Peak. Old Kong, your disciples are as valiant as ever. They have not disappointed us. Kong Xianming smiled faintly. People in the sect believe our Scholar Peak disciples engage only in literary pursuits without any accomplishments. Little do they know, our disciples have never slacked off. When you are willing to listen to reason, we shall discuss it. When you refuse, we will demonstrate our points with strength. Zhao Yunshan chuckled, and many peak masters nodded in agreement. They had long thought Kong Xianming was merely a scholarly recluse. Who could have imagined that the Scholar Peak would spring into action at such a moment and make such a resounding impact, becoming the greatest dark horse of the sect in the ensuing battles? Xia Shusheng continued to win effortlessly, dispelling any doubts the audience had about him. This gentleman was not merely fortunate. He was genuinely formidable. Lin Xuan watched this scene unfold, silently reminding himself never to oppose the disciples of the Scholar Peak. They could argue their points and deliver blows alike. Just as he prepared to check on his daughter, he realized there was no trace of Xiao Linyi where she had been playing. Lin Xuan panicked. He rushed over, only to find no sign of her among the dozens of children. Looking around frantically, he found no trace of her. Where could she have gone? At that moment, a young boy approached Lin Xuan. Uncle, are you Lin Xuan? I am. You? The boy produced a bracelet and said, a man asked me to give this to you. Upon seeing the bracelet, Lin Xuan froze in place, as if struck by lightning. This was the bracelet he had given to Lin Yi. It would alert him if she were ever in danger, but now, the bracelet was here. Oh, and their essay note. The boy pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. After reading its contents, Lin Xuan gently patted the boy's head. Thank you. He then dashed off toward the distance. Amidst the throngs of thousands, he was but a trivial figure. Yet, high upon the platform, Bai Yueyao's gaze unexpectedly fell upon him. Her brow furrowed in concern. This man had recently spurned the conditions she had offered. What business did he have here today? Never mind. He held no significance to her. However, with merely a fleeting glance, her heart was thrown into disarray. Was he in such haste because something had happened to his daughter? Or was there some pressing matter at hand? Wang Hao, observing Bai Yueyao's distraction, curiously inquired, "Sister Bai, what troubles you?" Bai Yueyao shook her head. "Nothing at all." Meanwhile, Ziyun, with an intuitive understanding, followed by Yueyao's line of sight, she noticed Lin Xuan hastily departing the scene. Instantly, she grasped the turmoil within Bai Yueyao's heart. "Sister, it feels stifling here. I shall step outside for some fresh air." She then conveyed silently, "You stay here. I will see what he is up to." Bai Yueyao comprehended and nodded that as the disciple of the sect leader. It was unwise for her to act rashly in such a setting, especially since they, as cultivators, had long since abandoned the necessity of mundane affairs like using the restroom. Fortunately, Ziyun was the youngest among the top 10 prodigies, so her movements would not raise suspicions. Ziyun, curious about Lin Xuan's frantic behavior, stealthily trailed him until they reached an unclaimed mountain peak. Narrowing her eyes, Ziyun observed Lin Xuan standing in a clearing, shouting, "I have arrived. Quickly return my daughter." Seconds later, several figures emerged before Lin Xuan. His expression darkened as he demanded, "Where's my daughter?" "Ha ha, your daughter has descended into hell, and soon you shall follow her." Upon uttering these words, the assailants lunged at Lin Xuan. Ziyun felt a tightening in her chest. Could Lin Xuan handle these qi refinement cultivators alone? Yet, in the next moment, she realized her worries were unfounded. In mere moments, Lin Xuan had dispatched them all to the ground. Stepping upon the head of one, "I shall ask you once more, where's my daughter?" "Ha ha, Lin Xuan, she is already dead. Today marks your demise as well." With that, Lin Xuan unleashed a fist that obliterated the man's skull. The gruesome scene left Ziyun in shock. Was this truly the same person branded as the sect's public disgrace? His methods exhibited a brutal aesthetic in its purest form. Soon, the heads of the remaining assailants were similarly crushed. He began to meticulously search the mountain peak. In that moment, he felt true panic. His daughter was his lifeblood, the sole purpose for his existence over the years. If little Lin Yu were lost, he too would have lost the will to live. Just then, a voice reached Lin Xuan's ears. "Lin Xuan, so this is your fate." A man appeared before him, holding the unconscious Lin Yi in his grasp. Upon seeing him, Lin Xuan's eyes widened in fury. "Wu Jie, so it is you." "Heh, indeed it is. You should have anticipated this scene after so publicly humiliating our Wu family." Lin Xuan replied coldly. "Release my daughter. I will spare your life." "Ha ha ha ha. Lin Xuan, what dreams you weave." Wu Jie leered at Lin Yi. "I initially intended for her to witness your death, but these fools proved utterly useless. Now, I shall personally send you to hell, and when Lin Yi awakens, she shall be none the wiser." Hidden in the shadows, Ziyun shuddered at his words. She had long heard tales of Wu Chuanfeng's grandson, known for his chaotic and perverse lifestyle. Upon witnessing it firsthand, the rumors proved true. Wu Jie tossed the unconscious Lin Yi to the ground. In the next moment, he lunged at Lin Xuan, delivering a devastating punch to his dantian. No matter how you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can die now. The memory of the humiliation Lin Xuan had inflicted upon him made Wu Jie tremble with rage. The pain he endured in the medicinal pool surged within him, igniting a profound hatred. He had originally planned to kill Lin Yi first, then Lin Xuan, ensuring Lin Xuan would suffer immeasurably upon seeing Lin Yi's lifeless body. However, he revised his plan. He would kill Lin Xuan first, then slowly torment Lin Yi, ensuring Lin Xuan's death was not peaceful and Lin Yi's suffering was profound. Such a fate would bring him immense joy as he struck. Lin Xuan remained unmoving. "Heh, is he dead?" Wu Jie expressed disappointment, having hoped to savor the moment before killing him. Just then, Lin Xuan slowly spoke. "I fear you shall be disappointed. I am not a foundation establishment cultivator, and today is not my day to die." Chapter 19. Lin Xuan's outburst. As Lin Xuan's words fell, the aura of a golden core cultivator erupted from him. In that moment, Ziyun, concealed in the shadows, gasped in astonishment. Lin Xuan was actually a golden core cultivator. When had this happened? Wu Jie, standing before Lin Xuan, was utterly bewildered. Just some time ago, during their confrontation, he had distinctly sensed Lin Xuan was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Now, he had ascended to the golden core stage. How had this been achieved? Before he could articulate his thoughts, Lin Xuan seized his throat. "It seems you are the one destined for hell today." Wu Jie was a man who harbored grudges fiercely. Not only was he petty, but he also employed underhanded tactics. He had been fixated on Lin Xuan's daughter. Lin Xuan could never allow someone like Wu Jie to live, especially with his daughter in mind. For her sake, he would do anything, including eliminating this scoundrel before him. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lin Xuan, Wu Jie began to struggle desperately. At that moment, a voice rang out. Lin Xuan, if you kill the young master, she will not survive either. A group of figures appeared around Lin Yi, with a dagger pressed against her throat. Release her. If you let the young master go, we shall release her, Lin Xuan replied coldly. Release them all. 3, 2, 1. As Lin Xuan relinquished Wu Jie, he transformed into a blur, catching Lin Yi, who had been tossed into the air. Realizing the little one was merely unconscious, Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. However, Wu Jie had no intention of allowing Lin Xuan any respite. Kill him. Wu Jie's eyes burned with murderous intent. If Lin Xuan was left alive, the consequences would be dire. Although he did not comprehend how Lin Xuan had advanced so rapidly to the golden core stage, it was beyond their control now. Therefore, the only option was to eliminate Lin Xuan without him noticing, the ideal solution. With this thought, Wu Jie commanded his family's assassins to encircle Lin Xuan and his daughter. A flicker of coldness crossed Lin Xuan's face. Wu Jie, your grandfather swore an oath by his Tao heart. Do you not fear retribution for your vengeance? Heh. They are merely my Wu family's assassins, not the direct lineage, so that oath holds no sway, Wu Jie replied, his tone ominous. Moreover, your rapid growth is of greater concern to us than any breach of the Tao heart. This man had reached the golden core stage in such a short time. If he were not eliminated, the Wu family would face grave repercussions in the future. Although Lin Xuan maintained a calm facade, internally he was in a state of utter panic. With so many trained assassins from the Wu family, he would struggle to escape alone. Now, burdened with an unconscious daughter, fleeing was akin to scaling a mountain. Attack. With Wu Jie's command, the group rushed at Lin Xuan with reckless abandon. Lin Xuan brandished his sword, fighting while retreating. Alas, despite significant improvements in his cultivation, his combat experience still lagged. Several times, he nearly saw little Lin Yi harmed by their blades. His heart raced with anxiety. Just then, a figure appeared beside Lin Xuan. Hand over the child. Both Lin Xuan and Wu Jie were taken aback. Neither had noticed the presence of another on the mountain peak, who had been observing them all along, especially Lin Xuan, who regarded the woman with suspicion. This was Ziyun, by Yu Yao's close disciple, akin to his sister. Was it wise to entrust the child to her? He had no desire to see little Lin Yi escape a tiger's den only to fall into a wolf's lair. Ziyun, noting Lin Xuan's wary demeanor, retorted, I merely stepped out for fresh air. Do not misunderstand. I am temporarily watching over the child. Your conflict has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing those words, Lin Xuan felt significantly more at ease. This was primarily because Ziyun's comments were far from courteous, indicating that she was not allied with Wu Jie. Particularly, Lin Xuan noted the visibly cold expression that had settled upon Wu Jie's face. Ziyun, do you intend to meddle in the affairs of our medicine peak? He inquired. Humph, I simply cannot tolerate your bullying of a child here, Ziyun retorted. Lin Xuan carefully cradled Lin Yi and placed her gently before Ziyun, clasping his fists in gratitude. Your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. I vow to repay you in the future. Ziyun let out a cold snort. First, survive this ordeal. She turned her gaze to Lin Xuan, who was once again fiercely battling those adversaries. She looked at the unconscious Lin Yi. A subtle smile flickered in her eyes, barely perceptible that in truth, she had no obligation to wade through this murky water. Yet, her inherently kind nature could not abide Wu Jie's malevolent intentions and his insufferably confident demeanor, especially given that Lin Yi was a girl, a woman herself. She could not claim to fully empathize. Yet her maternal instincts surged forth, prompting her intervention. However, she did not overly interfere, merely agreeing to assist Lin Xuan in watching over the child. As for the fate of the man, she had no interest in that. Meanwhile, liberated from Lin Yi's constraints, Lin Xuan wielded his sword with a newfound proficiency, the heavenly Xian sword technique. 1,000 net of swords. In an instant, thousands of swords forged from condensed spiritual energy rained down upon the ground. Countless assassins had yet to react before the ethereal blades severed their throats. Wu Jie, witnessing this scene, was overtaken by a flicker of fear. Where had he learned such a terrifying sword technique? Ziyun, too, was astonished, having not anticipated Lin Xuan's proficiency with the sword. Although it lacked overwhelming lethality, with the enhancement of his cultivation, This sword technique would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable attack. Curiosity piqued. Ziyun observed Lin Xuan from a distance. What secrets did this so-called waste, mocked by the sect for so many years, conceal? If he were truly a waste, the sect would surely struggle to find a genius. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Xuan had dispatched the remaining stragglers, leaving only Wu Jie standing. Now, do you have any final words? Wu Jie regarded Lin Xuan, his expression fluctuating between darkness and light. Lin Xuan, I admit I underestimated you. However, do not underestimate me. With that, the aura emanating from Wu Jie surged dramatically, unmistakably revealing his early gold core stage. Humph, it seems Wu Chunfeng has invested all his resources into you. Lin Xuan was acutely aware that he had ruined Wu Jie's meridians. Now, not only had Wu Jie regained his strength, but it had also increased significantly. The only explanation was that Wu Chunfeng had employed some unknown secret technique. Otherwise, how could Wu Jie have bounced back so quickly? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's taunts, Wu Jie's expression darkened like ink. You are a demonic cultivator? He certainly would not forget the pain Lin Xuan had inflicted upon him. Were it not for this man, he would not have shattered his meridians and been forced to reconstruct them. A sinister smile crept across his face as he declared, Lin Xuan, die. With that, he lunged at Lin Xuan with a long knife. And the battle between two gold core cultivators unfolded. Ziyun's expression grew increasingly intense as she observed the clash, far surpassing the battles witnessed at the sect's gathering. After all, this confrontation was one of life and death. At that moment, Lin Xuan gripped his long sword, inhaling deeply. Heavenly Xian sword technique. Throat-sealing strike. Whoosh. The sword energy moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible in the air. Swoosh. The blade pierced through Wu Jie's throat. By the time Ziyun reacted, Wu Jie collapsed to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. This move had consumed even more energy than his previous sword technique. Fortunately, Wu Jie was dead. For the moment, he faced no threats. Ziyun stepped before Lin Xuan and said coolly, I never imagined that the sect's recognized waste could slay Wu Jie, who ranks just below the top 10 prodigies. She herself was at the pinnacle of the gold core stage, and yet Lin Xuan had dispatched Wu Jie, an early gold core cultivator, with a single blow, something even she might not achieve. It was evident that this man harbored numerous secrets. Lin Xuan chuckled wryly. Please, spare me the jests. Everyone has their secrets, do they not? Humph. Today, this young lady saves you, and you must not speak of it. Should I require assistance in the future, you must be at my beck and call. Lin Xuan nodded. Although Ziyun had always struck him as headstrong and unreasonable, she had indeed rendered him significant aid at a critical juncture. This was a debt that could not go unacknowledged. He would heed her summons in the future, satisfied. Ziyun nodded. Her desire to keep this matter under wraps stemmed from her own considerations. Since senior sister Bai disdained him, she would refrain from mentioning him in her presence to avoid causing her distress. After all, senior sister had been rather perturbed lately, which had affected Ziyun's own mood. Just as she prepared to leave, Wu Jie, who appeared to be lifeless on the ground, suddenly rose, one hand lunging directly at Ziyun. Ziyun's face turned pale, and a few drops of blood appeared on her countenance. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stood in front of Ziyun, intercepting the blow, revived from death. How could this be possible? Only cultivators at the integration stage possess the ability to project their souls out of their bodies. Yet, Wu Jie was nowhere near that level. How could he have returned from the dead? What was happening? Lin Xuan's expression turned cold as he glared at the smirking Wu Jie. For ordinary cultivators, this would indeed be impossible, but for a demonic cultivator, it was an entirely different matter. Wu Jie was enveloped in dark energy, sneering, Lin Xuan, you are truly clever and formidable. If circumstances allowed, I would desire you as my confidant. Unfortunately, the enmity between us is irreconcilable. Thus, remember not to be my enemy in your next life. As the dark energy around him constricted, he charged towards Lin Xuan. Boom! Lin Xuan was sent flying to this moment. Ziyun gazed at Wu Jie with a grave expression. Wu Jie, do you not comprehend the fate of demonic cultivators within the sect, knowing that is precisely why neither you nor he shall escape? Wu Jie's words were punctuated by a sinister laugh. He then lunged at Ziyun. The greatest advantage of a demonic cultivator was their unrestrained use of forbidden techniques or cultivation methods that could enhance their strength. Ziyun now understood why this man, despite being grievously injured days prior, had not only recovered but had also advanced a stage. However, Realizing this was of little consequence now, what she needed to do was eliminate this foe. Yet, she sensed that Wu Jie's strength had inflated to the pinnacle of gold core, putting him on equal footing with her, and she was beginning to falter. Huh, Ziyun, a scoundrel like you dares to be among the top 10 prodigies. Today, I shall slay you and take your place as a prodigy of the sect. Wu Jie had initially planned to participate in the battle later to secure a position. He had not anticipated encountering Ziyun here. And he would not hold back. Once he killed her, with his grandfather's influence, he would qualify to vie for the top 10 prodigies. Ziyun retorted icily. You're delusional. Yet within 5 exchanges, she found herself on the ground. Is it so hard to believe? Wu Jie jeered. Demonic cultivators can enhance their strength within a short span. At this moment, I could contend even against those in the nascent soul stage. Yet using this power against you would be a waste. Ziyun, blame yourself for meddling. With that, he threw a punch directly at her. Boom! The ground shattered into countless fissures. When he looked again, a bottomless pit had formed beneath him, and Ziyun's figure had vanished. Damn it! Did she escape? He was about to pursue when he suddenly heard his grandfather's voice echoing in his mind. His expression shifted, and with a snap of his fingers, several individuals appeared before him. Search the mountain, capture them, and kill them all. Yes, Wu Jie turned to leave. He harbored no concerns for Lin Xuan, and Ziyun had been struck by the demonic energy and was undoubtedly disoriented, while the other was on the brink of collapse, mere moments from his final blow. In Wu Jie's eyes, they were like monkeys in the hands of Buddha, utterly unable to escape his grasp. As he departed the mountain, Wu Jie's assassins began their search. Meanwhile, Ziyun's face was marred by the presence of a hand. Shoo! Do not make a sound. Ziyun nodded slightly, and only then did the man release his grip. She turned to gaze at the man, her expression one of astonishment. Lin Xuan. How could it be him? Lin Xuan, noticing her reaction, murmured, I'll handle them. You and Lin Yi stay here, we'll discuss matters later. With that, he dashed out of the cave. Ziyun coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That rascal Wu Jie is actually a demon cultivator. I must inform the sect leader about this. Yet, as she pondered the situation, the uncertainty of whether they could escape this place loomed large. Her only hope now rested on Lin Xuan's ability to lead them out of this predicament. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to regard Lin Xuan as her pillar of support. On the mountain, one by one, the Wu family's assassins fell silently. Lin Xuan, like a reaper of souls, relentlessly claimed the lives of these individuals. Only when the last one lay lifeless on the ground did Lin Xuan return to the cave, carrying the unconscious Lin Yi, while Ziyun emerged, limping slightly. I'm sorry for dragging you into this today. Ziyun shook her head. It's all right. You saved my life, so we are even. Had it not been for Lin Xuan, Ziyun would likely have been slain by Wu Jie in a surprise attack. She would never feign ignorance about this. Are you planning to return now? Ziyun nodded. Yes, since this fellow is a demon cultivator. I must report him. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, Actually, I have another idea, Do. She replied, Consider this. Wu Jie dares to participate in the sect competition so audaciously, fighting before so many powerful figures. He must not fear exposure. In other words, if he truly is a demon cultivator and the sect discovers it, I believe there are individuals who would protect him. Ziyun pondered this statement. You mean the Wu family? Precisely. How could Wu Jie possibly have dealings with demon cultivators? The reason he could recover so swiftly and become a demon cultivator himself, I believe, is largely due to his grandfather, Wu Chunfeng. Therefore, even if you expose him publicly without solid evidence, it would merely be seen as slander. What should we do then? Ziyun's thoughts were pure, believing that simply reporting Wu Jie would suffice. However, upon reflection, she realized, as Lin Xuan had said, that the situation was far more complex. Involving numerous parties, without concrete evidence, her claims would only lead to trouble. Lin Xuan spoke calmly. If we wish for everyone to recognize him as a demon cultivator and eliminate him swiftly, there is but one way. He must reveal his true self in public. You mean, indeed, defeat him in the arena, force him into a corner, or even seek his life. At that moment, he will undoubtedly resort to his trump card. When that time comes, with all eyes upon him, the evidence will be irrefutable, and he cannot deny it. But how can I fight him in my current condition? Though Ziyun was one of the top 10 prodigies of the sect, she had already been defeated by Wu Jie once, and her status alone would not permit her to confront him again. I will. You? Ziyun looked at him with concern. Can your body handle it? You were severely injured by Wu Jie while trying to save me. Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously. Do not worry. I have a plan. If you agree to this, I will ensure he reveals his true nature. With no better option available, Ziyun observed Lin Xuan pressing a hand against his wound. She quickly removed her purple robe and began to bandage his injury. Actually, I can manage this myself. You're too clumsy. Let me handle it. Besides, you were injured because of me. After Ziyun finished tending to Lin Xuan's wound, she left all her medicinal pills with him before departing. Lin Xuan returned to Wuqing Peak with little Lin Yi. Seeing her safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was only when Lin Yi awakened that Lin Xuan rose to his feet. Father, I've caused you trouble again, she said, wiping away her tears. That I almost thought I wouldn't see you again, that I won't go out to play anymore. Lin Xuan spoke gently. It's all right. I should have taken better care of you. You did nothing wrong, so there's no need for guilt. Now, stay in the house. No one here would dare to act recklessly. Will you wait for your father to return? Lin Yi obediently nodded, and Lin Xuan stepped outside. This time, his desire for a contest had reached its zenith. Previously, he had considered participating in the Lingwu Grand Tournament to find little Ye's mother, but now, he had an additional target: to eliminate Wu Jie. The sect competition would be a matter of life and death. Only by openly killing Wu Jie could he vindicate himself. Of course, it was also to protect little Yi. As long as Wu Jie remained, Lin Xuan would never find peace. At that moment, on the high platform of the sect's grand hall, Ziyun returned with a pale complexion. Bai Yueyao immediately asked, "Where have you been wandering for so long?" Ziyun smiled and replied, "I was just taking a stroll." With so many people watching the match, Bai Yueyao refrained from probing further. Suddenly, Ziyun asked earnestly, "Sister, have you ever had someone you cared for?" At that moment, several prodigies nearby turned their attention to her. Bai Yueyao, as the sect leader's prized disciple, was undoubtedly admired by many for her beauty and talent. Thus, when Ziyun posed her question, everyone listened intently. Bai Yueyao's mind flashed with Lin Xuan's image, but she quickly dismissed it. They were merely friends, nothing more. She then noticed the gazes of those around her and felt uncomfortable. Coldly, she replied, "I have never felt that way." "Not even a little?" Ziyun pressed. "No." "Then what do you think of Lin Xuan?" The moment Ziyun asked this, everyone froze, particularly Bai Yueyao. She was puzzled as to why her usually disdainful junior sister would inquire about Lin Xuan. Nevertheless, she coolly replied, "We are not from the same world." Wang Hao sneered from the side. "Ziyun, your question is rather trivial. Even if by his feelings for someone, it certainly wouldn't be Lin Xuan. After all, how could someone without spiritual roots ever win Bai's affection? Ziyun, perhaps next time you should ask Bai if she likes me." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet, at that moment, Ziyun felt a twinge of injustice for Lin Xuan. She had indeed despised him before, initially viewing him as a mere pest, a toad croaking in front of Bai Yueyao. When had her impression of him changed? Perhaps it was when he fought fiercely for his daughter, or when he shielded her from Wu Jie's lethal strike. Regardless, she felt that Lin Xuan's sacrifices were somewhat unjustified. Some individuals are like this. Once they realize a situation, they immediately shift to a completely opposite perspective. Previously, she had only seen herself as Bai Yueyao's junior sister, always considering matters from her point of view. Today, viewing things from a different angle, she discovered that Lin Xuan was not a villain. On the contrary, he was responsible, capable, and grateful, making him quite a decent man. Chapter 22. The final push on the arena. The sect's disciples were still engaged in fierce combat. However, Ziyun's earlier enthusiasm had dissipated, leaving her somewhat distracted and even regretful. Would Lin Xuan truly be able to defeat Wu Jie? Wu Jie was already a demon cultivator, possessing numerous underhanded tactics. Moreover, Lin Xuan was gravely injured. If he truly entered the fray, who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. With these thoughts, her heart filled with self-recrimination. Had she known better, she would have never agreed to Lin Xuan's suggestion. Yet now, if she voiced her concerns, it would seem unconvincing, especially with Wu Chunfeng seated among the sect's higher-ups, unperturbed as if nothing were amiss. Ziyun clenched her fists, her resolve solidifying that if Lin Xuan were to falter, she would take her time and inform her master. After all, her master absolutely trusted her, as she drifted away into the cosmos. The battle on the stage was gradually drawing to a close. Among the 10 disciples, 9 had already been confirmed, leaving only one remaining. Suddenly, a man ascended the arena. I am Wu Jie of Yaofeng, and I humbly request your guidance. Ziyun trembled all over, feeling a surge of excitement. Bai Weiyao, standing nearby, naturally noticed her agitation. Junior sister, what troubles you? Oh, it's nothing. I just find it rather unexpected that this person has taken the stage. Bai Weiyao's companion, Wang Hao, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I heard that this Wu Jie lost to the sect's waste, Lin Xuan, not long ago. Ha! How pathetic. He must be here today to redeem himself. Another voice chimed in with laughter. Wang Shixiang is right. Losing to such a waste truly brings shame to the sect. That on the high platform, the talented individuals exchanged words, each sentence laden with the term waste. Bai Weiyao sat there with a sense of justification, while Ziyun's expression grew increasingly somber. That in truth, Lin Xuan is not as worthless as you all believe. Oh, what do you mean by that? As everyone turned to look at her, Ziyun quickly clarified. On that day when my senior sister and I observed, Lin Xuan defeated Wu Jie fair and square. Many witnesses were present. Wang Hao scoffed dismissively. So what? Lacking a proper lineage, he dares to pursue Bai Shimi. More shameful is the fact that he has a child. Such a person is destined to be a waste. Exactly. If I ever cross paths with him, I will certainly teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Laughter erupted among the crowd once more. At that moment, Ziyun's mood was akin to being pricked by needles. Her thoughts were pure. When she accompanied Bai Weiyao that day, it was merely for the spectacle. Yet now, reflecting on it, even if Lin Xuan had won, the disdain and ridicule from everyone had not waned in the slightest. Furthermore, they would only see Lin Xuan as someone with insatiable ambitions. Why must everyone treat him this way? Especially my senior sister. Why does she remain silent? Bai Weiyao sat firmly in her chair, and as soon as the talented individuals began to speak, labeling Lin Xuan as an inferior and a base individual, it reminded her of the hardships she had endured alongside him. Those words felt as though they were directed at her as well. There was no way she would stand up to defend Lin Xuan, for that was a past she was unwilling to acknowledge. At that moment, Ziyun coldly interjected. Enough? He has not provoked any of you. Let us focus on the competition. The talented individuals, not understanding the source of Ziyun's anger, shrugged and continued to watch the match. After all, she was the most cherished disciple of the peak master of Zixia Peak. To provoke her could invite the ire of their masters. On the arena, Wu Jie had effortlessly defeated two opponents, gaining considerable notoriety. Who would have thought Wu Jie would make a comeback? I was present when Lin Xuan defeated him that day, and I knew he would not fall so easily. With Elder Wu's support, he has not only recovered but seems to have advanced further in his cultivation. Laughter erupted once more. One could almost say he owes his fortune to Lin Xuan. Who is Lin Xuan? Just the sect's waste, Bai Weiyao's devoted follower. Ah, I see now. The mockery continued. At this moment, Lin Xuan stood among the crowd, wearing a mask that rendered him unrecognizable, a gift obtained from a recent lottery. Named Thousand Faces, it allowed him to alter his appearance at will. Even his physique could change in accordance with the face he wore, should he wish for a rugged figure with a fierce countenance. His body would transform accordingly. Now, amidst the throng, no one suspected his true identity, nor could anyone recognize him as Lin Xuan. Unbeknownst to him, as the hour approached its end, Wu Jie's face brightened with excitement. He instinctively glanced at Ziyun on the high platform, a cold smirk appearing on his face. He was somewhat taken aback by her presence, but felt no unease. What does it matter if she is here? As long as I don't reveal my demonic cultivator identity, she cannot touch me. It was this very thought that fueled Wu Jie's confidence. As the hour drew near, envy and jealousy rippled through the crowd. This was their last chance, yet all who had previously challenged Wu Jie had returned defeated. Thus, they hesitated to step forward. Without absolute certainty, why risk humiliation, particularly given Wu Jie's evident prowess, which surpassed their own? On the high platform, Zhao Yunshan observed the scene with a smile, declaring, "It seems the final spot will belong to Yaofeng." The peak master of Yaofeng, Sun Xixuan, wore a look of satisfaction. Traditionally, Yaofeng played a supporting role, rarely stepping into the limelight. In the past, he may not have harbored aspirations for competition, but with the Rufu Peak showcasing their skills today, it would be a disgrace for Yaofeng to fall behind. Thankfully, his second-in-command had delivered a pleasant surprise, restoring some dignity to Yaofeng. Meanwhile, Ziyun glanced at the time, noting that Lin Xuan had yet to appear. A weight lifted from her heart. unbeknownst to her. She had ceased hoping for Lin Xuan's appearance, even wishing he would refrain from stepping onto the stage. Should he do so, their clash would surely be a brutal affair. Given Lin Xuan's standing in the sect, he would likely be left isolated and without support. In such a case, it would be better for him not to compete at all, just as Zhao Yunshan prepared to announce Wu Jie as the final participant of the day. A figure appeared on the arena. "Master, there's still a minute left," Lin Xuan stated calmly. Zhao Yunshan's expression turned awkward, but he nodded. "Very well, you may proceed with your challenge." At that moment, Wu Jie's displeasure was evident. He had almost secured his victory, only for this individual to disrupt his moment of triumph. If someone were to ascend the stage a few minutes early, it might not seem intentional, but to do so at the last moment felt deliberate. "Who is this guy? I don't recognize him." "Well, with over 10,000 disciples in our sect, how could we possibly know everyone? But coming up at the last moment, even if he lost, would surely earn him Yao Feng's resentment. Indeed, this fellow is truly seeking his own demise." The crowd murmured their discontent regarding Lin Xuan's late arrival. Yet, the most furious among them was undoubtedly Wu Jie. He glared at the unfamiliar man before him, sneering, "You're courting death in a most foolish manner. By coming up now, I might have to unleash my full wrath." As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, without a doubt. This man stood in the way of his most glorious moment. That Tio not emerge victorious would be an affront to his cultivation. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "To kill me, you must possess the capability to do so." "Arrogant," Wu Jie bellowed, swinging his long sword towards Lin Xuan. Though he was not a swordsman by trade, his execution was far from clumsy. In fact, he wielded it with remarkable agility. In an instant, the battle commenced. Lin Xuan retreated step by step, while Wu Jie pressed forward, launching a relentless assault. Minutes passed, yet Wu Jie had not even grazed the hem of Lin Xuan's attire. "Kid, if you have the ability, stop dodging," Lin Xuan retorted with a cold smile. "If you don't want me to dodge, then don't regret it." He brandished a long staff, striking it towards his opponent. After dozens of exchanges, the arena began to tremble under the ferocity of their clash. The talented individuals watching this scene furrowed their brows that Wu Jie's strength was more than sufficient for the selection of the top 10 disciples, perhaps even superior to their own. Yet, where had this man emerged from? Every move he executed was precise, nearly matching Wu Jie blow for blow. "Ho Fan. Do you know this person?" Ho Fan is one of the top 10 prodigies, and he is also the only one among them who wields a staff. This is because he represents the immortal staff peak. With a furrowed brow, he shook his head. "I have never encountered this individual." "And what of it?" These onlookers are eager to hear the expert wielding the staff speak. Ho Fan, with a serious expression, remarked, "His technique with the staff is rather peculiar. In fact, the staff in his hands resembles a sword more than a mere staff." Upon hearing this, Ziyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had thought that Lin Xuan would not arrive. Although her anxious heart settled, she felt a tinge of disappointment, not because she doubted Lin Xuan's arrival, but because she yearned to see him. Now, with Ho Fan's words, Ziyun observed closely. Indeed, the attacks of the burly man on stage seemed to treat the staff as if it were a sword. And he was holding his ground against Wu Jie? It must be him. It has to be him. She involuntarily clenched her fists. "What has you so excited?" Bai Yu Yao inquired curiously, noticing her junior sister's state. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of exhilaration." Throughout the day, Bai Yu Yao had been distracted, with Lin Xuan's figure repeatedly flashing through her mind. What could he possibly be doing? The more she tried to avoid thinking about it, the more her subconscious lingered on the thought. This led to her maintaining a cold demeanor and a sullen expression all day. In contrast, Ziyun returned from her stroll transformed, as if she were a different person. When she had earlier inquired about Lin Xuan, Ziyun had been evasive. Now, it seemed there might be something amiss. Suddenly, on the arena, Lin Xuan struck Wu Jie's leg with his staff. Wu Jie grimaced in pain, kneeling on one knee. "Even for a courtesy, you lack the qualification. You're missing a leg." Wu Jie's eyes blazed with fury. This scoundrel was insulting him. How dare he, as the young master of the Wu family, be taken advantage of by this nameless individual? For him, it was an utter disgrace. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "I am not seeking death. Rather, it is you who is truly courting it by not choosing the path of retreat." Today, Wu Jie sought to kill him, whether in his true form or a mere shadow. And how could Lin Xuan not wish to eliminate Wu Jie, who had persistently targeted him? The most terrifying aspect was that he had his sights set on his daughter. Lin Xuan couldn't bear to imagine the inhumane torment his daughter might suffer if she fell into Wu Jie's hands. For this reason, he resolved today to end Wu Jie on stage. It was not enough to merely force him to reveal his true self, for this fellow had the protection of Wu Chunfeng. If Lin Xuan wanted him dead, he must personally deliver the fatal blow. With this thought, Lin Xuan's murderous intent surged, and his attacks became like a tempest. The shadows of his staff danced wildly through the air. Damn it, Wu Jie consumed a medicinal pill to alleviate his fatigue. Realizing how troublesome his opponent was, he no longer wished to engage in close combat. He formed seals with his hands, divine technique, severing goddess finger. Then, he pointed at Lin Xuan. In that instant, Lin Xuan felt his blood freeze. This technique was genuinely lethal. Otherwise, his body would not instinctively tense up. With a swift motion, the air around the arena warped with the force of Wu Jie's technique. The space where Lin Xuan stood was rendered void. What a formidable divine power. Not long ago, Wu Jie was merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet he wielded the might of the golden core stage. In the hierarchy of their sect, positions were determined by strength and talent. Among the top 10 prodigies, the highest cultivation was at the mid-Yuaning stage, and the lowest was at the peak of the golden core stage. With this one move, Wu Jie's name would surely echo throughout the sect. It was as if this boy was destined to be obliterated. Would his very corpse be reduced to ashes? Wu Jie sneered. Now, is there anyone who dares to challenge me? This technique was a precious treasure his grandfather had painstakingly acquired, and it had become his trump card. With this strike, his name would resound throughout the sect. He could hardly contain his excitement at the thought. However, just then, a playful voice emerged from behind Wu Jie. Wu Xiao, you truly are impressive. Without even defeating one opponent, you wish to call forth the next. What? Are you embarrassed to be beaten by someone? Wu Jie turned abruptly, only to see Lin Xuan standing not far away, a smile playing on his lips. But Wu Jie's expression darkened. Who on earth is this man? How could his severing goddess finger not vanquish him? In truth, Lin Xuan had narrowly dodged that attack. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he could not retreat. He could not afford to lose. For his daughter was at stake. If he withdrew now and allowed Wu Jie's family to dominate, the future would be fraught with uncertainties. Killing him was the best option, especially since he could not resort to stealth. He needed to force Wu Jie to unleash his demonic techniques. With this realization, the pressure on him intensified. During this period, he had failed to draw any significant divine techniques, leaving him to confront Wu Jie in close combat. Moreover, he could not use his sword techniques. After all, the onlookers were all formidable figures. If they discerned his swordsmanship, not only would he be unable to kill Wu Jie, but he might also attract fatal retribution. He understood the principle that a common man bears no guilt, but possesses a precious jewel. Yet, given the current circumstances, what else could he employ? Just as he was locked in battle with Wu Jie, Lin Xuan suddenly remembered that he had not yet drawn his lottery for the day. System, I haven't drawn my lottery today, have I? The sect competition lasted a total of 10 hours, or 20 hours in total. They had only begun the previous noon. In the midst of the sect competition, Lin Xuan almost forgot that he still had a chance to draw. Host, would you like to use it now? Of course. Did you not see that I was nearly at death's door? You seem to be enjoying yourself so much that I thought you no longer needed it. Lin Xuan, I truly appreciate your assistance. Draw. He placed his last glimmer of hope in the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the undying sacred body. Would you like to install it? What? In that moment, Lin Xuan was rendered speechless with excitement. Ever since he learned that he could draw invincible items from the system, he had begun poring over books and gathering information. He did not want to draw something extraordinary and remain unaware of its significance. The undying sacred body was among the most esteemed existences in body cultivation. If one were born with this physique, they would inevitably rise to become a top disciple within the sect, with others vying to take them under their wing. The greatest advantage of the undying sacred body is its connection to the very essence of heaven and earth. It not only offers a continuous supply of strength and defense, but also incredible recovery capabilities. Even if one were left with but a single breath, they would heal completely. Thus, it is often regarded as a terrifying combat machine. After all, it knows no fatigue and can harmonize its power with nature. This alone is enough to deter many. Wu Jie, with his demonic cultivation's terrifying self-healing ability, believed himself invincible. However, this ability merely emulated the characteristics of the undying sacred body and fell short of even half its potential. Install immediately. With a flash, a golden hue enveloped his body. Lin Xuan felt the forces of nature gradually infusing into him, and his internal strength began to restore itself. The staff in his hand swung toward Wu Jie. Wu Jie felt a jolt of shock. Why did this man seem completely transformed in mere seconds? Even those on the high platform, including Zhao Yunshan, sensed Lin Xuan's remarkable change. What transpired just now? Why did that youth on stage suddenly appear so different? Nevertheless, no matter what, the outcome would not alter. Wu Chunfeng was filled with confidence. In order to restore his grandson, he had employed certain forbidden methods. As long as the opponent was not a cultivator of excessively high rank, defeating Wu Jie would be impossible. At present, he regarded Lin Xuan on stage as merely wasting time. Yet, Wu Jie perceived the situation differently. Lin Xuan's aura had shifted. He was now relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it, severing God's finger. Boom! Lin Xuan abruptly withstood Wu Jie's divine technique head-on. The prowess of both cultivators at the Golden Core stage was unmistakable. It was no wonder they could engage for so long. Both were indeed Golden Core powerhouses. Wu Jie might be one, but how could that other individual also be a Golden Core cultivator? Though our Tiandao sect boasts a multitude of disciples, the majority at the foundational levels are merely Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners. If one were to attain the Golden Core stage, they would certainly catch the eyes of the prominent peak masters. Indeed, we are utterly unfamiliar with this individual. Golden Core cultivators represent the backbone of the Tiandao sect and are the focal point of cultivation efforts. If Lin Xuan is a Golden Core cultivator, and at such a young age, especially with such formidable combat prowess, he will undoubtedly become the object of fierce competition among the peak masters. It is curious that he has only now made his appearance. Zhao Yunshan shares this sentiment, yet he suspects that a certain peak master seeks to conceal their talent, aiming for a surprising emergence. Thus, he merely smiles in silence, eager to discern which peak this black-faced giant hails from. At this moment, the battle between Lin Xuan and Wu Jie has escalated to a fever pitch. Wu Jie, having failed to eliminate Lin Xuan with 2 consecutive techniques, feels a surge of agitation rising within him. At present, his sole desire is to kill. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan continues to provoke his opponent relentlessly. You, the grandson of the second-in-command of the Medicine Peak, ought to have the decency to end your miserable existence if I were in your shoes. How dare you stand there with such audacity? You are not even among the top 10 prodigies. Do you truly deserve the elixirs you have consumed over the years? Even if those elixirs were fed to dogs, they would have long since ascended to immortality. Lin Xuan's taunts are laced with venom, and Wu Jie, once calm, now finds his composure shattered. In battle, mindset is paramount. The moment he is provoked by Lin Xuan, it becomes evident that he will be led by Lin Xuan's rhythm. Observing Wu Jie's growing agitation, Lin Xuan wears a smirk of triumph. He has ignited Wu Jie's fury. No longer will he merely engage in verbal jabs. The power bestowed upon him by the immortal body not only enhances his strength, but also grants him 2 formidable techniques. The indestructible divine fist, eternal and unyielding. Lin Xuan inhales deeply, launching a punch directly at his adversary. The indestructible divine fist, though he employs merely 50% of his strength, this single strike obliterates the entire arena, leaving Wu Jie shrouded in darkness, as if he were transforming into charred remains. At this moment, Wu Chunfeng, seated in the audience, loses his composure. Given the current situation, his grandson must either concede defeat or continue fighting. If he chooses to persist, Wu Jie's concealed identity as a demonic cultivator will surely be exposed. Should that occur, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Chapter 25. We concede. Wu Chunfeng is restless, yearning to intervene and halt his grandson. Yet openly doing so would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Thus, he can only hope his grandson will graciously surrender. However, Wu Jie is not one to yield easily. This represents a golden opportunity for him to soar to greatness. If he fails to seize this chance, he risks being left behind in the ranks. Yet, should he take action, his identity as a demonic cultivator would become impossible to conceal, leading to inevitable disaster. Contemplating this, he deliberates and finally declares, I concede. As long as the green hills remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. Before he can finish his statement, Lin Xuan is taken aback. What a twist. This grandson is deviating from the expected script. In this moment, he has no choice but to remove his mask. Wu Jie, behold who your grandfather is. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Wu Jie feels his entire being freeze. Why is it this person? How is he still alive? Moreover, he has pushed me to this extent. What terrifies Wu Jie the most is that Lin Xuan's combat style has shifted dramatically from their previous encounters. Just how many secrets does this individual possess? However, after a fleeting moment of fear, Lin Xuan's words provoke his ire completely. You coward, do you truly wish to surrender? Wu Jie's eyes blaze with fury. You are the coward, Lin Xuan, you seek death. His aura surges violently. At this instant, all present are left in stunned silence, for they had not anticipated Wu Jie to possess such a hidden reserve. Even more shocking is the revelation that this black-faced giant is Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, could he be that sect's waste? Yes, it is said he lacks even a spiritual root. How could he possibly match Wu Jie blow for blow? The two have clashed previously, resulting in Wu Jie's defeat. If Wu Jie cannot redeem himself this time, he shall be haunted by this failure for life. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunshan and the others observing from the stage were expressions of bemusement upon recognizing Lin Xuan. Over the years, Lin Xuan's obsequious behavior toward Bai Yueyao has been an endless source of gossip within the sect. Although that transpired 5 years ago, for cultivators, 5 years is but a fleeting moment. For instance, Bai Yueyao, taken as a direct disciple by the sect master, has been in secluded training for 5 years. Upon her return, Lin Xuan had even fathered a child. Thus, their relationship piques considerable interest. Lin Xuan has also been dubbed the sect's premier sycophant. Nevertheless, Zhao Yunshan is deeply curious how Lin Xuan, a man without a spiritual root and of menial status, could possibly ascend to the golden core stage. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyao feels a pang of anxiety. She never imagined Lin Xuan would engage in battle with Wu Jie. In frustration, she exclaims, this fool is always acting recklessly. Senior sister, how is this reckless? He merely has a conflict with Wu Jie. It's absurd to bear a grudge and chase him all the way here. Disregarding the bigger picture, Ziyan cannot help but disagree that Wu Jie has made repeated attempts on Lin Xuan's life, especially threatening Lin Xuan's daughter, asa father. How can he not protect his own child? Senior sister, perhaps he has his own reasons. Humph. What reasons could he possibly have? He merely seeks to attract attention. Whether it pertains to the conflict between Lin Xuan and Wu Jie or his pursuit to this location, Bai Yueyao remains convinced that Lin Xuan harbors feelings for her. His actions are merely an attempt to demonstrate that he is capable of cultivation and that he has a chance to pursue her. Yet, in Bai Yueyao's eyes, Lin Xuan is simply being foolish. If he manages to bring Wu Jie down, he will undoubtedly offend the medicine peak, making his future exceedingly difficult. However, now is not the time to halt his advance. They must take things one step at a time. At this moment, Wu Jie bellows, you worthless scum, a cockroach in the gutter. You should have been crushed long ago. Why are you still alive? Lin Xuan, unfazed, replies, perhaps that question should be directed at you. Why do you, so pitifully weak, continue to exist? By all rights, after being bested by me twice, you ought to possess some awareness and take your own life. Yet here you stand, shamelessly alive, truly a disgrace to humanity. Wu Jie, born into wealth and privilege, has never faced harsh words from anyone due to Wu Chuanfeng's status. Lin Xuan's words cut him deeply. Akin to knives slicing through flesh, I will kill you. His aura suddenly turns ferocious. Wu Chunfeng, witnessing this scene, realizes the gravity of the situation and rushes to the arena, pressing a hand firmly on Wu Jie's shoulder. Coldly, he states, we concede. Lin Xuan, with an icy demeanor, responds, concede? His expression darkens. He had anticipated everything, but could not fathom Wu Chuanfeng's boldness in standing on the arena to declare their surrender. What? Elder Wu has personally come down. It seems Elder Wu still dotes on his grandson, daring to disregard the world's scrutiny by appearing here. Yet, what astonishes me more is Lin Xuan's audacity in confronting Wu Jie. Indeed, he is a formidable individual. It seems even a sycophant can rise to prominence. A sinister smile creeps across Wu Chuanfeng's face. That we concede. Lin Xuan, you are the victor. Our medicine peak has been bested by you. This final statement is profoundly insidious. It transforms the conflict between Lin Xuan and the Wu family into one between Lin Xuan and the entire Medicine Peak. From this point onward, the Wu family need not lift a finger. The disciples of the Medicine Peak will surely seek this man's life. The competition's rules prohibit external interference. He glances at Zhao Yunshan. Sect Master, how shall we proceed with this matter? Zhao Yunshan's expression hardens. He had believed that with Lin Xuan attaining the status of the final disciple, everything would conclude amicably. However, he did not expect this young man to be so relentless, countering with such a question. The crowd is momentarily stunned. Is Lin Xuan truly courting death? Does he intend to engage in a feud with the Wu family to the bitter end? It seems not only the Wu family, but also the disciples of the Medicine Peak will not show him mercy. Now, he dares to question the sect master. Truly a fool seeking his own demise. Does he genuinely believe that reaching the golden core stage renders him invincible? He is utterly unaware of his peril. Zhao Yunshan's face remains expressionless. Before a word could be spoken, Bai Yueyao suddenly stepped forward. Lin Xuan, Wu Jie has already lost. What more do you desire? You have already secured your place in the Spirit Martial Conference. What else do you seek? In her eyes, Lin Xuan's questioning of the master was a grave disrespect. If the master were to be angered, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 26. Lin Xuan's Defiance. Had she chastised him, he might have retreated. Such a situation would have been avoided. However, she did not anticipate that her inquiry would escalate the tension in the atmosphere. Everyone turned to glare at Lin Xuan. Their expressions filled with anger. How could this fellow be so ungrateful? He had clearly obtained the last spot for the Spirit Martial Conference, but continued to press on. I understand now. He merely seeks Bai Yueyao's attention. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. After all, he is a seasoned sycophant. It was no wonder Bai Yueyao had expressed her ire towards him earlier. It appeared she was weary of his incessant pursuit. Who could possibly admire him? Bai Yueyao was a paragon of excellence, while Lin Xuan was but a mere wretch. Bai Yueyao naturally heard the murmurs from the crowd, her complexion paling. This was not her intention. At that moment, Ziyun spoke up. Senior sister, the rules set by the sect leader are clear. No external interference is permitted. Is Lin Xuan's action truly wrong? Bai Yueyao's expression stiffened. Junior sister, why do you defend him? Ziyun, feeling somewhat guilty, persisted. I am merely upholding the rules established by the sect leader. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, standing on the stage, turned to Zhao Yunshan, gritting his teeth. Sect leader, you previously stated that if anyone disobeys the rules, should we truly let it slide with a mere smile? If so, what authority would be left to the sect leader? The crowd gasped in shock. Was Lin Xuan truly questioning the sect leader now? Lin Xuan, you are but a lowly being. How dare you instruct the sect leader? Lin Xuan, get down at once. Yet, Lin Xuan gritted his teeth, resolute. This was his only chance. If he let Wu Jie go now, it would certainly lead to greater chaos in the future. Thus, he had to stand firm. Zhao Yunshan's expression grew grim. He had not anticipated that, after a day of smooth selection, issues would arise at the last moment. Especially with Lin Xuan's words. Though they were all logical, they did not hold water in terms of human sentiment. Should he really punish Wu Chunfeng, the second in command of the Medicine Peak, for this brat? That would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Yet, if he showed no reaction, would that not diminish his authority? Lin Xuan was indeed challenging his command. What do you propose, then? Lin Xuan implored. I request the sect leader's mercy. My battle with Wu Jie must continue. Wu Chunfeng's face tightened. No. My grandson is gravely injured. You wish to force him to his death. Lin Xuan, I know you have enmity with my grandson. But today we are here to select disciples for the Spirit Martial Conference, not to settle personal scores. We concede defeat today. I ask you to show mercy. Wu Chunfeng's words were delivered in a profoundly humble manner, evoking sympathy from the majority present. In stark contrast, Lin Xuan's demeanor only incited further disdain. Such a small fry, believing that he had achieved greatness merely by reaching the golden core stage. Did he truly think he could humiliate others at will? Especially when that person was an elder of the sect. Such a disgraceful character did not deserve to remain in our sect. Selfish wretch. I propose we expel him from the sect. Lin Xuan's expression remained stoic. Though internally he was in turmoil, this old fox was indeed insidious. His words had placed Lin Xuan in a disadvantageous position, inviting condemnation from all sides. He could continue playing the victim. Zhao Yunshan spoke coolly. Lin Xuan, show mercy when you can. The public sentiment is clear. Let this matter rest. Lin Xian's face darkened. Wu Chunfeng revealed a faint smirk. Wu Jie, let us depart. Wu Jie approached Lin Xuan, weakly stating, Lin Xuan, I admit I cannot defeat you. Thank you for sparing me. Though he spoke so outwardly as he turned to leave, he whispered, Lin Xuan, if you have the ability, kill me. At that moment, Lin Xian's hand grasped the air, and a long sword materialized before the crowd. In an instant, a chilling aura of murder enveloped the surroundings. With a swift motion, a powerful sword energy shot through the air. Swish. Zhao Yunshan and the others changed color dramatically. The crowd below hadn't even registered the event before Wu Jie's head had already fallen. Wu Chuanfeng's countenance darkened at this sight. Only after Wu Jie's head rolled did the crowd react. What the hell? Lin Xuan has killed someone. He actually killed Wu Jie, and with such swiftness. This fellow is disregarding the sect leader's words. Bai Yuyao's heart tightened. Zhao Yunshan let out a cold snort. Although Lin Xuan was oblivious to the intricacies of cultivation, he could now ascertain that this individual was utterly disobedient. Lin Xuan, I commanded you to cease. Did you not hear me? Sect leader, I act with reason. I would like to hear what reason you have. If it is merely for personal vendetta, I shall not spare you. Lin Xuan positioned his sword horizontally between Wu Chunfeng and Wu Jie, stating coldly, esteemed guests, you may be aware that I hold grievances with the Wu family, especially since this Wu Jie has continuously harbored intentions towards my daughter. Even so, that does not justify murder. Lin Xuan, you are nothing but an executioner. Wu Chunfeng retorted icily. Lin Xuan, should the sect leader not absolve you, I shall be the first to demand your life for my grandson. Before I could finish my words, I discovered today that Wu Jie was a demonic cultivator. He not only injured me, but also sought to participate in this sect competition and the spirit martial conference. Lin Xuan, cease your slander. My grandson could never be a demonic cultivator. Furthermore, should a demonic cultivator perish, their demonic aura would be evident. Now that my grandson is dead, look for any demonic presence. Wu Chunfeng shouted angrily, sect leader. I believe Lin Xuan seeks personal revenge, thus fabricating lies to bully my deceased grandson, who cannot retort. Lin Xuan is truly detestable. Not only did he kill Wu Jie, but he also slandered him as a demonic cultivator. We are all witnesses here. Do you truly think we are blind? If he were a demonic cultivator, I would eat 3 pounds of feces standing on my head. The individual concluded with a remark. Fresh. The crowd felt a wave of nausea. This fellow had a rather peculiar appetite. Bai Yueyao, witnessing Lin Xuan's demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. This man was beyond redemption. Zhao Yunshan, with a frosty tone, remarked, if what you say is true, now that he is deceased, why is there no demonic aura manifesting? Chapter 27, A Long-Awaited Vindication. Observing Lin Xuan's silence, the crowd began to condemn him. Look, he has fallen silent. Clearly, he can no longer concoct his lies. Does he truly think our sect leader is blind? Wu Chunfeng coldly stated, Lin Xuan, my grandson's body lies here. Do you still wish to deny it, sect leader? I implore you to grant me the authority. I wish to slay him to avenge my grandson. At this moment, Ziyun, gritting her teeth, stepped onto the stage. Standing beside Lin Xuan, she addressed Zhao Yunshan. Sect leader, every word Lin Xuan speaks is true. Wu Jie is a demonic cultivator. He has harmed me as well. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that, in such a situation where Lin Xuan stood isolated, Ziyun would dare to speak in his defense. Lin Xuan, too, was taken aback. He had assumed this woman would not stand up for him. Yet, under pressure, she chose to support him. As for Zhao Yunshan, his expression had become inscrutable. Lin Xuan's reckless actions were one matter, but now he had not only killed Wu Jie, but had also swayed a talented individual for their Tiandao sect. If this matter was not handled well, it would severely impact internal unity, especially with the Spirit Martial Conference looming near. At that moment, Zhuan Ningxu, the leader of the Zixiao Peak, spoke angrily to Ziyun. Ziyun, this is not your business. Go back, master. I swear with all my heart that Wu Jie is undoubtedly a demonic cultivator. Lin Xuan speaks alone, and they may question him. However, Ziyun, as a prodigy, also swears by her heart. This revelation has astonished many. It seems that Lin Xuan has already bewitched Ziyun. Humph, how can there be such a disgrace within our sect? It is truly a shame. Sect leader, should we apprehend them? Zhao Yunshan's mind was in turmoil at this moment. He saw that Zi Yun spoke with conviction, not lying or shielding Lin Xuan. Could it be that Lin Xuan has been wrongly accused? Yet, Lin Xuan cannot produce solid evidence. He spoke coolly. Lin Xuan. Wu Jie is dead. Where is the proof of his being a demonic cultivator? If you cannot find it, I shall charge you with disturbing the peace of the sect today, at this moment. Lin Xuan suddenly snorted coldly. Sect leader, you seek evidence. Then I shall provide it. He brandished his sword and, in an instant, vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already thrust his blade into the heart of a man amidst the crowd. The unremarkable-looking man was taken aback. Lin Xuan, you are about to commit a senseless massacre. Zhao Yunshan and the other peak masters were just about to intervene. However, in the next moment, a powerful sword aura manifested in the air, leaving a shadow. Following that, he stood upon the arena holding a severed head. Upon seeing the head, Wu Chunfeng was equally shocked. Sect leader, elders, look, who is he? Lin Xuan finished speaking and tore off the mask from the severed head. The crowd beheld the unmistakable face of Wu Jie, i.e., at the same time. Wu Jie's body began to undergo a dark transformation. In an instant, a wave of black energy surged forth. Lin Xuan, today's grudge shall be avenged in the future. Zi Yun exclaimed in shock. This is bad. It is Wu Jie's evil spirit. An evil spirit is a manifestation of a demonic cultivator's soul. If the evil spirit is not vanquished, it signifies that the person is not truly dead. As Wu Jie prepared to flee, Lin Xuan snorted, I am a man of quick temper. The grudge of today shall be settled today. With that, he transformed into a streak of sword energy and charged forward. That Wu Chunfeng was about to take action when he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure that immobilized him. Zhao Yunshan, with a piercing gaze, said, Wu Chunfeng, you have indeed raised a fine grandson. The onlookers were no fools. They quickly understood that the evil spirit was indeed Wu Jie's illusion. If Wu Jie was a demonic cultivator, then he bore a connection to Wu Chunfeng. In an instant, the tide of the situation turned dramatically. Until Lin Xuan slashed the evil spirit mid-air with his sword, the crowd had yet to comprehend. It turned out they had wrongfully accused Lin Xuan. It was Wu Jie who was the demonic cultivator. Zhao Yunshan was thoroughly pleased as he patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. Well done. Young man, I nearly misjudged you. Thank you for your perseverance in today's affair. His words were heartfelt, because if Wu Jie were exposed as a demonic cultivator at the Spirit Martial Assembly, the reputation of the Tiandao sect, built over 1,000 years, would likely be ruined at that time. As the sect leader, he would be the first to bear the brunt. This would be a transgression recorded in history for generations to come. Lin Xuan's actions now served to salvage the reputation of the Tiandao sect, bring forth the members of the punishment hall to escort Wu Chunfeng away, ensure he is interrogated thoroughly to uncover the roots of the demonic cultivator. The two elders of the punishment hall immediately placed restrictions on Wu Chunfeng's body and took him away. Zhao Yunshan, addressing the entire sect, proclaimed, today's matter is thanks to Lin Xuan. He is also the last disciple of our sect to enter the Spirit Martial Assembly. The onlookers regarded Lin Xuan with a myriad of expressions. Even the peak masters of the 36 peaks and the prominent prodigies wore complex expressions. This was because Lin Xuan's identity was too intricate. Just half a month ago, he had been regarded as the sect's waste, a mere sycophant of Baiyao, a menial who could not cultivate. But now, he had defeated Wu Jie, exposed a demonic cultivator, and slain Wu Jie's evil spirit. This was a tremendous contribution to the entire Tiandao sect. My goodness, has Lin Xuan transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix in the blink of an eye? Indeed, moreover, I have just realized that Wu Jie's ultimate power was roughly at the late Golden Core stage. Lin Xuan directly slayed him, which means his strength rivals that of the top 10 prodigies. What is frightening is that he was viewed as a waste just half a month ago. The crowd buzzed with discussions about this controversial figure. Zhao Yunshan, too, gazed curiously at Lin Xuan, for he had noticed at a glance that this man was extraordinary. Lin Xuan, you, Lin Xuan smiled and deeply bowed to Zhao Yunshan. I have not yet reported to the sect leader. Recently, I accidentally awakened the sacred body. Thus, my strength has been gradually increasing. I owe this rapid progress to you, sect leader, for lecturing weekly at the Tiandao Academy. Rather than let others speculate, it is better to state the truth. Lin Xuan, having spent 5 years in the menial peak, was well versed in the intricacies of human relationships. Thus, his words not only explained his newfound strength, but also subtly praised Zhao Yunshan. Zhao Yunshan regarded the young man with satisfaction. He found Lin Xuan's words quite gratifying. Chapter 28. Remember to return? Of course, there is an even more important reason. Lin Xuan is a sacred body. A sacred body emerges but once in a century. Even within our sect, there are no more than 3 individuals with a sacred body. Among the younger generation, there is not a single sacred body. Now that you possess a sacred body, you have indeed filled a gap for the sect. At this moment, the crowd was at a loss for how to regard Lin Xuan. This once menial at the lowest rung of the sect had awakened a rare sacred body in just half a month. Not only that, he had defeated Wu Jie, becoming a significant disciple qualified to participate in the spirit martial assembly. This transformation of identity is nothing short of a rags-to-riches tale. Zhao Yunshan looked at Lin Xuan with increasing satisfaction. Young and accomplished, humble and respectful, especially not attributing the capture of Wu Jie solely to himself, but rather crediting the adept leadership of the sect leader. What kind of disciple would one not admire? Especially crucially, Lin Xuan had awakened the sacred body, achieving golden core stage in just half a month. This is a rarity even among sacred bodies. It is sufficient proof of this young man's talent, he said with satisfaction. Lin Xuan, I see you have not yet taken on a master. How about becoming my disciple? When Zhao Yunshan uttered these words, the peak masters of the 36 peaks were taken aback. The sword peak master, Han Qianxiu, was particularly impatient and exclaimed, Sect leader, you cannot snatch him away from me. He swiftly appeared before Lin Xuan, asserting, just now, Lin Xuan slayed the evil spirit mid-air using a sword. Naturally, he should belong to our sword peak. Zhao Yunshan smiled and replied, are you saying that I cannot wield a sword? This, of course, is not the case, but he is indeed a fine talent. If Lin Xuan has no issues with loyalty, then Han Qianxiu's words would be believed by all the peak masters. The top 10 prodigies and the thousands of disciples present, to slay an evil spirit with a golden core level of cultivation, especially to instantaneously defeat Wu Jie. This is no mere boast, in terms of strength. Lin Xuan undoubtedly holds a significant position. Zhao Yunshan then turned to Lin Xuan. There is no need for us to decide. Let Lin Xuan make the choice. As soon as he finished speaking, several peak masters approached. Since Lin Xuan is without issue and possesses a sacred body, why not seize the opportunity? Lin Xuan, come to our array peak. If you study formations, you will be the first disciple with a sacred body in the sect. Or come to our refining peak. Your sword is good, but I can forge an even better treasure sword for you. The refining peak produces nothing of quality. All they make are black coal-like items. Come to our beast master peak. Hundreds of spirit beasts await your selection. Lin Xuan, come with me. Lin Xuan, stay with me. The crowd clamored in a frenzy. Lin Xuan felt overwhelmed. He had never experienced such popularity before. Today he truly felt it. Previously, he had dreamed of one day becoming the center of attention. Yet, it seems that this is not as easy as it appears. At that moment, Zhao Yunshan also felt a bit flustered. He had initially believed that with his invitation, Lin Xuan would accept without hesitation. But now, it appeared that the peak masters were fiercely competing for the sacred body. This is quite understandable, for those with a sacred body are not only powerful, but also, as long as they do not fall into depravity, they will hold a place in the immortal spirit realm. Moreover, Lin Xuan had cultivated so rapidly without any assistance. Everyone desires this exceptional talent. Zhao Yunshan coughed lightly and said in a nonchalant tone, Lin Xuan, should you choose to enter my tutelage, you may engage in more sparring sessions with Bai Yueyao and exchange insights. Upon hearing this, the peak master's eyes glistened with envy. They had forgotten one crucial detail. Lin Xuan had harbored feelings for Bai Yueyao for many years, serving as the sect's veteran admirer. It was no wonder the sect master remained unperturbed. He had such a trump card. Zhao Yunshan turned his gaze towards Bai Yueyao on the stage. Yueyao, what are your thoughts? Bai Yueyao, slightly exhilarated, responded, I shall faithfully obey my master's orders. A wave of envy swept through the crowd. Talented, possessing a sacred body, and accompanied by a beautiful senior sister. Where could one find such good fortune? At that moment, Ziyun incessantly nudged her master. Master, why not seize this opportunity? Left Ningxu chuckled wryly. My cultivation is predominantly suited for women. Distinctly different from Lin Xian's combative nature, some peak masters who had refrained from competing shared this sentiment. It was not that they were disinterested in the sacred body. Rather, they had sensed Lin Xian's formidable prowess the moment he struck. Master of combat, swordsmanship, high offensive capabilities. This was undoubtedly Lin Xian's proper path of cultivation. As for the auxiliary or alternative cultivation styles above, they recognized their incompatibility with Lin Xian and thus opted not to contend. Left Ningxue, observing Ziyun's anxious demeanor, instinctively inquired, "Do you harbor feelings for him?" Ziyun's cheeks flushed. "Who likes him? That fool is both foolish and simple-minded." Yet, as soon as she uttered this, she noticed Yi Wushuang's gaze fixed upon her. The expressionless, icy stare sent a shiver down Ziyun's spine. Meanwhile, Lin Xian deeply bowed to Zhao Yunshan. Disciple expresses gratitude for the sect master's favor. However, Bai Yueyao is the future hope of our sect. I once pursued her, but in recent years, I have a daughter, so I dare not covet that which is beyond my reach. Therefore, I wish to clarify. I no longer desire romantic entanglements. Zhao Yunshan smiled wryly and nodded. A wise man does not speak too plainly. Lin Xian's statement indicated he would not choose himself. Nevertheless, Zhao Yunshan was not overly disappointed. Regardless, Lin Xian would remain within the Tiandao sect, for the sect. This was indeed a positive outcome. Lin Xian, addressing the numerous peak masters with utmost humility, stated, "I am grateful for the esteem shown by all the peak masters, a mere disciple from the miscellaneous peak. I am unworthy." He approached Han Qianqiu with a smile and said, "Then I shall." At that moment, Han Qianqiu's heart raced. The sacred body was to belong to their sword peak. Just then, a cold voice pierced the air. "Lin Xian, I shall take my leave now. Remember to return tonight." Yi Wushuang, known for her aloof demeanor, was as frigid as a mountain. She showed no concern for whom Lin Xian chose to apprentice under. Her words left the venue in stunned silence. Han Qianqiu gaped, bewildered, as he glanced at Yi Wushuang's retreating figure, then at Lin Xian. Zhao Yunshan was equally taken aback. He never anticipated Yi Wushuang would instruct Lin Xian to remember to return. Such a statement, in the eyes of any ordinary person, was incredibly ambiguous. Yet, for Yi Wushuang to utter it was unprecedented. Only Lin Xian understood that her words implied he should return to treat Chunin. Chapter 29. A model for our generation. Han Qianqiu stammered. "Lin Xian, I am merely temporarily residing with Yi Wushuang." Lin Xian scratched his head. The eyes of the crowd widened even further. "What? Are you serious?" Zhou Juesheng could not help but exclaim. Who among the peak masters did not know that Yi Wushuang practiced the path of apathy? Initially cold as ice, her cultivation of this emotionless technique had made her even more unapproachable. Yet, who would have thought that Lin Xian was actually living in the apathy palace? In an instant, the news spread like wildfire. This revelation was far more explosive than Lin Xian's victory over Wu Jie. Lin Xian quickly clarified, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. It is my daughter who has taken Yi Wushuang as her master. Thus, we are merely residing there." Han Qianqiu patted Lin Xian's shoulder. "Who am I to be your master? You should consider me your master instead. You are truly a model for our generation." Lin Xian replied, "Such words are unwarranted." Then today, the others chimed in, "We can only congratulate you." With Yi Wushuang present, we need not struggle to claim anyone. You should have mentioned this earlier. I was almost frantic. The peak masters, who had previously surrounded Lin Xian, dispersed. What a joke! Although Lin Xian was a sacred body, his association with Yi Wushuang was a different matter entirely. Her strength surpassed everyone except the sect master. Moreover, she was notoriously aloof. If they were to snatch away her disciple, who could predict what she might do? Even Zhao Yunshan, with a complex expression, remarked, "Lin Xian, perhaps this is for the best. Why Yi Wushuang is also a sacred body. Following her in cultivation will spare you many detours." Lin Xian discovered that among the most formidable individuals in the Tiandao sect, none surpassed Yi Wushuang. Her mere words silenced all the peak masters. He had no choice but to return to the apathy palace under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In the evening, a visitor arrived at the apathy palace. Ziyun stood at the palace entrance. Witnessing Lin Xian emerged, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. "You and Peak Master Yi. Ah, she is my daughter's master. We are merely borrowing her hospitality." Ziyun regarded Lin Xian with an odd expression. Each word he spoke was comprehensible, yet when strung together, They baffled her, for in their minds, Yi Wushuang was someone who could never be associated with Lin Xuan. Especially with her aversion to the opposite sex, it was easy to understand given her cultivation of the emotionless technique. However, why did she treat Lin Xuan differently? Ziyun cleared her throat and said lightly, "If you have nowhere else to stay, I could arrange something for you." "No need. I am quite comfortable here, and no one disturbs me." What a joke. If he were to leave, Yi Wushuang would undoubtedly have his head. Did she not observe how that woman kept her gaze fixed upon him? Given that she dared to unabashedly instruct him to remember to return, if he were to move out, who knew what she might do? A trace of despondence crossed Ziyun's face. She had not anticipated her suggestion would be so swiftly dismissed by Lin Xuan. Perhaps noticing Ziyun's expression, Lin Xuan hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand. It is because my daughter is her disciple. Since little Yi is still very young, I am here to accompany her. By the way," Lin Xuan called for Lin Yi, "quickly thank her. If it weren't for her, both your father and you might have met with disaster." His words were far from an exaggeration. Had it not been for Ziyun alleviating his concerns, he would not have turned the tide. Little Lin Yi bowed deeply to Ziyun. "Thank you, Annie." Ziyun crouched down, gazing at the young girl's innocent face, unable to resist pinching her cheek. "No need for thanks. This is a gift from Annie," though she had no gift to offer, seeing such an adorable child. She could not help but place the fragrance pouch in Lin Yi's hands. "Wow, it smells so good. Auntie is so nice." Lin Yi showed no shyness, quickly engaging in conversation with Ziyun. Previously, Ziyun had harbored negative feelings towards Lin Xuan, thus failing to notice his daughter. However, upon seeing the little one today, the charming child overwhelmed her maternal instincts, especially upon hearing Lin Yi mention being Yi Wushuang's disciple, and that her father remained to care for her. Ziyun's mood lifted even more. After playing with the child for a while, Ziyun handed Lin Xuan a medicinal pill. "I informed my master about today's events. She instructed me to give you this pill to restore your vitality. Otherwise, if your foundation is damaged, your future path in cultivation will not be smooth." Lin Xuan smiled wryly. "Clearly, you have aided me greatly, yet here I am asking for your possessions. How embarrassing. Take it. We have shared life and death. We are friends now." Lin Xuan nodded. "Then I shall accept it gratefully. Your support for me in today's arena was truly thrilling. You have no idea. My heart was in my throat during the match." "But how did you know the one fighting you was an imposter Wu Jie?" "Actually, the one I faced was also Wu Jie. However, when Wu Chunfeng appeared, Wu Jie quietly switched places with a Wu clan assassin. At that moment, the arena was shrouded in smoke. I doubt anyone could see clearly. It was only at the last moment that I detected Wu Jie's aura. Otherwise, I would have likely fallen victim to their ambush." Ziyun nodded, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. She was fortunate to have heeded Lin Xuan's warning. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. The two continued to converse, until Master Ziyun summoned her back. Ziyun finally departed. Lin Xuan also returned to the Heartless Palace with his daughter. "Daddy, that aunt smells so good. Can she be my mother?" Lin Xuan nearly stumbled to the ground upon hearing this. "No, little Yeji, you already have a mother. She's just not here with you right now." Lin Yi, holding a sachet, smiled and said, "I know. Let's have the aunt be my mother. Then Daddy will have 2 daughters-in-law. That way, she can take care of you." Lin Xuan affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. "This little one truly is his little cotton-padded jacket, though perhaps a bit too warm." Just as the two returned, someone came looking for him again. "Why is everyone coming today?" Little Lin Yi chuckled. "That's because Daddy has become famous." This evening, she had received numerous small trinkets from her little friends. Even some children who usually ridiculed her were now showering her with compliments. What a joke. This was Yi Wushuang's disciple. Aside from the gravely injured Shunin, little Lin Yi was the only healthy disciple of Yi Wushuang. Chapter 30. To drink or not to drink. Lin Xuan regarded Bai Yueyao with an impassive expression and inquired, "What brings you to me?" Bai Yueyao was taken aback by his demeanor. "Can I come to see you if there's nothing wrong?" Clearing her throat, she continued, "I believe I've made my stance quite clear during the day. It's best for us to minimize contact, to avoid misunderstandings." Bai Yueyao spoke with a pained heart. Lin Xuan, "I know you're angry to my silence on your behalf during the day wasn't due to any disapproval that I didn't know Wu Jie was a demon cultivator, nor did I comprehend your intentions. I apologize for speaking harshly at that time." This was the first time Bai Yueyao had ever apologized to Lin Xuan after knowing him for so many years. However, Lin Xuan scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I almost forgot about that. It's nothing. After all, Wu Jie is already dead." For him, the greatest achievement of the day was that Wu Jie had perished. Everything else was inconsequential. He paid no heed to Bai Yueyao's words. To those he did not care for, their words held no weight. Seeing that Lin Xuan seemed genuinely unfazed, Bai Yueyao felt even more anxious. "Lin Xuan, you don't have to forego choosing the sect leader just to avoid misunderstandings. After all, Master is the leader of the Tiandao sect. If you become his disciple, you will gain access to more resources. If I were the reason you missed your opportunity, I would feel uneasy." Of course, she held her own selfish motives, especially after hearing Yu Wushuang say, "Remember to come back tonight," which left Bai Yueyao in a fog, her soul disturbed. Thus, she visited late at night, hoping to sway Lin Xuan's heart back. Naturally, she also wished to create some distance between Lin Xuan and Yu Wushuang. Lin Xuan shook his head. "Bai Yueyao, some things I choose for myself. You need not feel guilty." But before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yi rushed over. "Daddy, Master wants you to go." Lin Xuan glanced at the moon and realized it was indeed time to treat Qin and "I have to go. Yu Wushuang is calling for me." "Wait, Lin Xuan, did she threaten you with something? If so, tell me, and I shall report it to Master." She could not believe that a man who had loved her for many years could so suddenly cease to care. Instead, following a woman as frigid as ice, Lin Xuan shook his head. "Bai Yueyao, please don't concern yourself with my matters. Let us each live our lives in peace, without disturbing one another." Bai Yueyao felt a pang in her heart. This phrase was one she had once said to him. She never expected that 5 years later, it would come back to haunt her, instinctively lowering her head to hide her dismay. She caught sight of the sachet hanging at Lin Ye's waist. She immediately crouched down, excitedly asking, "Where did you get that sachet?" Little Lin Yi was startled, quickly retreating 2 steps and covering the sachet with her hands, warily saying, "This was given to me by the pretty aunt." Bai Yueyao took one look and recognized it as Ziyun's. Ziyun had given her personal belongings to Lin Xuan's daughter. This complex relationship only heightened Bai Yueyao's anxiety. Initially believing that Lin Xuan could now cultivate, and that perhaps she should accept his pursuit, she suddenly found herself blocked by the towering presence of Yu Wushuang. Moreover, even her close friend Xin seemed to have an inexplicable connection with Lin Xuan. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. Let us not meet again." After Lin Xuan spoke, he hurriedly took Lin Yi back. Bai Yueyao watched their retreating figures, her heart aching. Was she truly so bothersome? Or had he genuinely lost all patience and affection for her over time? If Lin Xuan knew her thoughts, he would surely exclaim his innocence. He was merely afraid of the unpredictable wrath of Yu Wushuang. Thus, he hurried back. Bai Yueyao, in a daze, left the heartless peak. After escorting his daughter to her room, Lin Xuan took a moment to compose himself before heading towards the underground palace of the Heartless Palace. Regarding today's matter with the holy body, he wondered if this woman would inquire about it. If she did, how could he respond without inciting her anger? Although Yu Wushuang had never lost her temper with him, Lin Xuan, based on years of experience in keeping a low profile, knew that Yu Wushuang was certainly not an easy person to deal with. He stood at the entrance of the underground palace, took a deep breath, and pushed open the heavy stone door to enter. However, the scene inside left him momentarily bewildered. There was no stern reprimand, no indifference, and certainly none of the various scenarios he had imagined. Instead, Yu Wushuang was holding a wine gourd, tilting her head back to drink. Upon noticing Lin Xuan's arrival, her face flushed slightly as she said, "You're here." Lin Xuan awkwardly nodded. "I've treated Chunin. Let us not rush into the treatment. First, let us have a drink." Lin Xuan shook his head vigorously. Logically speaking, not only was Yu Wushuang powerful, but she was also exceptionally beautiful. Any man would find it hard to resist an invitation from such a woman. Yet Lin Xuan managed to resist. The reason was simple. 5 years ago, he had gotten drunk and ended up spending a night with Lin Ye's mother, resulting in Lin Ye's birth. At that time, Lin Xuan had a clear understanding. He could not drink. Who knew what would happen if he got blackout drunk? Moreover, the woman before him was Yu Wushuang. If anything were to happen, he had no doubt she would silence him permanently. Furthermore, he now knew that Yu Wushuang harbored an unhealthy obsession with Qinin. If he were to find himself entangled with her, it would be tantamount to courting death. "Leader Yi, I really can't handle my liquor. I'd rather not drink." Lin Xuan began to back away, just as a fragrant breeze enveloped him. The stone door of the palace was abruptly slammed shut with an unseen force, and Yi Wuxuang stood before Lin Xuan. Her cheeks slightly flushed, saying, "Are you refusing to give me face?" This was her first invitation for someone to drink. Lin Xuan awkwardly said, "I really can't handle my liquor. Drink or die. Choose one." Lin Xuan felt as if his heart was lodged in his throat. Having crossed into this world, how could he still escape the drinking culture? Moreover, it was evidently more wild here. Drink or die? He had no doubt that Yi Wuxuang would kill him. He forced a smile and said, "I'll drink. I'll drink." A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Wuxuang's icy face. She gently said, "Good." Chapter 31. Another side of Yi Wuxuang. Lin Xuan nearly shed tears. Did he dare to be disobedient? He accepted the wine gourd from Yi Wuxuang and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. Is this enough? Yi Wuxuang seemed to have regained some clarity, finally recognizing that the person before her was Lin Xuan. A look of disdain crossed her face. "Why is it you? Get out." Lin Xuan, scrambling to leave, suddenly heard Yi Wuxuang call out, "Wait, did you treat Qianan?" At times, he truly wished she would just kill him outright to spare him this torment. One moment she said no, and now she wanted to know. Did she want it or not? However, he dared not voice his innermost thoughts, especially in the presence of the eccentric Yi Wuxuang. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. He obediently approached the ice coffin beside Qianan. "Could you please step outside?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Xuan felt a tightening in his throat. That Yi Wuxuang had firmly grasped Lin Xuan's neck. "What do you intend to do with him?" Lin Xuan felt utterly helpless. What could I possibly do to him? "I'm a man." Yet, he humbly replied, "You always let me treat him alone before. Now, you must treat him while I watch." Yi Wuxuang gazed at the figure within the ice coffin with a morbid obsession. That infatuated look made Lin Xuan inwardly lament her mental instability. After participating in the spirit martial conference, he absolutely needed to find a new place to stay. Otherwise, living with this lunatic would inevitably lead to trouble in the future. Since Yi Wuxuang insisted on being nearby, he could no longer use the flame dragon egg to absorb the fire poison from Qianan. He had no choice but to resort to the old method, channeling his energy to gradually draw out the fire poison. Just as he began to do so, the fire poison suddenly became agitated. Wrapping around Lin Xuan in an instant, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Perhaps he could have controlled it before, but after drinking a couple of cups of Yi Wuxuang's wine today, he felt as if his head was heavy and his feet light. Especially as a fragrant aroma wafted towards him. Suddenly, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, for Yi Wuxuang had collided into his embrace, gazing at him with a look of infatuation. "Are you leaving?" Lin Xuan bit his tongue. A desire for flesh is like a knife above one's head. Should he take action when the time calls for it? To die under the peony flower is to be a ghost of elegance. His mind spun in confusion, and before he knew it, Yi Wuxuang had pushed him to the ground. In a single night, the palace of indifference was filled with amorous sounds. The next morning, Lin Xuan, trembling and weak-kneed, rolled and scrambled out of the underground palace. While Yi Wuxuang was still asleep, he had to hastily flee with Lin Yi. Damn it, he had resolved to hold back, but under the influence of the fire poison. His body felt hot and his thoughts chaotic. In short, he had done something that no one in the entire Heavenly Tao sect dared to do. Little Lin Yi, still half asleep, looked at her father as he rushed in a panic. "Father, what's wrong?" "Nothing much, little Yezi. Hurry up. We're leaving." "Where are we going?" "Just come with me. I'll explain later." Seeing her father dragging her away, little Lin Yi pointed at the belongings in the room. Heartbroken, "Father, are we leaving all these behind?" Lin Xuan instinctively replied, "These are not as important as our lives. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." He hurriedly took little Lin Yi out of the palace of indifference. As for Yi Wuxuang, he felt no relief whatsoever. He could not possibly believe that a mere night's sleep would instill any feelings in her. Given her affection for Qianan, the most likely outcome was that she would kill him. If not now, then when, descending from the palace of indifference, Lin Xuan gasped for breath, pondering where to flee. A group of people passed by. "Lin Xuan, where are you going in such a rush? You look out of breath." Lin Xuan squinted to see, and he indeed recognized them. They were the 9 victors from yesterday's arena. Besides them, there were also the top 10 prodigies. "I'm just getting some exercise. What about you? We were just looking for you." The sect leader has decreed that starting today, until the spirit martial conference, We are to attend the Heavenly Tao Academy for study and exchange. It was said that a few would be personally selected from the 36 peak masters to teach them. The Heavenly Tao Academy was indeed the school of the Heavenly Tao sect. Lin Xuan awkwardly smiled and said, "Great, let us go." He followed his daughter into the group. "That you're still bringing your daughter along?" "Yes, she is too young to be alone." Everyone's previous prejudice against Lin Xuan had vanished, and they conversed with him cheerfully. After all, no one wished to offend a future star, as long as Lin Xuan did not seek his own demise. The fact that he had vanquished the demonic cultivator and possessed a sacred body was enough to ensure a comfortable life for him. If this man were to strive a little harder, his achievements would likely surpass theirs. Thus, no one had any objections to this favored disciple of the sect leader. Lin Xuan himself was indifferent. Having long since experienced the vicissitudes of life, he would not alter his course of action based on others' attitudes. Little Lin Yi, however, looked on curiously at the group until she spotted Ziyun. She excitedly rushed over. "Pretty Annie." Ziyun smiled broadly as she embraced Lin Yi. "Looks like you remember me." "Of course I remember you, Auntie, because you are the prettiest." Any woman would be unable to resist such flattering words from a sweet little girl. Ziyun, in particular, beamed with joy at the compliment. What a delightful little one. As for Bai Yueyao at that moment, she felt uncomfortable all over. She could never have imagined that her good friend and junior sister would be so close to the child of her suitor who had pursued her for years. Ziyun's closeness to Lin Yi made her wonder if the same could be said for Lin Xuan, especially as she thought of her intimate perfume pouch being on Lin Yi. Bai Yueyao felt even more uneasy. Clearing her throat, she said, "The peak masters are waiting for us at the academy. Let us hurry." Everyone present was astute enough to notice the odd atmosphere as for the source of this oddity. It was likely Lin Xuan. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts, and the group proceeded directly to the Heavenly Tao Academy. By this time, the academy was already bustling with people. Typically, the academy taught foundational techniques and rules of cultivation to prospective disciples. "Why were there so many people today?" Xia Shusheng smiled and said, "You 10 prodigies are figures they look up to. Your visit today will naturally draw their attention." Wang Hao laughed heartily. "That is true. After all, we are their benchmarks." Just then, the crowd began clamoring. "Which one is Lin Xuan? Where is Lin Xuan? I want to see Lin Xuan." Chapter 32. Am I the most popular? Lin Xuan. The crowd. Wang Hao cast Lin Xuan a sly glance. "It seems you're more popular than us." Lin Xuan humbly replied. "Not at all. The reputation I've left in the sect is merely one of infamy. They probably just want to see how bad I truly am." Wang Hao had intended to mock him, but upon hearing Lin Xuan downplay himself, he found it difficult to respond. Bai Yueyao also felt a pang of discomfort because a significant portion of Lin Xuan's infamy was due to her. Ziyun, however, candidly stated, "Lin Xuan, you need not belittle yourself. In terms of talent, you are no less than anyone else. In terms of strength, you do not fall short of us. Why be so self-effacing?" The crowd, noticing Ziyun defending Lin Xuan, turned their curious gazes toward the two. Xia Shusheng, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "You two seem quite like a couple, don't you?" Ziyun's face flushed. Xia Shusheng, "What are you saying?" Lin Xuan quickly interjected, "There's nothing between us. Don't let me affect Ziyun's romantic prospects." "I have no romantic prospects. It's not as serious as you think," seeing the two speak so comfortably. The crowd's speculation only intensified. Despite Ziyun's amiable demeanor towards Lin Xuan, she was also a figure not easily approached within the sect, being one of the top 10 prodigies and the sole, most cherished disciple of the peak master of Zixia Peak. Her status alone ensured that no one dared to provoke her. "Shall we stand here and be gawked at like monkeys? Let us head inside." Bai Yueyao's command silenced the crowd. Given her identity as the sect leader's disciple, her high status was unquestionable, and she was also regarded as the goddess of the sect. Anyone who wished to clash with her would be akin to a mouse lighting a lamp, courting death. Just as they prepared to enter, a group of academy students blocked their path. "What do you want?" "Sister Bai, we just want to see which one is Lin Xuan." "Why do you seek Lin Xuan?" A bold female student spoke up. "Naturally, we want to see if senior brother Lin has a partner. If not, I'd like to consider myself." Bai Yueyao's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Ziyun instinctively shielded Lin Xuan with her body. This subtle motion piqued the interest of Xia Shusheng and the others. Wang Hao, unable to contain himself, pointed at Lin Xuan. "This is the one." he has been infatuated with by Yao for quite some time. Alas, while the prince has intentions, the divine maiden remains indifferent. Now witnessing by Yao's discomfort due to Lin Xuan, he couldn't help but fan the flames, aiming to sever any ties between them once and for all. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, a throng of admirers encircled Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, could you please give me an autograph? Lin Xuan, do you have a partner? How about considering me? Lin Xuan, I've been taking care of my younger siblings since childhood. My experience with children is unparalleled. Your daughter would surely have a delightful time. Lin Xuan, I possess remarkable talent and am still young. Why not get to know each other better? Lin Xuan, bewildered, wore a look of confusion. Why is it that upon arriving in the immortal spirit realm, I can still encounter fan culture? Am I meant to debut as part of a group here? Wang Hao had not anticipated that so many people would genuinely be interested in Lin Xuan. In fact, Lin Xuan was the most popular and intriguing figure among all the disciples, having achieved a remarkable rise from a humble servant disciple to a favored individual by the sect leader. Especially with his possession of the sacred body, he was a true exemplar of an underdog's triumph. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a compelling narrative? Everyone, please do not crowd. I have no intention of seeking a partner. I am here solely to learn. Kindly let me pass. No way, Lin Xuan, we should get acquainted first. Since you've come to the academy, allow me to show you around. Numerous girls chattered excitedly. Wang Hao, smirking in front of the talented individuals, remarked, it seems Lin Xuan is indeed quite popular. I wonder if he might find true love here. Of course not, Bai Yao declared resolutely. However, upon noticing the gazes directed at her, she awkwardly added, Lin Xuan should focus on his cultivation for now. Discussing romantic entanglements is surely premature. Indeed, I believe there's no rush. Ziyun chimed in, gently pinching Lin Ye's little face. Little Yezi, what do you think? I actually want to find a beautiful aunt to take care of Daddy. Oh, don't you wish to find your own mother? I do, but that doesn't have to conflict, does it? Lin Ye's words momentarily excited both Bai Yao and Ziyun. They speculated whether Lin Xuan, being indifferent to women, might still be thinking about Lin Ye's mother. It appeared that Lin Yi was supportive of Lin Xuan finding a partner, igniting their imaginations. At that moment, Lin Xuan finally managed to extricate himself from a throng of women. I must say, you all are quite inconsiderate. You encircled me and paid me no heed. Li Gui chuckled. You were lost in a realm of tenderness. Why should we disturb you? Laughter erupted among the group. And even Lin Xuan joined in. Before long, the 20 of them arrived at the largest lecture hall of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Upon entering, they spotted Zhao Yunshan waiting for them. Not only was sect leader Zhao Yunshan present, but also the peak masters of the 36 peaks were seated behind him in succession. You have arrived. The 20 individuals bowed respectfully. Zhao Yunshan spoke with a calm demeanor. All students outside may audit today's session as well. As soon as his words fell, thousands of students from the Heavenly Tao Academy entered, drawn not only by the presence of the 10 prodigies, but also by the recently selected top 10 disciples. Moreover, they were eager to witness the strongest sect leader and the peak masters of the 36 peaks, an extraordinary occasion indeed. Zhao Yunshan smiled and announced, from today until the Spirit Martial Conference, you will study here under the guidance of our 36 peak masters. As for the students of the Heavenly Tao Academy, you may audit the sessions. The audience erupted in applause, for this was indeed a momentous opportunity. Many of these peak masters might never be encountered again in a lifetime, and to have the privilege of attending their lectures was truly an honor. Additionally, apart from these announcements, there is one more matter to declare. The Heavenly Tao sect has decided that, in addition to the top 10 prodigies, the victors from yesterday's arena battle will collectively be referred to as the top 10 anomalies. Henceforth, you shall enjoy the same privileges as the prodigies. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, particularly among Lin Xuan and his companions, who were utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated such an unexpected reward from participating in the Spirit Martial Conference. If they were to enjoy the same benefits as the prodigies, their futures were indeed promising. Well, that concludes today's announcements. Are there any questions from the students? The students of the Heavenly Tao Academy looked bewildered. Wait, when did we gain the right to speak? Zhao Yunshan seemed to relish the unfolding drama. This is a rare opportunity, so if anyone has questions or wishes to challenge any of the 20 individuals, feel free to speak up. The group exchanged glances, contemplating the challenge. Could they truly take on the prodigies? Yet, amidst the uncertainty, One bold individual stepped forward. That I will. A young man clad in blue stood up, instantly commanding respect from the crowd. That wasn't this the son of the Sword City Lord, Yu Buxiu? He had been in the Qi refinement stage when he first came to the academy. And now he was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage that he dared to challenge the prodigies. Losing is inconsequential, but winning might truly elevate my status. Yu Buxiu seemed to harbor such ambitions. After stepping forward, he respectfully addressed the sect leader. Heavenly Dao Academy student Yu Buxiu wishes to challenge Lin Xuan. All eyes turned to Lin Xuan, but if there was anyone who had garnered the most attention in recent days, it was undoubtedly Lin Xuan. This man had become the talk of the town, a subject of conversation at every meal. No one had expected Yu Buxiu to challenge Lin Xuan. Zhao Yunshan regarded Lin Xuan with a knowing smile. Lin Xuan, do you dare to accept the challenge? Lin Xuan nodded. Why would I hesitate? For Yu Buxiu, this represented an opportunity to shine, and he had indeed defeated Wu Jie. Yet he remained the weakest in terms of background and foundation among both the prodigies and anomalies. Thus, this battle was one he must win, no matter what. In the interest of fairness, I shall lower myself to your level, Lin Xuan stated calmly. However, Yu Buxiu was unyielding. No need. I believe we all deserve our titles. You are merely a name without substance, and I shall be the one to defeat you today. Very well. Then, best of luck. With that, Yu Buxiu gripped his sword and lunged at Lin Xuan with remarkable speed, aiming directly for his chest. This was not a mere contest. It was an attempt on Lin Xuan's life. Was Yu Buxiu truly strong enough to pose a threat to Lin Xuan? Rumor had it that before joining the academy, Yu Buxiu had been trained by his father, who had assembled numerous swordsmanship experts to teach him ferocious techniques. Even the academy's instructors had remarked that, given time, Yu Buxiu would undoubtedly rank among the prodigies. If that were the case, Lin Xuan was indeed in danger, especially since they were now on equal footing. Yet, Yu Buxiu's strike failed to hit Lin Xuan. Igniting his fury, he continued to swing his sword, but within a few exchanges, he couldn't even graze Lin Xuan's clothes. Zhao Yunshan observed the scene and turned to the peak master of the sword peak, Han Qianxiu, asking, "What is your opinion of Yu Buxiu?" Han Qianxiu stroked his beard, expressing his approval. In another 20 years, he will undoubtedly carve out a place among sword cultivators. Everyone turned to listen. For Han Qianxiu was a sword cultivator whose insight was rarely mistaken. His words provided Yu Buxiu with significant validation. However, a question lingered. What is it? Han Qianxiu mused. Lin Xuan's sword strike from yesterday was formidable. Why does he not draw his sword now? Indeed, not only was he curious, but so were the others. Throughout the encounter, Lin Xuan had solely evaded Yu Buxiu's attacks, without even drawing his own sword. Are you mocking me? Yu Buxiu seethed. Lin Xuan, if you have the ability, draw your sword and fight me. Otherwise, just concede. Evading is hardly entertaining. Lin Xuan replied coolly. Is that so? Do you believe your sword possesses some unique quality? Yu Buxiu sneered and remarked, as the son of the Lord of Sword City, I have encountered every conceivable sword and every kind of swordsman. Those who surpass you bowed down before me. What pretense are you putting on? Lin Xuan, you may choose not to draw your sword, but then you must kneel and concede. Relinquish your position as a prodigy. It is better to stand without a title than to be known for mere empty fame. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. With a calm expression, he replied, Are you truly certain you wish for me to draw my sword? Otherwise, you wouldn't be trying to flaunt your power here. Would you? Lin Xuan chuckled. If I refrained from drawing my sword, would that not invite ridicule? It would also disappoint the expectations of my sect leader. However, should I unsheathe my sword, be prepared for the consequences. Enough with the chatter. Come. Yu Buxiu stood resolute. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, resting his hand on the hilt at his waist, his fingers deftly flicking it. The sword suddenly leapt from its sheath. In that instant, a beam of sword light flashed before everyone's eyes. Swish. By the time the crowd reacted, Lin Xuan's sword was already pressed against Yu Buxiu's throat. Yu Buxiu stood frozen, utterly bewildered. What speed? Han Qianxiu exclaimed at this sight, unable to contain his astonishment. This sword strike had nearly dazzled all the young disciples present. Simultaneously, it had terrified Yu Buxiu to his core. He had not even realized what had transpired before the blade was at his throat. Especially notable was Lin Xuan, who was no longer the languid figure he had been moments ago, that he now resembled a poised longsword. ready to strike at any moment. With a mere thought, he could sever the head of an enemy from amidst 1,000 troops. Can you submit? Yu Bushio trembled as he nodded. He had no choice but to acquiesce. This strike had surpassed all the sword techniques he had ever learned. It shattered his entire understanding of the sword path. Lin Xuan slowly sheathed his sword, saying calmly, "My sword is for slaying, not for performance." In an instant, the crowd felt the overwhelming aura of killing intent and sword energy emanating from Lin Xuan. Han Qianxiu even stood up, exclaiming, "Excellent." Yu Bushio stood in silence for quite some time before finally speaking. Lin Xuan. He suddenly knelt before Lin Xuan. "I wish to take you as my master." The crowd was taken aback. Even Lin Xuan was astonished. After all his posturing, he had intended to return home, only to find himself dumbfounded by Yu Bushio's request. Was he not supposed to leave in a state of despair or self-loathing? Instead, this fellow wanted to become his disciple. Chapter 34. Duel with Han Qianxiu. Lin Xuan awkwardly gazed at the man kneeling before him and replied coolly, "I apologize, but I do not take disciples." He himself had no master. To take on a disciple first would be absurd. Yu Bushio did not press the issue, but resolutely declared, "I will not give up." It was evident that he had become Lin Xuan's #1 fan after being awed by that sword strike. Lin Xuan scratched his head in embarrassment. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. Just then, Han Qianxiu stepped forward, saying, "Lin Xuan, I find myself itching to seek your guidance. You flatter me, esteemed peak master. How could I dare to show off before you?" Han Qianxiu, the master of the sword peak of the Heavenly Tao sect and a swordsmanship master, wanted to spar, which would surely put Lin Xuan in a difficult position. However, Han Qianxiu did not hold back. After uttering those words, he swiftly drew his sword. Swish! Sword energy filled the air. Lin Xuan dared not be careless. He drew his sword, one strike aimed at the throat. Swish! Compared to Han Qianxiu's overwhelming sword energy, Lin Xuan's was but a single line. Yet, that single sword energy pierced through Han Qianxiu's numerous attacks. Bang! Han Qianxiu blocked the strike with his sword and closed in. The two transformed their duel from a clash of sword energy into a contest of sword techniques. Han Qianxiu's attacks were endlessly varied. His long sword danced through the air, leaving traces behind, although Lin Xuan continuously parried. He showed no signs of retreating. For a time, the two were evenly matched. Zhao Yunshan's eyes lit up at this sight. This young man is truly a genius in swordsmanship. The other peak masters nodded in agreement. They might not have a deep understanding of Lin Xuan's abilities, but they were all too familiar with Han Qianxiu, who had never acknowledged anyone in swordsmanship throughout his life. It was unexpected for him to engage with Lin Xuan, and even more so that Lin Xuan could hold his ground against Han Qianxiu, a truly promising talent. After 50 exchanges, Lin Xuan finally retreated several steps. "Han Peak Master, I am unable to continue this fight. I kindly ask you to show mercy." Han Qianxiu laughed heartily. "Very well, Lin Xuan, let us strike one final blow and conclude today's duel." Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. He could tell that the elder did not seem genuinely willing to stop. At that moment, Han Qianxiu swung his sword directly at Lin Xuan. The disciples of the sword peak gasped at this strike. "Isn't that the legendary technique of our master?" Flowing clouds. The sword energy shifted from its previous ferocity to a drifting, elusive form, making it difficult to discern the attack's intent. However, the actual strike would inflict even greater harm. Zhao Yunshan's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that Han Qianxiu would employ the divine sword technique. Flowing clouds. If this strike landed solidly, even he might not escape unscathed. What exactly is this man trying to accomplish? Many began to speculate whether Han Qianxiu intended to eliminate Lin Xuan today for not acknowledging him the previous day. To destroy what he could not possess was not beyond the realm of possibility for these influential peak masters. Lin Xuan was doomed. How infuriating! Bai Yueyao wanted to rush forward upon witnessing this technique. However, she was held back by Wang Hao. "Junior sister Bai, this is a duel between Han Peak Master and Lin Xuan. What do you hope to accomplish by intervening?" But Lin Xuan might not be able to withstand this strike. "Ha, surely not. Yesterday's sword from Lin Xuan astounded everyone present. I believe he can turn this peril into safety." Yet, his words sounded somewhat like schadenfreude to the ears of the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's body began to tremble. Of course, his trembling was not from fear or trepidation. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. To have the opportunity to spar with a top-tier swordsman like Han Qianqiu was a thrill beyond compare. He took a deep breath, slowly sheathing his sword. Was Lin Xuan planning to concede? That made sense. Han Peak Master's divine technique was indeed formidable, and even we spectators felt a sense of dread. What more of Lin Xuan? Could it be that this rising star was about to fall? At that moment, a Peak Master suddenly spoke up. He is not conceding. Rather, he is gathering strength. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xuan drew his sword. The blade fell like a descent to the yellow springs. Boom! This strike was far more imposing than Han Qianqiu's flowing clouds. Simultaneously, the crowd felt a chill that crept from their feet to the top of their heads. What an icy sword intent! What kind of divine technique is this, exuding an aura of death and decay? The two divine techniques clashed in the air, resulting in an explosive shockwave. Zhao Yunshan and the others quickly intervened to stabilize the space around them. Otherwise, these two divine techniques would likely shatter the very sky above. When the sword intent finally waned, smoke engulfed the scene. Han Qianqiu laughed heartily, standing exuberantly before Lin Xuan as he patted his shoulder. My heart is greatly comforted. With such swordsmanship, the legacy of our heavenly Dao sect's sword path is secure. This remark elicited a myriad of expressions from the crowd. Although brief, these words encapsulated all of Han Qianqiu's praise. Particularly the implication of a legacy. He was essentially stating that Lin Xuan's future swordsmanship would not pale in comparison to his own. It was the highest form of commendation. The disciples of the Sword Peak wore expressions of mixed emotions. Lin Xuan was not one of their disciples, yet he had received an accolade they had not. Wasn't that rather awkward? At this moment, Lin Xuan shook his head repeatedly. With Han's precedent set, the younger generation could hardly claim any merit. The inheritance of swordsmanship would surely be passed down by the brothers of the Sword Peak. How could I dare entertain such thoughts? You need not belittle yourself that I will be frank with you. Today, I employed only 70% of my strength, yet you withstood it all. Your future is indeed promising. After saying this, Han Qianqiu carefree returned to his seat. Lin Xuan awkwardly retreated among the 20 disciples. His intention for coming here today had been to minimize his presence. Yet, here he was, challenged right from the start. Once again, Han Qianqiu has lavished praise upon him without reservation that it seems he is unable to maintain any semblance of humility. Naturally, Zhao Yunshan has also discerned that Lin Xuan wishes to keep a low profile, concealing the brilliance of those around him. Therefore, he refrains from excessive commentary and merely states, Lin Xuan, well done. You have not brought shame upon the top 10 prodigies. With that, he announces, now, let today's lessons officially commence. He continues, if any peak masters wish to conduct a lesson, please feel free to step forward. At this moment, the masters of the 36 peaks are all aflame with eagerness. Yet none dare to be the first to take the initiative. Chapter 35. Unmatched prestige. If they were merely ordinary disciples, they would not treat the matter with such solemnity. However, these are the top 10 talents and the top 10 anomalies. The top 10 talents are disciples that the sect has long designated for focused cultivation, each mentored by a master of peak status. They have experienced much and seen much. Should they falter in front of others, it would be utterly humiliating. As for the top 10 anomalies, they have fought their way up from a multitude of thousands just yesterday, but if they lack genuine skill, it is unlikely they could teach them anything. The peak masters engage in hushed discussions. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan finds his thoughts wandering. Since his arrival, he has yet to catch a glimpse of Yi Wushuang. Of course, none among them have voiced any objections to her absence, considering her formidable prowess. Yet, the mere thought of the events from yesterday fills Lin Xuan with trepidation. What if this woman is now mobilizing the entire sect to hunt him down? At that moment, a voice breaks through. Sect Master, I apologize for my tardiness. Upon seeing the figure at the entrance, Lin Xuan instinctively takes 2 steps back. Damn it, it seems I possess the gift of prophecy. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The person standing at the door is none other than Yi Wushuang. Zhao Yunshan appears unfazed. Not late at all. Yi Wushuang, you may not know, but just now, Lin Xuan from your heartless peak has truly shone brightly. Han Qianqiu exclaims excitedly. Lin Xuan's expression darkens. 80 times. He genuinely wishes to express his gratitude, but such praise at this moment feels akin to a death sentence. Yi Wushuang coldly regards Lin Xuan, then simply replies, Han Qianqiu, feeling a bit foolish, chooses to remain silent. Sect Master, I shall instruct them today. The unexpected offer from Yi Wushuang leaves Zhao Yunshan and the others astonished, given that this woman practices the heartless path. She typically exudes an icy demeanor and seldom participates in sect activities. Who would have anticipated that today she would voluntarily offer to teach these prodigies? Zhao Yunshan promptly nods in agreement. Very well, I entrust them to you. Yi Wushuang slowly approaches them. The nearby peak masters whisper among themselves. I never imagined Yi Wushuang would take the initiative to teach these prodigies. It must be because Lin Xuan just elevated her reputation. If I were in her shoes, I too would be unable to resist the urge to step forward. The relationship between Yi Wushuang and Lin Xuan is indeed peculiar. Who would have thought that Lin Xuan, a mere servant, regarded as the lowest of the low within the sect, would be chosen by Yi Wushuang as her disciple? Yet, considering Yi Wushuang's unpredictable nature, it does seem somewhat normal, after all. It appears she rarely engages in anything conventional. At this moment, Lin Xuan almost shrinks to the back of the crowd. The prodigies regard him with questioning gazes. Why is this fellow hiding? Yi Wushuang, with her frosty demeanor, declares, since the sect master has entrusted you to me today, I shall not disappoint you. Her expression remains impassive as she addresses the assembly. From this moment forth, all of you shall proceed to the enigmatic forest. Each of you must hunt down 20 beasts of no less than the gold core stage. An immediate silence envelopes the scene. The enigmatic forest, the largest untouched wilderness in the northern region of the Tiandao sect that harbors countless spirit beasts and demonic creatures, and more terrifyingly, they are known for their ferocity and bloodthirstiness. The gold core stage beasts are considerably stronger than their human counterparts, that Yi Wushuang's command is tantamount to sending them to their doom. One peak master clears his throat and speaks up. Yi peak master, isn't your request a bit excessive? The beasts in the enigmatic forest appear in droves. Should these prodigies make even the slightest misstep, they could be overwhelmed and perish. In previous years, some elders entered and never returned, let alone them. Yi Wushuang coldly responds. If they perish, they can only blame their lack of strength and ill fate. On the path of cultivation, such individuals should have been eliminated long ago. Should they not? Rather than embarrassing themselves at the Spirit Martial Conference, it would be better to die here. The crowd murmurs in agreement. Many are aware that Yi Wushuang is a woman devoid of compassion. Yet, none anticipated her to be this merciless. Zhao Yunshan contemplates deeply before finally speaking. Very well then. Without experiencing genuine combat, how can one participate in the Spirit Martial Conference? Although Yi Wushuang's method is somewhat cruel and lacking in humanity, it undeniably serves to hone their skills swiftly. From this moment on, before nightfall, anyone who fails to hunt down 20 beasts shall forfeit their status as a prodigy, as soon as the words leave his lips. The prodigy's expressions shift dramatically. They hastily depart from the premises, leaving only Lin Xuan, who stands there, visibly troubled. Lin Xuan, what troubles you? Lin Xuan, holding little Lin Ye's hand, speaks softly. Sect master, might I request you to look after my daughter? Previously, within the sect, he had no one to protect Lin Yi. Now, given the circumstances with Yi Wushuang, sending Lin Yi to her side would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter. He cannot possibly take Lin Yi into the enigmatic forest. Zhao Yunshan nods, about to acquiesce, when Yi Wushuang remarks coolly, Lin Yi is my disciple. Lin Xuan, why trouble others? This certainly does not burden you. Does it? Yi Wushuang retorts icily. You must hunt 30 beasts. If you do not return before nightfall, you understand the consequences. Her frigid words fall upon Lin Xuan like a bucket of ice water. He whispers to Lin Yi, be careful, my dear daughter, and refrain from speaking too much. In this dire situation, venturing forth may offer him a glimmer of hope, while remaining behind would surely lead to his demise. After leaving a talisman for Lin Yi, he vanishes in an instant. Little Lin Yi stands alone in the grand hall, feeling somewhat at a loss. Even without Lin Xuan's reminder, she understands that her master is not easy to deal with. Yi Wushuang observes Lin Ye's bewildered demeanor and says softly, come here. Little Lin Yi quickly scurries to catch up with her. Are the elders of the academy present? A gray-robed elder steps forward, saying, I am here. Bring forth your spirit root testing steel. She intends to test Lin Ye's spiritual root. Yi Wushuang's actions cause the onlookers to pause, clearly intrigued. They wish to see whether Lin Xuan's daughter possesses a spiritual root. However, most believe she does not. Spiritual roots are largely inherited. Lin Xuan has no spiritual root, and the woman who bore him a child is a mere servant of the sect. Thus, it is highly unlikely that their daughter possesses one. Alas, one wonders if she might possess the fortune to become a sacred body in the future. You must be jesting. A sacred body emerges only once in a century. Do you think they grow on trees? Chapter 36. Exceptional Spiritual Root. The elder of the academy approaches with the testing steel. Yi Wuxuan coldly instructs, place your hand upon it. Obeying her undeniable command, Lin Yi cautiously places her hand upon the steel. The steel vibrates, and soon after, two words materialize. Exceptional. What the hell, am I seeing things? Is this truly an exceptional spiritual root? It indeed states exceptional. Zhao Yunshan and the others can no longer contain themselves. They rush forward, gazing at the words exceptional spiritual root on the steel, their eyes filled with ecstatic delight. Zhao Yunshan bursts into laughter. Heaven bless our Tiandao sect. After all these years, we have finally produced an exceptional spiritual root. The crowd is equally astonished. There are countless types of spiritual roots. However, when it comes to the most prestigious, none can compare to the supreme, exceptional, and flawless spiritual roots. Possessing any one of these three offers unparalleled advantages in cultivation. The future is indeed bright for one who possesses an exceptional spiritual root at such a young age. How could Zhao Yunshan not be elated? Our Tiandao sect has produced its first exceptional spiritual root. We have made history. To think that the Tiandao sect has been established for over 1,000 years without a single practitioner possessing a supreme spiritual root. Who could have anticipated that Lin Xuan's daughter would turn out to be one? Zhao Yunshan, brimming with excitement, addressed Lin Yi. Little Lin Yi, would you like to cultivate with me? Master, I can concede many things, but this I must contend for. Lin Yi responded. Lin Yi, look at me. I can teach you too. I am Yu Dalai, the peak master of the refining peak. Do you fancy toys? I can craft you delightful little trinkets. Pay him no heed. Lin Yi. I am Kong Xianming, the peak master of the Confucian peak. Wouldn't it be splendid to learn Confucianism under my guidance? Who would want to associate with a destitute scholar like you? Lin Yi, heed my words. Your father is a sword cultivator, and you should follow in his footsteps. I, Han Xianxiu, am the foremost sword cultivator in our sect. Little Lin Yi, since your father is a sword cultivator, you ought to learn the blade. It would be far more entertaining. The numerous disciples of the Tiandao Academy stood agape at this spectacle. A supreme spiritual root had reduced these lofty figures to vying for the favor of a mere 5-year-old child. Little did they realize the true reason for this frenzy. Yesterday, these peak masters had sought to accept Lin Xuan as a disciple. But his strong will had rendered their efforts futile. Yet, Lin Yi was just a 5-year-old with a supreme spiritual root, brimming with potential. The future was undeniably bright. Who wouldn't wish to be the master of this future powerhouse? Such an opportunity was exceedingly prestigious. It was precisely for this reason that they were embroiled in a fierce competition. At this moment, Yi Wuxuan coldly interjected, It seems you have forgotten. She is my disciple. Master Yi, your ruthless teachings are rather cruel for such a young girl. Indeed, she is but 5 years old. What need has she for such unfeeling doctrines? We are the far better choice. Typically, these peak masters would never dare to quarrel with Yi Wuxuan. For this woman was known for her lack of deference. However, today was different. They had to argue their case for Lin Yi. Yi Wuxuan remained impassive, stating, I have other techniques to teach her, no need for your concern. A supreme spiritual root, she too was tempted. Yet, in her mind, another image emerged. This Lin Yi, she must secure for herself. Lin Yi, you must choose. Who will it be? Little Lin Yi gazed at these towering figures with trepidation, ultimately squeaking out, I choose my master. A faint smile appeared on Yi Wuxuan's previously frosty visage. Meanwhile, the others were left lamenting their lost. One sacred body belonged to their unfeeling peak, and now, a supreme spiritual root would soon join their ranks. How could they not feel envious? At this juncture, Zhao Yunshan cleared his throat and declared, Very well. Yi Wuxuan's strength within the sect is second only to mine. I trust she can adequately instruct Lin Yi. Let us not allow this matter to disrupt our internal unity. Yi Wuxuan replied coolly, Very well. I shall take Lin Yi with me. From this day forth, should anyone dare to bully her or harbor ill intentions, let it be known that I will not be merciful. Her words served as both a declaration and a warning. After all, a supreme spiritual root was far too captivating. Historically, there had been those who sought to usurp such roots. And her statement was intended to quash any inappropriate thoughts. After taking Lin Yi away, the others engaged in animated conversation, none of them departing, since Yi Wushuang had tasked them with capturing 20 golden core beasts before nightfall. They were eager to witness which of these prodigies and newly emerged talents would prevail. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was blissfully unaware of the stir his daughter had created at the Tiandao Academy. Currently, he found himself in the bewildering forest, surrounded by thick fog. Lin Xuan, this is your first visit here, isn't it? Ziyun inquired. Lin Xuan awkwardly shook his head. If one were to count meticulously, this should actually be his third visit. Ziyun was taken aback. How do you know you've been here before? Xia Shuxing curiously asked. You weren't cultivating here, were you? Lin Xuan shook his head. I came here previously to gather mushrooms. At that time, he lacked any cultivation and was merely an intern disciple of the outer sect, not even qualifying as a student of the Tiandao Academy. The two of them had scrimped and saved to acquire more resources for cultivation. During that period, Lin Xuan frequently risked venturing into the bewildering forest to gather mushrooms. Although these were only the fringe areas, it was still a perilous endeavor for someone without any cultivation. Bai Yueyao evidently recalled that time, and her heart ached. Back then, he was just a boy whose eyes sparkled with dreams. Now, not only did he have a daughter, but his demeanor towards her was also tepid. Thankfully, the mist was dense, concealing her melancholic expression from others. 20 golden core beasts. Let us devise a strategy. Should we attack en masse or engage in one-on-one combat? If we opt for individual combat, 20 beasts is no small number. Golden core beasts possess strength that surpasses that of golden core cultivators, especially with their tough hides and formidable vitality. Acting alone could spell disaster, Wang Hao disdainfully remarked. Let us vote on this matter. I lean towards individual combat. Otherwise, our combat capabilities vary, and contributions will differ if the beasts are insufficient in number. Shall we turn on each other? Let each rely on their own abilities. Shall we? At this moment, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. I concur. It is best to rely on our own strengths. Otherwise, if we team up, conflicts are bound to arise. Moreover, grouping together feels no different than a team-building exercise. Wang Hao cast a scornful glance at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, do ensure you don't falter. After all, among us, you are the weakest. Currently, Lin Xuan's demonstrated strength was at the mid-golden core stage, significantly weaker compared to those at the nascent soul stage. Lin Xuan smiled and reassured. No need to worry, brothers. I shall take my leave first. Wait a moment, Ziyun called out, stopping Lin Xuan. She handed him a purple bell. Take this, should any danger arise. Activate it immediately. Before Lin Xuan could decline, Wang Hao chimed in. I see why Ziyun has been preoccupied all morning. It seems she has a crush. Looks like we have no chance now. Ziyun's face flushed crimson at these words. While Lin Xuan wore a grim expression, some matters were best left unspoken. He nodded and vanished into the fog. The others dispersed. Even though an entire afternoon remained, they needed to hunt down 20 golden core beasts. And time was of the essence. Just as Ziyun was about to depart, she was halted by Bai Yueyao. Ziyun, I wish to discuss something with you. Senior sister, what is it? Do you like Lin Xuan? Upon uttering this question, Bai Yueyao's heart raced furiously. Ziyun hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Yes, I like him. Bai Yueyao's face flushed with warmth. But you previously said you disliked him. How could you possibly like him in such a short span? Ziyun smiled. My prior dislike stemmed entirely from the fact that he clung to you, and you treated him with such cold indifference, making him seem like a desperate suitor. However, after getting to know him, I realized he is not at all what I had assumed that in fact. He is a man I greatly admire. For his daughter, he would risk his life. Such a person is surely worthy of admiration. It is worth noting that many cultivators in the realm of immortality are often indifferent to familial ties. Some would sacrifice their own kin for the sake of their ambitions. Yet Lin Xuan was entirely different. He prioritized his daughter above all else, especially when facing Wu Jie, where he exhibited a willingness to face death without hesitation. Such responsibility and devotion captivated Ziyun's heart. Bai Yueyao's expression hardened as she replied. Ziyun, you cannot be together? Why not? Because your statuses are vastly different. He is but a lowly mortal, while you are the esteemed young lady of that clan. Ziyun shook her head that if I truly like someone, why should I care about their status? Senior sister, you wouldn't want to be with him, would you? Bai Weiyao was about to confess her own feelings when Ziyun coolly remarked, "Yesterday, when I inquired, you stated you had never held him in your heart." "Sister, I shall remember this statement." "I, Bai Weiyao, declared with a frigid countenance. This matter shall be discussed at a later time." With that, I stormed away in a fit of anger. Ziyun shrugged, feeling no remorse for her actions, and turned to seek out the beast. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained oblivious to the discord brewing between the two women due to him. He advanced slowly through the fog, just as he sensed an eerie stillness enveloping his surroundings. He instinctively held his breath at that moment. A voice echoed, "Host is yet to draw a prize. Will you draw today?" Lin Xuan nearly lost control of himself. "System, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Can't you see I'm on the verge of a panic?" He rolled his eyes, thinking that a prize draw might not be a bad idea after all, with limited cards up his sleeve. Hunting down 20 golden core beasts would indeed pose a significant challenge. That a system interface materialized before him. A large wheel began to spin. "Stop. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame." As the system's voice faded, he felt a flicker of flame ignite within his dantian. Excitedly, he extended his hand, and in an instant, flames erupted from his palm. Gazing at the flickering flames before him, Lin Xuan felt as though he were in a dream. The Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame, a paragon among divine fires, possesses astonishing destructive power, though it was but a small flicker at present. Its potential for growth was immense. For him, this was indeed splendid news. With it, hunting 20 beasts would be a trivial matter. Lin Xuan hastily ventured deeper into the forest. Although he was clad in divine gear, besides the devouring heaven technique, he also possessed the heavenly profound sword, the flame dragon egg, the indestructible sacred body, and the Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame. He remained cautious. Who could predict what challenges lay ahead? While he walked, he suddenly heard a series of heavy footsteps, followed by a buzzing sound in the air. What on earth is that? He quickly held his breath and concealed himself. Moments later, a colossal figure loomed into view. It was a savage giant bear. Though merely a cub, it stood a towering 3 meters tall, its body akin to a small mountain. Lin Xuan hesitated, pondering whether to strike. He could indeed subdue this little bear, but what if its parents were nearby? Encountering the bear's parents could spell disaster for him. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance to let it go. Just then, he witnessed the giant bear, in a state of panic, unleash a furious roar toward the rear. Following this, a swarm of enormous bees appeared, charging directly at the giant bear. In mere seconds, the bear collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never seen such bees. They were incredibly formidable. In a matter of seconds, they had annihilated a savage giant bear, seemingly without exerting much effort. The ease with which they dispatched a golden core beast led Lin Xuan to believe that these bees were no ordinary foes. He could not afford to act recklessly. However, as he remained hidden in a tree, his legs began to feel numb. A slight movement caused a bell given to him by Ziyun to jingle softly. Though the sound was faint, it caught the attention of the swarm, which swiftly altered their course toward him. Oh no! Lin Xuan hastily leaped down from the tree. Yet, this only intensified the bees' pursuit. If you little creatures seek your demise, then do not blame me. Chapter 38. Do you recognize what this is? Lin Xuan extended his finger, a flicker of flame dancing at its tip. The Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame was something he wished to test. Unexpectedly, the beasts had delivered themselves right to him. Without further thought, he flicked his finger. The Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame shot forth. Boom! Flames erupted in midair, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Could this be the Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame? Such ferocious fire! Who are you? Seeing that the Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame could subdue them, Lin Xuan ceased his flight. Instead, watching them leisurely, it seemed that you possessed some discernment. He manipulated the flames to form a cage, ensnaring the massive bees tightly. Who are you? When you wish to know my name, should you not introduce yourselves first? One of the giant bees retorted angrily. We are the soul-eating demon bees. Lin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. Soul-eating demon bees. He had indeed heard of them, for Yi Wushuang had mentioned that Shunan had once been involved in a battle between a flame dragon and the soul-eating demon bees, resulting in his exposure to flame poison and subsequent unconsciousness. Just the name alone was intimidating, especially since they could contend with the flame dragon. Lin Xuan felt a shiver down his back. Thankfully, he had the Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame to protect him. Otherwise, he might be devoured entirely. Release us, and we, the soul-eating demon bees, will express our gratitude. Lin Xuan, overjoyed, responded. Really? Of course. If you release us, we guarantee that no one in this forest will dare oppose you. Especially since you wish to hunt 20 golden core beasts. Give us just 10 minutes, and we will deliver 20 golden core beasts to you. Lin Xuan had no doubts regarding their strength, as evidenced by their swift demise of the savage giant bear. However, he did not lift the flame seal. Instead, he smiled and said, "You won't harm me, will you?" "Of course not. But I simply don't want to." Witnessing Lin Xuan's triumphant demeanor, the soul-eating demon bees went wild. "You dare to toy with us? Do you think we will simply allow you to imprison us?" If the opponent were at the foundation establishment stage, Lin Xuan could easily manipulate the situation. However, the strength of these soul-eating demon bees was uncertain, but certainly superior to his own. Had he not acquired the fully leveled Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame, he would likely be the unfortunate one right now. Thus, he would not take any risks, especially not with a group of beasts. Seeing the frenzied state of the soul-eating demon bees, Lin Xuan smirked and said, "However, I would be willing to release you if you agree to one condition." "Speak quickly." The soul-eating demon bees, though formidable, found themselves under immense pressure facing the fully leveled Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame. They could hardly withstand for long. "I'll release you, but only if you sign a master-servant contract with me." "Impossible. We, the soul-eating demon bees, shall never be slaves." "Such spirit. Well, then, hold on tight." Lin Xuan sat down with a smile, casually remarking, "I wonder what roasted soul-eating demon bees taste like. Though I've been fasting for a few days, I could certainly use some meat right about now." The soul-eating demon bees flailed about like headless flies, desperately attempting to flee the fiery cage. Yet, the Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame was no trifling matter. Any contact would lead to their utter annihilation. In just a few minutes, the soul-eating demon bees not only failed to escape, but suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow, a forced smile on his face. "All right, I've lost my patience with this game. Since you choose not to live, I shall send you to your demise." He clenched his hand in the air. The fiery cage began to close inwards. In that moment, the soul-eating demon bees finally panicked. "Wait. We agree to your terms. Better to live in servitude than die in vain." They did not wish to become roasted bees, meeting a foolish end. Lin Xuan grinned. "Now you're being obedient." He flicked a drop of his blood, imprinting it upon the soul-eating demon bees. Though they were reluctant, they ultimately complied with their new master. Once he confirmed their submission, Lin Xuan finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. The flames in the air vanished without a trace. "Human, what is wrong with you?" "Nothing much, just a young man wanting to lie down for a while." He would not disclose that he had collapsed from overexertion of spiritual energy. The Golden Crow's cataclysmic flame, while devastating, was also incredibly taxing. Had it not been for his ample reserves of spiritual energy, bolstered by his supreme spiritual root, he might not have endured long enough for the soul-eating demon bees to yield. He was on the verge of being drained by the Golden Crow's annihilation flame. After consuming 2 pills, he gradually began to recover. Leaning against a tree, he gazed at the swarm of soul-eating magic bees. "What realm are you all in? Human, can't you see? If I could see, would I be asking you?" At present, he was merely at the perfected golden core stage, unable to discern the true realm of the soul-eating magic bees. It seemed that the bees had also come to a realization. "So, we actually recognize a human who is weaker than us as our master. This is an utter disgrace for us soul-eating magic bees. Human, you have deceived us." Lin Xuan remained unfazed by their indignation. Instead, he smiled and remarked, "I don't believe I ever claimed to be superior to you. Then how can you wield the Golden Crow's annihilation flame?" The swarm of soul-eating magic bees, having made assumptions, believed that anyone possessing the Golden Crow's annihilation flame must be an extraordinary individual. While confronting Lin Xuan, their attention was solely on the flame. Completely overlooking his own strength, they thought Lin Xuan might be a disciple secretly nurtured by a sect or a scion of a noble family undergoing trials. However, it soon became clear that their assumptions were misguided. This person was quite ordinary. Remarkably so, He couldn't even perceive their cultivation levels. Lin Xuan naturally noticed their simmering resentment and calmly stated, "Indeed, why can a golden core cultivator like me possess the golden crow's annihilation flame? Isn't that worth pondering?" The soul-eating magic bees exchanged glances, realizing the peculiarity of his statement. Why can this golden core human possess the golden crow's annihilation flame? If you follow me, don't harbor any grievances. Do you know what this is? He produced a long sword. The soul-eating magic bees flew over, scrutinizing it intently, only to shake their heads in unison. None could discern the sword's origins, yet they were almost certain it was extraordinary. Chapter 39. Is it my fault? Lin Xuan declared triumphantly. This is the Tianxian sword, an ancient divine sword, one you naturally wouldn't recognize. And what about this? A book gradually manifested within his dantian, radiating with golden light. The swarm of soul-eating magic bees instinctively retreated several meters. They were uncertain of its nature, but sensed it contained boundless providence. The dazzling aura left them too intimidated to approach. After putting it away, Lin Xuan continued, "You've never seen this either, have you? Well, how about this?" He unleashed the might of his sacred body. The soul-eating magic bees fell silent, appearing as if they were illiterate, unable to recognize anything. Lin Xuan, feeling bored, remarked, "You don't recognize this, nor that. What do you claim to know? You should read more and stay informed, lest you find yourselves in a bind in the future. Now, allow me to show you something you do recognize." He produced an egg. This time, the soul-eating magic bees indeed recognized it, yet they flew even further away. This is a flame dragon egg. The flame dragon is the king of the dragon clan beasts. For soul-eating magic bees like them, it is undoubtedly a sovereign existence. Thus, even a mere flame dragon egg sent them fleeing at a distance. Subsequently, Lin Xuan divulged all his divine artifacts to them. "Now, can you still choose to follow me? If not, I can grant you your freedom." The swarm of soul-eating magic bees exchanged glances. Moments later, one of them finally spoke. "We choose to follow you. Supreme spiritual root. Indestructible sacred body. Devouring heaven technique. Tianxian sword. Golden crow's annihilation flame. And finally, a flame dragon egg. Possessing even one of these items could herald great fortune. If you possess them all, you are undoubtedly the chosen one." The soul-eating magic bees were not foolish. Such a person, if claimed to lack backing, would be absurd. If they cultivated a good relationship now, wouldn't they also soar to greatness? With that thought, the swarm of soul-eating magic bees became immensely excited. Not only were they thrilled, but so was Lin Xuan, who had not anticipated that these soul-eating magic bees were actually at the transformation stage. In the case of such diminutive beasts, they might struggle against a typical transformation stage powerhouse. However, they were not just one but a multitude. Even if two transformation stage experts stood before him, he now felt utterly unperturbed. "Can you change forms?" "Of course." "Then transform into the form of ordinary honeybees." He had no desire to parade around with a swarm of soul-eating magic bees. Otherwise, he would soon attract unwanted attention. Once the soul-eating magic bees transformed into their normal bee forms, Lin Xuan continued to rest against the tree. What a joke! The soul-eating magic bees were at the transformation stage. Capturing 20 golden core beasts would be effortless for them. There was no need for him to rush, especially after making such a grand appearance in the Heavenly Tao Academy. He understood the principle. A tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. Despite the seemingly amiable smiles from these prodigies, some might already be plotting his downfall. That I in such circumstances. He absolutely could not afford to draw attention to himself any further. It was best to remain low-key. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. "Lin Xuan, what are you doing up in the tree?" It was senior brother Wang Hao. "I just spotted a yuanying beast and decided to hide." Wang Hao scoffed. "That makes sense. As a golden core cultivator, your priority is survival. However, Lin Xuan, sometimes, those who seek your life are not just beasts." Please enlighten me. "Senior brother, since it's just the two of us here, I won't beat around the bush that I like Bai Weiyao, so you mustn't harbor any thoughts about her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Xuan, maintaining his composure, replied, "I have no thoughts about her, but if she has thoughts about me, I cannot help that." "Haha, how could she possibly have thoughts about you?" Wang Hao exclaimed, his temper flaring as if someone had stepped on his tail. He stood before Lin Xuan, brandishing a long knife. "This time, I'm warning you. Next time, don't blame me for being uncivil." "Are you threatening me?" Wang Hao smugly replied. "And if I am?" Lin Xuan, despite his prowess, was still merely a golden core cultivator. While he was a Yuanian cultivator, the disparity between them was no trivial matter, especially since it was just the two of them. Wang Hao sneered. So you had better be wise and leave the sect. Otherwise, next time, I will be the one to send you on your way. Oh, and Lin Xuan, don't harbor any delusions of resistance. Yi Wushuang has always been an extremely indifferent person. She would never speak up for you. Moreover, you have a daughter. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. In the next moment, Wang Hao felt a surge of murderous intent. By the time he reacted, Lin Xuan's sword was already poised at his throat. Senior brother Wang Hao, I know what you're thinking. You believe that since this place is secluded, even if I were to die here, it could be attributed to a beast's attack. But don't forget, while you may think this way, so can I. If you dare to mention my daughter again, the next time, this sword will pierce your heart. After delivering his words, Lin Xuan vanished from sight. Wang Hao stood rooted in place, taking several seconds to regain his composure. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that in that moment, he genuinely felt Lin Xuan would kill him. Damn it! Why am I afraid of him? Lin Xuan, we are not finished. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had not ventured far. He was secretly observing him. Why not just kill him? A voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Xuan instinctively replied, I've caused enough trouble lately. It's best not to stir up more. After all, I still have unresolved matters with Yi Wushuang. Lin Xuan was not keen on further complicating matters. However, in the next moment, he felt as if struck by lightning. That voice. So you are aware that you've caused trouble? Yi Wushuang's voice echoed ominously. Lin Xuan prepared to flee, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming force, unable to move. Thinking of running, do you believe you can escape before me? Lin Xuan wore a smile that was more unsettling than tears. Please let me explain. This is merely a misunderstanding. Yi Wushuang's expression turned peculiar. Although she smiled, it made Lin Xuan's heart race with dread that a misunderstanding. Last night was a whirlwind of madness, and today I find myself fleeing with Lin Yi. You claim this is a misunderstanding? Lin Xuan lamented with a sorrowful expression. In truth, I cannot bear the entire blame for last night. Had it not been for that woman giving him that drink, he would never have acted in such a manner. Yi Wushuang's countenance darkened. So it is my fault, then? Chapter 40. The Pursuit. Lin Xuan managed an awkward smile, even if he had such thoughts. He dared not voice them. What do you wish to do, then? Yi Wushuang ignored his query and instead stated flatly, Lin Xuan, your daughter has been identified as possessing a top-tier spiritual root at the Tiandao Academy. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this true? He had always thought his daughter lacked any spiritual root. To his astonishment, little Yezi had indeed brought him pride. She actually possessed a top-tier spiritual root. At that moment, Yi Wushuang, devoid of any expression, inquired, Lin Xuan, who exactly is the mother of Lin Yi? The fact that Lin Xuan possessed no spiritual root was already common knowledge within the sect. It was precisely due to his lack of a spiritual root that Bai Yueyao had cast him aside, and it was also because of this deficiency that he was relegated to a lowly position at the servant's peak. But how could a father without a spiritual root possibly have a daughter with a top-tier spiritual root? Any rational person would think of Lin Ye's mother. Yi Wushuang was no exception. The image of Lin Ye's mother flashed through Lin Xuan's mind. Although she was a servant, she always carried herself with an air of elegance. At that time, he even felt she possessed more grace than Bai Yueyao. Yet, she too was a servant, and both were devoid of spiritual roots. How could they possibly have a daughter like Lin Yi? Lin Xuan pondered for a long time before finally responding. I do not know. She vanished without a word after giving birth. I have no idea where she went. His expression was one of deep melancholy. Participating in the spiritual martial tournament, his sole intention was to find his daughter's mother. To spare the child a lifetime of regret. Yi Wushuang's gaze bore into Lin Xuan, realizing that he might genuinely be unaware if he didn't know. Then so be it. Today, I will kill you. Lin Xuan's heart jolted at her words. However, I promise you, I will train Lin Yi to become a formidable warrior. Wouldn't that be a fitting end for you? No, 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 I would die with regrets. I have not yet lived enough? Yi Wushuang scoffed coldly. If you have not lived enough, why did you seek death last night? Her body had been reserved for Chunin yet, unexpectedly, after drinking too much. She awoke to find herself entangled with Lin Xuan for an entire night. For Yi Wushuang, this was an unforgivable act. Hence, she had deliberately come to the Tiandao Academy. instructing them to hunt beasts in the bewildering forest. With the intent to kill Lin Xuan that I have already said, this cannot solely be blamed on me. Besides, Lin Xuan's expression suddenly took on a playful demeanor. You may not be able to kill me now. What? Swallowing heaven technique. He activated his inner technique. The domineering swallowing heaven technique erupted, shattering Yi Wushuang's restraints with a resounding force. In that instant, Lin Xuan fled faster than a rabbit. Damn it, if not now. When? Especially since this woman had already set her murderous intent upon him. If he did not run, death would be his only fate. Yi Wushuang watched as he fled, a cold smile gracing her lips. You think to delay and catch me off guard? Lin Xuan, you cannot escape like a rat. She transformed into a streak of shadow, pursuing Lin Xuan with fervor. What the hell? She's so fast. Lin Xuan believed he was running swiftly. To his dismay, Yi Wushuang, that woman, had caught up to him in an instant. As she closed in, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. If he did not escape this forest today, he would undoubtedly perish at the hands of this madwoman. With that thought, he roared, soul-devouring magic bees, block her. With a command, dozens of soul-devouring magic bees obstructed Yi Wushuang's path. Lin Xuan continued his frantic escape, the sounds of battle echoing behind him. His heart ached deeply. The soul-devouring magic bees he had painstakingly tamed, if they were all slain by this woman, it would be a futile endeavor, especially since the soul-devouring magic bees were exceedingly rare. Losing even one was a significant loss. However, now, to save his own life, he had no choice but to flee. After a frantic half-hour of running, Lin Xuan leaned against a tree, panting heavily. He had no idea how far he had run. He only knew that he had barely escaped the pursuit of the madwoman Yi Wushuang by utilizing his utmost speed. Phew! Little bees, where are we? Several soul-devouring magic bees emerged from Lin Xuan's sleeve. Congratulations, Master. You have arrived at the depths of the bewildering forest. What? The depths? Lin Xuan's heart sank. While escaping, he had clearly run in the direction he had entered. He had thought he was at the edge of the bewildering forest. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself deeper within. He had heard tales of powerful beasts lurking in these depths. Was it true? Master, you are indeed clever. It is absolutely true. Even we dare not venture here lightly. Lin Xuan, why do I sense a hint of glee in your tone? Little bees, what of that madwoman Yi Wushuang? We only managed to delay her for a moment. We were outnumbered and had to retreat. Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. You all claim to be outnumbered. Have you no shame? We are already called little bees by you. What more shame do we need? Lin Xuan, but you need not worry. Master, in the depths of the bewildering forest, only a fool would dare to tread further. Yi Wushuang naturally would not. She was merely lingering around the outskirts of the bewildering forest. Lin Xuan sighed in relief. Good news. He had escaped the pursuit of that woman Yi Wushuang. Bad news. He was now within an area of unknown dangers, just as Lin Xuan prepared to rise and leave. He suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. He sensed a dark cloud looming overhead. Upon closer inspection, oh my goodness, it was a primal giant bear. Its towering figure reached several dozen meters high. Standing like a small mountain, when Lin Xuan looked up at it, the primal giant bear had clearly noticed him as well. Their eyes met. He attempted to maintain a smile. Hello, human. Why do you carry the sin of my son? Lin Xuan was taken aback. That's impossible. I have always respected wild animals. How could I possibly carry the sin of your son? Master, have you forgotten? We previously killed a juvenile primal giant bear. Now we are one and the same. It naturally detected the scent from its child. If you cannot speak wisely, then kindly refrain from speaking. Lin Xuan rebuked the soul-devouring magic bees, then turned to the primal giant bear. Smiling, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. With that, he swiftly dashed away into the distance. What a joke. This primal giant bear was, at the very least, a formidable foe at the integration stage. His unfortunate fate had arrived, and now he had to run for his life. Chapter 41. A critical moment. However, how could the primal giant bear allow him to escape? With a mighty sweep of its paw, a whirlwind surged forth, crushing countless trees in its path. Lin Xuan was caught in the tempest, tumbling into the debris. By the time he regained his bearings, the primal giant bear had already seized him. Human, you shall pay for your actions. Not only had this intruder invaded its territory, but he had also slain its offspring. For the primal giant bear, this was an intolerable provocation. Lin Xuan found himself immobilized in its grasp. Instantly, the golden crow annihilation flame ignited upon his body. Boom! The scorching flames blazed upon the bear's paw. Lin Xuan had anticipated that the primal giant bear would relinquish him in response, yet to his shock, it swatted away the golden crow annihilation flame with ease. What the hell is happening? The golden crow annihilation flame is a fire of utmost yang and strength, possessing tremendous destructive power. How could it be extinguished so easily? That is because your spiritual energy is insufficient to unleash the full might of the golden crow annihilation flame. The soul-devouring magic bees lamented this predicament, as they had endured much torment from the golden crow annihilation flame for quite some time. Now, facing the primal giant bear, Lin Xuan felt utterly insignificant, like a mere pile of dung. What should I do? I wish I knew. The soul-eating demon bees were engulfed in profound despair, given their strength. Attempting to confront an adult savage giant bear was akin to a futile endeavor, akin to striking a stone with an egg, just as one of the bear's colossal paws came crashing down upon them. Lin Xuan's mind sparked with inspiration that he swiftly produced the flame dragon egg. Flame dragon egg, I have fed you ample fiery poison over these past few days if you wish to continue feasting. Protect me. Summon your parents if you must. Just don't let me perish here. Lin Xuan uttered these frantic words, his heart brimming with reluctance. After enduring 5 years of hardship, he had finally reached the brink of his desires. To die here would be utterly unjust. He had to survive. With the flame dragon egg, he initially intended to buy time to regain his strength and escape. Although uncertain of its efficacy, in this dire moment, he could only treat a dead horse as a live one. Surprisingly, at that moment, the savage giant bear's massive paw did not descend. Instead, it cautiously knelt down, its enormous head fixed intently on the flame dragon egg. Where did you acquire this flame dragon egg? Lin Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated the savage giant bear would pose such a question. Ahem, it came to me by chance. All on its own. The fierce gaze of the savage giant bear bore down on Lin Xuan, causing every hair on his body to stand on end as he sensed the blood within him beginning to flow sluggishly. After a few tense moments, the bear rumbled, "That may be my clan leader entrusting the child to you. Human, I shall spare you this day. Treat the young master well, or beware of my wrath." At that moment, Lin Xuan felt the tide of fortune shift dramatically that he never imagined that the flame dragon was the clan leader's offspring, and the savage giant bear exhibited such reverence towards it. Rest assured, I shall care for it diligently. However, what? Your young master mentioned wanting 20 golden core beasts yesterday. You see, that's a trivial matter to the savage giant bear, a creature at the integration stage. Golden core beasts were akin to mere ants, plentiful and easily obtainable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, the sky gradually darkened within the grand hall of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Countless students gazed in astonishment at the prodigies before them. The 10 greatest talents and 9 extraordinary figures had all returned, each displaying 20 corpses of golden core beasts before them, though they appeared utterly exhausted. Some drenched in blood, none mocked them. Rather, they regarded them with profound respect. Truly, these were the elite disciples of the sect, each having slain 20 golden core beasts, though the majority were merely at the initial stage of the golden core realm. They remained formidable adversaries. Indeed, surviving the mysterious forest was an incredible feat, and to have hunted down 20 golden core beasts was worthy of admiration. Initially, these students held lofty ambitions, yet upon witnessing the accomplishments of the prodigies, even those harboring grievances found themselves awed and subdued by their prowess. However, the question lingered. Why had Lin Xuan not yet returned? I don't know. He seemed fine when he left. He should have returned before nightfall. It was said that once darkness descended, the mysterious forest grew even more perilous. Could something untoward have befallen him, preventing his return? If so, the situation could prove dire. The students engaged in fervent discussions. Xiun, increasingly anxious, retrieved her bell. The bell she had given Lin Xuan was a pair with her own. Should he encounter danger, its chime would alert her. Yet, the bell had not sounded even once. What on earth was happening? Where could Lin Xuan be? Yi Wushuang stood before them, calmly stating, "In 1 minute, it will be dark that I hereby declare the assessment concluded." Wait. Xiun interjected, unable to contain herself. There is still a minute left. Shouldn't leader Yi wait for Lin Xuan? Indeed, he has yet to return. At that moment, Wang Hao scoffed. Xian, do you truly believe that after a day, Lin Xuan has not returned? He could possibly make it back in this final minute. The mysterious forest becomes increasingly dangerous as night falls. Lin Xuan's chances of survival are slimmed at this time. Zhao Yunshan and others wore grave expressions, for Wang Hao spoke the truth. If Lin Xuan failed to return, the sect would suffer the loss of a promising talent. Nonetheless, they could not seek him out prematurely. The assessment conducted by Yi Wushuang had not yet concluded. While it could be perceived as a display of affection for talent, it would be unfair to the prodigies. As the sect leader, his considerations extended beyond immediate concerns. He had to account for the sentiments of the prodigies as well. Yi Wushuang, maintaining her composure, declared, "Very well, I shall wait for him for 1 minute." Deep down, she understood that Lin Xuan had ventured deep into the mysterious forest to evade her pursuit. Under such circumstances, his survival seemed improbable, perhaps even impossible. Thus, she had already resigned herself to the notion that he was likely dead. As the seconds ticked away, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from outside. Boom! A colossal creature appeared at the perimeter of the Heavenly Tao Academy. What on earth is that? Quickly, go outside and investigate. One elder ventured out and soon returned. His face ashen, reporting to the sect leader, "An ancient demonic ape is rampaging outside, attacking us. The Academy's barrier is on the verge of collapse." Zhao Yunshan's expression darkened. The ancient demonic ape had always resided within the depths of the mysterious forest. It was unexpected for it to emerge in a fit of rage and assault them. What could have prompted this? The assembly of individuals followed the sect leader outside. There, the ancient demonic ape loomed like a small mountain, relentlessly battering the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Academy's barrier flickered precariously. Ancient demonic ape. This is the Heavenly Tao Academy. You shall not act with impunity. Zhao Yunshan's aura surged forth, his formidable integration stage power instilling a sense of confidence and resolve among the Academy's members. Fear not, with the sect leader present, we are safe. Indeed, the sect leader's presence was a source of reassurance. Yet, why had the ancient demonic ape come here? At that moment, the ancient demonic ape took note of Zhao Yunshan. Its voice cold and unyielding, "We have no quarrel with one another. Yet, you have slain our kin today. What shall be your punishment?" Zhao Yunshan turned to the 19 prodigies. "Who among you has slain a member of the ancient demonic ape's kin?" The group shook their heads. The ancient demonic ape resided deep within the mysterious forest. Despite being the Heavenly Tao sect's prodigies, they dared not tread into the forest's depths, where it was rumored that even those at the transcendent stage could vanish without a trace. Especially given the ancient demonic ape's massive size and its pack mentality, who would have the audacity to slay one of their kin? Surely, this must be a misunderstanding. The ancient demonic ape let out a furious roar. "Despicable, deceitful humans! Today, I shall make you pay with your lives." It raised its fists and, with a resounding crash, struck the Academy's barrier. That moment, the barrier finally succumbed to the strain, shattering completely. Zhao Yunshan and the 36 peak masters were all poised for battle, ready to defend their ground. "We have committed no such deeds. Do not cast baseless accusations. If not you, then who else could it be?" Just as Zhao Yunshan was about to retort, Han Qianxiu murmured, "Good heavens, could it be that little rascal Lin Xuan?" His words startled Zhao Yunshan, who quickly responded, "That is impossible. The ancient demonic ape resides deep within the mysterious forest. If Lin Xuan were in such depths, it would be a miracle if he survived. How could he possibly slay a member of the ancient demonic ape's kin? Then who could it be?" While Zhao Yunshan and the others deliberated, the ancient demonic ape charged forward. "You vile creature, I intended to spare your life. But since you remain obstinate," it let out a cold snort, preparing to strike. Suddenly, its eyes widened in shock, for behind the ancient demonic ape loomed a massive hand, firmly pressing down on its head. Boom! The ancient demonic ape's colossal form was forcibly pinned to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Smoke and dust swirled around them. At that moment, a trainee trembled as he pointed with his finger at a colossal figure emerging from the smoke. What is that?" The crowd followed his gaze, only to behold a gigantic shadow looming before them. This mountain-like silhouette instinctively provoked a desire to flee within them. Oh no, it must be a beast from the bewildering forest. One ancient magical ape was already a headache. How could another behemoth possibly appear? Damn it, Why has there been no turmoil among the beasts of the bewildering forest for so long, and what has caused it this time? Bai Yuiao's expression darkened as she coldly commanded, "Prepare for battle." The prodigies promptly drew their weapons. For them, and even for the peak masters, escaping this place would be a simple feat. However, such an action would spell disaster for the Heavenly Tao Academy. Not only that, but the thousands of trainees here would also suffer the consequences. Thus, they could only hold their ground. Just as everyone braced themselves, a voice rang out. All right, this is far enough. Venturing further would be impolite." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Bai Yuiao instinctively uttered, "Lin Xuan." As the mist dispersed, a massive bear appeared before them. Zhao Yunshan's pupils constricted at a wild giant bear, and at the integration stage, defeating it will be no easy task. It was only when the wild giant bear gently set Lin Xuan down from its shoulder that they noticed the 19 corpses of golden core stage beasts accompanying him. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be 20? I told you to be careful, and one got dropped, Lin Xuan remarked with a hint of annoyance as he inspected the corpses. The wild giant bear said nothing. Instead, it delivered a crushing blow that obliterated the ancient magical ape's head, coldly stating, "This is the 20th. With that, it turned and gradually vanished from sight. Minutes later, the crowd began to regain their composure. Han Xinxiu excitedly approached Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, you?" Lin Xuan scratched his head sheepishly. I accidentally wandered too deep into the bewildering forest. In a moment of carelessness, I became sworn brothers with the wild giant bear. Now, I'm its big brother." He glanced at the surrounding ruins and awkwardly added, "Sorry for the trouble I caused everyone." The crowd responded, "This guy really knows how to show off." At that moment, no one cared to assess the extent of the destruction outside. Their focus was solely on how Lin Xuan had ventured deep into the bewildering forest. Not only slaying the kin of the ancient magical ape, but also befriending an integration stage wild giant bear. "Lin Xuan, you are incredible. I swear, I've never seen anything this impressive in my life." A prodigy delves into the bewildering forest, not only returning unscathed, but also bringing back an integration stage beast. It's simply invincible. The trainees gazed at Lin Xuan with boundless admiration, each of them brimming with youthful exuberance and arrogance, found in Lin Xuan the embodiment of their fantasies. Young, formidable, and defying the odds, especially as an underdog rising to greatness, that it was likely that many would recount Lin Xuan's exploits in their dreams that night. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stood respectfully before Yi Wushuang. "Peak Master, I hope I'm not late?" Yi Wushuang narrowed her eyes, impassively regarding Lin Xuan before calmly replying, "Not at all. Today's assessment is passed by everyone." Zhao Yunshan smiled and added, "In that case, everyone is dismissed. Lin Xuan, come with me." Just then, a voice interrupted, "Hold on, Sect Master." Zhao Yunshan halted, and so did the others, as Wang Hao stepped forward from among the prodigies. "What is it, Sect Master?" Lin Xuan ventured into the bewildering forest, causing unrest among the beasts and terrorizing the world. "I implore you to punish him." Alongside him, 2 other prodigies stood in agreement, clearly targeting Lin Xuan. Zhao Yunshan refrained from responding immediately, instead turning his gaze to Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, what do you have to say?" Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "How is it that I indirectly caused chaos? The unrest among the beasts led to the emergence of the ancient magical ape. Isn't that evidence enough? And what of the ancient magical ape now?" Wang Hao's tone sharpened. "The ancient magical ape is dead." He understood Lin Xuan's implication. Nevertheless, he persisted, "Although the ancient magical ape is dead, the destruction it caused is immeasurable. Lin Xuan, you are being entirely irresponsible towards the trainees of the academy." Lin Xuan casually responded, "I am not their parent. What responsibility do I owe them? Besides, the academy's barrier is weak. This opportunity could serve to reinforce it." He continued, "And if you have another matter, why not venture into the bewildering forest and speak with the wild giant bear? I believe it will provide you with an answer." Wang Hao was rendered speechless with rage. He had intended to use this opportunity to curb Lin Xuan's arrogance, lest the glory of the prodigies be overshadowed. Instead, he found himself humiliated at that moment. One of Wang Hao's companions angrily rebuked, "Lin Xuan, do you understand the rules? Wang Hao is your senior, with greater experience. Is this how you treat him?" Lin Xuan scoffed. "If we're talking about seniority, the wild giant bear has lived for 1,000 years. When it appeared just now, why didn't you kneel before it?" The prodigy instinctively retorted, Of course not. It's a monstrous beast. It's not of my kind. Lin Xuan chuckled. Exactly. Wang Hao and I are also not of the same kind. This remark implied that Wang Hao was not human. The prodigy, eager to argue, was interrupted by Wang Hao's cold voice. Lin Xuan, we shall see. With that, he turned and led the two prodigies away. Lin Xuan then turned to Zhao Yunshan, who had been watching the exchange. Sect Master, did you see that? This guy actually threatened me. You must protect me. If anything happens to me in the future, he is the one responsible. Zhao Yunshan thought. What do you mean Wang Hao threatened him? Clearly, it was Lin Xuan who left Wang Hao speechless. All right, come with me. The rest of you, go back. Yes, the crowd dispersed, and Lin Xuan followed Zhao Yunshan as they left. Cheers erupted from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Although Wang Hao's humiliation was unfortunate, why did it feel so satisfying? I declare, I now have a role model and target to chase after. That person is Lin Xuan. His words are as sharp as poison. I like it. Yu Buki boasted proudly. My master is simply remarkable. Yu Buki, when did he agree to be your master? Just now. I asked Lin Xuan if I could be his disciple, and then I said to watch my step on the stairs. He said doesn't that mean he accepted me as a disciple? The crowd exclaimed, damn, I've never seen anyone this shameless. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had followed Zhao Yunshan to the sect master's grand hall, where the two sat facing each other. Lin Xuan felt a tinge of nervousness in front of the integration stage sect master. Sect master, what do you need from me? Of course, to discuss your situation. Also, there's the matter regarding Shaolin Yi. Do not worry. Your daughter has been resting peacefully within my hall, safe and sound. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan sighed in relief. Sect master, please ask anything. I shall answer without reservation. Very well, I wish to inquire when your sacred body awakened. Lin Xuan replied without flinching. Approximately half a year ago. Zhao Yunshan exhaled in relief. Why didn't you mention it back then? As far as he knew, Lin Xuan was still working as a menial laborer at that time. Lin Xuan scratched his head awkwardly. That time. I didn't realize it was a sacred body. I just felt an endless supply of energy while working every day. Later, someone informed me that it was a sacred body and taught me a technique. Zhao Yunshan was taken aback. Who was it? I am uncertain as well. He was merely an old man with a white beard, donned in white garments. Exuding an ethereal aura, he told me that I am a vessel of the sacred body, thus imparting his teachings upon me, hoping that I might achieve immortality in due time. Zhao Yunshan nodded thoughtfully, as if to say, I see. Observing the sect leader's growing belief, Lin Xuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Damn, how fortunate he was to have fabricated this tale in advance. With a straight face, he recounted it. Otherwise, should anyone uncover the truth, he would find himself at a loss for words. Only by cloaking the matter in mystique would the sect leader be convinced. Moreover, by downplaying his own talents, he would ensure the leader's reassurance. Otherwise, if he were to reveal that he had attained the pinnacle of the golden core in merely half a month, it would undoubtedly provoke a desire to dissect him for study. There was yet another pressing question. Who was the biological mother of Shaolin? Lin Xuan was taken aback. Finally, that question had arisen. He forced a bitter smile and replied, Sect leader, I genuinely do not know. Zhao Yunshan's brow furrowed in confusion. You do not know? Indeed, it was one fateful night of madness, and soon after, Xiao Yezi was born. Following her arrival, she vanished without a trace. Lin Xuan's eyes were filled with a profound sense of desolation. Thus, I remain unaware of her identity. Zhao Yunshan was left in a fog. Lin Xuan possessed no spiritual root. Lin Yi, however, was endowed with an exceptional spiritual root. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Ye's mother was no ordinary individual, possessing a genetic power that reversed Lin Xuan's lack of a spiritual root. Such formidable hereditary capabilities could only stem from an extraordinary lineage. Initially, he had hoped to glean some clues from Lin Xuan. Yet this fellow was as ignorant as ever. Very well. I shall treat Lin Yi with greater kindness henceforth. I will also inform the entire sect that no one is to harbor ill intentions toward her. You must remain vigilant, for Lin Yi is indeed a rare spiritual root, and many shall covet her. I understand, he replied. Moreover, how do we explain the savage behemoth from the bewildering forest? I know well that it is not a creature one can coexist with. An amalgamation stage savage behemoth would likely best even amalgamation stage human cultivators. How could it possibly befriend Lin Xuan? Lin Xuan rubbed his nose, grinning as he remarked, Perhaps it is due to my innate charisma. Chapter 44. Bringing him back, Zhao Yunshan nearly choked on his breath. This rascal indeed possesses a remarkable audacity. Very well, as long as it does not emerge to wreak havoc upon the sect. There shall be no issues, rest assured, sect leader, as long as no one takes action against me or my daughter, it will not appear. You are attempting to negotiate with me. I have no choice. Today, Wang Hao has even begun to threaten me openly if I do not display a modicum of prowess. Would I not be inviting bullying? Zhao Yunshan let out a wry laugh. You scoundrel, always so cunning. Lin Xuan chuckled in response. Had it been in the past, he would likely have kneeling before Zhao Yunshan, reverently bowing, and the leader would scarcely grant him a glance. Now, however, he possessed the sacred body and a daughter with an extraordinary spiritual root. This was sufficient to garner Zhao Yunshan's attention. Lin Xuan, too, would not remain overly deferential, for he understood that the upper echelons of the sect regarded them with importance. In such times, he could not afford to remain low-key. Otherwise, he would be seen as a soft target, ripe for exploitation. Hence, he spun his narrative into an intricate web of mystery, even creating an illusion of having a master. This would undoubtedly instill caution in Zhao Yunshan. Otherwise, if he were to claim he had no background whatsoever, it would not be long before his daughter's exceptional spiritual root became a prize for another, and his sacred body would be snatched away. The more elusive and ambiguous his background, the greater the trepidation it would inspire. He felt that today's encounter with the savage behemoth and his conversation with Zhao Yunshan had served his ultimate purpose, to safeguard himself and his daughter. Just as the two were conversing, a servant hurriedly approached the sect leader's hall. Sect leader, Yi Wushuang requests an audience outside. Zhao Yunshan paused, taken aback. What brings her here at such an hour? The servant cast a glance at Lin Xuan and whispered. She claims to be here to take someone back. Zhao Yunshan regarded Lin Xuan with a contemplative expression. Lin Xuan sighed deeply. Alas, she is rather clingy. She cannot bear to be apart, even for a day. Zhao Yunshan laughed heartily. What a skill! To make one who cultivates the heartless path become so affectionate. Is this not a remarkable feat? As they emerged from the sect leader's hall, upon seeing Yi Wushuang, Lin Xuan felt a profound sense of sorrow. Damn, having just escaped the tiger's den, he now found himself in the wolf's lair. Before the sect leader, he had been a formidable figure, but in the presence of this woman, he would likely have to adopt a subservient role. Sigh, when would he be able to emulate the protagonists of novels, feigning weakness while ensnaring the strong? Though he had a master, it was hardly of any assistance. As he pondered this, the system suddenly chimed in. You are the one who lacks strength. Your entire family lacks strength. Lin Xuan retorted. Is this truly the time for us to trade barbs? The two approached Yi Wushuang. With an impassive expression, she commanded, Let us go. While Lin Yi felt little concern, Lin Xuan's mind was racing at breakneck speed, though Zhao Yunshan held the title of sect leader. The issues at hand were few and easily discerned. Yi Wushuang, on the other hand, was capricious and unpredictable. Who could fathom her true intentions? The two made their way back to the Heartless Peak. Lin Xuan instructed his daughter to return to her room first, then followed Yi Wushuang into the underground palace. Lin Xuan, you possess significant abilities, Yi Wushuang remarked coldly. You have escaped from the bewildering forest. Even the soul-eating demon bees were willing to shield you. You harbor many secrets. Lin Xuan took 2 steps back, responding indifferently. And what of it? Our relationship is one of mutual cooperation, yet you chose to breach our agreement and sought to kill me. Do you not wish to rescue Chinen? Upon hearing Chunan's name, Yi Wushuang's body quaked with fury. Dio not dare mention him. This man had taken possession of her body, and now he had the audacity to invoke Chunan's name. I will find a way to deal with his fiery poison, but before that, you must die. She harbored a pathological obsession with Chun, and Lin Xuan's existence was a reminder of that incident. She yearned for his disappearance. Only then could she bury the past completely and pretend as though nothing had transpired. With that thought, Yi Wushuang waved her hand, sealing the doors of the underground palace. The formation activated. Now, you cannot escape. Lin Xuan observed the surrounding formation sealing the underground palace, instinctively exclaiming, Damn! You truly have invested considerable effort. This woman was relentless in her pursuit of his demise. Yi Wushuang's voice was icy as she stated, Your only fate is death. Brandishing her sword, She charged directly at Lin Xuan. No, we both share responsibility in this matter. Why should I be the one to die? If you feel sullied, you may take your own life. Why must you kill me? Yi Wushuang's expression darkened further, still sharp-tongued. Before you perish, I shall first sever your tongue. She thrust her sword toward Lin Xuan. His adrenaline surged as he narrowly evaded the strike. Fleeing for his life, Yi Wushuang pursued relentlessly. It was not until Lin Xuan leaped atop an ice coffin that he called out, Yi Wushuang, stop right there. Yi Wushuang's expression soured further. You wretched being do not deserve to stand atop Chun An's ice coffin. Get down at once, or I shall slice you into pieces. Heh, your swordsmanship is quite commendable. At this point, he no longer held back. A ball of flame materialized in his hand. Yi Wushuang, if I were to melt the ice coffin, Chunin would be engulfed in fiery poison and perish instantly. Do you dare to gamble? Yi Wushuang's expression flickered between emotions as she regarded the flames in Lin Xuan's hand. Clearly, he had struck at her vulnerable spot. In that moment, the two stood at an impasse within the underground palace. Finally, Yi Wushuang coldly inquired, what do you truly desire? Pray, it is you who sought to kill me and now ask me what I desire. If I do not kill you, will you come down? Lin Xuan scoffed. Do you believe I would trust you? This woman had yet to lower her sword. He was certain that if he descended, Yi Wushuang would drive her sword through him without hesitation. Then what do you intend to do? There exists but one solution. The blood contract. Acknowledge me as your master. Upon uttering these words, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from Yi Wushuang. Dream on. Yi Wushuang, should we establish a contract, I shall not impose any constraints upon you. It merely serves to provide my daughter and me with a safeguard. As for Chunin, I shall continue his treatment. However, should you refuse, Chunin will vanish into oblivion. That moment, traversing heaven and earth, it would be impossible for you to locate his soul. You may contemplate this matter on your own. After Lin Xuan spoke, a profound silence enveloped the underground palace. Although he maintained a facade of composure, his heart raced tumultuously. The enigmatic nature of Yi Wushuang eluded him entirely. Who could fathom whether this woman might resort to a scorched earth policy? Chapter 45. Dare to compare. At present, he wagered that Yi Wushuang's feelings for Chunin had reached an irreversible juncture. Otherwise, he would find himself without a grave. Minutes later, Yi Wushuang finally spoke. I accept your terms. However, should you compel me to engage in any peculiar actions, I shall not hesitate to slay you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan finally exhaled in relief. Shortly thereafter, the master-servant contract was successfully established. Lin Xuan plopped down onto the icy coffin. Why must you be so impulsive, insisting on my demise? Yi Wushuang replied coldly. I intend to reserve my first time for Chunin. Wait, you are a virgin. Last night, under the influence of alcohol. He was utterly oblivious to this fact, especially upon awakening that morning. His soul nearly fled in fright. How could he possibly inquire about Yi Wushuang's experience? He awkwardly scratched his head. You may leave now. I will commence treatment for Chunin. Yi Wushuang, sword in hand, numbly exited the chamber. As for Lin Xuan, gazing at Chun and within the icy coffin, he sighed helplessly. My friend, it is not that I am taking advantage of your woman. Rather, I too am a prisoner of circumstance. Upon awakening, do not seek retribution against me. With that, he placed the flame dragon egg atop the icy coffin, channeling his energy as the fiery poison began to nourish the egg. Lin Xuan felt overwhelming gratitude towards this egg. Were it not for it, he would likely have been crushed by the savage giant bear. Henceforth, he would treat it like an ancestral deity, especially in preparing for prenatal education. He hoped that upon its emergence, it would neither be overly compliant nor seek to end his life. A night passed. The next day, Lin Xuan went directly to the Celestial Path Academy. The students were gathered in multitudes. Attending the lecture, 20 prodigies stood in a neat row until an elder, striding forward, addressed them. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Xuan, the master of the array peak. I have come today to teach you about formations. He gestured towards the outside, where the array had been dismantled. You may use this opportunity to practice. With that, he began to expound upon the origins, types, and powers of formations. Lin Xuan listened intently. Previously, he had only gleaned knowledge of formations from novels. Upon arriving in this world, aside from the rudimentary spirit-gathering array, he had yet to encounter a higher-level formation. Today, after hearing Lin Xuan's discourse, it was truly profound. Half a day swiftly elapsed. Yunxian remarked. All right. Now you may begin your practice. Each of you, set up a spirit gathering array, and I shall observe. The most fundamental of formations posed no challenge for these prodigies, Lin Xuan included. Next was the fire gathering array. Everyone executed it in turn. Lin Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that if he faltered, the Golden Crow's world-destroying flame might inadvertently be revealed. Should that occur, he would undoubtedly once again become the center of attention. Having showcased his prowess yesterday, he presumed that no one would trouble him today. Thus, he resolved to maintain a low profile. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan adhered to the norms, water gathering array. They all executed it in succession. Observing the prodigies mastering the formations with such alacrity, Li Yunxian felt immense admiration. Teaching intelligent individuals was indeed gratifying. Once the principles were elucidated, they would grasp the concepts with ease. Next, I shall teach you a more complex formation. Mastering it will enable you to attain proficiency in formations in the future. Yunxian clasped his hands together. Within seconds, he hurled forth over 20 array flags. The formation, the slaughter array. Boom. Though the array contained no physical entities, it exuded an aura of murderous intent. I shall demonstrate it once. Thereafter, it is your turn. Li Yunxian eagerly anticipated their performances one by one. The crowd attempted the slaughter array. This time, some succeeded while others failed. Lin Xuan, too, succeeded. He was not surprised. Possessing the undying sacred body and, more importantly, the supreme spirit root, his innate talent was unparalleled. Consequently, retaining knowledge was second nature to him. Just then, the prodigy who had clashed with Lin Xuan the previous day suddenly stepped forward. Lin Xuan, I find your slaughter array quite impressive. Why not engage in a comparison? In response to this provocation, Lin Xuan did not even lift his eyelids. Why should I compete with you? Su Daoyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Lin Xuan would accept the challenge, allowing him to diminish Lin Xuan's confidence in the process. Unexpectedly, this man proved to be unyielding. If you defeat me, I shall apologize for yesterday's incident. Lin Xuan calmly replied. I'm sorry, but I didn't regard you as a significant concern yesterday. Do not humiliate yourself further. Otherwise, it will be you who faces embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Su Daoyuan's expression darkened considerably. Beside him, Wang Hao coldly interjected. Lin Xuan, we are merely engaging in friendly sparring among peers. If you choose not to compete, must you be so harsh? Or is it that you are afraid? Lin Xuan merely cast a glance at him, disdainfully remarking, What? Do you wish to compete with me? Are you not daunted? Why should I be daunted? The verbal clash between the two immediately captured the attention of the crowd. One intervened. As competitions among cultivators were commonplace, Yunxian nodded in agreement. Since you wish to compete, it is not out of the question. Just one stipulation. Do not resort to lethal force. Keep it within reasonable limits. Here, we are all prodigies. Wang Hao is my direct disciple. While Lin Xuan is currently the rising star of our sect, Yunxian would not show favoritism towards either. Moreover, he was curious to witness just how formidable Lin Xuan truly was and whether his talent was indeed remarkable. The two stood 5 meters apart, gazing at each other. What shall we compare? We shall compare the slaughter array we just practiced. If I lose, you may do with me as you please, and if I lose. A cold smile crept across Wang Hao's face. Then you shall be expelled from our ranks of prodigies. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Li Yunxian was taken aback. He had assumed the competition would be a mere formality. He never expected it to escalate to such proportions. He cast a complex glance at his disciple. Alas, Wang Hao is commendable in many aspects, yet he is overly competitive. Before Lin Xuan's arrival, he was the foremost prodigy. His prowess unmatched among this group. However, since Lin Xuan's emergence, all Wang Hao's brilliance has been overshadowed. Alas, if one were to intervene, it might transform into a lifelong torment for him. The only course of action available to him is to do his utmost to ensure the survival of both individuals. At this moment, Wang Hao sneered and proposed, Why not alter the content of our competition? How shall we change it? What we are engaging in is a slaughter formation, and it cannot be devoid of elements. Instead, let us each enter the other's slaughter formation. Whether we live or die shall be left to fate. What say you? As soon as Wang Hao's words fell, Bai Yueyao stepped forward and declared, No, I do not agree. Then, sensing her own urgency, she coughed lightly and added, Competitions among peers should not be so perilous. Upon hearing Bai Yuyao's words, Wang Hao felt a chill in his heart that he realized that she was not concerned for him, but rather for Lin Xuan, fearful for his safety at this juncture. Ziyun also stepped forward and remarked, "Sister Bai is correct. Such actions would harm our camaraderie. Moreover, Wang Shixiao, you are a disciple of the Array Peak. Is this not excessively unfair?" Wang Hao, witnessing their collective defense of Lin Xuan, was consumed by rage. This was a privilege that should rightfully belong to him, now usurped by Lin Xuan. "Very well, Lin Xuan. I ask you, do you dare or do you not?" Lin Xuan nodded affirmatively. "Why would I not dare?" Ziyun moved closer to Lin Xuan, anxious as she cautioned, "Lin Xuan, do not act impulsively. Wang Hao is the direct disciple of Li Yunxian. With strength in the mid-Yuan Ying stage, you stand little chance." In her eyes, Lin Xuan was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, Lin Xuan smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will be just fine." The two then proceeded to the open space of the Great Hall. Preparing the formations, once both sides had completed their slaughter formations, they simultaneously entered each other's arrays. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. These two disciples are truly serious. Indeed, with so many of us observing, they cannot afford to feign. In my view, Lin Xuan has been too impressive of late. Wang Hao seeks to teach him a lesson, to temper his youthful exuberance. Which of your eyes saw Lin Xuan being overly arrogant? Has he not always been provoked first by his enemies? Wang Hao merely feels overshadowed, thus his jealousy flares. He merely wishes to strike at Lin Xuan. The crowd buzzed with speculation in the Great Hall. The two had already stepped into each other's slaughter formations. The moment they entered, Wang Hao was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. This sensation startled him profoundly. To be fair, at his age, he had not achieved Lin Xuan's remarkable level. Merely learning formations for a day could yield such success. If this continues, he feared he might not only lose his status as the foremost prodigy, but might also forfeit his position as a disciple of the Array Peak. Contemplating this, Wang Hao gazed at Lin Xuan's expressionless visage, a chilling look creeping across his face. He lifted his hand slightly. Whoosh! The slaughter formation that Lin Xuan had entered transformed instantaneously. The lethal aura within surged to an exponentially greater intensity. Lin Xuan was taken aback, for he had anticipated that Wang Hao would strike at him, but he was astonished that this fool dared to do so publicly. Meanwhile, Li Yunxian, witnessing this scene, was horrified. "This is not a slaughter formation. It is a god-slaying formation," he hurriedly intervened. However, Wang Hao laughed maniacally. "Master, once the god-slaying formation is activated, it cannot be halted." He cast a frenzied glance at Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, your demise is nigh." At that moment, the crowd began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Good heavens, Wang Hao is resorting to trickery. How despicable. Entering the god-slaying formation guarantees death, especially with Wang Hao employing lethal intent. Can a mere golden core cultivator like Lin Xuan withstand it? Certainly not. Although many in the crowd condemned Wang Hao, none took action, for they believed Lin Xuan was truly in peril. Just then, Bai Yueyao and Ziyun sprang into action. Lin Xuan held a unique place in their hearts. Without regard for the consequences, they charged toward the god-slaying formation, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Yet, the formation showed no signs of yielding. Wang Hao, witnessing this, laughed maniacally. "Lin Xuan, even if you have won their hearts, what of it? Once you are dead, they will inevitably forget you. I shall be the ultimate victor." In contrast to his laughter, the onlookers gasped in shock. Bai Yueyao and Ziyun were on edge, while Li Yunxian appeared helpless. Within the formation, Lin Xuan remained remarkably composed. Standing amid the chaos of the god-slaying formation, he was bombarded by countless attacks. However, Lin Xuan did not perish. He stood resolute, his body rapidly regenerating. Lin Xuan had not succumbed. What astounding regenerative capabilities! What kind of technique is this? Lin Xuan smiled slightly, gazing at the dazed Wang Hao. "Did you truly believe I would be instantaneously slain? It appears you shall not have your desires fulfilled." The reason he agreed to Wang Hao's challenge and remained unfazed upon realizing it was the god-slaying formation was that Lin Xuan possessed the ultimate trump card, the indestructible sacred body. The defining trait of the indestructible sacred body is eternal resilience. As long as a fragment of himself remains, he can fully recover. This extraordinary trait allows him to bounce back even when on the brink of collapse. Wang Hao stood there, stupefied, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Lin Xuan then fixed his gaze upon Wang Hao, speaking in a calm tone. Wang Hao, when you provoke me, you had best possess genuine skill. With that, he formed a hand seal. Instantly, the slaughter formation surrounding Wang Hao began to shift as well. After this move, I hope you can survive. As Lin Xuan's voice faded, countless layers of slaughter formations cascaded down upon Wang Hao's formation. Slaughter layers upon layers, Li Yunxian exclaimed in astonishment. This was merely a casual mention during his demonstration of the slaughter formation, yet Lin Xuan had executed it, and the power of this technique was not inferior to that of a true formation master. It seems Lin Xuan's prominence in the eyes of the sect leader is not merely a fleeting fancy. This individual possesses astonishing talent. He is undoubtedly the future of the sect. At this moment, Wang Hao was far from his previous carefree demeanor. Now, within the overlapping slaughter formations, he was besieged by relentless assaults. Though he was a mid-Yuan cultivator, he lacked the extraordinary regenerative abilities of Lin Xuan's indestructible sacred body. Thus, within mere minutes, Wang Hao lay sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog, utterly immobilized. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan effortlessly shattered the defenses of the God-slaying formation, emerging with nonchalance. The sole flaw of the God-slaying formation is its vulnerability from within. The crowd was left in stunned silence, believing Lin Xuan would remain trapped. Little did they know, the God-slaying formation was a mere plaything for him. Wang Hao, on the ground, gazed at this scene, increasingly despondent. Why? As the esteemed disciple of Li Yunxian and a standout among the Celestial Path sect's prodigies, was he defeated by someone he deemed inferior? Why? His fists clenched tightly as he watched Lin Xuan approach step by step. He attempted to rise, yet Lin Xuan's foot pressed firmly onto his head, forcing his face against the ground. Wang Shixiang, it appears your cultivation is insufficient. I find it quite perplexing. You utilize the resources of prodigies yet engage in such vile actions. Are you perhaps playing an abstract game? Wang Hao struggled, but Lin Xuan offered him no respite. Or do you still wish to compare? Wang Hao, lying on the ground, shouted in fury, Lin Xuan, if you have the ability, then kill me. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a long sword was pressed against his forehead. Do you think I lack the courage? Or perhaps the capability? At that moment, Li Yunxian stepped forward, declaring, Lin Xuan, cease this at once. My disciple has erred. I will offer my apologies, but spare his life. Li Yunxian's words left Lin Xuan momentarily stunned. To be honest, he had anticipated that Wang Hao would resort to some trickery when he intended to engage in a contest with him. Moreover, he had been prepared for Li Yunxian to intervene and suppress him, considering that this man was Wang Hao's master. However, he never expected Li Yunxian to adopt such a humble demeanor. Despite this, he remained vigilant. After all, wasn't Wu Chunfeng similarly unassuming, only to leave him in a precarious position in the end? Fortunately, he had managed to unmask Wu's true nature. Such a scenario warranted his early caution. Master, why must you plead for me? Clearly, Lin Xuan is nothing but a stroke of good fortune, possessing a sacred body, yet he dares to aspire to be a prodigy, to become someone like me. What right does he have? Such a lowly individual, I would rather see him perish. Today, it is either my demise or his. Silence, Li Yunxian commanded sharply. Wang Hao, your journey has been far too smooth, inflating your ego. Do you believe that no one in this world can rival you? With a wave of his hand, Wang Hao found himself ensnared within an array. From this day forth, I shall report to the sect leader, revoking your status as a prodigy. Return and reflect in solitude. You may emerge only when your inner demons are dispelled. After delivering his decree, Li Yunxian handed an ancient tome to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, I apologize on behalf of my disappointing disciple. Take this ancient text and study it at your leisure. You are indeed a prodigy in formations, and I had hoped to petition the sect leader for your inclusion in my formation peak after today. Alas, it seems that hope has been dashed. That I only wish your talents in this domain do not go to waste. With that, Li Yunxian bound Wang Hao and departed. Lin Xuan was left somewhat bewildered. Was Li Yunxian being overly amicable towards him? Just then, a figure appeared behind him. What? Are you uncomfortable in the presence of good company? Upon seeing the person behind him, Lin Xuan quickly bowed respectfully. Sect leader, the others followed suit. Zhao Yunshan nodded in acknowledgement. You may disperse now. The prodigies complied as well. Lin Xuan, shall we take a stroll? Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. The two departed from the Heavenly Tao Academy. wandering aimlessly. Are you curious as to why Wang Hao harbors such intense hatred towards you, despite having no grievances between you? Lin Xuan shrugged. While I was in the bewildering forest, he mentioned that he had feelings for Bai Yueyao. Perhaps that is the reason. Zhao Yunshan chuckled ruefully. Not quite. The true reason for his animosity lies with you. With me? Lin Xuan replied innocently. What does that have to do with me? Consider this, before your arrival. All the prodigies and favored disciples of the sect were either of noble lineage or backed by formidable forces. There were hardly any disciples from humble beginnings who stood out as objects of envy. Yet you appeared, overshadowing him and eclipsing his brilliance. For someone like Wang Hao, who has enjoyed a smooth path throughout his life, this is undoubtedly a challenge. Thus, he began to feel an imbalance, questioning why you could achieve what he could not. Reflecting on Zhao Yunshan's explanation, Lin Xuan mused. In summary, this fellow is simply petty and cannot bear to see others succeed. One might say so. However, you need not feel anxious. Strength is the best solution. Had you been defeated by him today, Lin Xuan may have remained silent. Yet he values your talent, which is why he entrusted you with such responsibilities. Only strength serves as the ultimate proof. Sect leader, are you implying that I should grow stronger to instigate these prodigies to compete against me? You are quite astute. I am not, Lin Xuan replied dejectedly. Sect leader, I do not wish to serve as a sharpening stone for them. The incident with Wang Hao is already more than enough. If every prodigy is this petty, how will I survive? By saying this, am I not indirectly encouraging you all to grow stronger, fostering mutual progress? Furthermore, I am not neglecting you. You may learn the supreme techniques of the 36 peaks, whether it be the scripture repository or the treasure pavilion. You may enter freely and take whatever you desire. Additionally, I shall personally guide your daughter's cultivation. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Then it is settled. Just as the two conversed, a cultivator rushed over in haste. Sect leader, trouble is brewing. Wu Chunfeng has killed members of the punishment hall and stolen items from the treasure pavilion before fleeing. Chapter 48. The bait what? Zhao Yunshan's expression darkened. How could he escape? Recently, Wu Chunfeng led his grandson Wu Jie into darkness. This matter remains unresolved, and now he has fled. This cannot be allowed to stand. I am uncertain. You must go and investigate immediately. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Sect leader, what about me? You will accompany me. Moments later, a group gathered beside the treasure pavilion, each face etched with concern, particularly Zhao Yunshan. Disseminate the order. All cultivators above the nascent soul stage are to assemble for a meeting in less than 15 minutes. The elites of the heavenly Dao sect had arrived. Zhao Yunshan, with a grim countenance, addressed them. You are all likely aware that Wu Chunfeng has murdered disciples from the punishment hall and escaped, stealing items from the treasure pavilion. A pall of disbelief hung over the gathered cultivators, their faces dark as the depths of water. They had heard the rumors, but hearing it confirmed by the sect leader was still shocking. Wu Chunfeng had once been their comrade, and now he had chosen a path of no return. And I hereby command all cultivators at the mid-nascent soul stage and above to venture forth and search for Wu Chunfeng. Upon capture, bring him back to the sect at once. That if he resists, eliminate him on the spot. Yes, with Zhao Yunshan's command, the assembly dispersed. Lin Xuan was about to leave when Zhao Yunshan grabbed him. Where do you think you're going? I was merely checking what had been lost from the treasure pavilion. You sly one. Indeed, something has gone missing from the treasure pavilion, namely, a supreme treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Lin Xuan's heart sank at the mention of the Qian Kuan Ding. This artifact was indeed a treasure of renown, famed for its ability to refine all things and embody the utmost in strength and resilience. It was, without a doubt, a divine item. Yet why was Zhao Yunshan so unperturbed about its loss? Sensing Lin Xuan's thoughts, Zhao Yunshan replied nonchalantly, to wield the Qian Kuan Ding, one must at least be at the ascension stage. That old fellow Wu Chunfeng cannot utilize it. Moreover, what is your perspective on Wu Chunfeng's escape? In truth, Lin Xuan had already formulated some thoughts, but seeing the sect leader issue commands with such decisiveness, he chose to remain silent. Although he was highly regarded by the sect leader, he understood the importance of discretion. Now that the sect leader had posed the question, Lin Xuan whispered, "Do you want me to speak candidly?" Of course, there is a traitor within the sect, colluding with Wu Chunfeng. Not only did they facilitate the murder of the punishment hall's disciples, but they also aided in his escape. Precisely. Those traitors may even be among the very people present. Sect leader, what do you intend to do? Zhao Yunshan's expression became solemn. Wu Chunfeng has allied with demonic cultivators, sullying the reputation of our heavenly Dao sect. Such individuals cannot be allowed to remain. My intent in sparing him was to cast a wide net to catch a bigger fish. Now that they have finally taken the bait, I am prepared to ensnare them all. At that moment, Lin Xuan realized he could no longer underestimate the seemingly jovial sect leader Zhao Yunhan. To rise to the position of sect leader, this man indeed possessed considerable acumen. Do you believe you can successfully catch them? Zhao Yunshan turned his gaze toward Lin Xuan. Now, all that is needed is the bait. Lin Xuan, incredulous, replied, Sect leader, you cannot be referring to me. Are you afraid? Lin Xuan nodded fervently. Indeed, I am terrified. To willingly become bait is nothing short of courting death. Master, consider this. I have already slain his beloved grandson, Wu Jie, and I am the very architect of his current predicament. To send me to fish for him is equivalent to signing my own death warrant. I do not genuinely wish for you to meet such an end. Reflect on what you just said. Wu Chunfeng harbors the deepest animosity towards you, and he cannot rest until you are dead. Do you wish to take the initiative and strike preemptively, or do you prefer to wait for him to come after you? Moreover, you are accompanied by 3 esteemed peak masters who will personally ensure your safety. Even if Wu Chunfeng had 8 legs, he would still be captured. Seeing that Lin Xuan remained unyielding, Zhao Yunshan gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, declaring, In addition to yourself, your daughter shall also have access to the treasure vault and the scripture pavilion. The sect will prioritize her as a key disciple in future training. My daughter possesses an exceptional spirit root. Wherever she goes, she will always be a focus of cultivation, despite Zhao Yunhua's enticing offer. Lin Xuan remained unmoved. What he said was indeed true. Given Lin Ye's tender age and exceptional spirit root, many sects would undoubtedly extend an olive branch. I am suggesting that your daughter enjoy such privileges within the sect. Do you not fear for her spirit root if she ventures elsewhere? Lin Xuan retorted defiantly. I can protect her. Then, what if I were to allow you to bring her to participate in the Spirit Martial Conference? You possess no spirit root, yet your daughter boasts an exceptional one. If your blood relation is confirmed, the only variable would be Lin Ye's birth mother. Surely, a woman capable of giving birth to a child with an exceptional spirit root must be extraordinary herself. Does little Yezi not wish to see her mother? The sect will fully support your efforts to find her at the Spirit Martial Conference. How does that sound? At that moment, Lin Xuan felt as if Zhao Yunshan had seen through his innermost thoughts. In truth, his desires were not extravagant. He only wished to find Lin Ye's mother, providing his child with a complete childhood and family. To his surprise, the cunning Zhao Yunshan had precisely pinpointed his innermost yearnings. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and stated, All right, however, words alone will not suffice, master. You must provide me with a written guarantee. Zhao Yunshan, exasperated, retorted, Am I truly such an unreliable person? You're not, but I must take precautions. Fuming, Zhao Yunshan swiftly pinned all the conditions he had just laid out. Lin Xuan cherished the document as if it were a priceless treasure. If Wu Chunfeng were captured, it would secure a future for his daughter. With this thought, he felt a sense of satisfaction in the arrangement. Very well, master, who shall be dispatched as the bait? Zhao Yunshan snapped his fingers, and 3 elders materialized before Lin Xuan. Han Xianxiu, the master of the Sword Peak, Kong Xianming, the master of the Confucian Peak, and finally, Sun Xixuan, the master of the Medicine Peak. Upon seeing the last individual, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Although the Medicine Peak had previously had its disputes with him, Master Sun's principles remained steadfast. Furthermore, he was among those who understood Wu Chunfeng the best. With his presence, the search would undoubtedly proceed more swiftly. Meanwhile, in the southern expanse of the sect, amidst the vast mountains, Wu Chunfeng frantically fled deeper into the wilderness, clutching the Qian Kuan Ding. Chapter 49. System Reward. Divine Descent. The southern mountains of the sect are considerably safer than the bewildering forests of the north, making it an excellent hiding place. However, as soon as Wu Chunfeng took refuge, he found himself confronted by dozens of prodigies. Wu Chunfeng, where do you think you are running to? Wu Chunfeng glared at them, gritting his teeth. A bunch of insignificant children. I have no enmity with you. Why do you obstruct me? Bai Yueyao coldly replied. No enmity. Your grandson once stood on the verge of becoming a prodigy, only to become a demon cultivator, tarnishing the reputation of our young disciples. You have conspired against Lin Xuan, colluded with demon cultivators, murdered disciples of the execution hall, and stolen treasures from the vault. Your actions are too numerous to enumerate. How dare you brazenly claim there is no enmity? Today, we shall eradicate you on behalf of the sect. As Bai Yueyao's words fell, the prodigies surged forward. Indeed, they had been lying in wait for this moment, intent on blocking Wu Chunfeng. Furthermore, Bai Yueyao had her personal grievances. Had it not been for the Wu family, her relationship with Lin Xuan would not have soured to such an extent. Thus, she held Wu Chunfeng personally accountable. Today, his death was a certainty. Wu Chunfeng scoffed coldly. You think you can kill me with mere numbers? The prodigies mostly possessed early-stage Yuan-ing cultivation. Wu Chunfeng exuded the aura of a perfected Yuan-ing. Startling Bai Yueyao and the others, they were taken aback, as Wu Chunfeng's usual strength lay in the late Yuan-ing stage. Who would have thought that he had grown even stronger during his imprisonment? Wu Chunfeng sneered. Silly children, who among you lacks a trump card? Even if I am at the perfected Yuan-ing stage, what of it? All of you, attack. They were all prodigies carefully nurtured by the sect. Even the top 10 prodigies, aside from Lin Xuan, were cherished disciples of the 36 peak masters. Thus, they would not hesitate to engage in battles beyond their level. However, at this moment, after exchanging a few blows, Wu Chunfeng retreated several steps, casually remarking, "Are you still planning to hide like turtles?" Suddenly, a figure in a black robe slowly stepped forward. The expressions of Bai Yueyao and the others turned grim upon seeing him. "What are you doing here? The sect master commanded you to reflect in solitude for 30 years. How could you appear here?" Xia Shusheng, who had long studied at the Confucian Peak, did not recognize him but, sensing the tension, inquired curiously, "Who is this man?" "He is Li Chong, the former master of the 5 Poisons Peak. To concoct experimental poisons, he captured many disciples of our sect, leading to the tragic deaths of countless individuals at his hands." The sect master, recalling his past contributions, granted him a period of reflection. "We never anticipated he would appear here." And alongside Wu Chunfeng, Li Chong was already a sinister figure, now standing with Wu Chunfeng in defiance of the sect master's edict. His stance was evident that it seems we must eliminate them both. A perfected Yuan-ing Wu Chunfeng was already challenging enough. Coupled with a transformation god stage Li Chong, the situation became even more precarious. Especially since Li Chong was adept at using poison, delivering invisible yet devastating attacks. Thus, they needed to proceed with utmost caution. Li Chong then looked at them, asking, "Are you ready to become my little white mice?" A fierce battle was about to erupt. Report. Signs of combat have been detected in the southern mountains of the sect. Zhao Yunshan glanced at Lin Xuan and then at the 3 masters. "Lin Xuan is entrusted to you. Should anything happen to him, you know what awaits you." Han Qianxiu and the others nodded in unison. Although Zhao Yunshan's words were not explicit, they effectively conveyed a deadly order: protect Lin Xuan at all costs. The 4 of them set off towards the southern mountains of the sect, and on the way, Lin Xuan spoke to the system. "It's time for the lottery draw, isn't it? Dealing with Wu Chunfeng will undoubtedly be no simple matter. This old fellow is not merely a brute." Thus, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps a preemptive draw would be wise. "Host, please proceed with the draw." The system wasted no time. Lin Xuan felt a wheel spinning in his mind. When he called for it to stop, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained divine descent for 5 minutes. What does that mean? Divine descent is a summoning technique that can invoke the powers of an immortal emperor, allowing the user to wield all their strength for 5 minutes. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Xuan's heart soared with joy. It was truly as if his wishes were being granted. With this, he would possess the greatest trump card. When the 4 of them arrived at the southern mountains, they found countless fallen cultivators scattered across the ground. Han Qianxiu, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "That beast Wu Chunfeng. If I see him today, I will surely cleave him in 2. Meanwhile, Kong Xianming crouched down to examine the scene, his expression turning grave. "Let us not rush to kill. It seems Wu Chunfeng may have accomplices." "What? Many of the bodies here belong to perfected Yuan-ing cultivators. How could Wu Chunfeng, a late-stage Yuan-ing practitioner, manage to kill so many people in one go after being imprisoned for so long?" Sun Sishuan solemnly stated. "Moreover, these wounds do not resemble the methods typically employed by Wu Chunfeng. They bear a striking resemblance to what? Observing Sun Sishuan's hesitation, Han Xianxiu slapped his thigh in exasperation. Brother, are you trying to drive me to my wit's end? They resemble those of Li Chong. What? The former master of Wudu Peak. Li Chong, that madman, was supposedly confined by the sect leader to reflect in solitude on the back mountain. Could it be that he has betrayed the sect alongside Wu Chunfeng? As they deliberated, Han Xianxiu abruptly lifted his head. They VE arrived. Suddenly, two figures materialized before them. Before Lin Xuan could react, Han Xianxiu unsheathed his sword and swiftly severed their heads. They are demonic cultivators. It seems they have truly embarked upon an irredeemable path. Kong Xianming retrieved a book from his pocket, tore out a page, and placed it atop the writhing demonic cultivators. Instantly, the demonic energy enveloping them dissipated into nothingness. Han Xianxiu, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in delight. It is said that the methods of your Confucian Peak are astonishing. I never imagined you could dispel demonic energy. Enough chatter. This is not the place for conversation. Kong Xianming tore another page, transforming it into a paper crane that soared into the distance. They head in that direction. Let us proceed. Lin Xuan was equally astonished by their capabilities, but chose not to voice his thoughts. The four continued deeper into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Half an hour later, they stood atop a mountain, gazing at Wu Chunfeng and Li Chong, accompanied by 18 prodigies behind them. Chapter 50. The Unexpected Turn. Yi Wushuang's miscalculation. Han Xianxiu pointed at Wu Chunfeng, indignantly rebuking. Wu Chunfeng, you and Li Chong have betrayed the sect. Are you so tired of living? Though one was at the initial stage of transformation and the other at the late stage of the nascent soul. Both were formidable. Yet, opposing the sect would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Wu Chunfeng chuckled coldly. Since we have come this far, let us dispense with the pretense. Han Xianxiu, we are both driven to this point by the sect. Today, I have captured 18 prodigies, awaiting one person. His gaze fell upon Lin Xuan. Awaiting me? Of course, you have slain my grandson and severed the bloodline of the Wu family. Though you expect to enjoy the privileges of a prodigy within the sect without consequence. All that belongs to my grandson is now yours. With his demise, I demand you accompany him to the grave. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at this declaration and turned to Sun Sishuan. Does Sect Master Sun have any medicine for madness? Quickly give him a couple of pills. Sun Sishuan was astonished. In such a moment, Lin Xuan could still jest. Wu Chunfeng icily declared, if you surrender Lin Xuan, I shall release all 18 prodigies. 1 for 18. A fair trade. Wouldn't you agree? Han Xianxiu scoffed. Wu Chunfeng, stop trying to sow discord. Oh, you really think we are mere children? Setting aside whether Wu Chunfeng spoke the truth. Li Chong, standing beside him, was a treacherous man who regarded life as insignificant. How could one trust such individuals? Wu Chunfeng sneered. Then there is nothing left to discuss. I will kill you first, and then we can talk. Li Chong, grinning, chimed in. After all these years, Han Xianxiu, you remain as reckless as ever. They are all poisoned. If I die, they shall perish alongside me. Han Xianxiu, are you willing to take that gamble at this moment? Han Xianxiu fell silent. Initially, he had intended to forcibly rescue the 18, but it appeared that if Li Chong truly had poisoned them, he would need to reconsider. After all, these 18 individuals represented not only the future of the sect but also the prized disciples of various peak masters. He could not unilaterally decide their fate. Seeing their predicament, Wu Chunfeng laughed heartily. Han Xianxiu, we no longer desire Lin Xuan, for we have awaited someone far more intriguing. As his words faded, a woman appeared among them. Cradling an unconscious child, Lin Xuan gasped in shock upon seeing Yi Wushuang and Lin Yi Wushuang. What are you planning to do? Ignoring Lin Xuan, Yi Wushuang focused her gaze on Li Chong. Can you truly save Chinen? Li Chong smiled. Though the flame poison is severe, it is not without remedy. If you give me this child, I shall naturally relieve Chinen of the flame poison. At that point, you and your disciple shall not have to endure the pain of eternal separation. Yi Wushuang hesitated for a moment. Lin Xuan bellowed. Yi Wushuang, don't trust him. He intended to activate the contract. Only to find that it had inexplicably lapsed. Yi Wushuang glanced at Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with remorse. Lin Xuan, I am sorry, but I need Chunin. With that, she stepped before Li Chong and reached for the jade vial he offered. However, just as she was about to leave, she found herself unable to move. Instead, Li Chong snatched the child from her arms. Li Chong. Ha ha ha. You Wu Shuang. Did you think to use the child as bait to swindle my elixir? There is no such thing as a free lunch. He peered down at the unconscious Lin Yi. A sinister smile creeping across his face. The child with exceptional spiritual roots. I have yet to raise one of my own. I wonder how she would grow up to become a Gu King. Yi Wu Shuang. Thank you for your assistance. He turned to depart. Yi Wu Shuang attempted to pursue him, but felt utterly drained of strength. Collapsing to her knees, with eyes wide in despair, she watched Lin Yi vanish from her sight. She had intended to use Lin Yi as bait, never imagining she would cause her harm. Yet, she had underestimated Li Chong's vigilance and strength. At this moment, she found herself ensnared by Li Chong's poison, powerless to move. Once a practitioner of the ruthless path, she now felt an unsettling sense of panic. Lin Xuan, bereft of rational thought, charged forward. Wu Chunfeng intercepted his attack. In that instant, Han Qianxiu and the others also sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the entire standoff, the balance of power, shifted dramatically due to Lin Xuan and Lin Yi. Sun Sixuan was the first to liberate the 18 bound prodigies. Simultaneously, Kong Xianming confronted Wu Chunfeng, urging Lin Xuan, do not concern yourself with this. Pursue Li Chong. Thank you. As Lin Xuan was about to pursue Li Chong alongside Han Qianxiu, countless demonic cultivators suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Damn it, demonic cultivators. Lin Xuan, follow my sword. Han Qianxiu cleaved a path with his sword. At this moment, Lin Xuan did not hesitate. Following closely behind, Li Chong had no moral compass. If the child fell into his hands, who could predict the outcome? The mere thought propelled Lin Xuan to hasten his pace. Yet, just then, a figure obstructed their path. Another demonic cultivator. Han Qianxiu swung his sword. But this time, it did not cleave through the demonic cultivators as effortlessly as before. Instead, they parried his strike. Today, the demon lord shall take your life. Han Qianxiu of the Sword Peak. Han Qianxiu engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, disregarding all else, pressed onward. In a flash, he reached the heart of the mountain. Despite numerous demonic cultivators attempting to impede his progress, Lin Xuan dispatched them with a single stroke of his sword. In this moment, he would not conceal his strength. Li Chong, witnessing the unfolding scene, wore an increasingly delighted expression. Finally halting at a prominent mountain, Li Chong turned to Lin Xuan, grinning. Earlier, I misspoke. I not only wish to study this exceptional spiritual-rooted girl, but also to investigate the sacred body you possess. Lin Xuan, filled with murderous intent, retorted, you will find no opportunity in this lifetime. Is that so? Li Chong smirked. I neglected to mention that I never engage in battles without preparation. He had spent 30 years in solitary reflection on the back mountain. Not out of fear of the sect leader or an inability to leave, but rather in wait for an opportunity that would ignite his desire to emerge. Today, he had finally awaited that moment. It was none other than Lin Xuan and his daughter. Chapter 51. The heavy-priced Lin Xuan, a mere servant, was destined to live a life of insignificance within the heavenly Dao sect until his demise. Yet, against all odds, he emerged as a figure of immense renown, possessing a sacred body that rendered him the talk of the entire sect. As for Lin Yi, her story was even more extraordinary. Born to a father devoid of spiritual roots, she astonishingly awakened a supreme spiritual root at the tender age of 5. This alone was sufficient to pique Li Chong's interest. His emergence from the back mountain, in collaboration with Wu Chunfeng, had but a singular objective. The father and daughter, Lin Xuan and Lin Yi. With a smile, Li Chong remarked, by the way, you may not be aware, but Wu Chunfeng nearly lost his grandson. Wu Jie, due to your relentless pursuit. It was for this reason he sought my guidance in demonic cultivation techniques to save his grandson. Alas, his grandson ultimately met his end at your hands. What a waste, he continued. Yet, on that note, it seems our fates are quite entwined. Lin Xuan retorted icily. What connection do I have with you? Release my daughter, or face death? Ha! Lin Xuan, you must still be oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Not only is your daughter in my grasp, but, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the landscape was shrouded in darkness, teeming with demonic cultivators. Lin Xuan, if you wish to see your daughter again, you must come forth. Despite his disbelief in Li Chong's words, Lin Xuan could not allow fear to paralyze him in the face of the demonic forces before him. With a roar of fury, he charged ahead. In the grand hall of the sect leader, Zhao Yunshan, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, turned pale. You mean to say that the wretched Li Chong has emerged, not only poisoning 18 prodigies, but also abducting Lin Yi? Indeed, the southern region of the 10,000 mountains is now rife with countless demonic cultivators. What shall we do? Convey my orders. Lin Xuan, gather the disciples of the Array Peak to reinforce the sect's great formation. No disciple is permitted to leave the premises. All peak masters, accompany me to the southern 10,000 mountains. A sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon Zhao Yun's Han. By the time he arrived, Kong Xianming had already subdued Wu Chunfeng. While Sun Xishuan was busy detoxifying the 18 prodigies, Zhao Yushan approached the statue-like figure of Yi Wushuang. Do you realize that due to your selfish interests, the sect must bear a grave loss? I only intended to use Lin Yi as bait to lure out the antidote. I never meant to hand her over to Li Chong. Zhao Yunshan's tone was frigid. You believe Lin Xian would trust that? He values his daughter above all else. Should he fall into Li Chong's trap for her sake, the sect would lose two prodigious talents. You comprehend the cost of such a loss? Yi Wushuang exclaimed passionately. Release the poison within me. I must go rescue Lin Xian and the others. Zhao Yunshan merely snorted coldly. You need to calm down. With that, he flicked his finger, sealing Yi Wushuang's cultivation. Xuan Ningxue. Here. Take Yi Wushuang back to the sect and await my return in the Grand Hall. Without my command, she is not to leave even a step. Sect leader. You. Until you regain your senses. It is best you remain absent from this matter. Who knows if this woman might act irrationally and create further chaos. He left behind Kong Xianming to deal with the aftermath, while Zhao Yunshan and the other peak masters hastened towards the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Xia Shuxing stood beside his master, whispering, This time, the sect leader is genuinely furious. I have never witnessed such wrath before. Kong Xianming's gaze was profound. You cannot fathom the significance of a sacred body and a supreme spiritual root. Although the nature of Lin Xian's sacred body remains unknown, its ability to recover continuously within the god-slaying array suggests it is no ordinary sacred body. The entire immortal spirit realm has fewer than 10 individuals with supreme spiritual roots. Each a formidable figure, especially Li Chong, who is exceedingly terrifying that he not only excels in poison, but is also highly intelligent, adept at maximizing resources. Do you recall the corpse sect that once opposed our sect? Xia Shuxing and the other prodigies nodded subconsciously. All sect disciples were aware of the enmity between the corpse sect and the heavenly Tao sect, a feud spanning many years, culminating in the corpse sect's overnight annihilation, an act executed by Li Chong. As Kong Xianming recounted this secret, a gasp of shock rippled through the crowd that it was due to his significant contributions to the sect that he was not directly executed, but instead made to reflect on his actions. If Li Chong uses Lin Xian's daughter as leverage, do you think Lin Xian would relinquish her for the sect's sake? The crowd shook their heads in unison. They were acutely aware of Lin Xian's deep affection for his daughter. It was only in her protection that he would exert his utmost effort. As for his sense of belonging to the sect, they found it hard to believe. After all, Lin Xian had spent 5 years as a servant within the sect. Kong Xianming said coldly, Then tell me, if Li Chong were to threaten Lin Xian with his daughter, and the three of them retaliated against the heavenly Tao sect, would that not spell disaster for us? A shiver ran through the group. Indeed, one was a ruthless figure who understood the heavenly Tao sect intimately and could obliterate a sect overnight. One was Lin Xian, who recently acquired a sacred body, his strength unknown but formidable, and the last was Lin Yi, a mere 5-year-old with a supreme spiritual root. If these three were to unite, it would surely unleash catastrophe upon the heavenly Tao sect. The others comprehended the urgency of the situation. No wonder the sect leader was so anxious. If not addressed swiftly, they could face an imminent disaster that might even lead to the sect's annihilation. Bai Yueyao exclaimed passionately, Then we shall accompany you. Absolutely not. You are the future of the sect. Do not act recklessly. Besides, with the sect leader and so many peak masters heading there, surely all will be well. At that moment, even Kong Xianming felt uncertain. After all, no one knew the extent of Li Chong's hidden cards. He gazed at Wu Chunfeng, bound tightly on the ground. Reveal all that you know, or do not blame me for being unkind. Wu Chunfeng laughed maniacally. At this point, what does it matter if I die? I know Lin Xian is finished. The sect will also meet its end. Li Chong will not spare anyone. Kong Xianming snorted. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. He produced a book. Xia Shuxing was taken aback. Others might not know, but he was well aware that this was his master's trump card, the great Confucian sage's scripture. In all the years he had witnessed, no one who had laid eyes on this book had acted rebelliously. Kong Xianming inhaled deeply, then rolled the book up and struck Wu Chunfeng fiercely. Chapter 52. The frenzy of Li Chong. The crowd was astonished at such a critical juncture. They had anticipated Kong Xianming would engage Wu Chunfeng in reasoned discourse, but instead, he struck him, rendering him utterly dazed. Wu Chunfeng was slow to recover. What just happened? Xia Shuxing stated flatly. If my master strikes you with this book, not only will your skin ache, but your bones and soul will suffer as well. Kong Xianming landed several more blows. Wu Chunfeng held in pain. I'll talk. I don't know what cards Li Chong holds, but I do know he has deep ties with the demonic cultivators. When Lin Xuan crippled my grandson's meridians, it was he who suggested I seek him out. When I approached him, all he inquired about was Lin Xuan. It was clear he was interested in him. Furthermore, today's escape and the transaction with Yi Wuxuan were orchestrated by this man, with the sole aim of abducting Lin Xuan and Lin Yi. It appeared he had indeed achieved his goal. Wu Chunfeng gasped, as the second in command of the Medicine Peak. You have willingly become a pawn. How far you have fallen. Wu Chunfeng sneered. I relish seeing Lin Xuan's anguish. I long to witness his daughter perish before his very eyes. As for life and death, I care not. My grandson is already dead. The bloodline of the Wu family cannot continue. My heart has withered. Life and death are mere trifles to me. Kong Xianming struck him again with the book. You fool, do you think you can simply end it all? Await the sect leader's punishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunshan led a cadre of powerful individuals deep into the mountains. This time, not only did they aim to rescue Lin Xuan and his daughter, but it was also time to deal with Li Chong once and for all. He coldly remarked, after granting him so many years to reform, he remains in this dismal state. Upon encountering him, there is no need for words. Simply execute him. Indeed, just as they endeavored to reach the depths of the southern mountains, a group obstructed their path. Pray tell, where is such urgency leading you? Zhao Yunshan squinted his eyes. Demonic cultivators. He, Zhao Zongzhu, truly possesses keen insight. Do not let them hinder your way. Eliminate them. As these peak leaders took action, the demonic cultivators fought while retreating until they reached a grand formation. Upon witnessing the scene before them, even after living for centuries and experiencing the world, Zhao Yunshan and his companions gasped in astonishment at the sight of the countless corpses strewn across the land. Could it be that this mound of corpses? Indeed, these were slain by that Lin Xuan. The demonic cultivators sneered. To be honest, I have never encountered such a formidable practitioner before. Tireless, with an astounding recovery ability. He is truly a born killing machine. However, the next act is his personal showcase. Do not interfere. Zhao Yunshan coldly retorted. Who do you think you are? Step aside. Just then, a powerful dark aura erupted before them. A man clad in a black robe stood before them. Zhao Yunshan's expression grew increasingly grim, for this individual was at the pinnacle of the integration realm, surpassing him by an entire level. I am the Nightshade Demon Lord. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Zhao Zongzhu, and today I wish to exchange a few moves. Zhao Yunshan whispered. I will hold him off. You all go and rescue the others. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was amidst a slaughter of demonic cultivators, who charged at him as if they were expendable, evidently aiming to wear him down. Just as the peak leaders prepared to act, they were confronted by dozens of demonic cultivators who appeared simultaneously. Soldier against soldier, commander against commander, the Nightshade Demon Lord mocked. I wonder if you are satisfied. Zhao Yunshan gritted his teeth. Li Chong, do you truly believe you can remain unscathed by doing this from a distance? Li Chong laughed heartily upon seeing Zhao Yunshan. Zongzhu, it has been a long time. I do this to gauge just how much potential the person I have my eye on possesses. He gazed at Lin Xuan. Still engaged in battle, a sinister smile emerging on his face. Clearly, he was deeply impressed. The reason Li Chong sent so many to obstruct Lin Xuan was to test his potential. Now witnessing Lin Xuan's tireless killing spree, he was naturally thrilled, for his gamble had paid off. When talents emerged within the sect, he found them all rather unremarkable, as he himself had once been the most exceptional prodigy. It was only upon Lin Xuan's arrival that he truly felt the one he had been waiting for had finally appeared. Possessing extraordinary talent, within half a month, he had not only slain Wu Jia, but had also emerged alive from the bewildering forest. Li Chong had observed everything Lin Xuan had done. This was the person he sought to cultivate. a companion to descend into the demonic path, to wreak havoc upon the world and fulfill his twisted dreams. Moreover, he was even more exhilarated by the knowledge that Lin Xuan had a vulnerability, his daughter, Lin Yi. With this weakness, it meant he could manipulate Lin Xuan at any moment. For instance, this meticulously planned test was proceeding exactly as he had anticipated. Li Chong looked down from the sky at Lin Xuan. Very well, now common demonic cultivators should pose no challenge for you. Allow me to present something new. Lin Xuan, if you defeat them, I shall return your daughter to you. He snapped his fingers, summoning 5 demonic cultivators in the transformation realm. Furthermore, a gorgeously attired man stepped forth from their midst. Zhao Yunshan and the peak leaders were left stunned upon seeing this man. Could it be the bloodthirsty demon lord? Once a formidable being of the Great Ascension realm, he had fallen in rank after battling the sword god, and now was merely at the integration realm. Yet, even at this level, his power was formidable enough to be feared. Zhao Yunshan felt a sense of despair, given the current situation, regardless of whether Lin Xuan could be rescued. It seemed they themselves were at great risk. With this thought, an unprecedented seriousness appeared on Zhao Yunshan's face. Li Chong then laughed heartily. Zongshu, do you regret not killing me? Zhao Yunshan coldly replied. I truly regret being too merciful back then. Who could have anticipated that this madman, Li Chong, would manage to connect with the 2 great demon lords among the demonic cultivators, each of whom possesses such great strength? The bloodthirsty demon lord gazed at Lin Xuan, who was covered in blood, with a look of disdain to Li Chong. You mobilized so many of us just for him. Li Chong replied earnestly. Demon lord, just watch what kind of holy body he possesses. Chapter 53. Lin Xuan must not die. The Daotian sect must not be humiliated. The bloodthirsty demon lord glanced at Lin Xuan. How would I know? I estimate he possesses the indestructible holy body. Li Chong spoke without any regard for the ears of others, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Indestructible holy body. Simultaneously, within the air above the sect's grand hall, the scene of Lin Xuan's battle materialized. The title of Indestructible Holy Body evoked gasps of astonishment among those within the sect. The Indestructible Holy Body, revered for its promise of everlasting existence, if one reaches a certain level of cultivation. Achieving longevity is far easier than for ordinary practitioners. Of course, this was merely a rumor. The true indestructible holy body could possess the ability for mental recovery. For instance, as of now, Li Chong pointed at Lin Xuan. Up to this point, he has slain 150,000 demonic cultivators. Yet, he bears not a single wound. Among these demonic cultivators were over 100 in the nascent soul stage, all reduced to his defeated foes. This is the hallmark of the indestructible holy body. It can become an eternally tireless fighting machine. Once Li Chong finished speaking, the Nightshade Demon Lord and the Bloodthirsty Demon Lord gazed at Lin Xuan with gleaming eyes. For their already insane kind, this was akin to discovering a congenital battle saint. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the sect's grand hall, Zhuan Ningxue regarded the projection in silence. Although she did not know who created this projection, at the very least, it allowed them to witness the battle. A staggering 150,000 demonic cultivators had perished at Lin Xuan's sword. This man had truly achieved the legendary feat of slaying thousands. It's all my fault, Yi Wushuang said expressionlessly. If it weren't for me, he would not have fallen into such dire straits. Zhuan Ningxue cast a complex glance her way, remaining silent. Should she blame her? Certainly. Yet, when it came to the matter concerning Yi Wushuang, she felt she had no right to intervene. At present, her thoughts aligned with her disciple, Ziyun, in that both Lin Xuan and Lin Yi must be kept safe. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan, panting heavily, glared at the figures hovering above. His expression darkened further. The reason he had been so compliant in dispatching the demonic cultivators was entirely due to Li Chong, who had positioned this group before him. If he did not eliminate them all, he would have no means to rescue his daughter. Furthermore, he had yet to reveal his ultimate trump card, fearful that Li Chong might possess additional surprises. His own life mattered little, but he needed his daughter to survive. Now seeing that these 2 demon lords, along with over a dozen transformation realm demonic cultivators, were likely Li Chong's greatest hidden cards. Li Chong looked down from above at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, as long as you defeat them, you can save your daughter. I shall grant you 1 incense stick's worth of time. Should you fail to defeat them, I will kill Lin Yi. Right before your eyes, the Nightshade Demon Lord interjected. Displeased, Li Chong, What do you mean by this? Are you intending to reap the rewards of another's toil? Of course not. I am sworn enemies with the Daotian sect. How could I allow you to perish in vain? Fear not. He cannot defeat you. I merely aim to draw out his maximum potential, Li Chong stated confidently. Lin Xuan was currently only at the nascent soul stage. Although he had slain countless foes beyond his level, both demon lords were formidable beings of the integration realm. Even if Lin Xuan were a monster, it was inconceivable for him to triumph over these two, especially with dozens of transformation realm demonic cultivators by their side. While I do not particularly care for Li Chong's meddling, I shall indulge him this once. Let us test the mettle of this fellow. With one incense stick's worth of time, as long as he could endure, he would be deemed the victor. Meanwhile, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Xuan's face. He turned his gaze toward Li Chong. Have you exhausted all your trump cards? Li Chong instinctively inquired. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall kill you. Lin Xuan wiped the blood from his face, his gaze landing on Zhao Yunshan, who stood not far away. Master, if they all perish, you wouldn't object, would you? Of course not. He would relish the thought of tearing Li Chong and his ilk into 1,000 pieces. Yet, regrettably, he was currently powerless to act. This man had already become a formidable force. Lin Xuan regarded Li Chong with a frigid demeanor and stated, Li Chong, I can overlook your humiliation, your scorn, and your belittling words. However, you should never threaten me with my daughter. Since you have played all your cards, it is now my turn. As a consummate golden core cultivator, he knew all too well that battling against the demon lord would likely lead to his swift demise in a single exchange. Standing resolutely in place, Lin Xuan took a deep breath and instructed the system in his mind. Activate Divine Descent now. Is the host certain about activating Divine Descent? Yes. The system began to randomly select among the celestial emperors. Lin Xuan felt a wave of trepidation surge through him. Above, Li Chong observed Lin Xuan standing motionless and, somewhat disappointed, remarked, Has he been frightened into a stupor? It is your turn to act. No sooner had Li Chong finished speaking than the two demon lords, unable to contain themselves, charged forward. They did not possess the foresight that Li Chong had envisioned to them. Lin Xuan's indestructible holy body was akin to a prize. The majority of cultivators pursued longevity, and possessing an indestructible holy body would certainly expedite that quest. They were resolute in seizing this opportunity to capture Lin Xuan. Of course, it was not just them. All the demons present were also vying for a chance. They sought a glimmer of opportunity, knowing that without contention, there would be no chance whatsoever. Thus, nearly all of them surged toward Lin Xuan. Seeing the chaos unfold, Li Chong felt no undue concern. From Lin Xuan's previous blood-soaked battle, he could discern the man's profound obsession with his daughter. Therefore, as long as Lin Yi remained in his grasp, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly fight for his life. He was rather eager to witness this grand spectacle he had orchestrated. No, Lin Xuan is in danger, Zhao Yunshan bellowed. Everyone rushed to save Lin Xuan. At this moment, not only the 36 peak masters of the Tiandao sect, but also the 18 prodigies charged forth. Indeed, they ultimately came to their aid. Not for any selfish reason, but to preserve the honor of their sect. As prodigies, they could not stand idly by. Simultaneously, over 10,000 disciples within the sect witnessed this scene and felt their hearts clench. They were no longer merely representing individual wills, but rather the collective honor of their sect. Lin Xuan must not perish. The Tiandao sect cannot be shamed. Should Lin Xuan fall to the demons in the presence of Zhao Yunshan and the others, it would spell catastrophe for the Tiandao sect. Even if it cost them their lives, they were determined to ensure this man survived. If Lin Xuan lived, the millennia of prestige of the Tiandao sect would be preserved. Now, it was no longer merely a contest of personal grievances and wills, but a moment that concerned the honor of the sect, cultivated over countless generations. Lin Xuan stood at the epicenter of this impending eruption. The moment the two demon lords approached him within half a meter, Lin Xuan's tightly shut eyes flew open. Chapter 54. I am known as Hao Yin. In an instant, the world fell silent. The two demon lords found themselves unable to move, their bodies frozen in place. Not only them, centered around Lin Xuan, for a radius of 1,000 miles, all were subject to his imperial might. Lin Xuan felt as though he were adrift in an ocean, akin to a small boat tossed about by the waves. Just as he attempted to regain control over his body, he discovered he was utterly powerless. System, What is happening? Host has drawn the ancient celestial Emperor Haoyan. His power is so overwhelming that even after a millennium of death, he still possesses a formidable will. Lin Xuan thought to himself. Good heavens, so the one controlling my body is the celestial Emperor Haoyan. The one renowned for his unyielding justice and unparalleled strength, who was deemed the mightiest celestial emperor of that era? At that moment, Lin Xuan raised his eyes to gaze at the Nightfall Demon Lord before him. You wish to kill me? The Nightfall Demon Lord felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. In that instant, he felt akin to an ant on the ground. Just one look shattered his entire worldview. His cultivation level plummeted, descending from the integration stage to the chi refining stage, ultimately reducing him to the status of a mere mortal. He collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes glazed over, drooling from his mouth. All present understood. The so-called Nightfall Demon Lord had gone mad. Lin Xuan had done nothing but cast a glance in his direction, and he had been rendered thus, beside him. The Bloodthirst Demon Lord murmured in disbelief. This is impossible. This is impossible. How could you be so powerful? He let out a furious roar and launched a punch toward Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan merely raised a hand. The Bloodthirst Demon Lord, a formidable figure at the peak of the integration stage, shattered like glass, his form disintegrating into countless fragments. The gust of wind swept by, and he vanished without a trace. Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings. The onlookers trembled in fear, some so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. He had not employed any divine abilities. Merely his imperial might had left everyone in attendance paralyzed with fear. Meeting his gaze felt akin to being struck down from a higher dimension. Lin Xuan spoke in a calm voice. There are demons among us. The demons were the bane of his existence. In ancient times, the celestial Emperor Haoyan was a paragon of virtue, who spent a millennium vanquishing demons. This 1,000 years did not refer to the time after he became a celestial emperor, but rather the entire duration he spent exterminating demons. A few demonic cultivators at the transformation stage were utterly powerless before him. It was only when Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon Li Chong that he noticed the latter's earlier composure had evaporated. Now, he knelt trembling on the ground. Just being in the same space as Lin Xuan conjured a fear that surged from the depths of his soul. Lin Xuan's eyes pierced through Li Chong. Landing on Lin Yi. You are here as well? Lin Yi revealed a smile that belied her tender age. Someone wishes to harm my successor. I came to see. Lin Xuan let out a cold laugh. How could anyone dare to covet the successor of the esteemed celestial emperor Xiling? Lin Yi glanced at her diminutive frame and sighed. She is still too young. Haoyan, there are many unruly individuals here. Lin Xuan surveyed the surroundings and retorted with a smirk. I am aware. He pointed a finger, and in an instant, the southern 10,000 mountains turned to ash. Zhao Yunshan and the others widened their eyes. At a loss for words to describe their feelings, they were utterly astounded. The might of a celestial emperor. They had only ever seen it in ancient texts, but witnessing it in person rendered them speechless. Any attempt to articulate the scene before them felt woefully inadequate. Lin Xuan glanced at Lin Yi, astonished by the connection they shared. This lad is quite interesting. As the celestial emperor Haoyan uttered these words, Lin Xuan instinctively felt a surge of anxiety within him that a dignified celestial emperor surely had the ability to see through him. Young man, the next time you encounter a formidable adversary, come seek me again. You are too weak at present, Lin Xuan quickly called out in his mind. Senior, may I ask for your name? Standing in that space, Lin Xuan coldly declared, I am Haoyan, known to the world as the celestial emperor Haoyan. With that, the celestial emperor Haoyan vanished from the air. Only when Haoyan's power receded from his body was Lin Xuan able to regain control. True to his expectations, he caught Lin Yi, who had also lost consciousness. Cradling her in his arms, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the main hall of the sect leader Zhao Yunshan, the 36 peak masters, and the 18 prodigies, the pillars of the sect, were all gazing at him with concern. You have finally awakened, Zhao Yunshan exclaimed, visibly excited as he bowed repeatedly before the statue of the founding patriarch. Truly, the blessings of the past patriarchs. Lin Xuan rubbed his aching head. What has happened to me? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Han Qianxiu eagerly asked, Young man, do you not know what you have done? No, I do not. Where is my daughter? She is here. She is here. Ningxue gently cradled Lin Yi in her arms. Upon observing that her daughter merely lay unconscious yet unharmed, Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. "How did we manage to return?" he inquired. "Kid, what do you remember now?" "I only recall those demonic cultivators charging at me like madmen, and then everything went dark," Han Xinqiu stammered. Yes, it was at that moment that you underwent a transformation." Zhao Yunshan and the others looked at Lin Xuan with grave expressions, hoping he could conjure some understanding. Yet Lin Xuan appeared utterly bewildered. "Was it not you who saved me and my daughter in the end?" "No," Zhao Yunshan replied sternly. "Lin Xuan, allow me to elucidate what transpired next. You were besieged by demonic cultivators, and when we arrived, Li Chong had already summoned 2 demonic monarchs along with dozens of formidable beings at the transformation stage to assault you. At that moment, your entire aura shifted. You became known as the Haotian Immortal Emperor, while your daughter was identified as the Ziling Immortal Emperor." Lin Xuan stared blankly at Zhao Yunshan. "Sect Master, I must say you possess a remarkable talent for storytelling." "Storytelling?" Zhao Yunshan exclaimed, pointing at those around him. They witnessed it as well. The peak masters nodded in agreement. Lin Xuan suddenly sprang to his feet. "Good heavens! Are you saying the Haotian Immortal Emperor has possessed me? Not only that, but your daughter is also the inheritor of the Ziling Immortal Emperor." Ningxue exclaimed excitedly that it is worth noting that the cultivation methods practiced by their Zixiao Palace can be traced back to the very origins established by the Ziling Immortal Emperor. Chapter 55. You are no longer her master. It is not surprising that Ningxue was so exhilarated. The child she now held was not merely a young girl. She represented the legitimate lineage of their Zixiao peak. For her, this was nothing short of the future of their lineage. Lin Xuan scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed. "What you are saying sounds like a tale. Had we not witnessed it with our own eyes, we would have never dared to believe such a thing." Zhao Yunshan excitedly patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder. "There is now only one possibility left. You are the inheritor of the Immortal Emperor. Not only you, but your daughter as well." Long before Zhao Yunshan voiced this, many had already begun to suspect this potentiality. In the realm of cultivation, aside from ascending in cultivation step by step, there exists another path, becoming the inheritor of a great figure. Some inherit through family bloodlines, while others do so through sects. For instance, their Tiandao sect once had a great figure at the immortal sovereign level. Hence, all successive sect masters regarded themselves as his disciples, passing down the legacy through generations. Of course, there exists a particularly unique category known as intergenerational inheritance. Such individuals must meet the criteria set forth by the great figure's teachings and selections. And there is an additional requirement. They must possess extraordinary talent and boundless fortune. Lin Xuan fits this description perfectly. Lin Yi, it is evident, does as well. The thought of their sect producing 2 inheritors of immortal emperors filled Zhao Yunshan with excitement. His fists clenched tightly as he nearly leapt from the ground. This was an immense fortune bestowed upon their sect. Ahem. Since the pillars of our sect are now present, I hereby announce that the matters concerning Lin Xuan and Lin Yi shall be regarded as the highest secret of our sect. Should anyone leak this information, they shall be executed without mercy. Though the 2 were inheritors of the Immortal Emperor, blessed with great fortune, they would inevitably face tremendous peril, for there would always be those who sought to usurp such immense luck. After all, who could resist such overwhelming temptation? In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, Lin Xuan and Lin Yi now represented a colossal allure. Upon hearing Zhao Yunshan's decree, the crowd nodded in agreement. They had also considered this aspect, recognizing the implications for the future of their sect. Furthermore, I declare Lin Xuan to be the foremost prodigy of our sect. From this day forth, he shall be the elder brother to all. Lin Xuan was taken aback by this proclamation. "Sect Master, I am but a mere novice. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility?" "I say you can, and thus you shall." Zhao Yunshan's words brooked no argument. After declaring all of this, he added, "All right, everyone disperse. Remember to relay my orders to the entire sect. No one is permitted to defy them." Once the crowd had departed, Lin Xuan chuckled wryly. "Sect Master, you've truly placed me in a hot seat this time." He had no objections to Zhao Yunshan's first order, as it was a typical protective measure. However, regarding the second order, he felt his own prestige was insufficient to command respect. "Do not be so modest. Even without the Haotian Immortal Emperor's inheritance, I intended to elevate your standing. After all, The undying sacred body is a uniquely special existence among sacred bodies, and I hope to maximize its potential through you. Moreover, if you are not the elder brother, then who will assist little Lin Yi in finding her birth mother at the Lingwu conference? All right then, it is settled that I will arrange for your accommodation beside the sect master's peak. You shall no longer reside at the Wuqing Peak. As he uttered this final remark, Zhao Yunshan looked at Lin Xian. What do you wish to do about Yi Wushuang? Lin Xian was taken aback. He quickly bowed and said, this matter is not for me to decide. That it falls under your jurisdiction, sect master. How you handle Yi Wushuang is entirely up to you. I harbor no emotions or opinions regarding this. As long as my daughter has returned, I leave the decision in your capable hands. That I do, however, have one request. From now on, I and little Yezi wish to have no further dealings with her. Lin Xian's words greatly pleased Zhao Yunshan. He had witnessed far too many individuals who, due to their talents or abilities, became arrogant and aloof. He had expected Lin Xian to berate Yi Wushuang for her mistakes. Given that her oversight had allowed Li Chong to capture Lin Yi, had it not been for Lin Xian's eventual emergence as the inheritor of the immortal emperor, bolstered by the emperor's support, the consequences could have been dire. Yet he never anticipated that Lin Xian would remain so humble, leaving all matters to be decided by him. This greatly satisfied Zhao Yunshan's confidence in Lin Xian as the sect master. Good, good, modest yet resolute. I have not misjudged you. You may return now. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated through this situation. That in truth, he did not remember nothing, but rather recalled the scene vividly. He simply could not explain it all. After all, he could not tell everyone that he harbored a system within him. Thus, he had chosen to feign ignorance, not realizing that the more he did so, the more it drew everyone's attention. Now that this outcome had emerged, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. He quickly slipped away. After Lin Xian and Lin Yi departed, Zhao Yunshan, accompanied by Han Qianqiu, made his way to the inner sanctum of the sect master's hall. In a secret chamber, Yi Wushuang was currently imprisoned. Zhao Yunshan approached, his voice icy as he said, do you have any idea of the magnitude of the error you have committed this time? Yi Wushuang's cultivation had been sealed, and the calm demeanor she once possessed was now replaced by anxiety as she urgently inquired, what has happened to Lin Xian? And Lin Yi, is she all right? They are both safe, Zhao Yunshan replied, his gaze complex as he regarded Yi Wushuang. That in all the time he had known her, he had never witnessed her lose control of her emotions to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to herself, as long as they are unharmed, that is all that matters. Though they may be unharmed, you must pay the price for your actions. Zhao Yunshan stated coolly, from this day forth, you shall be confined at Wuqing Peak for reflection. You are forbidden from leaving without my explicit orders. Is this Lin Xian's intention as well? Not at all. He simply wishes to have no further interactions with you. Yi Wushuang's expression hardened. How can this be? Does he not desire to take revenge on me? Lin Yi is his everything. Precisely because of that, he does not wish to associate with you any longer. Yi Wushuang, I must warn you, from this moment on, you are not to entertain any thoughts regarding them, but I am Lin Ye's master. That is no longer the case, Zhao Yunshan replied flatly. Lin Yi is now the inheritor of the Ziling Immortal Emperor, and Ningxue has formally requested to become Lin Ye's master. I have already granted this request. Chapter 56. Ningxue. I can do anything. No way. Yi Wushuang spoke with a frigid tone. How could Ningxue be worthy of being her master? I am her true master. Zhao Yunshan, observing her obstinate demeanor, replied nonchalantly, Chunin is still waiting for your antidote. With a wave of his hand, the seal on Yi Wushuang was lifted. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out. Meanwhile, Han Qianqiu, filled with concern, remarked, Sect Master, do you think she will seek trouble with Lin Xian? Zhao Yunshan shook his head. She will go to the Heartless Hall to rescue Chunin. After all, he is her prized disciple. However, I genuinely fear she might go mad once you release her seal. Not to worry. Even if she goes, Lin Xian likely will not see her. He has made that abundantly clear. Surely, if Yi Wushuang were to visit, she would be met with a closed door. Now, you should return. Li Chong is dead. It is time to deal with some of the pests within the sect. Yes, Han Qianqiu's heart sank at these words. It seemed the sect master was preparing for a significant purge. For several consecutive days, Lin Xian and Lin Yi busied themselves with arranging their new home. Besides them, numerous guests arrived. The 18 prodigies almost visited daily, particularly by Yueyao and Ziyun, who were exceedingly diligent. One day, Xuanningsue unexpectedly joined them. Junior Lin Xuan pays respects to Peak Master Zhua. Xuanningsue smiled warmly and said, "No need for excessive formality." "Where is Lin Yi?" "Right here." Little Lin Yi rushed in, holding an assortment of flowers and plants from outside. Upon seeing her, Xuanningsue joyfully approached. "Lin Yi, do you remember me?" Little Lin Yi tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying. "Yes, you are the aunt who hugged me before." "Lin Yi, do not be rude. This is the Peak Master of Zixia Peak. Quickly pay your respects to the senior." Just as little Lin Yi was about to bow, Xuanningsue stopped her. "No need for such formality. I came today to ask if you would like to be my disciple." Little Lin Yi scratched her head. "You want me to be your disciple?" "Indeed. Will you play with me?" "I will. Will you take me out?" "Of course." "Will you tell me stories at night?" Xuanningsue hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "Certainly. Moreover, you can do anything you wish at Zixia Peak, and many senior sisters will play with you." Lin Yi beamed, saying, "You are much better than my previous master." "Father, I want to become Peak Master Zhua's disciple." Lin Xuan awkwardly chuckled. This little clever girl was not searching for a master, but rather a babysitter. Peak Master Zhua. Lin Yi is still very young and somewhat mischievous and disobedient. You need not worry about anything. Although I am accustomed to being alone, I genuinely enjoy the company of children. You can rest assured in entrusting her to me." Lin Xuan was not the only one taken aback. The several prodigies nearby, especially Ziyun, felt they were no longer familiar with their master. Xuanningsue, as the Peak Master of Zixia Peak, was not only powerful but also a strict teacher. They did not dare to act carelessly around her. Yet here she was, willing to play the role of a caregiver in front of Lin Yi. Furthermore, Ziyun also adored Lin Yi and would surely take her out to play. Do you agree?" The initially bewildered Ziyun instinctively nodded. "Yes." Lin Xuan smiled wryly. "Since Peak Master Zhua has said so, I will not hinder it. Lin Yi, if you wish to become Peak Master Zhua's disciple, your father approves." "Wonderful. I can play with my master now." Xuanningsue understood that, aside from Lin Ye's approval, she also needed to soothe Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, you are Lin Ye's father, and I am her master. We must keep in touch more often. Consider Zixia Peak as your home." Lin Xuan's face flushed. For some reason, when Xuanningsue, so frigid in demeanor, spoke of the future, he found himself thinking, "Damn, his thoughts were indeed impure." Lin Xuan smiled repeatedly. "I hope Peak Masters will take good care of her in the future." "That goes without saying. Lin Yi, would you like to come back to Zixia Peak with me to take a look?" Lin Yi glanced at Lin Xuan, who nodded, saying, "Go ahead. With Peak Masters were present, you will be safe?" "Of course." After watching them leave, Lin Xuan felt quite at ease. After all, Lin Yi was the inheritor of the Purple Spirit Immortal Emperor. The people of Zixia Peak would certainly treat her well, even warmly welcoming her. Just from Xuanningsue's attitude toward Lin Yi, he could tell that this moment. Ziyun excitedly said, "Lin Xuan, you must come often in the future." That goes without saying. Once Xuanningsue had departed with Lin Yi and Ziyun, only Lin Xuan and Bai Yueyao remained in the room. The woman was now gazing at him with a resentful expression. Lin Xuan cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Since there's nothing more to discuss, why don't you head back?" "Lin Xuan, are you really going to be with Ziyun?" Lin Xuan, who had been about to take a sip of water, sprayed it out upon hearing this. "What kind of nonsense is that? How could we be together?" "Isn't that the case?" Among those present, the only one not pleased about Lin Yi becoming Xuanningsue's disciple was Bai Yueyao. Especially after witnessing Ziyun's evident joy, her heart felt a pang of bitterness. With Lin Yi joining Zixia Peak, Lin Xuan and Ziyun had even more reason to be together, particularly with Ziyun's attentive care for Lin Xuan, which Bai Yueyao had observed over the past few days. A woman pursuing a man is like a thin veil. Ziyun was not lacking in beauty. This heightened Bai Yueyao's sense of crisis. "Lin Xuan, if you do not like her, could you consider me instead?" "Lin Xuan, what kind of madness is this? I'm sorry, but I have no intention of seeking a partner. I only wish to raise little Yi to adulthood." "I can too," Bai Yueyao softly replied. "I can also treat her well." "Lin Xuan, how about we be together and jointly raise Lin Yi?" Upon seeing the eager look in Bai Yueyao's eyes, Lin Xuan smiled and shook his head. "No good. You are so young. Why should you miss out on others because of me? Moreover, we are simply not from the same world. As Lin Xuan spoke these words, Bai Yueyao felt a wave of sorrow. This was precisely the reason she had initially rejected Lin Xuan. Little did she know that the boomerang had now returned. Their roles had reversed, and she had become the one feeling disappointed. Are we truly without hope? Lin Xuan maintained a smile, saying, Bai Yueyao, you deserve better. Why waste time on me? Well then, if there's nothing else, you should head back, as she walked out of Lin Xuan's presence in a daze. Bai Yueyao's eyes involuntarily reddened. Chapter 57. The Master Accepting Ceremony. Once upon a time, the two of them shared an innocent bond. At that time, Lin Xuan devoted himself entirely to her. But now, his distance from her caused Bai Yueyao's heart to ache. Especially when she thought of Xian pairing up with Lin Xuan in the future, her heart sank even further. She regretted it. Why did she abandon Lin Xuan back then? Why did she not stand by him first when he was in trouble? Everything she suffered today was merely her own doing. With these thoughts in mind, she quickened her pace, not wanting others to witness her vulnerable state. Meanwhile, in the underground palace of the Heartless Peak, Yi Wushuang stared at the antidote in her hand, lost in thought. Li Chong had once said this was the remedy capable of curing the fiery poison. Yet now that Li Chong was dead, should she truly trust the words of that man? Gazing at Chunin, all alone within the ice coffin, Yi Wushuang finally gritted her teeth and placed the pill into Chunan's mouth while channeling her spiritual energy, preparing to awaken him. The next day, in the sect master's hall, nearly all the peak masters of the 36 peaks were present, save for Yi Wushuang. Alongside them were the sect's core disciples and key members, all gathered without exception. Today, Peak Master Zui was surely feeling triumphant. Did you not see that the usually icy Zui Ningxue was smiling from ear to ear? If it were me, I would be smiling in my dreams. After all, she had accepted a disciple designated by the Purple Spirit Immortal Emperor for the entire Tiandao sect. This was an immeasurable glory. Thus, this master-apprentice ceremony not only drew the prominent figures of the entire sect, but was also personally presided over by Zhao Yunshan. On the elevated platform of the sect's main hall, Zui Ningxue smiled at Zhao Yunshan and said, Sect Master, I entrust this to you. Zhao Yunshan chuckled. Not at all. From this day forth, you shall be Lin Ye's master. Which is a supreme honor. It is indeed a privilege for me to personally oversee this ceremony. His words were not without reason, for Lin Ye's identity was extraordinarily special, were it not for Lin Xuan and Lin Yi. Zhao Yunshan would likely never encounter such an occasion in his lifetime. As Zhao Yunshan declared that the auspicious time had arrived, Lin Yi, clad in a beautiful purple dress, approached Zui Ningxue and respectfully proclaimed, Disciple Lin Yi pays respects to Master. Zui Ningxue gazed at the little one, feeling her heart melt. From this day forth, you are my sole disciple at Zixia Peak. Do you have any doubts? Lin Yi shook her head. Zui Ningxue gently assisted her to her feet. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan felt a slight sting of emotion in his eyes. Beside him, Xiun, noticing his reaction, quietly inquired, Isn't this a joyous occasion? Why are you crying? It is precisely because it is a joyous occasion that I feel like crying. Just a month prior, he was merely a lowly individual struggling for survival alongside his daughter in Tiandao sect. To ensure their survival, he had exhausted all means. Who could have anticipated today's scene? Now, with Lin Yi having become Zui Ningxue's disciple and the inheritor of the Purple Spirit Immortal Emperor's legacy, she finally had a promising future ahead. Lin Xuan began to comprehend the joy parents feel when they witness their children achieving greatness. At that moment, Zui Ningxue, holding Lin Ye's hand, earnestly declared, From this day forth, Lin Yi shall be my sole disciple at Zixia Peak. That I hope all within the sect will offer her their support. The crowd nodded in agreement. Most certainly. After all, Lin Yi is just 5 years old, possesses an extraordinary spiritual root, and is the inheritor of the Purple Spirit Immortal Emperor. Her future is boundless. Naturally, they wish to be on good terms with her. At that moment, Zhao Yunshan boomed. The master-apprentice ceremony is concluded. However, as soon as he spoke, a voice interrupted. Wait, a woman approached, causing everyone to pause, including little Lin Yi. Zhao Yunshan's expression darkened as he said, Yi Wushuang, did I not instruct you to reflect in isolation? Why have you come here? Lin Yi is my disciple. How could she possibly take you as her master? Upon hearing this, Zui Ningxue's anger flared as she retorted, Yi Wushuang, do not cause a scene here. Lin Yi has already paid her respects to me. Yi Wushuang frantically seized Lin Ye's wrist, exclaiming, Did you truly do this? You once vowed to take me as your master. The pain in Lin Ye's wrist caused her to frown. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to intervene, Ningxue stepped protectively in front of Lin Yi, blocking Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang, do you not have your own first disciple? Chenin? Why must you come here to snatch Lin Yi from me? Yi Wushuang's expression darkened. Lin Yi is my disciple. How dare you occupy my place? Ningxue replied coolly. This is Lin Ye's own choice. Yi Wushuang glared at her. Is this truly your choice? Lin Yi, hiding behind Ningxue, timidly nodded. Impossible. She is my disciple. How could she choose you? You must have coerced her. Ningxue countered sharply. Yi Wushuang, with all the prominent figures of the sect present, who would dare threaten a child? Moreover, as her master, you abandoned her at a crucial moment. Is this the responsibility of a mentor? If you continue this ruckus, do not blame me for being unyielding. With that, her aura surged forth. Yi Wushuang matched her intensity, and a fierce confrontation seemed imminent. The onlookers displayed a myriad of expressions. Ningxue was typically graceful and composed. Who would have thought she would engage in a quarrel with Yi Wushuang? Of course, if I possessed an extraordinary spiritual root and was a disciple of the immortal emperor, anyone who tried to take her from me would face my wrath. Isn't Yi Wushuang supposed to be someone devoid of emotions? I have never witnessed her lose control like this before. What has transpired today? Who could say? This spectacle was turning rather unsightly. Both women were pillars of the sect, and their beauty was beyond reproach. Should they engage in conflict, even if both were to suffer, it would be a significant loss for the sect. Zhao Yunshan was about to speak when Lin Xuan quietly suggested, Sect Master, perhaps I should intervene? Very well. Although the dispute appeared to revolve around Lin Yi, Lin Xuan was the pivotal figure here. After all, Lin Yi was his daughter. Seeing Lin Xuan step forward, a flicker of guilt crossed Yi Wushuang's face. Yet she quickly retorted, Lin Xuan, are you not going to intervene while she takes your daughter as her disciple? Intervene in what? I was already aware of this matter. Lin Yi is my disciple. Yi Peak Master, refrain from speaking such reckless words here, Lin Xuan admonished sternly. When you took Lin Yi to seek medicinal pills from Li Chong, did you not consider her to be your disciple? At that time, did you not ponder whether Lin Yi would survive in Li Chong's hands? Chapter 58. Yi Wushuang, whom will you choose? Yi Wushuang fell silent, for she indeed bore the responsibility. I will explain my previous actions and rectify my past mistakes through my future conduct. Lin Xuan scoffed. No need. He turned to a familiar figure in the distance. Your foremost disciple has arrived. Yi Wushuang turned around to see Chun and weakly approaching. She hurried over to in truth, after treating Chun and confirming he was unharmed. She had rushed here to her surprise. Chunin had awakened and made his way to the assembly. Chunin, why have you come? I awoke and noticed Master was absent, so I came to check. His gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. In truth, Chunin had been present for some time, witnessing Master engaging in a war of words with the crowd. Especially her attempt to explain her actions to a man. This instilled a profound sense of crisis within him. There are too many people here. You are in no condition to remain. You should return. Chunin, sounding somewhat frail, pleaded, Master, could you accompany me back? Yi Wushuang recalled how Chunin had aided her in combating Yen Long, which had led to his current state, and her feelings for him were complex. Supporting Chunin, she cast a complicated glance at Lin Xuan. I will return to explain. Wait. Lin Xuan's voice turned stern. Yi Peak Master, you have but this one chance to explain. If you leave now, you shall never have the opportunity to explain again. At that moment, Chunin displayed a sorrowful expression. Junior brother, in front of so many people, why must you make things difficult for my master? If there are grievances, direct them at me. He coughed twice, feigning a frail demeanor. Lin Xuan looked down upon them, and all eyes in the crowd turned to Yi Wushuang. Would she stay to explain, or depart with Chunin? After a few seconds of contemplation, Yi Wushuang finally spoke. Chunin is weak. I will take him back first. Seeing her resolutely choose Chunin, Lin Xuan felt the last vestige of hope dissipate. So, she had indeed opted for Chun, and he should have anticipated this. As for Chunin, as Yi Wushuang turned to leave, he cast a provocative smile back at Lin Xuan, a silent taunt that seemed to pierce Lin Xuan's heart. Yet he said nothing further. He had long since grown accustomed to the feeling of abandonment. From being an orphan on Blue Star to now traversing the immortal spirit realm, he had been cast aside by Bai Yueyao, abandoned by Lin Ye's mother, and now, yet again, forsaken by Yi Wushuang, that he stood rooted in place until Ziyun approached him and softly said, "Lin Xuan, you still have us." Lin Xuan offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, I am not as fragile as you imagine. After all, being chosen is not a novel experience for me." His words, by Wei Yao, who was not far away, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. It reminded her of the past when Lin Xuan had also given her a choice, and she had resolutely abandoned him in favor of a promising future. It was perhaps because of this incident that Lin Xuan now appeared so composed. At that moment, Zhao Yunshan coughed lightly. "I hereby declare that the apprenticeship ceremony is officially concluded. Everyone may disperse. Lin Xuan, please come here." Zhuan Ningxue greeted Lin Xuan and led the entire entourage from Zixia Peak away from the gathering. Lin Xuan followed Zhao Yunshan as they strolled through the main hall of the sect. Yi Wushuang expressed her concern for her disciple, "I hope this matter does not affect you." She truly feared that Lin Xuan might develop a psychological burden due to Yi Wushuang. If that were to happen, how could Zhao Yunshan not feel heartache for such a talented individual? Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "I understand your concerns, sect master. Rest assured, I will not be affected in any way." "That's good to hear. With the Spirit Martial Conference approaching, as our foremost prodigy, you must present your best self. Starting tomorrow, we will join the prodigies from the 2 sects of South Continent for trials in the bewildering forest." Lin Xuan was taken aback. "A joint trial with 2 sects? That seems unprecedented." Zhao Yunshan nodded with a wry smile. "This joint trial is also a test. After all, not long ago, you stirred quite a commotion in the southern mountains. And they all wish to uncover the identity of the one possessing such a miraculous inheritance." Lin Xuan pondered. It seemed that he had indeed been too ostentatious that day. "Now, I seek your opinion. Do you wish to participate in the trials with them? Or would you prefer to cultivate within the sect? Since the prodigies are all attending, I shall not seek special treatment. I will participate in the trials tomorrow." "Very well. Your strength is commendable, but you still lack experience in actual combat. Please exercise caution during this endeavor. After all, there are many who covet the sacred body and the legacy of the immortal emperor. Thank you for your guidance, sect master. I shall not disappoint." Observing the young man's departure, Zhao Yunshan sighed thoughtfully. "What is wrong? Is it not a cause for joy to have such a genius in our sect?" "Indeed, it is a joy, but I fear more the loss." Zhao Yunshan spoke softly. "In Jinling, one may be but a creature in a pond, yet when the winds rise, they may transform into a dragon. Lin Xuan is destined to be extraordinary. Our humble sect cannot contain such a great figure." Kong Xianming, the peak master of Confucian Peak, chuckled and said, "If we wish for him to have ties to the heavenly Tao sect, it is not difficult. What do you propose?" "It is simple. Let him find a companion here." Zhao Yunshan, wondering what kind of idea this Confucian scholar would present, was met with a rather poor suggestion. "Oh, you truly believe this idea has merit?" "Ah, sect master, you may not be aware, from my perspective. Lin Xuan is certainly not an ungrateful person. He knows in his heart who has treated him well. Do you know what I was doing this afternoon?" "What were you doing?" "I was at the Zawork Peak, and I saw those attendants brimming with joy. Upon inquiry, I learned that Lin Xuan had gifted them various low-level techniques and spirit stones. Those individuals had once stood alongside Lin Xuan. Now, as the foremost prodigy, he still remembered his friends from Zawork Peak. If we treat him sincerely and help him find a companion, do you think he would forget us even if he were to leave the heavenly Tao sect in the future?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunshan's eyes lit up. Although it was a poor suggestion, it was not without reason. "I will make arrangements immediately." Seeing the sect master hastily seeking a companion for Lin Xuan, Kong Xianming laughed heartily. It was his first time witnessing the sect master in such a flurry. Chapter 59. Who do you wish to be here? Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had returned to his residence. He sat in his chair, somewhat excited. "System, please do not play tricks on me again these days." For 6 or 7 consecutive days, he had drawn only spirit stones or some low-level techniques. Lin Xuan had given a portion to his former friends at Zawork Peak. While they could not cultivate, these items were treasures they could only dream of, serving as a cherished memory. Yet, as he thought about the trials in the bewildering forest tomorrow, he felt a sense of anticipation. His shortcomings, as Zhao Yunshan had pointed out, lay in his lack of practical combat experience. If he were to encounter a true battlefield, he feared he might falter. With that in mind, he placed his hopes on the system. "System, do you have any experience packages? Please let me draw one." "Host, The lottery system does not operate according to human will. All right, let us begin. Before Lin Xuan appeared a massive system interface. The lottery system activated. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have won 1 million top-tier spirit stones. Lin Xuan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Although he had drawn spirit stones before, never had he received such a sum. This time, he had suddenly become affluent. Tomorrow I will head to the bewildering forest. Today, I shall visit little Yezi. Although they had only been apart for half a day, Lin Xuan missed her dearly. He hurried to Zixia Peak. However, after he left, a shadow appeared in Lin Xuan's residence, searching meticulously before placing a black seed on Lin Xuan's bed. Hee, Lin Xuan, this time, you were doomed. After speaking, the figure vanished without a trace. Upon arriving at Zixia Peak, Lin Xuan announced his presence. Ziyan rushed down from the mountain in haste. Lin Xuan, you're here. I came to see little Yezi. Follow me. Ziyan and Lin Xuan walked side by side up the mountain. From a distance, Lin Xuan could hear little Yezi's laughter that a group of senior sisters from Zixia Peak was playing with the child. Ningxue stood nearby, smiling at the scene, and upon seeing Lin Xuan approach, she quickly welcomed him. Although Lin Xuan was merely the foremost prodigy, she was already the peak master. However, Lin Xuan's future was boundless, and as little Yezi's father, she naturally would not treat him lightly. Lin Xuan, you've come. Disciple Lin Xuan pays respects to peak master Zhua. You're as polite as ever. How many times must I tell you? We are now a family. She turned to Ziyun and instructed. Convey this message. From now on, whenever Lin Xuan comes to Zixia Peak, he may enter directly without prior announcement. Yes, Lin Xuan smiled and said, you are truly too gracious, Peak Master Zui. I came to see if little Yezi is being well behaved here. Is she causing any trouble? It is natural for children to be lively and playful. What harm is there in that? Peak Master Zua, if Lin Yi is being mischievous, you may discipline her as you see fit. Without concern for me, as they say, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. If you are stern with her, I shall have no objections. Lin Xuan had come primarily to gauge Zixia Peak's attitude toward Lin Yi. If they were overly indulgent, it could adversely impact her future development. Though a first-time father, Lin Xuan's thoughts were mature and prudent. Hearing this, Ningxue was even more pleased with Lin Xuan. She had initially thought he had come to ensure his daughter was not mistreated. Now that he had expressed such sentiments, it was clear he understood the importance of discipline. With your words, you need not worry that I will not allow Lin Yi to go down the wrong path. Nor will I let her develop an arrogant character. Lin Xuan nodded. Then I must trouble you. Also, this is a small token for Lin Yi's tuition. A humble gesture, and I hope you will accept it. Lin Xuan presented a spatial ring. This is unacceptable. Our Zixia Peak has ample resources and will not mistreat Lin Yi. Indeed, but Peak Masters will work tirelessly day and night to ensure Lin Yi's safety. As her father, I have many matters to attend to, and tomorrow I must go to the bewildering forest, so I entrust her to you as for this spirit stone. You may use it as you wish. Lin Xuan was well versed in social etiquette. This was akin to a child going to school and the parent gifting the teacher. A teacher may refuse, but one must not neglect to offer. Ningxue, unable to refuse Lin Xuan, took the spatial ring and opened it, only to gasp in astonishment. This is far too much, isn't it? A full 200,000 top-tier spirit stones for Zixia Peak. This could sustain their expenses for nearly half a year. These are not only for Lin Yi, but also for your discretion. Lin Xuan smiled and stated, if you refuse to accept it, my heart shall be uneasy. Very well. Rest assured, Lin Yi shall face no troubles while in my care, that I will protect her with my very life. With your reassurance, I find solace. As they emerged from Zixia Peak, Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Ningxue was not one to accept gifts lightly. Thus, this gesture held profound significance. The sole intention was to ensure she treats Lin Yi with the utmost care and safeguards her well-being. Since I have drawn the spirit stone, I shall utilize it to make an impact. It is akin to how the affluent heirs wield their wealth. After departing Zixia Peak and taking a leisurely stroll with Ziyun, he finally returned to his residence at a languid pace. Upon opening the door, Lin Xuan sighed once more. Having not been apart from Lin Yi for 5 years, this sudden separation left a hollow ache within his heart. Earlier at Zixia Peak, Ningxue had intended to summon the child, but Lin Xuan had intervened. If he were to converse with his daughter again, he feared he might succumb to the impulse of wanting to remain by her side. However, that was not an option at present. Lin Yi's biological mother had yet to be located. Furthermore, The awakening of her exceptional spiritual root had already become common knowledge within the sect, even with the protection of the sect leader and Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan believed that countless individuals would covet her exceptional spiritual root from the shadows. To safeguard his daughter, he must grow stronger. Only by becoming insurmountably powerful could he instill fear in those with ulterior motives, deterring them from acting rashly. Otherwise, reflecting on his previous status as a mere servant, he realized that had Lin Yi awakened her exceptional spiritual root, she might have already been seized by others. Now, the only path to protect his daughter was through strength to intimidate the nefarious. After bolstering his resolve, he had just settled into a chair when he heard an unexpected voice. Finally returned from your escapades? Startled, Lin Xuan sprang from his seat. There stood Yi Wuxuang at the entrance of the room, silently appearing as if she had materialized from thin air. What are you doing here? He stammered. Who do you wish to find here? Chapter 60. Are you still angry? Noticing the astonished expression on Lin Xuan's face, Yi Wuxuang swiftly approached, bearing a look of deep melancholy. Who do you wish to be here? Bai Weiyao or Xian? Lin Xuan gazed at her in bewilderment. What does this have to do with you? It seemed as if she bore the grievances of a wife cast aside. How could this not concern me? You are my man. Lin Xuan staggered back a few steps. Yi Wuxuang, have you lost your mind? How did I become your man? Yi Wuxuang regarded Lin Xuan with a frosty expression. Do you deny what transpired that night? Did you not tell me to forget about it? Regardless, let me make this clear. Since you are my man, you cannot engage with other women. Otherwise, I shall ensure you remain a man no more for the rest of your life. Lin Xuan, what kind of domineering rhetoric is this? He replied incredulously, please, we are no longer involved, are we? If you truly need a man, isn't Chunin readily available? What do you want with me? Yi Wuxuang looked at him with a complex expression. She had indeed held feelings for Chunin from the start, even developing a pathological possessiveness over him. Especially after Chunin had suffered due to her, she had cared for him out of obligation. Yet, as Chunin regained consciousness, Yi Wuxuang found herself constantly haunted by an image in her mind. This figure was not Chunin, but rather Lin Xuan himself. This realization left her anxious and restless, prompting her late-night visit. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Yi Wuxuang could ascertain that the man she could not forget was indeed Lin Xuan, especially now, as he entangled himself with other women while insisting they were no longer connected. Was this not the behavior of a scoundrel? Lin Xuan, I warn you, there is nothing between Chun-Un and me. He was injured for my sake, and I tended to him out of duty. As for our relationship, that remains to be seen. You shall not escape my grasp. Lin Xuan, excuse me, are you playing the husband-chasing game? Am I to be the tragic second lead? He replied coolly. Who you associate with is of no concern to me. Now can you leave? Yi Wuxuang stepped closer, a powerful aura enveloping Lin Xuan, rendering him immobile. She grasped his chin firmly. This game shall only end when I declare it so. Clearly, she did not acknowledge Lin Xuan's unilateral declaration of their severed ties. Lin Xuan was infuriated. Damn it. He had forgotten that this woman was a formidable being at the integration stage, far surpassing him in strength. Tonight, I shall sleep here. Where am I to sleep? Anywhere you like. Yi Wuxuang promptly lay down on Lin Xuan's bed. Lin Xuan thought to himself, this woman seems to have forgotten her status, had she not been the epitome of icy aloofness. A person dedicated to the path of ruthlessness? Why was she now choosing to occupy his bed at this late hour? At that moment, as Yi Wuxuang lay on Lin Xuan's bed, a sense of calm washed over her. Indeed, she felt tranquility. After the loss of Lin Yi, days of anxiety had left her on edge, and she finally discovered a means to relax, right here with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan observed this woman and shrugged. Since she insisted on sleeping here, he would simply step outside. However, just as he prepared to leave, he heard a soft whimper. He turned to see Yi Wuxuang on the bed. Her expression transformed completely. Gone was her previous cold demeanor. Instead, her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze bore a hint of seduction. What the hell? When did I become so charming? How could Yi Wuxuang, lying on my bed, suddenly appear so pliable? Before he could comprehend the situation, a tremendous pressure pinned Lin Xuan in place, rendering him unable to move. Yi Wuxuang wrapped an arm around his waist, effortlessly pulling him onto the bed. Are you still angry with me? With those words, Lin Xuan's heart raced beyond 200 beats per minute, a night devoid of sleep. The following morning, as Lin Xuan made his way to the sect leader's hall, Ziyun noticed his pale complexion and instinctively inquired. Lin Xuan, what troubles you? You appear quite fatigued. Did you not sleep well last night? Her question drew the attention of others. Lin Xuan awkwardly nodded. Well, I was a bit anxious about the upcoming trial. The bewildering forest is not unfamiliar to us, but this time we are joining forces with other sects. Bai Yueyao offered words of comfort. Meanwhile, Zhao Yinshan scrutinized Lin Xian's state, deep in thought that it seemed he no longer needed to introduce a partner for Lin Xian. Yet, with whom was this young man entangled? He had no knowledge of it. Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly. Zhao Yinshan then stated, this time, we will be participating in the trial alongside Wuji Xianzong and Qinghua Zong. Everyone, do not overthink matters. Just focus on protecting yourselves and strive to grow stronger during the trial. If these two sects attempt to probe us, I trust you will keep your lips sealed. His words were clear. The talented individuals nodded in agreement. Just as they were preparing to depart, a figure hurriedly approached. Sect leader, our peak master requests permission for me to participate in this trial. Zhao Yinshan glanced at Chun and Is your fiery poison completely eradicated? Chun nodded. Reporting to the sect leader, there are no issues now. My strength has surged tremendously in recent days. I ask for the sect leader's approval. In that case, let us proceed to the bewildering forest together. Chunin, you are likely aware of recent matters concerning the sect. You understand the consequences of revealing such information to outsiders, correct? Rest assured. Sect leader, I know what to say and what to withhold. Very well. At the entrance to the bewildering forest, the elders from the three major sects were already gathered, alongside the sect leaders of both sects. Each brought 20 of their finest talents, nearly all at the Yuaning stage. Zhao Yinshan exchanged pleasantries with the leaders of the other two sections. Sect leader Zhao, why don't you take the lead? Zhao Yinshan erupted into hearty laughter. Very well. I shall not hesitate any longer. This trial in the bewildering forest, though termed a trial, is in fact a preliminary round for the Spirit War Conference. We have just learned that for this Spirit War Conference, each of the 5 continents, East, West, South, North, and Central, can only send 10 representatives. Our Tiandao sect, Wajixian sect, and Qinghua sect epitomize the pinnacle of martial prowess in the southern continent. Chapter 61. Soul-Eating Demon Bees, My Innocence. Naturally, an elimination round must be organized, and to ensure fairness, in addition to you prodigies, young disciples from other sects in the southern continent will also compete. The battle in the bewildering forest will last for a month. And the 10 individuals who acquire the highest grade inner cores from the demon beasts will qualify for this Spirit War Conference. This is a competition where only strength speaks. I wish you all the best of luck. The numerous prodigies displayed expressions of astonishment. Initially, they had been informed that the trials were limited to the 3 sects, but they never anticipated that the scope would extend to the entire southern continent. Lin Xian gazed at the exalted Ziyunshan on the stage, his heart sinking momentarily. It appeared that this indeed was a last-minute change. Otherwise, Zhao Yunshan would not have withheld this information from him yesterday. Why the urgency for a revision? Yet, pondering these matters now seemed futile. With a command to commence, all the prodigies from the southern continent entered the bewildering forest. Today, the number entering the bewildering forest has reached 100. If we hunt demon beasts, I wonder if the beasts within this forest will be driven to extinction. Li Gui's words elicited a chuckle from Xia Shushan. What are you laughing at? The bewildering forest is the largest forest in the immortal spirit realm. Even the strongest from the central continent scratch their heads upon entering. Rather than hunting them, it is more prudent to avoid being hunted ourselves. Lin Xian, weren't you acquainted with a demon beast in the bewildering forest? How about leveraging that connection? Upon hearing Chun An's unexpected inquiry, Lin Xian scoffed and replied, I didn't expect you to have retained so much knowledge after being unconscious for so long that I only heard about it from others. Chun An replied sheepishly, I do know it, but that was merely because I saved its offspring back then. Having exhausted that favor, if we meet again, it would be a miracle if it doesn't crush me. Is that so? What a pity. Lin Xian mused, casting a contemplative glance at Chun An. Despite having known Chun An for quite some time, back when he was mute in the ice coffin, he could tell that this fellow was certainly no simple character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have captivated Yi Wushuang's heart, leading her to treat him with such deep concern and guilt. The mere thought of Yi Wushuang made Lin Xian feel a twinge of discomfort. Damn, that woman was truly fierce last night. Just then, a sudden flash of a flying sword shattered Lin Xian's reverie that a group of individuals blocked their path. Let us, the prodigies of Tiandao sect, make you the first sacrifices of the bewildering forest. The group erupted into cackling laughter, yet Lin Xuan and his companions remained composed. They understood that the fiercest battles in the bewildering forest would not be between humans and demon beasts, but rather among humans themselves. With only 10 spots available, and given that demon beasts are ferocious and typically travel in packs, eliminating the competition would be far simpler than dealing with the beasts. Before the fight begins, may I inquire which sect you belong to? It would be fair for us to know. We are from the Quanzhan sect. Now, you may die. Lin Xuan regarded their arrogant demeanor and muttered. Indeed, a touch too arrogant. I'll handle this. Li Gui, carrying his Mo Dao, stepped forth from among them. You need our assistance. I can easily deal with such insignificant characters alone. As soon as Li Gui's words fell, the disciples of the Quanzhan sect charged at him. You are far too arrogant. We shall kill you first. Boom. Dust erupted from the ground. In less than 10 minutes, Li Gui sheathed his blood-stained Mo Dao. The group lay on the ground, silent as the grave. If we act together, we will be too conspicuous. It is better to split up. I concur. How about forming teams? Seeing the group beginning to form teams, Lin Xuan stepped forward and said, You all may team up. I prefer to venture alone. Lin Xuan, your status is unique. Is it not too dangerous to go alone? Shunan expressed concern. Indeed, it would be safer to stay together for mutual support. Not necessary. I am inclined to be a lone wolf. Well then, I wish you all good fortune, Lin Xuan declared before vanishing into the depths of the forest. The prodigies exchanged glances but quickly devised their plans. Soul-eating demon bees. Lin Xuan walked for 2 full hours before summoning the soul-eating demon bees. This is your domain now. Find me a secluded spot. Absolutely. But, what is it? You possess numerous treasures. Why do you choose to act alone? Would it not be better to stay with them? Evidently, the soul-eating demon bees shared this curiosity. Sometimes, those who may kill you are not necessarily your enemies. They could be your own kind. Other sect prodigies may not realize they are in the presence of a sacred body. But the 18 prodigies of Tiandao sect are fully aware that a sacred body can alter one's cultivation destiny, that I have no desire to test human nature with this. Thus, Lin Xuan preferred to employ his survival tactics. It was paramount to find a place to hide as long as he could endure for a month. Victory would assuredly be his. Guided by the soul-eating demon bees, he arrived at a valley. This valley was once the territory of the soul-eating demon bees. That if you go down there, no one will dare to harm you. Are there still soul-eating demon bees below? There should be. Then go and speak with them. What do you intend to do? Lin Xuan replied with a smile that was not quite a smile. Of course, I wish to expand your ranks. Last time in the bewildering forest, the soul-eating demon bees suffered heavy losses at the hands of Yi Wushuang. This time, he had come with the intention of reinforcements. Seeing the swarm of them fly down, Lin Xuan stood atop the valley, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, this is a splendid location. After waiting for a full half-hour, the soul-eating demon bees returned, panting, and said, They said you must demonstrate some true skills. What? Do they want me to put on a show? Of course not. There is a hawk in this valley, known as the blazing flame hawk. It has always been our sworn enemy. If you kill it, the entire clan of soul-eating demon bees will undoubtedly follow you. What level of cultivation does the blazing flame hawk possess? At least the integration stage. Lin Xuan, why not just tell me to go die? Currently, he was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and facing an integration stage beast was akin to seeking death in a latrine. The soul-eating demon bees lamented, I have no other options. After descending, I was branded a traitor by my kin. Chapter 62. Why don't you follow the rules? After pondering how to descend and deceive the soul-eating demon bees, a piercing cry echoed from the sky as a hawk swooped down towards Lin Xuan. The soul-eating demon bees exclaimed in excitement. That is the blazing flame hawk. Lin Xuan felt his heart race, for this creature was charging directly at him. What in the world is happening? The blazing flame hawk had a strong territorial instinct. Standing on its land, if it were not to charge at Lin Xuan, then who else? Lin Xuan thought. That statement is logical, but it leaves me speechless. As the hawk dove toward him, the environment around him became unbearably hot. The blazing flame hawk, a fire attribute demon beast, could incinerate for thousands of miles. It was the natural enemy of the soul-eating demon bees. Then you all better come out and deal with it. Call your kin to assist, the soul-eating demon bees replied. Can you guess why we reside at the bottom of the valley? Lin Xuan did not respond to it, for at that moment, the flame demon eagle had already descended before him. He swiftly drew the Tianxin sword, directly blocking the claw of the demon eagle. However, with just one move, Lin Xuan was sent flying several dozen meters, his entire body racked with pain, nearly incapacitated. What on earth is that claw made of? He felt as if his very organs had been shattered. Fortunately, the undying sacred body was there to sustain him, allowing for a rapid recovery of his injuries. Otherwise, with such a blow, he might have already succumbed to the afterlife. The flame demon eagle initially believed this human was dead, only to be astonished when he stood up again. Lin Xuan merely wished to flee, but in the eagle's eyes, this was clearly an act of provocation. With a roar, it dove towards him once more. Damn it, I really did give you face. He extended his hand, and flames erupted from his fingertips. The blazing golden flames, with their extreme heat, instantly alerted the flame demon eagle. Foolish bird, taste this. He flicked his finger, and the Jinwu annihilation flame shot straight towards it. Boom! Though the flame demon eagle narrowly evaded the attack, it emitted an even louder screech. Human, how can you possess such flames? The Jinwu is a divine being among birds. Though not as esteemed as the phoenix or vermilion bird, it wields immense destructive power. This was also the idol of the flame demon eagle. It never expected that the Jinwu annihilation flame would appear in the hands of a mere human in the nascent soul stage. Truly unfathomable. Hearing its inquiry, Lin Xuan's mind sparked with a clever idea. Don't just hover up there, come down, and let's have a proper chat. If after our discussion you still wish to kill me, it won't be too late. After all, I'm in the nascent soul stage. Do you truly fear me? Upon hearing this, the flame demon eagle hesitated for a moment before descending. Human, what do you wish to say? Lin Xuan smiled mysteriously. I merely wish to show you a few things. As he spoke, he drew the Tianxin sword and plunged it into the ground. Look, have you seen this sword before? The flame demon eagle scrutinized the blade, having been curious as to why its lethal claws could be thwarted by this human wielding a sword. What kind of sword is this? After a long examination, it hesitantly replied, I have not seen it before. And what about this? Lin Xuan then revealed his supreme spirit root. The flame demon eagle gasped in awe. Supreme spirit root, the pinnacle of all spirit roots. And this? Is this not the undying sacred body? And this? Lin Xuan produced an egg. Do you recognize this? At that moment, the flame demon eagle was thoroughly struck by the array of treasures Lin Xuan displayed. Each item he presented was a rare gem among countless others. Eyed Lin Xuan warily. How could so many precious items exist on just one person? At that instant, Lin Xuan appeared to possess the ability to read minds. Smiling and saying, Are you wondering why I alone possess such treasures? The soul-eating demon bees, observing from the side, thought, This tactic feels familiar. They remembered how Lin Xuan had once deceived them, using the Jinwu annihilation flame to force their allegiance. Yet it was indeed this same tactic that had made them follow him wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that this method would resurface today? The flame demon eagle instinctively asked, Indeed, why are they all in your possession? Let me tell you the truth. I am a key disciple cultivated by an unspeakable sect. These items are merely trinkets given to me by my master. If you choose to follow me, not only will you achieve the integration stage, but ascension to immortality may not be out of reach. Upon hearing this, the flame demon eagle was momentarily stunned. Really? Of course, it's true. Can't these items serve as proof? Lin Xuan declared with pride. Just a few seconds later, the flame demon eagle burst into laughter. Human, I am one who believes in seizing the moment. I care not for your sect. Today, I must thank you. I shall gladly accept these treasures. With that, it grasped Lin Xuan's arm with its claws and yanked fiercely. Lin Xuan's right arm was instantly torn off. Damn it, this fellow is not following the script. Soul-eating demon bees. The soul-eating demon bees were left speechless. They had not anticipated that the flame demon eagle would deviate from the expected course of action. Yet, at this moment, it was too late for words. A swarm of soul-eating demon bees positioned themselves in front of Lin Xuan. Soul-eating demon bees. You truly have fallen, following a mere human. How shameful. The soul-eating demon bees felt insulted for the second time that day. First by their kind in the valley, now by the flame demon eagle. Damn it. What do you care about us? The soul-eating demon bees surged towards the flame demon eagle. The flame demon eagle represented yang, while the soul-eating demon bees represented yin. The two forces clashed in midair, Lin Xuan activated the undying divine art. His arms swiftly regenerated, while a surge of anger welled within him. You wretched creature. Do you truly wish to die? Lin Xuan swung his sword directly at the flame demon eagle. Boom! This solid strike caught the flame demon eagle off guard. It had thought Lin Xuan was merely a nascent soul cultivator. No matter how powerful, he could not be its match. Thus, it was filled with rage and intent to rob. But now it seemed that this young man possessed some skills. One blow had not inflicted significant harm. Lin Xuan did not relent, instead launching a flurry of strikes. Damn it! Today I shall not let you live. Chapter 63. I cannot die. Wielding the Tianxian sword, Lin Xuan recklessly charged at his foe. He understood that once the battle commenced, if he did not press the attack, he would soon find himself on the receiving end of a counterattack, especially since the flame demon eagle excelled in speed. There was no escaping. He could only fight to survive. To fight was to live, to retreat was to die. With this thought, Lin Xuan's assault grew ever more fierce. The flame demon eagle, realizing the situation, flapped its wings in fury, roaring, "Human, you seek death." Flames surged from beneath its wings, hurtling towards Lin Xuan. Undeterred, Lin Xuan pressed forward, unleashing the Jinwu annihilation flame in a frenzied attempt to incinerate his opponent. Alas, though his flames were formidable, he was outmatched in cultivation level. Minutes later, he was utterly exhausted, while the flame demon eagle had only sustained minor injuries. It glared at Lin Xuan with a sinister gaze. "Human, I had intended to kill you outright. However, now it seems that would be too merciful. I shall take you back to my nest, where you will endure the torment of a gnawing heart every day." With that, the oppressive aura of the flame demon eagle bore down on Lin Xuan. He spat blood, crushed beneath this overwhelming force, unable to move. Damn it! Lin Xuan lamented inwardly. He had utilized nearly all his hidden cards. Yet at this moment, it yielded little effect. The disparity between the mid-nascent soul and his opponent in the integration stage was far too great. After all, there was a vast chasm of cultivation levels between them. To challenge this gap was akin to attempting to cross a seemingly insurmountable divide. Observing Lin Xuan lying on the ground, drained of spiritual energy and surrendering resistance, the flame demon eagle could not help but cackle as it approached. Was today truly the day he would meet his demise? A hint of desolation flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. If he were to perish here, his daughter might not receive the protection she deserved. Luo Ningxue and Zhao Yunshan protected Lin Yi precisely because he was alive. They were unaware of the true extent of his hidden strengths. If he were to die, little Yezi would likely fall prey to the imperial inheritance, losing her supreme spirit root. With this thought, a fierce killing intent ignited in Lin Xuan's gaze. "I cannot die. System, commence today's lottery." "As you command." Moments later, Lin Xuan found himself firmly pinned beneath the claws of the flame demon eagle. He could feel that a single swipe could rend his body asunder. The flame demon eagle sneered. "Now, how shall I deal with you?" It effortlessly tore Lin Xuan's arm off once more. Lin Xuan, in excruciating pain, nearly lost consciousness yet gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. The blazing magic eagle, upon witnessing his unwavering demeanor, sneered coldly and proclaimed, "You presumptuous human! How dare you, a mere nascent soul cultivator, challenge me? Who granted you such audacity? Today, I shall relish the torment I inflict upon you." With that, it began to mercilessly claw at Lin Xuan's flesh. Despite possessing the formidable regenerative abilities of the undying sacred body, Lin Xuan found himself on the brink of death in the face of such devastating assaults. The only thing sustaining him was the system. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Sword Immortal's ultimate technique. One sword opens the heavens." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's heart finally found solace. With all his strength, he fervently circulated his spiritual energy, striving to restore his body. At that moment, the blazing magic eagle took note of Lin Xuan's indomitable will. It chuckled mockingly. "You still wish to survive? Very well. I shall await your full recovery before savoring your slow demise." The eagle emitted a terrifying laugh. In a quarter of an hour, Lin Xuan had regained much of his strength. Looking at the blazing magic eagle before him, he grinned menacingly and declared, "Blazing magic eagle, I offer you a chance to flee." The eagle, taken aback, retorted, "What audacity! You dare to be so arrogant when death is imminent." It was utterly taken aback that this human, far from begging for mercy, chose to provoke it once more. What kind of mentality was this? Did he harbor some peculiar obsession? Lin Xuan smiled and replied, I shall only remind you once. At that moment, the soul-eating magic bee whispered in his ear, Big brother, this is not the way to seek death. If you desire a more tragic end, we certainly do not. He chuckled, I will not perish. My ambitions remain unfulfilled, and my daughter has yet to grow. How could I die? The blazing magic eagle, enraged by Lin Xuan's laughter, seethed, Damn human, I will send you to your grave this very moment. Its enormous claws lunged towards Lin Xuan's head, a blow that assuredly meant death. However, in that fleeting second, Lin Xuan unsheathed his long sword and unleashed one sword opens the heavens. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth, warping the surrounding space due to the overwhelming sword energy. The sword energy effortlessly pierced through the blazing magic eagle's body. With a swift motion, the eagle was cleaved in two, yet the sword's trajectory did not end there. It continued onward towards the east, leaving no survivors in its wake. In its final breath, the blazing magic eagle viciously demanded, Why do you wield such a sword? This sword had far exceeded the combined power of the fusion stage. It could not comprehend why a nascent soul cultivator could unleash such a mighty strike. Lin Xuan coldly replied, In your next life, I shall tell you. Fearing that the blazing magic eagle might resurrect, he deftly extracted its inner cord. At last, this ferocious beast met its end. Lin Xuan, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Damn it, I'm utterly drained. That was a close call. Had it not been for the system, I might have met a gruesome fate. Thankfully, the last draw granted me the sword Immortal's ultimate technique. One sword opens the heavens. Though it can only be used once, it saved my life at a critical moment. He breathed a sigh of relief, while the soul-eating magic bee cast a complex glance at Lin Xuan. Just how many trump cards are you hiding from us? That strike, in their eyes, could have easily annihilated over 90% of the beasts in the bewildering forest. If Lin Xuan truly possessed such power, how could he have been cornered by the blazing magic eagle? Why did this man relish playing the fool to ensnare the tiger? Lin Xuan mysteriously replied, Would I dare disclose such secrets to you? Quickly descend and inform the soul-eating magic bees at the valley's bottom that the blazing magic eagle has been slain, and they may ascend. We must also make haste to depart. He remained level-headed, unclouded by victory. That strike would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful beings and beasts within the forest. Remaining here was far too perilous. Chapter 64. Lin Xuan's corporate culture. It would be prudent to leave. As the soul-eating magic bees descended into the gorge, Lin Xuan prepared to restore his spiritual energy. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing presence behind him. He rolled swiftly on the ground, narrowly avoiding two flying darts that struck the earth where he had just been to. So this is the caliber of someone who could become the pinnacle of the sex prodigies within a month. Lin Xuan, you certainly harbor many secrets. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he gazed at Chun, and he had never anticipated that this individual would appear here, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had witnessed the previous battle. Chunin, your presence here must not solely be for this conversation, is it? Chunin looked down at Lin Xuan, silence stretching for several moments before he finally spoke. Lin Xuan, I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. What belongs to you? Lin Xuan replied, bewildered. Yi Wushuang's heart. Of course. As interest, your sacred body, the golden crow's world-extinguishing flame, and that sword shall all belong to me. Lin Xuan regarded him with disdain. Has no one informed you that greed often leads to one's demise? Chunin chuckled. No, I have been told that one must always strive for supremacy. Otherwise, one will inevitably fall behind. Without further ado, Chunin charged towards him. Lin Xuan thrust his sword directly at him. Swish! The sword energy grazed Chun's shoulder, eliciting a smirk of triumph from him. Indeed, you have reached your limit, Lin Xuan. Everything you possess shall be mine. Chunin, should you acquire these treasures, do you not fear the sect's scrutiny? To obtain these, I would not hesitate to assume your identity. Chun's face contorted with madness. The sacred body, the golden crow's world-extinguishing flame, and the supreme spiritual root were unattainable treasures for ordinary cultivators. If he were to seize them all, could he not defy fate? He envisioned forever captivating Yi Wushuang's heart and becoming the most illustrious genius in the sect and across the continent. The mere thought sent Chun into a frenzy, intensifying his onslaught. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan appeared to be faltering. After vanquishing the blazing magic eagle and wielding the sword Immortal strike, his spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Before he could fully recover, he was forced into battle against Chun and At that moment. He had already lost dozens of exchanges. And the soul-eating magic bees, yes, those beasts shall also belong to me. Lin Xuan, witnessing his frenzied state, retaliated with a sword strike that pierced through Chun An's ribcage. You have truly lost your mind. At this juncture, Chun An's sword had also penetrated Lin Xuan's shoulder. Yet he exclaimed with exhilaration, Lin Xuan, you possess treasures you cannot fathom. You cannot comprehend the thoughts that arise within anyone who beholds such riches. Now, I have the opportunity to usurp your place. Why not seize it? After dozens of exchanges, Lin Xuan finally collapsed onto the ground, while Chun An effortlessly disarmed him, snatching the wooden token from his waist. Now, no one shall know who killed you. Lin Xuan lay on the ground, his face pale as he murmured, I fear you have harbored this intention for quite some time. I had believed my victory over Yi Wuxuan was assured. Who would have thought that upon awakening from the ice coffin, her thoughts would be solely occupied with you? We have yet to even hold hands. Chun An's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed at Lin Xuan. It felt as though the woman he had pursued for over a decade had been snatched away at the last moment. Lin Xuan, you shall pay for this. The undying sacred body is mine. Chun An had even envisioned a plan. If the Heavenly Tao sect could not accommodate him, he would seek refuge in another sect. After all, possessing the undying sacred body and supreme spiritual root would grant him preferential treatment as a key disciple in any sect. As he contemplated this, he could hardly contain his excitement for the promising future ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan merely chuckled coldly. Chun An, continue to dream your grand dreams. With that, he suddenly rolled over and leaped into the depths of the gorge. Damn it! Chun An cursed in anger. He had never imagined that he would let this fellow escape due to a moment's distraction. He a slippery eel. He was just about to follow when a cacophony of soul-eating bees echoed from the depths of the valley. Chun An glared furiously at the abyss. As if the endless darkness sought to engulf him, he let out a long sigh. Damn it! With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several swords towards the surrounding peaks. Boom! The valley was soon obscured by countless fragments of rock. Reluctantly, he departed. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had already descended to the valley floor. Though the soul-eating bees had dragged him up, he had sustained significant injuries, especially upon witnessing the multitude of falling stones from above. With a wry smile, Lin Xuan muttered, Damn it, old Bai. The soul-eating bees, however, were not idle. They quickly formed a grand formation to shield Lin Xuan from this wave of attacks. It was not until half an hour later that Lin Xuan began to recover. Gazing at the thousands of soul-eating bees before him, he was somewhat astonished. Are you all willing to follow me? Our kin say you have slain the blazing flame demon eagle. Lin Xuan nodded. Then you are qualified to be our master. However, we require abundant resources for our cultivation. Do you possess any? Lin Xuan promptly produced the inner core of the blazing flame demon eagle. Is this sufficient? The soul-eating bees stared at Lin Xuan in astonishment. Are you certain you wish to give us its inner core? This is an inner core from the integration stage that if you refine it, you could surely break through to the transformation stage. Lin Xuan shrugged and replied, Isn't this about showing sincerity? Inner cores can be replaced, but this trust is a one-time offer. The soul-eating bees buzzed in agreement. Taking the inner core, soon after, they all signed a master-servant contract with Lin Xuan. Only when the contract took effect did Lin Xuan breathe a sigh of relief. His primary purpose for coming to the enigmatic forest was to find a tranquil place for cultivation. And now, having gathered a multitude of soul-eating bees, he deemed it an unexpected gain. Observing their excited demeanor, Lin Xuan produced a large quantity of top-grade spirit stones. Follow me, and you shall enjoy the finest delicacies. In the future, there will be no shortage of resources for cultivation. If I have a morsel of meat, you shall not go thirsty. Upon hearing this, the soul-eating bees were nearly moved to tears. Lin Xuan felt at ease, recalling how, during his time on Blue Star, he had seen bosses make grand promises to their employees that, of course, he was not like those unscrupulous bosses. He was genuinely providing his employees with substantial rewards. This was his corporate culture. Chapter 65. The insidious Chun, and in stark contrast to the harmony below, the upper reaches of the enigmatic forest were rife with excitement, particularly above the valley. A group of people had gathered there. The sword strike moments ago surely originated from this very spot. That strike must have surpassed the integration stage. It shouldn't be possible. Only the elite from southern continent enter the enigmatic forest. How could there be a master at the integration stage here? Could it be a demon beast? In this day and age, can demon beasts wield swords? Just as they were embroiled in discussion, Bai Yueyao discovered a tattered piece of clothing on the ground, and a flicker of shock crossed her previously icy face. "Do you recognize the owner of this garment?" asked one of the elites. Bai Yueyao coldly replied, "I do not." However, Ziyun and Xia Shusheng, observing the fragment, exchanged knowing glances, for Lin Xuan was indeed clad in a blue long gown. The color of the fragment appeared remarkably similar to his attire. At that moment, a person rushed over in a fluster. "Junior brother Lin Xuan, you have met a most tragic fate." Ziyun seized the weeping Chunin, demanding, "What do you mean? What has happened to Lin Xuan?" "I encountered junior brother Lin Xuan here. He was engaged in battle with a demon cultivator that I wished to assist, but he told me to quickly fetch help. Little did I expect that after I left, he would be left with no remains." Chunin sobbed as he spoke. The other elites from Tiandao sect felt their expressions darken upon hearing this, as if the sky had fallen. One elite from the Wijixianzong remarked indifferently, "So what if someone has died? It is not a significant matter. The moment they entered, their fates were predetermined, beyond their control." Chunin retorted without hesitation, "What do you understand? Junior brother Lin Xuan is a once-in-a-century genius of our Tiandao sect." He pounded the ground with his fist. "If I ever encounter that demon cultivator again, I shall slay him, I swear. If I do not kill him, I Chunin shall not be human. Now is not the time to mourn for your sect's so-called genius. A demon cultivator has invaded. We should promptly report to our sect. Yet the sect has stated that during the month-long competition, anyone who leaves voluntarily forfeits their chance." Once more, the crowd fell silent. Having reached this point, who among them did not wish to represent their sect and meet the geniuses of the entire immortal spirit realm? So what if there are demon cultivators? We shall eradicate them here. Indeed, let the competition continue. Since there is nothing here, we should rely on our individual strengths. Gathering together is ultimately not a solution. The crowd dispersed once more, though the members of Tiandao sect remained united. Bai Yueyao trembled as she asked, "Chunin, did you truly see clearly? Is Lin Xuan really dead?" Chunin nodded. "If Lin Xuan is not dead, he is captured by the demon cultivator." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a heavy silence. If captured by a demon cultivator, it would be better if he were dead, for the demon cultivators possess an exceptionally strong ability to manipulate hearts. Even if Lin Xuan is not swayed by them, as one who possesses the undying sacred body, he would still be at risk of having his sacred body seized, leading to a fate worse than death. Their faces were all filled with despair. Xia Shusheng, however, calculated for a moment before stating, "Lin Xuan may not be dead. My calculations indicate he has a 9 out of 10 chance of surviving. There is still hope. If that is true, it would be wonderful." Seeing Chun An's excitement, Ziyun curiously inquired, "Since when did you become so close with Lin Xuan?" She recalled how, on that day, Chunin had leaned beside Yu Wuxuan. Casting a provocative smile towards Lin Xuan, she never expected that today, Chunin would exhibit such sorrow over Lin Xuan's misfortune, truly perplexing. Chunin hesitated, then bitterly smiled. "Lin Xuan is favored by the sect master. He is a disciple who could one day carry the banner of our sect. Naturally, I hold high hopes for him, yet I never anticipated such a cruel twist of fate." Bai Yueyao and Ziyun both wore sorrowful expressions. Any discerning eye could see the deep feelings they harbored for Lin Xuan. The others merely sighed, having believed Lin Xuan to be the strongest among their generation, serving as a goal to pursue. To think he had fallen to such depths, leaving no remains behind. All right, let us continue hunting demon beasts. Lingering in sorrow here is futile. Only by participating in the spirit martial tournament can we comfort Lin Xuan's spirit. With that, the group dispersed, leaving only Chun and to observe the surroundings before reluctantly departing. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the soul-eating bees curiously inquired, "Why do you not go out to dispel the rumors? That fellow Chun and clearly wishes to see you dead. By going out now, you could slay him." Lin Xuan smiled knowingly. "Why bother? Chunin wants to claim that I perished battling a demon cultivator, creating chaos in the enigmatic forest. He fears someone might uncover that he was the one who killed me. Now, by blaming it on a demon cultivator, he has a reasonable excuse. Since he wishes to put on a show, why shouldn't I play along? This gives me a month of peace for cultivation. To put it plainly, this fellow has inadvertently done me a great favor, But if you emerge a month later, they will mistakenly believe you were captured by the demon cultivators at that time. You will find it equally difficult to explain. Lin Xuan sneered. That is Chun's brilliance. He seeks to block my paths entirely if I die. It will be blamed on the demon cultivators if I live. Then it will be said I escaped from their clutches, casting a shadow over me and the sect. However, this scoundrel has failed to guard against one thing. What is that? Lin Xuan, with a cheerful smile, remarked, isn't it rather dull to reveal everything now? A month from now, I shall return to inform you. After saying this, he slipped into a deep valley. Within a cave, he set up a formation and sat down, diligently practicing the swallowing heaven technique. Recently, he had been exceedingly busy, unlike the time when he first acquired the system, when he could meditate peacefully every night. Now, finally blessed with ample time, Lin Xuan naturally aimed to solidify his own realm. However, just a few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Why has my cultivation speed increased significantly? He pondered. System, do you know the reason behind this? Could it be that I am a naturally gifted immortal body? Host, please refrain from such self-admiration. You possess the indestructible sacred body, while Yi Wushuang possesses the Linglong sacred body. The combination of the two greatly enhances cultivation speed. Chapter 66, The Man Behind the Curtain. Now it makes sense. Lin Xuan finally understood why. After each session, he felt a warm sensation in his dantian. It was not solely due to physical intimacy, but also because of the sacred body. With a month remaining, he needed to seize the opportunity to break through his realm. Otherwise, even if he attended the Spirit Martial Conference, he would merely become cannon fodder. Although Lin Xuan had the system, he was acutely aware of reality and did not consider himself invincible. Only by becoming stronger could he better protect his daughter. With this thought, he closed his eyes and began his secluded cultivation. Days passed. The carnage in the bewildering forest continued. Some cultivators hunted fierce beasts only to be slain in return. Others lay in wait, preparing to ambush fellow cultivators. One day, Bai Yueyao and Ziyun sat on the ground, panting heavily. Before them stood a fully developed Yuaning-level beast. Even for these two prodigies, capturing such a formidable creature required tremendous effort. With this inner core, we finally qualify to enter the Spirit Martial Conference. Indeed, despite the hardships, we have obtained this inner core. Bai Yueyao wiped the blood from her face. Let us quickly extract its inner core and leave this place. Otherwise, we may attract more beasts if other people arrive. We fear we shall have to relinquish it. Clearly, they were not only wary of the beasts but also of their fellow prodigies. Participation in the Spirit Martial Conference was limited. If one were to enter, they would obstruct others' paths. For the sake of their own futures, these individuals could only turn on each other. Ziyun nodded, ready to act. Just then, Bai Yueyao suddenly drew her sword. Who goes there? A voice called from behind. Truly, as the disciple of the Taoist sect's leader, your vigilance is commendable. Bai Yueyao and Ziyun's expressions darkened upon seeing the newcomer. You are Li Hao of the Wujixian sect? He, it is indeed a stroke of luck to be recognized by both esteemed ladies. Li Hao said, glancing at the beast's inner core. A fully developed Yuaning beast. You two are truly challenging a formidable foe. At that moment, Bai Yueyao and Ziyun's minds raced. They had exhausted themselves hunting this beast. If they were to fight again, their safety would be at risk. Hence, even though the inner core was precious, they could only relinquish it. Bai Yueyao clenched her teeth and said softly, Li Hao, we are prodigies of our respective sections. If you allow us to leave with the beast's inner core today, I shall remember this favor. TSK, Bai Shiji, while I would love to establish a connection with you, the Spirit Martial Conference does not abide by favors. Li Hao said nonchalantly, I have decided to take this inner core. Ziyun attempted to argue, but Bai Yueyao stopped her at this moment. Even if he killed them, no one outside would hear. Thus, their only option was to give up the beast's inner core. Although reluctant, she calmly said, then consider this inner core a gift from us to you. Farewell. Just as the two prepared to leave, Li Hao obstructed their path. Ladies, please wait. I have not finished speaking. I will take the inner core. And I want you two as well. Seeing this arrogant tone, Ziyun could no longer contain herself. Li Hao, if we two were to fight with all our might, you might not be able to withstand us. That is indeed true. However, he snapped his fingers. In less than half a moment, hundreds of prodigies from the southern continent stood behind Li Hao, each glaring at Bai Yueyao and Ziyun. At this moment, the two women were utterly stunned. They realized Li Hao had summoned reinforcements. However, they never anticipated that this man could call upon such a multitude. Apart from the Wajixian sect, there were also the Qinghua sect and various other sects from the southern continent. Bai Yuyao's face darkened as she said, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing much." One of them laughed heartily. "For years, the Taoist sect has occupied the position of the foremost sect in the southern continent, enjoying the finest resources. Now, it's time for us other sects to experience it too. As long as we eliminate the Taoist sect's prodigies, the Taoist sect will inevitably decline within 50 years for these cultivators." 50 years was but a fleeting moment, hardly worth considering. At this moment, aside from Bai Yueyao and Ziyun, Xia Shusheng, Li Gui, and Chunin were also surrounded. "Why are you all?" Xia Shusheng said with a wry smile. "A group of people hunting me alone. It seems they had long plotted this." Li Gui, covered in blood, yet undeterred, said, "These bastards truly intend to annihilate us all. If we perish, you will surely be suspected." Li Hao smiled. "No worries, as long as you die. Everything else will be easily resolved at that time. The Taoist sect will have someone to handle it." Upon hearing this, everyone grasped the crucial information. Someone will handle it. There are traitors in the Taoist sect. Bai Yueyao eyed the remaining individuals warily. However, with just a few of them present, even if she wished to uncover the traitor, it would be a futile endeavor. At that moment, Li Hao called out, "Hey, aren't you going to show yourself? After all, they are destined to die. It would be better to let them die understanding the truth." As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, a figure appeared before everyone. When they saw the true identity of this person, they were all astonished. "Wang Hao, how could it be you?" Bai Yueyao exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you planning to kill us?" Wang Hao said coldly, "I have now been excluded from the ranks of prodigies within the sect. If you do not die, I shall never have a chance to rise. Thus, for the sake of my future, I must put you through this." In that instant, Bai Yueyao and the others finally understood who the mastermind truly was. Just relying on Li Hao and his group, they would not dare to act against the Taoist sect. There had to be someone working behind the scenes, and that person was Wang Hao, who had been punished by the sect leader to reflect on his actions. This fellow had orchestrated a grand scheme to ensure they all perished here, all to elevate himself as the final prodigy and hope of the sect. Chapter 67. You are still alive? Such a sinister scheme. Wang Hao, do you not fear that your actions will be exposed? With so many people here, the sect leader will eventually learn the truth. Wang Hao sneered. "Truth? They are all accomplices. If this is revealed, not only will their sect not spare them, but even the sect leader and others will kill them. Therefore, they will not speak, nor dare to, and you will all die here today." At this moment, he looked towards Bai Yueyao and Zian. "For you too. If you become my women, I might spare your lives." Bai Yueyao retorted coldly, "In your dreams, I would rather die than be with you." Seeing the two women resolutely defiant, Wang Hao let out a sinister laugh. "Very well. I shall send you both to your demise." He glanced at Chun and among the group. "You need not feign anymore. Our plan has already succeeded." At that moment, Chunin stepped out from among Bai Yueyao and her companions. Xia Shusheng's complexion was ashen. "It turned out that our whereabouts had all been divulged by you." Chunin shrugged indifferently. "There is no need for complaints, my friends. The law of the jungle is the hallmark of our immortal spirit realm. Since you are no longer suited to survive in this world, would it not be better to send you early to the realm of bliss? Meanwhile, Wang Hao and I shall become the newly appointed prodigies of our sect and partake in this upcoming spirit martial conference." Bai Yueyao and the others glared at him with fury. The 19 prodigies had ventured into the bewildering forest together. If they were to perish at the hands of demonic beasts or enemies, that would be one thing. But now, to face death at the hands of their own kind, how truly tragic. Bai Yueyao spoke slowly. "I have one final question. Was it you who killed Lin Xuan?" Chunin let out a cold laugh. "I had initially intended to eliminate him and seize the undying sacred body, but alas, that fellow would rather leap into the abyss than surrender. The chasm is filled with countless soul-eating demon bees. That man is undoubtedly doomed." Upon hearing this, Bai Yueyao and the others felt a wave of despair wash over them. "However, once you are dead, I shall report to the sect that Lin Xuan provoked the demonic cultivators, leading to the annihilation of the Heavenly Path sect. At that time, Lin Ye's supreme spiritual root will also be taken away." Chun and laughed maniacally. How delightful that would be. This man had stolen Yi Wuxuan. the one he had long desired to conquer. Therefore, Lin Xuan must perish without a grave to mark his passing, leaving his daughter to wander the streets and beg for survival. A chill ran through Bai Yueyao and her companions. Whether it be Wang Hao or Chunin, neither was acting on a mere whim. This scheme had clearly been in the works for quite some time. For resources, for supreme spiritual roots, for the chance to become one of the few prodigies of the sect. They had truly gone to great lengths. Ziyun, I will hold them off shortly. You must escape, even if it costs you your life, and reveal the truth to the sect leader. Senior sister, I once wronged Lin Xuan. Today, I have resolved to die here, seeking vengeance for him. After declaring this, she charged fiercely towards Chun, and the others rushed past Ziyun as well. Xia Shuxing implored, please. Li Gui added, don't let our deaths be in vain. Witnessing their determined figures charging ahead, Ziyun's eyes brimmed with tears. With a sudden resolve, she turned and fled into the distance. Li Hao observed this scene with a cold sneer. Do you think you can escape? With a wave of his hand, dozens of prodigies blocked Ziyun's path. Although the Heavenly Path sect's prodigies were indeed formidable, with so many present, they would not permit a single disciple of the Heavenly Path sect to escape. Otherwise, they would face utter catastrophe. Meanwhile, Bai Yueyao had gone completely mad, attacking Chun and with fervor. Chunin, you conspired with external foes and betrayed the sect. Such a crime is unforgivable. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? In this day and age, only the powerful can attain anything. The meek shall forever be trampled upon by the lowly. Bai Yueyao, rest assured. After your demise, I will certainly report to the sect leader that you died valiantly in battle. I shall grant you a noble conclusion. You seek death. Today, I must slay this man, even if it means we both perish. On another front, Wang Hao blocked the lethal strikes from Xia Shuxing and Li Gui. Among the three men, one was once the foremost prodigy, while the other two were the current prodigies. If one were to scrutinize their history, there was truly no deep-seated enmity between them. Unfortunately, their pursuits diverged. Wang Hao, as a former prodigy, how could you have fallen so low? You are a disgrace to the sect. I am the disgrace. You lowly wretches, lacking noble lineage, impeccable teachings, and powerful backing. How dare you compare yourselves to me? Yet that old sect leader insists on placing you alongside me. How can this be? Only when you are dead can I reclaim my status as the sect's prodigy, and as the singular one at that. In his eyes, even Chun and was unworthy of comparison. Once he had outlived his usefulness, Wang Hao would certainly take his life. At that moment, he would possess all the resources of the Heavenly Path sect. With this thought, Wang Hao's heart surged with excitement, as if he could become the unparalleled prodigy of the Heavenly Path sect by tomorrow. Puff. Ziyun was pushed back, her complexion pale as she gazed warily at Li Hao before her. Though the beauty was flawless, I cannot enjoy it today. What a pity. Deliver her to her demise, and sever the hopes of those from the Heavenly Path sect. Yes, just as the group was about to rush forward, a powerful aura surged towards them. Boom. In an instant, the crowd was sent flying. Ziyun looked in astonishment at the figure before her. How is it that you do not recognize me after just a few days? Ziyun gazed in disbelief at the man before her. Lin Xuan, is it truly you? You are alive. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, of course I am alive. The moment he appeared, not only did Li Hao and the others feel astonished. Even Wang Hao and Chunin, who were not far off, were taken aback. How is it possible that he is still alive? Wang Hao turned to Chunin, his gaze questioning. Chunin, looking somewhat innocent, replied, I clearly saw him fall into the chasm. There was no chance of survival. When Bai Yueyao and the others beheld Lin Xuan, their eyes brimmed with tears of joy that he is alive. In that moment, the group felt a renewed sense of hope. Chapter 68. One sword, one fist. When Wang Hao saw Lin Xuan, his initial shock transformed into disdain. What does it matter if he is alive? Even with the undying sacred body, it cannot alter the current state of battle. This time, the undying sacred body is mine. Chunin let out a low growl, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Li Hao and the others looked at Lin Xuan with curiosity. This disciple of the Heavenly Path sect, who possessed the undying sacred body, if he were to survive, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future. Everyone, eliminate Lin Xuan first. The group of prodigies surged forward. Xia Shuxing and the others stood in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, this time it is your turn to break through. You must survive. Indeed, Your value among us is the greatest. If you escape, you can exert an even greater influence than we can. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry and go. Lin Xuan looked at their anxious expressions and calmly replied. Why should I leave? Bai Yueyao retorted angrily. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance later. Lin Xuan, this is not the time for your bravado. They wish to eradicate us completely. You possess the undying sacred body, making you their prime target. Seeing Bai Yueyao, Ziyun, Xia Shusheng, and Li Gui in such a state of urgency, Lin Xuan smiled and said, You all step back. The four looked at him in confusion. Lin Xuan, they are not ordinary people. They are the prodigies of various major sects. Do not underestimate them, or it may be us who suffer. Lin Xuan remained silent, in stark contrast to their frantic demeanor. He walked leisurely towards them, step by step. The undying sacred body is mine. What does it matter if the heavenly path sect's prodigies are present? In the end, they shall all perish here. They were all arrogantly boasting. Though they knew that one person might not be able to kill Lin Xuan, with so many of them, even a flurry of fists could take down an expert. As Lin Xuan saw them rushing towards him, he casually flicked his thumb. The Tianxian sword flew from his waist. With one sword, he opened the heavens. Although this strike was not as powerful as the one that had slain the blazing flame demon eagle, it was imbued with boundless sword intent and killing intent. Boom! The sword energy surged forth, and in an instant, the dozens of prodigies before him were engulfed in Lin Xuan's sword aura. By the time everyone reacted, those individuals had already been obliterated. At this moment, everyone turned to Lin Xuan, their faces filled with grave expressions. This strike severed all their illusions regarding Lin Xuan's sacred body, having once believed that a chaotic flurry of punches could vanquish the seasoned master. Allowing one to seize his sacred body amidst the turmoil, it now appeared that the opponent was far from being an easy target. Wang Hao and Chunin, observing the scene unfold, furrowed their brows in concern. The recent assailants included several formidable beings of the nascent soul stage, yet Lin Xuan, this individual, effortlessly obliterated dozens with a single sword strike. Particularly noteworthy was that last blow. Even they might not withstand it. As the crowd remained motionless, Lin Xuan remarked nonchalantly, Why has everyone fallen silent? Weren't you all so eager to kill me? I'm right here, waiting. Witnessing Lin Xuan's audacious demeanor, Li Hao and the others were seething with rage. Esteemed talents, whoever manages to slay Lin Xuan shall be handsomely rewarded. With this command, numerous prodigies from the Wujie Xinzong surged towards Lin Xuan, most of whom were mid-nascent soul, truly the elite among elites. Bai Yueyao and her companions, watching this horde approach, felt a bead of sweat form in their palms. Could Lin Xuan withstand such a multitude? Rest assured, Lin Xuan is not one to engage in endeavors without certainty. Xia Shusheng stated calmly. His willingness to stand his ground here signifies that he possesses absolute confidence, as expected. When the throng charged, a cold smile crept across Lin Xuan's face. He slowly sheathed his sword and flexed his wrist. Indestructible divine fist. Boom! With a single punch, the 5 prodigies from Wujie Xinzong were instantly reduced to mere fragments, flung hundreds of meters away, and upon hitting the ground, they had become nothing more than a puddle of flesh. In the wake of his punch, countless trees and boulders were obliterated. The spectators gasped, realizing that if that previous sword strike could be deemed a fluke, this punch unequivocally revealed the truth. This man was not someone they could contend with. Li Hao, in a fit of fury, berated Wang Hao. Is this what you referred to as a weakling of the early nascent soul stage? The Wujie Xinzong had sent a considerable number of prodigies, yet Lin Xuan had dispatched half of them with a single blow. Now, he began to suspect whether the Tiandao sect had orchestrated a scheme to annihilate all the talents of Nanzhou in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with Lin Xuan's strength, no matter how many of them charged, they would ultimately find themselves as mere offerings. Wang Hao and Chun An's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated Lin Xuan's tremendous growth in power. Let the 3 of us strike together. We shall see if he can withstand our combined might. Li Hao posed a crucial question. How shall we divide the sacred body? Earlier, Wang Hao and Chun An had refrained from engaging. Not out of reluctance, but rather to conserve their strength for a pivotal moment to snatch Lin Xuan's indestructible sacred body. However, if the 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators attacked in unison, the distribution of the sacred body would indeed require deliberation. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao declared, We'll discuss the division after we've slain him, that if he does not perish, All our words will be in vain. The three formed a triangular formation facing Lin Xuan. Just as they prepared to strike, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, with lightning flickering and thunder rumbling ominously. It was the heavenly tribulation. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Xuan. Among those present, he was likely the only one capable of invoking such thunder. Lin Xuan, you must have reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Under the heavenly thunder, they were eager to see how he would maintain his composure against them. Had they known he was undergoing a tribulation, envy and resentment would have consumed them. However, at this moment, they felt that the timing of the tribulation was perfectly aligned. Transitioning from the nascent soul stage to the transformation stage necessitated enduring 9 tribulations. Surviving the tribulations would allow one to metamorphose into a butterfly, becoming a powerful transformation stage cultivator. Conversely, failing to withstand them would lead to obliteration beneath the thunder, should Lin Xuan face the tribulation in their presence. The outcome would be grim, certain death. After all, during the tribulation, the individual undergoing it would be at their most vulnerable, requiring only a slight exertion from them to ensure his demise as the thunder approached. They thought it was indeed the perfect moment. Yet, while some rejoiced, others were filled with dread. Bai Yueyao and her companions nearly shed tears. Was it truly the heavens that envied the gifted? Chapter 69. Can this still be played? The descent of the tribulation seemed to place Lin Xuan on the brink of annihilation. Bai Yueyao and her companions lamented deeply as the tribulation loomed. They feared they might not have time to evade it. Among them, Lin Xuan appeared the most composed. He gazed upward at the tumultuous clouds and the rolling thunder, aware that the tribulation was imminent. You all should stand back. Lin Xuan, we shall guard you while you face the tribulation. They urged that I have my own methods for the tribulation. There is no need for your concern. Seeing Lin Xuan's resolute demeanor, Bai Yueyao and the others retreated, albeit with skepticism. The remaining prodigies, about to step back, were suddenly met with a cold smile from Lin Xuan. Trying to leave? Did I permit your escape? With a flick of his finger, a fiery barrier enveloped the prodigies, emanating from Lin Xuan himself. What kind of flame is this? Its temperature is unbearable. Chun An's expression darkened. He recognized the Jinwu Mishi Yin in Lin Xuan's possession, but refrained from voicing that knowledge, harboring intentions of monopolization. Little did he expect Lin Xuan would use it to trap them all. What was his true intention? Li Hao exclaimed. Do you comprehend Lin Xuan's scheme? No, but I instinctively feel he harbors no good intentions. Chen glanced at the thunderclouds above and instinctively suggested, could the heavenly tribulation possibly strike us? Impossible, Wang Hao replied coolly. The heavenly tribulation always targets the one undergoing it. Without the tribulation's cleansing, one cannot claim the title of transformation stage. It requires the validation of the heavens. What is Lin Xuan attempting to achieve by trapping us here? I do not know, but I believe we should observe the developments. Indeed, after he endures the 8th tribulation, we shall strike swiftly. Thus, he shall have no chance of becoming a transformation stage cultivator, and in his weakened state, he would not be our match. One could argue that the 3 of them could contend with Lin Xuan and perhaps even defeat him. Yet, each harbored ulterior motives, fixated on Lin Xuan's sacred body, whose heart was truly set on aiding him. At that moment, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended directly towards Lin Xuan. In the distance, Bai Yueyao and her companions felt their hearts leap. May Lin Xuan be unharmed. He will surely emerge unscathed. Having endured so much, these individuals had begun to be captivated by Lin Xuan's charisma. After all, it was he who had saved them in their time of need, urging them to flee while he faced the onslaught of prodigies alone. Who could resist admiring such a person? As the heavenly tribulation bore down upon Lin Xuan, the sentiments of Bai Yueyao and her companions contrasted sharply with the glee of Wang Hao and the others, who reveled in his impending doom. Seeing Lin Xuan rise, only to witness his downfall, was a source of great delight. Wang Hao laughed heartily, having long felt it a disgrace that someone as lowly as Lin Xuan could stand alongside him. Now, witnessing him struck down by heavenly thunder brought him immense satisfaction. As they reveled in their schadenfreude, they suddenly perceived a figure materializing before them. There stood Lin Xuan, grinning widely. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The tribulation is upon us. What? Boom! The heavenly tribulation, following Lin Xuan's trajectory, crashed down upon them. Crack! Though Lin Xuan's body charred, his indestructible sacred body activated. continuously mending itself. In contrast, Wang Hao, Qianin, and Li Hao found themselves in dire straits. They lacked Lin Xuan's monstrous regenerative capabilities. Moreover, they were merely spectators. Who could have predicted that this scoundrel would suddenly appear before them, resulting in their own being struck by the heavenly thunder? Their strongest among them was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage, and facing a heavenly thunder capable of obliterating those at the peak of the nascent soul stage rendered them utterly helpless. For half a minute, the individual sprawled on the ground remained incapacitated. Shonen rubbed his dazed head, the ringing in his ears rendering him disoriented. Just as he began to discern the voices around him, he suddenly felt a hand grasping him from behind. Shonen, keep it up. What? Lin Xuan. Damn you. Shunen's furious exclamation was swallowed by the thunderous roar of the sky. Boom! Under the second bolt of lightning. Shunen lay motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan consumed a pill and resumed his search for a target. At that moment, Wang Hao, Li Hao, and the other prodigies within the fiery circle finally understood why Lin Xuan had obstructed their escape with flames. He was employing a suicidal tactic, inviting them to face the thunder together. Could thunder be wielded in such a manner? This truly broadened their horizons. Lin Xuan might have a sliver of hope against the thunder, as his strength had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, they did not share the same fortune. A single strike from the thunder could very well cost them half their lives, as they observed Lin Xuan searching for a target within the fire circle. A singular thought crossed their minds. Flee. Run quickly. No one wished to be struck by the thunder. Just as someone attempted to burst through the flames, they were instantly engulfed, reduced to ashes. What kind of flame was this? That even cultivators at the nascent soul stage could not cross? Ah, I'm burning alive. Lin Xuan smiled and remarked. This flame is called the Golden Crow Annihilation Flame. It is a high-tier celestial flame. If you wish to charge through, it's simple. Just don't fear death. The crowd exclaimed. Are you even speaking human language? At that moment, no one envied Lin Xuan for possessing such a high-tier flame. They were solely focused on finding a way to escape. Above them roared the thunder, while below, the Golden Crow Annihilation Flame restricted their movements. It was a situation from which there seemed no escape. With a gleeful smile, Lin Xuan mused, who will be next? His gaze fell upon Wang Hao and Li Hao. The reason these prodigies from the southern continent had banded together was largely due to the contributions of these two. Suddenly, Li Hao exclaimed, Lin Xuan, we have no grievances. This was all orchestrated by Wang Hao. He tempted me with your indestructible sacred body, urging us to collaborate to eliminate the prodigies of your heavenly Tao sect. I was merely momentarily swayed. Will you spare me? I can offer you everything. At such a moment, survival was paramount. He did not wish to be struck down by the thunder or consumed by the Golden Crow Annihilation Flame. You wish to live? Yes, surrender your possessions, and I may spare your life. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily produced their treasures. Chapter 70. Surrender your lives. For them, while treasures were undoubtedly significant, they could always be sought anew. A life is singular. If lost, everything is lost. As they obediently relinquished their spatial rings, Lin Xuan's gaze fell upon Wang Hao. Are you not going to hand over yours? Wang Hao snorted disdainfully, but ultimately surrendered his spatial ring. Observing the hundreds of rings before him, Lin Xuan gathered them all into his possession. Now, may we leave? You still owe me something. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Had they not surrendered everything? Li Hao instinctively inquired. What are we missing? Lin Xuan revealed a sinister smile. Naturally, your lives. Lin Xuan, you explicitly stated you would not kill us. Indeed, I shall not kill you. Rather, he gestured toward the lightning above. It will. No sooner had he spoken than the thunder descended. Lin Xuan charged into the throng. Boom! In a single strike, dozens of cultivators lay lifeless, their breaths extinguished. Those closest to Lin Xuan were obliterated without a trace. Li Hao, consumed by rage, shouted, You bastard! How dare you betray us? Huh? How dare you utter such words? The betrayer appears to be you. Lin Xuan retorted coldly. You allied with all the prodigies of the southern continent to ambush the disciples of my heavenly Tao sect. What does that signify? Is it permissible for you to kill, but not for others to retaliate? Damn it, I'll fight you. Li Hao charged forward. Even if he could not kill Lin Xuan, he aimed to take a piece of him. Yet before he could reach Lin Xuan, a blade of energy pierced through his body. With a single-handed motion, Lin Xuan flicked, sending Li Hao soaring into the air. the thunder struck with a resounding boom, penetrating his form. Boom! Under the thunder's wrath, Lin Xuan's body was scorched black, yet he remained fundamentally unscathed. In stark contrast, Li Hao's lifeless body fell to the ground, thoroughly cooked. Lin Xuan activated the devouring heavens technique and his indestructible sacred body, fixing his gaze upon Wang Hao. Well then, now only you remain. At that moment, Wang Hao erupted into wild laughter. Lin Xuan, you truly are something. I initially intended to eliminate this group to silence them. Yet you have done the work for me. You have saved me much trouble. Observing Wang Hao's deranged demeanor, Lin Xuan calmly remarked, it seems you've engaged in backstabbing more than once. However, rest assured, I will send you on your way as well. You shall have company on your journey to the underworld. Wang Hao sneered. Lin Xuan, I can assure you, should I perish, my clan will come for you. When that time comes, not only will you suffer, but the entire heavenly Dao sect will be reduced to ashes. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. This fellow spoke as if he possessed considerable backing. Yet, so what? Those who dared to harm him would inevitably pay the price. He thrust his sword forward. That moment, Wang Hao suddenly formed a seal. The instant the blade pierced his body, a formation appeared beneath his feet, instantly transporting him away. Damn it! Lin Xuan never anticipated that this man would employ such a rapid teleportation array. Just when he needed to seize the opportunity, he had allowed his foe to escape. Just as he contemplated pursuit, the thunder from the dark clouds struck once more. Boom! Lin Xuan collapsed to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he decided to let him go this time. Although his sword had penetrated Wang Hao's heart, without witnessing the man's death with his own eyes, he could not find peace within. Pursuing him was no longer an option. He first needed to contend with the thunder tribulation before addressing future matters. After all 9 bolts of thunder descended, the bewildering forest returned to tranquility. He activated his indestructible sacred body, swiftly mending his injuries. Bai Yueyao and the others approached from a distance. Lin Xuan, how are you? What happened to those people? They had been unable to ascertain the battle's outcome, having been hindered by the Golden Crow annihilation flame. Now, seeing only Lin Xuan standing, they were understandably anxious. They all perished. What? The group gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that all the prodigies of the southern continent had fallen to Lin Xuan's hands. Lin Xuan slowly rose, recounting the events of the battle. Now, only Bai Yueyao, Ziyun, Xia Shusheng, and Li Gui remained before him. Based on their previous conduct, these individuals were not manipulative schemers. Thus, he chose to be forthright, sharing his fortuitous breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage and the details of the recent conflict. Apart from their astonishment, concern flickered in their eyes. Lin Xuan, is it true that Wang Hao did not die? Uncertain, he suddenly activated a teleportation array, and I fear he will not easily meet his end. If he dies, that's one thing, but if he survives, it could spell great trouble. What? You may not know this, but the reason Wang Hao stands as the foremost prodigy of the heavenly Dao sect is not solely due to his superior strength. He is also a member of the Wang family from the central continent. Though not a direct descendant, his status is still quite noble. Did you not notice that even when he challenged you, the sect master merely had him reflect on his actions? If he dies, there will be no witnesses, but if he lives, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's understanding deepened. No wonder this man could command the allegiance of the various prodigies from Wuji Xinzong, Qinghua sect, and the southern continent. It was due to such connections. Regardless of those matters, it would be best if he were dead. If he is still alive, Lin Xuan spoke with an icy demeanor, then I shall kill him once more. Very well, I shall distribute these items among you. He produced all the spatial rings he had just confiscated from the numerous prodigies. How can this be acceptable? We have exerted little effort, yet we are to receive your belongings. Enough. At this moment, only a few of us remain among the sect's elites. You are all trustworthy individuals in my eyes, so I shall not withhold anything. Let us divide these items and swiftly enhance our strength, striving for a commendable performance at the Spirit Martial Conference. Since that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Xia Shusheng was the first to speak. With him leading the way, the others eagerly took hold of the spatial rings. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan felt a sense of reassurance. Bai Yueyao, Ziyun, Xia Shusheng, Li Gui. These individuals had all been tempered by the crucible of battle and possessed genuine skills. Particularly, their character proved reliable in critical moments. When they were besieged, they proactively sought to engage the enemy, allowing Ziyun to escape. True feelings reveal themselves in times of peril. They are all dependable people. Naturally, he would not shortchange them. Chapter 71. An unusual demon cultivator. Just as they finished distributing the items and were about to depart, Lin Xuan suddenly halted. "What is it?" Lin Xuan said nothing. Instead, he flicked his right hand, sending his sword flying from his waist, and struck in a particular direction. The sword energy instantly flattened the surrounding woods. Seeing no figures in sight, Xia Shuxing chuckled. "Are you perhaps overly tense?" When Lin Xuan acted, they had not even had time to react, believing it to be a stray fish that had slipped through the net. Yet now, it seemed there was nothing at all. "Clearly, you are overly suspicious. Wang Hao organized all the prodigies to besiege us. After that battle, even if any survived, they would not dare to show themselves before us," Bai Yueyao confidently asserted. Among the 5 of them, Lin Xuan was at the transformation stage, while 3 of the remaining 4 were at the late stage of the nascent soul, and 1 at the mid-stage. This formation was more than sufficient to intimidate any foe. Lin Xuan's expression darkened. "It is not a stray fish, but a demon cultivator." No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed from behind them. "Truly impressive, to have garnered Zhao Yunshan's esteem to such an extent that he wishes to entrust the sect's future to you. Your insight is remarkable." Upon seeing the appearance of the man in purple, Bai Yueyao and the others swiftly drew their weapons, ready for battle. This demon cultivator had stealthily appeared behind them, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. However, this demon cultivator seemed disinclined to engage them in combat, and instead smiled as he spoke. "Wait. I am not here to fight. I merely seek Lin Xuan regarding a matter. As for you, I hold no interest," Lin Xuan coldly inquired. "What matter?" This was something they could not afford to overlook. Bai Yueyao sternly declared. "Lin Xuan, do not listen to his deceptive words. Demon cultivators are inherently wicked. Not a single word he utters can be trusted." "Heh, Lin Xuan, whether you believe what I say is entirely up to you. However, I can assure you that if you choose to ignore me, you will inevitably regret it later. This concerns Lin Yi. Lin Xuan, do not fall for his temptations. There is only him here. I believe it would not be amiss to execute him on the spot." Several of them expressed their desire to take action, but Lin Xuan restrained them. "First, tell me what concerns Lin Yi." Matters concerning his daughter were of utmost importance. Whether true or false, he needed to hear it. If it were false, that would be for the best, that if true, not listening now would surely lead to regrets later. There are demon cultivators lurking within the heavenly Dao sect's ranks, right beside Lin Yi. With a mere command, they can abduct your daughter and seize her exceptional spirit root. "Impossible," Ziyun replied without hesitation. "My master is by Lin Ye's side every day. There could not possibly be any issues." Lin Xuan, he is merely sowing discord, provoking misunderstandings. Lin Xuan sneered. "Do you see? I could never doubt our sect's disciples based solely on your words." "Is that so?" The demon cultivator smiled. "Then allow me to show you evidence." He produced a jade pendant and tossed it at Lin Xuan's feet. Upon seeing the pendant, Lin Xuan's expression drastically changed, for this was the protective jade pendant he had secretly hidden beside Lin Yi. As long as Lin Yi was in danger, this pendant could shield her from a single attack. "I also know that you provided Zhuan Ningxue with high-grade spirit stones, hoping she would look after your daughter. Correct?" Lin Xuan was already shocked when the pendant was revealed. He never expected the opponent to unveil such a covert matter. This was something even Ziyun and the others were unaware of. Demonstrating the demon cultivator's infiltration, Lin Xuan's gaze fixated intensely upon him. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Since the other party had produced something related to his daughter, it was sufficient to validate the truth of his claims. This man had no apparent reason to divulge such information. Lin Xuan could not believe he had suddenly developed a sense of conscience. "I need you to come with me for a while. Rest assured, I am not like those demon cultivators. What difference does it make? A demon cultivator is a demon cultivator. How could there be any distinction?" "Lin Xuan, do not be deceived. We must hurry back to see Lin Yi and root out the traitors," Bai Yueyao insisted. The expressions on their faces indicated that they understood the demon cultivator's claims to be true. Therefore, the only course of action was to return swiftly and ascertain who the traitor was. I can assure you, I possess a complete list. Otherwise, even if you conduct a search, it will only lead to paranoia, particularly for you. Lin Xuan, your time is running short. Will you choose to take this list, Or will you opt to return and toil away? Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment. That I do not doubt the veracity of your words. I merely wish to inquire about your motivation. Is it my sacred body, or something else? The demon cultivator shook his head. If I desired your sacred body, I could have seized it when you fell into the abyss or while you were slaughtering those prodigies from the southern continent. Why would I wait until now? What I am about to say can only be heard by you. Lin Xuan glanced at Bai Yueyao and the others. This was a significant matter. I will return shortly. Very well, Lin Xuan, do take care. After a brief exchange of warnings, Lin Xuan followed him to a location several miles away. Now, you should disclose your purpose. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Immortal. I am not like the demon cultivators you have encountered before. Lin Xuan scrutinized him closely. This man indeed appeared different from the previous demon cultivators. At least, he seemed to harbor no ill will. Nevertheless, he still inquired, how are demon cultivators different? You are unaware, are you? Demon cultivators are not a monolithic entity. Throughout the immortal spirit realm, there are 108 demon layers. Each possesses varying strengths, beliefs, and objectives. The bloodthirsty demon lord and the nightfall demon lord you encountered previously can be collectively referred to as the demon faction, pursuing their cultivation without regard for anything, lacking all moral constraints. The individuals surrounding your daughter are predominantly from the demon faction, lacking any ethical boundaries. And you, we can be considered conservatives, adhering strictly to traditional demonic practices. It is essential to understand that traditional demon cultivators only differ in their cultivation methods from regular practitioners. Everything else remains the same. This is why you perceive no sinister aura emanating from me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan began to vaguely comprehend the man's intentions. If I am not mistaken, you do not wish for the demon faction to dominate alone. Correct? Clever. For years, they have relied on forbidden techniques to expand their sphere of influence. Chapter 72. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Our operational range has gradually diminished, and now they aspire to unify the demon realm. Hence, they covet exceptional spirit roots, which we shall resolutely deny them. That we have been monitoring the spies placed around Lin Yi. Should she encounter danger, our people will come to her aid. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Xuan understood everything upon hearing this. It was evident that this man insisted on speaking with him alone to avoid being looked down upon by Bai Yueyao and the other righteous allies. So now, what do you wish to achieve? Quite simply, the members of the demonic faction seek to seize the sacred body and spiritual roots from you and Lin Yi. All we need to do is provide protection. After all, if Lin Xuan's indestructible sacred body and Lin Yi's exceptional spiritual roots were to be taken, it would spell disaster for the conservative demonic cultivators. Lin Xuan had not anticipated that he and his daughter could influence the balance of power among the demonic cultivators, which truly baffled him. Did he think it would be troublesome to become embroiled in this vortex? Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Mo-Chi-Tien, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, indeed, it is quite troublesome as long as you possess treasures. Not only us demonic cultivators, but how many humans are also watching you? For instance, this time all the prodigies of the southern continent have gathered, apart from Wang Hao and the backing of his family. A significant reason is your possession of the indestructible sacred body. Whoever it may be, they will covet such a thing. Lin Xuan smiled wryly. An innocent man is guilty when in possession of a jade. So, don't the conservative demonic cultivators desire it? Of course we do. However, a gentleman values wealth acquired through just means. You must first return with me, and then we shall discuss. How can my safety be guaranteed if I go with you? Mo-Chi-Tien sneered. Do you believe your safety is assured at present? If you were to step outside now, the members of the various sects in the southern continent would undoubtedly fix their gazes upon you. After all, you possess the ability to slay their disciples. Do you think that Zhao Yunshan and the others would be able to protect you unscathed at such a moment? Lin Xuan regarded him thoughtfully. He could not deny that the man's words had struck a chord within him, that if he were to return now, he would undoubtedly attract all eyes and hostility. At that time, if he wished to remain unscathed, it would likely be exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, he spoke nonchalantly. Wait for me here. In a short while, Lin Xuan returned to Bai Yueyao and the others. He hasn't harmed you, has he? While the words of this demonic cultivator should not be entirely trusted, they should not be completely dismissed either. We will investigate thoroughly once we exit. Lin Xuan cleared his throat and said, Although you may find this difficult to comprehend, I must inform you that you should leave first. I need to go with him. What? Lin Xuan, have you lost your mind? Demonic cultivators are notoriously treacherous and fickle. Going with him could mean never returning. I do not agree. Indeed, I too do not agree. The others voiced their objections in unison. Lin Xuan, with a sense of resignation, stated, I have 2 reasons for going with him. After I finish explaining, if you find it reasonable, you may let me go. If not, I will accompany you. Speak. They were but a few individuals now. Upon exiting, how would the various sects of the southern continent perceive us? They would surely think that we had turned against one another. Especially since I have already reached the transformation stage to that point. Even if we used the demonic cultivators as a cover, we would find ourselves unable to speak out that I would likely become the target of everyone's ire. Moreover, I believe the various sects are already aware of my possession of the sacred body. Even if we clear the matter of their deaths, they will still seize upon it. The second point concerns my daughter. I cannot afford to be careless. Lin Xuan's words rendered the others silent, for all he said rang true. Should Lin Xuan venture out, he would likely face harassment from the numerous sect members. However, if these individuals lacked a sacred body or similarly divine advantages, the sect members would indeed find little value in harassing them. Yet, we deem it far too dangerous for you to associate with demonic cultivators. They are not like the previous demonic cultivators. The saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Allow me to investigate further, and then I shall have a clearer judgment. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. Everyone, I entrust my daughter to you for the time being. Bai Yueyao, Ziyun, Xia Shusheng, and Li Gui all nodded earnestly. Lin Xuan had saved their lives, and the 5 of them were bound together in life and death. With Lin Xuan's actions, they would surely live up to expectations. You must also be cautious. We are still counting on you to participate in the Spirit Martial Conference. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 parties parted ways. Within half a day, Bai Yueyao and the others finally emerged from the mysterious forest. Seeing only 4 of them come out, Zhao Yunshan anxiously inquired, Why are there only you? Where are the others? With tears in her eyes, Bai Yueyao replied, respectfully reporting to the master, Everyone else has perished. What? We encountered demonic cultivators inside, and the 4 of us were driven into a cave where we lost consciousness. When we awoke, we discovered the bodies of our fellow disciples. They were all killed by the demonic cultivators. Zhao Yunshan's eyes turned bloodshot. Those were 19 prodigies painstakingly nurtured by the sect at that moment. Yi Wushuang frantically stood before Bai Yueyao. Where is Lin Xuan? Where is he? He too. Bai Yueyao shook her head in disappointment. They had originally awaited their return with joy, only to be met with such dire news from the mysterious forest. Zhao Yunshan seethed with rage. Demonic cultivators, I will not rest until I see your demise. At that moment, He Bingwang, the leader of the Wajixian sect, gleefully remarked, Zhao sect leader, we have all heard that a person with a sacred body has emerged from your Tiandao sect. Now that he is dead, what a pity. The leader of the Qinghua sect, Bai Tushan, sighed deeply. We had thought a genius would emerge from the southern continent, but it seems that fate has conspired against the talented. Brother Yunshan, you must take care. The other sect members were nearly unable to conceal their glee. They had been greatly concerned about Lin Xuan, the one possessing the sacred body, during this competition, although the Tiandao sect had strictly prohibited the dissemination of this news. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Thus, Lin Xuan had long been the object of their envy and jealousy. Some even instructed their disciples to take advantage of Lin Xuan's vulnerability to strike mercilessly. They might not be able to confront the Tiandao sect head-on, but if Lin Xuan were to perish, it would deal a monumental blow to the Tiandao sect. Chapter 73. Total annihilation. Zhao Yunshan remained silent. He was well aware of their gleefulness. However, amidst this calamity, he could hardly afford to consider right and wrong. Taking out the inner core of the hunted beast, Bai Yueyao and the others sat together. Half an hour later, as no one else had emerged from the forest, the members of the other sects grew increasingly anxious. Tiandao sect's prodigies, have you seen any of our sect members? Indeed, where are our sect members? Logically, they should have emerged by now. Observing their increasingly panicked expressions, Xia Shusheng smiled and said, Esteemed elders, we have made it quite clear. The demonic cultivators launched a surprise attack, and we nearly suffered total annihilation. When you say we, do you mean only you Tiandao sect? I don't believe I stated that. Are you implying that the members of several sects were also attacked by demonic cultivators? Precisely. if I am not mistaken. There should be no survivors. Upon Xia Shuxing's declaration, the scene erupted as if a bomb had gone off. What? Our sect has been completely annihilated. Damnable demonic cultivators. We must eradicate every last one of you. It is futile to discuss this now. We must hurry inside and check. Perhaps they are still alive. A crowd rushed madly toward the mysterious forest, causing a cacophony of beastly roars. Han Qianqiu muttered. If they emerge now, who will claim victory? Sect leader Han, you need not worry. They are all dead. Zhao Yunshan, now serious, inquired, are you speaking the truth? This is a matter of great significance and cannot be taken lightly. Bai Yueyao glanced around, noting that few remained, and then whispered, Sect leader, we only revealed part of the story earlier. Wang Hao is allied with members of other sects, aiming to eliminate us prodigies and monopolize the benefits for themselves. Chun En is in collusion with him, specifically targeting Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was injured while battling the fiery magic eagle and has gone missing due to their ambush before Wang Hao left. He was struck by Lin Xuan's sword, and his fate remains unknown. As for the others, they too perished in the grand battle involving the demonic cultivators. We are merely survivors of that conflict. After Bai Yueyao finished speaking, Zhao Yunshan rose furiously. These scoundrels, they have utterly betrayed our sect. Zun Ningxue here. Return immediately and investigate Wang Hao's whereabouts. Since he was able to conspire with Chunin, it is evident that he must have accomplices. Yes, at this moment, Yi Wushuang, in a daze, asked, Bai Yueyao, are you truly speaking the truth? Did Chunin really target Lin Xuan? Seeing the sorrow etched on this woman's face, Bai Yueyao felt a surge of satisfaction. It was her who had taken Lin Xuan from her, who had engaged in ambiguous relations with Chun, and this was her retribution. With this thought, Bai Yueyao coldly replied, Indeed, the beloved disciple you so fervently protected did not only strike Lin Xuan with lethal intent, but at the critical moment, he also wielded the artifact you bestowed upon him. All of us have fallen victim to Chun En's treachery. Her words rang true, for they indeed had suffered such fates. The teachings Lin Xuan imparted to Bai Yueyao fundamentally involved the demonic cultivators conspiring with Wang Hao and Chun En to ensnare them, arranging for their own mysterious demise. Thus, if they returned alive, they would not be suspected. However, Bai Yueyao's recounting bore an artistic embellishment. Particularly upon witnessing Yi Wushuang's heart-wrenching expression, she felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Yi Wushuang's gaze was hollowed at it cannot be. Lin Xuan would not perish. The things you taught your disciple, are you certain they wouldn't lead to death? Yi Wushuang. Zhao Yunshan turned to Bai Yueyao. Yueyao, are you certain there are no members of our sect among them? Yes, aside from Lin Xuan and Wang Hao, who are both missing, all others are dead. Han Qianqiu, take your people inside to search for their traces. We must find Lin Xuan. For Wang Hao. He must be captured alive. Kong Xianming, let us return with the young talents. This matter requires careful consideration. Yes, this day, for the entirety of the southern continent's sects, was destined to be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the architect of the massacre of all disciples in the southern continent, Lin Xuan, accompanied by Mo Qitian, had already arrived at a demonic lair through a teleportation array. Observing this individual's calm demeanor, Mo Qitian remarked with a hint of admiration, most would be petrified upon arriving here. Yet you remain unfazed. Lin Xuan gazed at the words demonic lair above, replying calmly, in my view, soiling oneself does not resolve any issues. I have come here primarily to uncover the pawns the demonic cultivators have placed around my daughter. Of course, your condition for my return involves meeting your demonic clan's princess. Regardless of how negotiations unfold, I shall be permitted to return. I have not erred in this regard, have I? Mo Qitian nodded. I shall not go back on my word. He led Lin Xuan deeper into the demonic lair. As they traversed further in, Lin Xuan felt no trace of sinister energy. Instead, the entire lair exuded a fragrant sandalwood aroma. It appeared they were indeed different from the demonic cultivators he had encountered previously. After winding through the corridors, the two finally arrived at a grand hall. Mo Qitian half knelt on the ground, respectfully stating, Mo Qitian has fulfilled his mission and brought Lin Xuan back. Lin Xuan looked up to see a woman seated atop high steps, gazing thoughtfully at him. Well done. You may rise. Yes. Ji Ningxue descended from her chair and stood before Lin Xuan. You are Lin Xuan? Did he not just mention? At such a tender age, possessing an indestructible sacred body, truly impressive. Lin Xuan regarded her. responding neither servilely nor arrogantly. It seems you are not much older either. Lin Xuan scoffed coldly. Though young, your audacity is quite remarkable. She had not anticipated Lin Xuan's remarkable composure. Such a mindset is indeed rare. Speak. Why did you insist on sending someone to seek me in the bewildering forest? I trust you do not merely wish to exchange a few pleasantries with me. Haha, straightforward. I shall be blunt. What the demonic faction desires, I too covet. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan's hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. Should the other party harbor any treachery, he would act immediately. Relax. A gentleman appreciates wealth. Acquiring it through proper means that we are not as barbaric as they are. Then, what do you propose? Chapter 74. It turns out the hardware is insufficient. Lin Xuan's face flushed slightly, yet she spoke earnestly. We shall wed. I am of the sacred body. Should you also possess a sacred body, it is highly probable we could bear a child with exceptional spiritual roots. Lin Xuan. He was utterly bewildered upon hearing this request. Is this what you mean by a gentleman appreciating wealth, acquiring it through proper means? Lin Xuan nodded earnestly. Thus, we do not take undue advantage of you. The child born will become a key focus of cultivation within our demonic clan. As for you, you shall never have to worry about entanglements with the demonic clan again. Lin Xuan stared at her in astonishment. He wished to say that your proposal is morally unacceptable in our blue star. Yet considering she was a demonic cultivator, even a conservative one, why hold her to such high standards? Ahem. If you agree, there is no time to waste. Shall we commence now? Wait. I did not say I agree. Lin Xuan quickly interjected. Her proposal indeed poses no threat to his daughter, but the magnitude of it was unprecedented. Upon hearing his response, Lin Xuan tilted her head and asked, What? Do you hold any dissatisfaction? I am, after all, a princess of the demonic clan. Do you believe I am unworthy of you? No, I simply need time to digest this. Moreover, do you truly require this exceptional spiritual root? 1,000 years ago, our demonic clan's elders prophesied that 1,000 years hence, a possessor of exceptional spiritual roots would unify the demonic clan. Hence, when they learned of your daughter's exceptional spiritual roots, they all went mad. The demonic faction desires to unify the demonic clan. Clearly, we share the same ambition. Lin Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a prophecy? That elder's prophecy is remarkably accurate. Furthermore, who wouldn't want to seize the chance to unify the demonic clan? Since everyone places such unwavering faith in words, possessing exceptional spiritual roots would allow one to command the allegiance of the majority of the demonic clan. Now that the millennium deadline has arrived, they are scouring for newly emerged possessors of exceptional spiritual roots, and so, at this critical juncture, Lin Yi appeared in their sights. Thus, regarding the pursuit of Lin Yi, the demonic clan is willing to spare no expense at this moment. Lin Xuan began to comprehend their madness. Beyond merely adhering to that prophecy, they were more fixated on the allure and tangible benefits that exceptional spiritual roots could bring. Possessing exceptional spiritual roots would enable them to command the majority of the demonic clan, establishing themselves as the legitimate rulers. Who wouldn't want to grasp such a temptation? The members of the demonic faction yearned to seize Lin Yi, the possessor of exceptional spiritual roots. For the conservatives, they had indeed chosen a perilous path. Yet this path was exceptionally extreme. By the way, why not seek out a possessor of a sacred body? That way, being with you could also yield a child with exceptional spiritual roots, right? Although Lin Xuan was unsure of the transformation process involved, since Lin Xuan had just stated that 2 possessors of sacred bodies could likely bear a child with exceptional spiritual roots. Why not have them seek another sacred body to try? Lin Xuan coldly replied, Do you think sacred bodies are as common as dirt? Moreover, what I said earlier may not be entirely accurate. It is merely that your daughter possesses exceptional spiritual roots. After divination by our clan's elders, it was suggested that perhaps with you, we could bear a child with exceptional spiritual roots. Lin Xuan, bring your elders here. This is exceedingly irresponsible talk. He still believed there were precedents from the past, or perhaps some scientific basis. But in the end, she uttered a result derived from an elder's divination. This is nothing but sheer nonsense from a charlatan. Lin Xuan, observing Lin Xuan's fierce demeanor, coldly remarked, I see you disdain this princess. What is it that makes me unworthy? I am more than sufficient for a poor boy like you. Yet here you are, nitpicking, as if this princess cannot do without you. Lin Xuan thought to himself. What a peculiar line of reasoning. He was merely questioning the feasibility of the matter. When had he ever said she was incapable? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Ji Ningxue retorted angrily. She was a young lady of noble birth, and had made such a significant sacrifice for the future of the demon race. Yet this man was here, being choosy, but wasn't that outright disdain. Lin Xuan found her furious expression somewhat charming. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, if it's a misunderstanding, then so be it. Perhaps you could share with me the names of those pawns from the demon sect lurking around my daughter? He had no intention of getting entangled with this woman. The reason for his visit was solely for his daughter, Ji Ningxue. Witnessing this man's eagerness to leave, felt an overwhelming sense of failure. In terms of status, she was a little princess of the demon race. In terms of figure, she was voluptuous and alluring. In terms of looks, she might not be the most breathtaking, but she was certainly incomparable. In terms of suitors, those who wished to marry her could line up all the way to Zhongzhou. Yet, this man remained unmoved. Was there something wrong with his preferences? That couldn't be, after all. He had a daughter. Ji Ningxue pondered for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. He must be incapable. It had to be that way. After all, having been tormented on the servant peak for years, how could he possibly be capable? No wonder he had rejected her proposal from the very start. It seemed it wasn't her charm that was lacking, but rather Lin Xuan's inadequacies. She felt both regretful and sympathetic towards him. However, Lin Xuan remained oblivious to Ji Ningxue's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely thank her entire family. Lin Xuan observed her expression and curiously inquired, "So, about that list, I need to discuss this matter further before proceeding." Watching her leave in a hurry, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle a few times as he ventured deeper into the demon lair. He had expected the demon princess he encountered to be a natural beauty. Eloquent, shrewd, or perhaps even a merciless predator. However, he was utterly surprised to find that the little princess of the demon race was nothing like what he had read in novels, though she appeared imposing. She seemed rather naive in reality. Her every word and deed practically revealed her thoughts. Dealing with such an innocent little princess should be easy. He could extricate himself swiftly, seated in a chair. Lin Xuan feigned sleep for a moment. Eventually, he heard footsteps approaching. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Chapter 75. Is this a case of extortion? Two figures appeared before him. Aside from Ji Ningxue, there was also an elderly woman. With her white hair, she seemed ancient, Ji Ningxue cheerfully remarked. "This is our prophetic grandmother, the so-called charlatan you mentioned," Lin Xuan replied. "If you hadn't spoken, everyone would have thought you were a dignified demon princess. But the moment you opened your mouth, it was all exposed. Who speaks of someone as a charlatan in front of them?" Awkwardly, Lin Xuan stood up. "Greetings, esteemed elder." The old woman nodded. "I have lived for countless years. I merit your address of esteemed elder. Elder, regarding my situation, I know, Imo has already promised you that we will not go back on our word. It is just unfortunate that you missed the chance to be with someone of extraordinary spiritual roots." Lin Xuan instinctively retorted, "Elder, prophecies aren't always so precise that I believe that the old fellow from 1,000 years ago was just speaking nonsense to create an illusion. It poses no threat." Upon hearing this, the old woman replied calmly, "Do you believe my prophecy from 1,000 years ago is false?" Lin Xuan was taken aback. "That's so? That prophecy was also yours? How can you be so prophetic?" He felt he was on the verge of social embarrassment. He had insulted this elder twice in just a few minutes. The old woman seemed to see through Lin Xuan's thoughts and smiled. "Do you doubt my prophecy as well?" Lin Xuan laughed. "Well, I have always been half convinced." Being on her territory, he couldn't outright declare her predictions as abstract nonsense. Yet he couldn't fully believe them either. That would contradict his previous statements. So, he could only say he was half convinced to smooth things over. The old woman grinned and asked, "Do you dare let me divine your fate? What is there to fear?" However, as soon as he said it, he regretted it. He feared that his system might be discovered. If that happened, he would never escape this place, destined to be sliced and studied by these demon cultivators. But before Lin Xuan could retract his words, the old woman seized his wrist that a powerful aura nearly robbed him of his strength to resist. Moments later, she calmly stated, "Young man, you are quite extraordinary." "Huh? Is it frequent urination at night?" Yes. I do wake up often to relieve myself. That must be a kidney issue." At this point, Lin Xuan became even more convinced of her previous judgment. This fellow was indeed lacking in capabilities. However, Lin Xuan quickly reacted. Elder, weren't you going to divine my fate? Why are you examining my body? Especially saying something about my kidneys. How could I accept that? You can say a man is broke, that he has poor taste, or lacks ambition, but you cannot say he is short or imply anything related to his kidneys. The old woman answered nonchalantly. I am also a physician. It's just part of the job. Lin Xuan thought to himself. This is truly absurd. Minutes later, the old woman's previously wrinkled face displayed an expression of horror. You, before she could finish her sentence. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. What the hell? Lin Xuan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He hadn't done anything. Lin Xuan panicked and called out. Quick, someone come. Grandmother has fainted. A group of demon cultivators rushed in, swiftly surrounding Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, several others assisted Lin Xuan in carrying the unconscious elder away. Lin Xuan was overwhelmed by the chaos. The familiar figure then appeared before him. Brother, what did you do? Immortal asked, bewildered. That I don't know. She said she wanted to read my fortune, and then this happened. Upon hearing this, Immortal stepped back in fright. Are you kidding me? The grandmother is the backbone of our conservative faction. Her prophetic abilities are unparalleled, said to foresee events 800 years in advance and 1,000 years behind, and she spat blood after reading your fortune. She can read fortunes for thousands of demon cultivators in a day without issue. Lin Xuan lamented, isn't this a case of extortion? What should I do now? Can I even leave? Immortal looked at Lin Xuan with sympathy. Brother, I know you might not be at fault here. However, if the elder does not wake, you might be stuck here indefinitely. You can only leave once she awakens and confirms you are fine. Lin Xuan frowned. Isn't this just hopeless? I still need to return and eliminate all the pawns near my daughter. My daughter is in a perilous situation. If I don't leave, am I to retire here? Immortal reassured him. You need not worry. The members of the demon sect are keeping an eye on Lin Yi as well. We are watching her too, as long as no one disrupts the balance. Your daughter will remain safe. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. There truly no way to negotiate. Absolutely not. Moreover, I advise you not to think about escaping. If you try to run, it would be a case of an innocent man suffering for a crime he did not commit. Even if you are not the culprit behind the old lady's fainting, suspicions will still arise among the others. Lin Xuan sighed deeply at this point. All he could do was hope for the elderly woman's safety. Surprisingly, these demonic cultivators had shown some consideration by providing him with a room. Although there were guards stationed at the door, he was not confined as if in a prison. All things considered, it was a rather decent arrangement. Lying on the bed, Lin Xuan silently summoned the system. Recently, he had not found the time to participate in the lottery. Let's draw together this time. Very well, host. You have accumulated a total of 29 lottery chances. Shall we proceed to draw immediately? Yes. In Lin Xuan's mind, a grand spinning wheel materialized. The lottery commenced with 29 chances in total. He felt a surge of excitement. The last time he had drawn a powerful sword technique from a sword immortal, it had been nothing short of magnificent. What might he obtain this time? A few minutes passed, and the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. With 29 draws, you have acquired 5 million premium spirit stones, 3 sword techniques from sword immortals, and 20 inner cores from supreme magical beasts. Upon seeing these rewards, Lin Xuan was filled with both astonishment and joy. While the premium spirit stones were not particularly remarkable, wealth is always welcome. However, the sword techniques from the 3 sword immortals were undoubtedly formidable weapons. When he had slain the blazing flame demon eagle, utilizing the sword technique had been akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He was almost certain that as long as his spiritual energy was abundant, he could effortlessly vanquish even the mightiest foes with a single strike. Regarding the 20 inner cores from magical beasts, Lin Xuan noticed they were all from the great ascension stage. Chapter 76. Confusion and Desire. This revelation sent him into a frenzy of joy. The inner cores from magical beasts could be refined by him and even fed to the soul-devouring magic bees. After all, the soul-devouring magic bees had already acknowledged him as their master. Should they succeed in their cultivation, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable group of allies. At that point, he could dispatch anyone he wished without lifting a finger. The thought alone was exhilarating. Lin Xuan took one of the inner cores and tossed it directly to the soul-devouring magic bees. Master, are you this generous? This is an inner core from a great ascension stage magical beast. The swarm of soul-devouring magic bees, oblivious to Lin Xuan's possession of the system, felt both surprised and honored to receive such a treat. It was akin to being at work when your boss suddenly hands you 10 million and says, "Go on, spend it." Lin Xuan smiled and said, "As long as you enhance your strength and assist me when it matters, I will never shortchange you." "Thank you, great master." The soul-devouring magic bees were on the verge of tears. They reminisced about their days in the bewildering forest, where they had to fend for themselves daily, searching for food and cultivation resources while evading natural predators. They had lived in a dark valley, deprived of sunlight. And now, following Lin Xuan, they were enjoying a life of luxury. The spirit stones were of premium quality, and the inner cores were from the great ascension stage. What more could they desire? This life was akin to dreaming a dream so delightful that one would wake up smiling. Lin Xuan was not stingy with them. He understood the principle that to have a horse run, one must provide it with ample grass. If wages are low, how can one expect employees to work diligently? He also took out an inner core from a magical beast, ready to refine it. Just then, the soul-devouring magic bees instinctively chimed in. "Master, this inner core seems a bit different." "How is it different?" "I sense an ambiguous aura emanating from it." "Go away, if you want to talk about romance. Find your kin." Lin Xuan shooed them away. He then activated the Devouring Heaven technique and began to refine the inner core before him. The Devouring Heaven technique was overwhelmingly powerful. It effortlessly refined the inner core, without any doubt. However, after the refinement, Lin Xuan felt an intense heat coursing through his body. His dantian felt as if it were about to explode. "Damn it, this inner core is toxic. System, what is happening?" "Host, this is an inner core from a seduction-type magical beast. If consumed, failure to engage in intimate relations promptly may lead to explosive demise." "Lin Xuan, why didn't you mention this earlier during the refinement? I thought you had a plan." "Lin Xuan, this is truly infuriating." His eyes turned bloodshot, and he felt he could not endure much longer. He rolled off the bed and, trembling, called out to the guards at the door, "Quickly find Ningxue. I need to see her." The guards were taken aback by Lin Xuan's appearance, for his face was as red as a monkey's backside, and he trembled all over as if he were on the verge of collapse. "Hurry!" "Yes." Moments later, a figure appeared before Lin Xuan. "You finally arrived." At that moment, Lin Xuan was nearing the brink of losing his sanity. "What's wrong?" The other person looked down at Lin Xuan. "Hurry, find an ice pool and summon your alchemist." Seeing his distressed state, Ningxue crouched down and asked, "Are you in pain?" "Yes." Quickly. Before long, she led Lin Xuan to an ice pool. Lin Xuan leaped into the frigid water. Good news, his body temperature finally began to drop. Bad news. While the physical temperature had decreased, his inner turmoil remained unrelenting. "What happened to you? Did you go berserk during cultivation? You need to leave this place at once." His eyes were bloodshot, and he was unaware of what he might do next. Only by leaving could he avoid harming anyone. However, at that moment, Ningxue did not retreat. Instead, she stepped closer. "Lin Xuan, why not succumb to this moment?" As she wafted an enticing fragrance toward him, the last vestige of Lin Xuan's rationality evaporated. He impulsively embraced her and plunged them both into the ice pool. A night of passion ensued. The next day, when he awoke, he found himself lying in bed. Was yesterday merely a dream? Lin Xuan hesitantly sat up and, upon inspecting his body, froze in place, for he saw bite marks on his arm. This was no dream. Damn it, he thumped his forehead. What have I done? How did I end up in such a situation with Ningxue? But in the next moment, he was astonished again, for his cultivation had advanced from the initial stage of transformation to the mid-stage of divine transformation. He even felt a hint of breaking through to the late stage of divine transformation. Holy crap, the sacred body is truly formidable. It had unmistakably elevated his cultivation by an entire level. If he wished to grow stronger in the future, why bother with training? He could simply seek out women with sacred body qualities. However, he soon chuckled wryly. Where could one find so many women with such extraordinary physiques? Though he felt no guilt, for Lin Ye's mother had clearly stated their severance in the future at that time. He had desperately begged for a different outcome, but to no avail. Now, seeking Lin Ye's biological mother was merely to fulfill his daughter's wishes. Lin Ye had once expressed that she would not allow him to remain alone and urged him to find a companion. Yet, his mind was not on that at all, if it weren't for that inner core from last night. He would never have made such a blunder. Just as he was lost in thought, Immortal rushed in hurriedly. Lin Xuan, here is the list. You must leave quickly. What is happening? The demonic cultivators have somehow learned of your presence here and are now surrounding us with a large force. Take the list and flee at once. Lin Xuan instinctively grasped the list and was about to leave when he hesitated. What about you all? Immortal declared resolutely. Naturally, we will fight to the death against them. Once you return, eliminate the pawns around Lin Yi as soon as possible. By the way, there are some of our people in this list. I have marked them distinctly. Just follow my commands and ensure their safety. After finishing his words, Immortal pushed Lin Xuan towards the exit. Enough dawdling. Let's hurry to the teleportation array. If they seize it, you won't be able to escape. Hearing these words, Lin Xuan felt a tumult of emotions. The demonic cultivators had always been viewed as treacherous villains in his eyes, sly, wicked, and bloodthirsty. It is an existence that is scorned by all righteous individuals in the world. To slay them requires no justification whatsoever. However, what he currently witnesses in the demon cultivators, their every move, their singular purpose, induces an inexplicable sensation within Lin Xuan. Chapter 77. The arrival of the Wang clan upon following Immortal to the teleportation array of the demon den. Lin Xuan observed that the perimeter of the array was besieged by a throng of demon cultivators, while another group was desperately resisting. This marked Lin Xuan's first encounter witnessing demon cultivators turn against one another. If those righteous individuals were to behold this scene, they would undoubtedly revel in the spectacle. Yet, Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words regarding his own emotions. One thing was for certain, it was not joy. Let us hasten, Lin Xuan. I have one final question for you. Why do you insist on protecting me? He understood that these demon cultivators were after him. If they surrendered him, this faction of conservative demon cultivators might evade this ordeal. Upon hearing this inquiry, Immortal chuckled and replied, If we were to hand you over, how would we differ from them? Enough? You should leave at once. With your talents and potential, it is merely a matter of time before you become a prominent figure in your own right. When that day comes, do remember to restore the reputation of us demon cultivators. Lin Xuan nodded with a complex expression. Certainly. At that moment, he spotted two familiar figures. No, it was not merely two individuals. Aside from Xue, there was another woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Immortal. Who is she? Lin Xuan inquired, pointing at the woman suspended in midair. She is the eldest daughter of our conservative faction's Ji family, as well as the grand princess of our demon tribe, Ji Xue. And where was she last night? Immortal scratched his head and replied, I do not know. Young lady Xue is always shrouded in mystery. No one knows what she is up to. Enough of this delay. You must go now. Immortal abruptly shoved Lin Xuan onto the teleportation array. In an instant, the formation activated, and nearly all the demon cultivators turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's eyes were fixated on Ji Xue. Yes, it was indeed her. She was the one from last night, not Ji Xue. He distinctly remembered her icy gaze, starkly different from Ji Xue's innocent eyes. At this moment, Ji Xue also cast her gaze upon Lin Xuan, silently uttering, Take care. Damn it. Lin Xuan attempted to flee the teleportation array, but alas, the formation had already been set in motion in the blink of an eye. He found himself transported to the outskirts of the bewildering forest. Just as he contemplated returning through the teleportation array, several figures obstructed his path. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Xuan retorted, Is this not your home? Why are you meddling so? There's demonic energy surrounding him. He must be a demon cultivator. Seize him. Initially in a foul mood, Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent at these words. Get lost. We are under orders to search for the whereabouts of the prodigy. It seems you are the demon cultivator responsible for his death. Men, apprehend him. I command you to step aside. One of them seemed to perceive Lin Xuan's intentions and promptly shattered the teleportation array with a strike. As long as we capture him, we need not worry about finding the demon cultivators. You seek death. Lin Xuan retaliated with a sword strike, instantly beheading the elder before him. The others were taken aback by Lin Xuan's ferocity and engaged him in battle. In that moment, Lin Xuan's anxiety only intensified. He regretted returning directly. That woman from last night was Ji Xue. By a twist of fate, he had spent an intimate night with her. The thought of her risking her life to protect him left him restless. He yearned to return quickly, but unexpectedly, This group of imbeciles had barred his path. The audacity, Tian Dao sect. On that day, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Zhao Yunshan and the others, initially fatigued from their fruitless search for Lin Xuan, now felt the arrival of a formidable being at the Great Ascension stage. Each of them was on high alert. Who has arrived? Regardless of who it might be, they were determined to find out. Zhao Yunshan and the others proceeded to the entrance of the sect, where they encountered an elder clad in resplendent robes. "May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed elder?" The elder snorted coldly, uttering 4 words: "To seek justice." Zhao Yunshan and the others were left perplexed, yet they allowed him entry into the sect. That a powerful being at the Great Ascension stage could easily obliterate their sect if matters escalated. However, they were unaware of whom the elder had come to hold accountable. They could only brace themselves for the impending storm that in less than half an hour, all disciples of the sect were summoned to the Grand Hall. The elder in opulent attire spoke coldly. "I am Wang Longwu, an elder of the Wang family from Zhongzhou. I have come to demand an explanation regarding Wang Hao." He returned to the Wang family gravely injured, claiming that it was the doing of your Tian Dao sect. "I must ask, why have you acted thus?" Zhao Yunshan, maintaining his composure, replied, "Wang Hao, as a prodigy of the Tian Dao sect and a key disciple under our guidance, was envious of his peers that I ordered him to reflect on his misdeeds. Yet he conspired with other sects to ambush and slay our disciples. Now, he dares to bite back. That I ask you, esteemed elder, will you still seek justice after hearing this?" At that moment, the crowd erupted with indignation. They were aware that the prodigy had been cultivating in the bewildering forest, and to hear of such treachery left them aghast. Such an offense was utterly intolerable. However, Wang Longwu coldly retorted, "What of it? Who is responsible for Wang Hao's injuries? Is the Wang family devoid of reason?" Han Qianqiu could no longer contain his anger and retorted, "Ha! Reason. In the realm of the immortal spirit, we have always revered strength above all. Strength is the ultimate rationale. Who has harmed Wang Hao? Step forth. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your sect." A chill ran down the spines of the crowd. Zhao Yunshan's expression darkened. Were it not for the greater good, he would have relished confronting this elder head-on. The one who had injured Wang Hao was Lin Xuan, yet he was currently missing. Could this matter truly be brushed aside? Wang Longwu snorted disdainfully. Brush it aside? It cannot be that simple. I recall that Lin Xuan has a daughter with exceptional spiritual roots. In that case, let us take her spiritual root to compensate for the injuries sustained by our Wang family disciples. This is unacceptable. Lin Yi is merely 5 years old. Should her spiritual root be taken, her life may very well be at stake. Whether she survives or not is contingent upon her own fortune. Bring her forth. Upon hearing Wang Longwu's command, none in the assembly moved. Instead, they glared at him with fury, especially Left Ningxue, who coldly declared, "If you wish to seize Lin Ye's spiritual root, you must first go through me. Then perish." As his words fell, a fist was hurled directly at Left Ningxue. She hastily defended herself, but as a perfected transformation cultivator, she stood no chance against the strike of a Great Ascension cultivator. She was sent flying. Had it not been for Zhao Yunshan and the others banding together to block the blow, she might have truly perished in that moment. Chapter 78. Who says I must act personally? Wang Longwu gazed down at Left Ningxue, who was spewing blood, and sneered, "Tomorrow, I shall return with Wang Hao to personally claim this little girl's exceptional spiritual root. If you are wise, surrender the spiritual root. Otherwise, the only outcome will be annihilation." When Wang Longwu uttered these words, the crowd did not perceive them as mere jest. That a Great Ascension cultivator indeed possessed the capability to wipe out their Tian Dao sect. After Wang Longwu finished speaking, he disdainfully chuckled and produced a cage, tossing it into the AIR.I in an instant. The cage expanded, enveloping the Tian Dao sect within. "Feel free to attempt an escape. If you manage to break free from this place, I shall grant you a chance at survival." With that, he turned to leave. The crowd exchanged glances, confronted with the life and death predicament of their sect. Nearly all eyes turned toward the sect leader. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunshan's face was a portrait of turmoil. To surrender Lin Yi was 100 times unacceptable, for Lin Yi was an exceptional spiritual root, a legacy of the immortal emperor. Wang Longwu, despite his verbal claims of avenging Wang Hao, was, in truth, motivated by 2 significant factors. They were to surrender Lin Yi and thus betray Lin Xian's directive. Failure to comply would spell doom for the entire sect. Zhao Yunshan, in a state of vexation, remarked, "Let us all voice our opinions. Fight." Han Xianxiu said fiercely, "As sword cultivators, we shall never be cowards. I would rather perish here than submit to a cultivator of the great ascension stage." Others, such as Kong Xianming, shared his sentiment. Zhao Yunshan's gaze settled on Zuan as Lin Ye's master. "What is your perspective?" Zuan Ningxue declared with righteous fervor. "To seize what belongs to Lin Yi, you must first take my life." Zhao Yunshan was momentarily taken aback by her words. "What say the prodigies?" Bai Yueyao and others were eager. "Sect master, we are all willing to protect Lin Yi. We shall face death without fear. Moreover, Wang Hao is the chief culprit behind the murder of our sect's disciples that we shall ensure he is torn to shreds." The reason was clear. Lin Xian had once saved their lives within the bewildering forest. They had also pledged to look after Lin Yi. How could they possibly hand him over? Zhao Yunshan then turned to the numerous disciples of the Tiandao sect. "We are willing to fight." What of the students of the Tiandao Academy? Yu Buxiu and others spoke passionately. "We are prepared to fight to the death." At that moment, Zhao Yunshan felt a surge of fervor. In truth, he had braced himself for dissenting opinions, ready to protect Lin Yi at all costs. Yet, unexpectedly, the entire sect stood united in resolve. "Since we are all of one mind, we shall secretly escort Lin Yi away today. Tomorrow, the entire sect will engage in a battle to the death." Having dismissed the crowd, Zhao Yunshan furrowed his brow. They had just attempted several methods, all of which failed to facilitate Lin Ye's escape. This was the 9 Deaths divine trap, a treasure capable of imprisoning gods. How unexpected it was for it to be in the hands of one from the Wang family. "Li Yunxian, is your teleportation array of no use?" Li Yunxian shook his head helplessly. Though a master of formations, he was powerless against a treasure of such magnitude as the 9 Deaths divine trap. "What shall we do then?" "I might have a solution," a voice floated in from a distance. Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained oblivious to the turmoil brewing within the Tiandao sect as he faced the pursuit of dozens of sects within the bewildering forest. Initially, they mistook him for a demonic cultivator. However, upon recognizing his appearance, they descended into madness. Lin Xian sensed an ominous premonition. These individuals sought to bring about his demise. Their motives were all too clear. "Lin Xian, have you colluded with demonic cultivators to murder our sect's disciples?" "Lin Xian, do not run. If we catch you, we will tear you to pieces." Lin Xian retorted. "If you plan to shred me to pieces, why would you expect me to stand still? Am I a fool?" As he observed the ever-increasing throng within the bewildering forest, Lin Xian's heart grew heavier. Since his arrival in this world, he had served as a menial worker in the Tiandao sect for several years. Gaining insight into the complexities of human nature, some individuals harbored malice towards him for reasons he understood, such as Wang Hao, whose overwhelming pride could not bear the thought of being compared to him. Others, like Chunan, were simply driven by jealousy. Their insatiable greed led them to covet his sacred body. Yet the individuals before him, many of whom he had never encountered, bore him such intense hostility. It truly opened his eyes to the inherent malevolence of humanity. Their greed drove them to madness, uniting to conspire against a person who posed no threat to them. Half an hour later, Lin Xian stood atop a high mountain within the bewildering forest, surveying his surroundings. The sea of dark figures surrounded him. "Lin Xian, there is no escape for you." "Lin Xian, what is your relationship with the demonic cultivators? Speak quickly, or we shall show you no mercy." He smirked. "Regardless of our relationship, do you not plan to accuse me of being one of them? By doing so, you can conveniently justify seizing my sacred body under the guise of righteousness." The leading figure's expressions hardened, realizing he was perceptive enough to understand their intentions. In that case, you must not be allowed to live. Indeed, our sect's prodigies have perished. You too must meet your end. The sect members from the southern continent surrounded Lin Xian, their numbers swelling to over 1,000. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Everyone present. What are you waiting for?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What was Lin Xian plotting? Do you desire a grand funeral? We can certainly accommodate that." None dared to strike first, not out of reluctance to seize Lin Xian's indestructible sacred body, but because they recognized his extraordinary power. The risk of attacking first and falling victim to his hidden strengths was too great. They resolved to observe, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and claim Lin Xian's sacred body. Upon hearing their words, Lin Xian's expression shifted from anger to a subtle smile. "No, I intend to prepare a magnificent funeral for you. Arrogant, our strongest among us have reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. How could you possibly hope to defeat us all? Cease your grandstanding. It is utterly unrealistic to feign power at this juncture. Lin Xuan regarded them, enunciating each word. When did I claim I would take action myself? Chapter 79. Kill them, but spare me. The crowd felt an unsettling premonition at the peculiar expression on Lin Xuan's face. What do you mean? Lin Xuan coldly chuckled. You will soon find out. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled with a resounding thud. Suddenly, everyone felt the earth shake. What is happening? Is this Lin Xuan's doing? Impossible. How could he wield the forces of nature? Such tremors could only be caused by someone at least at the integration stage. Lin Xuan, no matter how powerful, could not possibly be at that level. Or he wouldn't be fleeing from them. Another thud reverberated. Someone pointed in a certain direction, shouting, "What is that?" The crowd followed his gaze and beheld a small mountain slowly advancing towards them. The elders of the southern continent sects turned pale upon seeing the mountain. Damn it, could that be a beast? What manner of creature could be so enormous? Regardless, it must be the ruler of its territory. As they speculated, the colossal figure loomed closer. That a savage giant bear? An adult one at that. Lin Xuan observed their expressions of terror and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the personal performance of the integration stage savage giant bear. No sooner had he finished speaking than the savage giant bear slammed its paw onto the ground, killing two elders at the transformation stage before they even realized what was happening, leaving only a pile of flesh. Run, the integration stage savage giant bear. This was no longer merely a question of whether they could defeat him, but whether they could escape. As they scattered in all directions, Lin Xuan smiled and declared, "Now, it is your turn." In an instant, a swarm of soul-eating demon bees appeared, surrounding them. It would be quite rude to depart without saying goodbye after gathering you all here. Lin Xuan leaped onto the shoulder of the savage giant bear. All right, let us begin. The savage giant bear wasted no time, its paws flying through the air in an instant. Countless casualties littered the ground. Those who died were fortunate, while the wounded were left in agony, barely clinging to life. As for the survivors, their plight was nothing short of hellish. As they desperately tried to escape, the soul-eating demon bees awaited them here, a swarm descending upon the unsuspecting. Some were stung but once, only to meet their demise. They fled inward. The merciless paw of the savage giant bear loomed, capable of merely striking the ground. Yet, for those on the ground, the casualties were staggering. Damn it, I will fight you. An elder, filled with rage, drew his sword and charged at the savage giant bear. Witnessing this act, others ignited with fervor, opting to fight rather than await their inevitable doom. Perhaps there lay a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, they remained naively optimistic. The sword clashed against the giant bear's hide, akin to a mere scratch. Instead, the savage giant bear turned its gaze upon them, delivering a swift slap that sent the elders soaring through the air, their bones feeling as though they shattered. Upon landing, they were reduced to nothing more than a puddle of flesh. This was utterly terrifying. Lin Xuan, spare us, they cried. We merely suspected your connection to the demonic cultivators. We never confirmed it. If you spare us, we vow to remain silent. Defeated, they sought mercy, for they feared annihilation loomed should the conflict persist. Lin Xuan, observing their pleading forms on the ground, felt a twinge of compassion and asked, "Do you truly comprehend your errors?" "We do. We do. We swear we will not speak of today's events," they assured, though in their hearts, schemes brewed. Upon their return, they would surely embellish the tale when reporting to their sect leader. Such a formidable figure as Lin Xuan could not be allowed to live. However, for now, they presented themselves as compliant. Actually, there's something I neglected to mention, Lin Xuan continued. All of your disciples, they perished at my hands. Enticed by Wang Hao and your sect's orders, they resolved to eliminate me in the bewildering forest. Alas, I turned the tables on them. The crowd felt a chill at his words. Had Lin Xuan not confessed, they would have never dared to believe that their sect's prodigies had fallen to a single individual. Yet now, they were convinced. Just Lin Xuan's mere presence had compelled the savage giant bear to act, a maneuver that even they struggled to counter, let alone those so-called prodigies. "Oh, you have anything to say?" Lin Xuan expected them to lash out, to weep for their slain disciples. However, one finally raised their head and declared, "Lin Xuan, having slain them, you cannot kill me." Lin Xuan replied. Well said. Why did I not foresee this? Yet, it seems you share a deep bond with your disciples. In that case, allow me to send you all to the underworld to reunite. After all, what I loathe most is the eternal separation of life and death. Your close ties warrant such a farewell. No, 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 Lin Xuan, our bond is not that strong. Yes, I have long wished to eliminate my rebellious disciple, who constantly gazes at my partner. I harbor no nostalgia for that foolish disciple. Observing their fickle faces, Lin Xuan chuckled derisively. Enough of this charade. To the underworld you go. As his words fell, the savage giant bear and the soul-eating demon bees moved in unison. The bewildering forest echoed with the sounds of despair. In less than a quarter of an hour, the ground was strewn with corpses. Lin Xuan sighed in relief. He had not desired to make foes of them, but since they sought death, he could not be blamed. He patted the enormous body of the savage giant bear. Thank you for your efforts today, the bear grunted. Those humans were incessantly chattering in the forest. Today, it is fitting to rid ourselves of them. For the savage giant bear, slaying these intruders was trivial. It was its territory. Eliminating them was simply a matter of course. Yet Lin Xuan recognized their relationship was not so profound. He produced a demon beast-esque core. Here, this is for you. It should prove useful. Upon seeing the core, the bear's eyes nearly bulged from its sockets. By heavens, is this not the core of a major realm demon beast? For a creature on the brink of breaking into the major realm. This core was akin to a long-awaited rain and drought. I want to let your assistance go unrewarded. This core is yours, the bear exclaimed. Human, do you realize how significant this core is? No treasure could surpass our brotherhood. Lin Xuan replied earnestly. My friend, cultivate diligently in this bewildering forest and strive to become its master. By that time, I too will be under the protection of a bear. The savage giant bear thumped its chest confidently. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Clutching the demon beast core, it excitedly departed. Lin Xuan then retrieved the golden crow flame of annihilation, igniting everything in sight until it was reduced to ash. Leaving no trace of his deeds was paramount. Otherwise, the ancient figures of the sect would pose a considerable threat. Master, where to next? Back to the sect. With turmoil brewing in the demon realm, he was uncertain if it would impact Lin Yi. Thus, hurrying back to ensure his daughter's safety became imperative. He had not taken the time to eliminate these individuals for the sake of bloodshed. They had relentlessly pressed their case against him. He feared they would compel the Heavenly Tao sect to act, potentially jeopardizing his daughter's safety in the hands of the demonic faction, only to be seized by these self-righteous individuals who would strip her of her exceptional spiritual root. That would spell disaster. Today's actions alleviated a burden from his heart. In the future, anyone who dared to target Lin Yi or harbor ill intentions would surely ponder the fate that befell these individuals. For those sects, this served as a formidable warning. Now, he hastened to return to the sect. Upon their arrival at the Heavenly Tao sect's main hall, all eyes turned towards them. Wang Hao was taken aback by the crowd gathered. Oh, everyone is here. Bai Yueyao and the others glared at Wang Hao, who had conspired with other sects to harm them in the bewildering forest. They had yet to settle the score. Zhao Yunshan regarded Wang Hao with murderous intent. However, with Wang Longwu at his side, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Wang Hao appeared to sense their trepidation and laughed heartily. I know you harbor resentment towards me, but what of it? I relish seeing you all seethe with anger, yet unable to eliminate me. Ha! At that moment, fists clenched in anger, Wang Longwu coughed lightly. This boy was insufferably arrogant. He felt an urge to strike him. Enough, let us address the matter at hand. Wang Hao, hearing this, eagerly inquired, where is that wild child Lin Yi? By Zhuan Ningxue's side, Lin Yi looked timidly at Wang Hao. From their first encounter, she sensed he was no good. Come here quickly, Wang Hao bellowed, his gaze filled with malice. Had it not been for Lin Xuan wounding him severely, resulting in his spiritual root being damaged, he would not have been in such a weakened state. Zhuan Ningxue guided Lin Yi step by step forward. Lin Yi, do not fear. Your master stands behind you. Lin Yi nodded resolutely. Wang Longwu then addressed Zhao Yunshan. Commence. Strip Lin Yi of her exceptional spiritual root and transfer it to Wang Hao. He would supervise the entire process but would not personally intervene, having heard Lin Yi was the inheritor of the immortal emperor's legacy, who knew what hidden cards she might possess. Thus, only Zhao Yunshan would execute the task. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yunshan coldly stated, once this is done, You must leave. Naturally, Wang Longwu replied. Truth be told, were it not for Wang Hao, I would not have willingly ventured to such a remote area as southern continent. Zhongzhou is indeed the epitome of prosperity. The single Wang family possesses the power to dominate the entirety of Nanzhou. This is the essence. This is the might. He waved his hand, urging, let us commence swiftly. Wang Hao stood before Zhao Yunshan with a smug demeanor, saying, Zhongzhou, today I must trouble you. Do you wish to kill me? But I am of the Wang family. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I could obliterate the Tiandao sect in an instant. Such is my standing. Wang Hao laughed triumphantly, and the faces of those present turned ashen. Wang Hao truly epitomized the concept of a petty individual relishing his newfound power. The two were seated within the formation. He cast a glance at Lin Yi and sneered. Lin Xuan. Ah, Lin Xuan, when you struck me with that sword, you nearly cost me my life. Yet today, I shall seize your daughter's exquisite spirit root. Ha! This is your retribution. How satisfying. He settled himself cross-legged and declared loudly, let us begin. He was eager to acquire the exquisite spirit root, for it was said that such roots granted unparalleled talent in any cultivation technique. Their extraordinary nature only rivaled by the legendary supreme spirit root, which had not appeared even once in a millennium. An exquisite spirit root was a rarity, surfacing only once among 100,000. If he possessed it, he would become a true direct descendant of the Wang family. At that moment, all of Nanzhou would bow before him. His gaze fell upon Bai Yueyao and her companions. Soon, whether it be Bai Yueyao or Ziyun, they would become his consorts, or rather, his concubines. That he would have even better. Just as Wang Hao began to indulge in his daydreams, Li Yunxian slowly approached and abruptly activated the formation. The formation to deprive spirit roots was officially initiated. As the crowd witnessed this scene, their hearts clenched in dread. Damn it, why does this sight bring tears to my eyes? A mere 5-year-old child has become our safeguard for survival. What then is the meaning of our cultivation? No, I desire to kill Wang Hao, that scoundrel, daring to speak such boastful words here. Were it not for his family's backing, I would have eliminated him long ago. Must we truly watch Lin Yi perish before our very eyes? Though many of these sect disciples had never even spoken to Lin Xuan, his rise from humble beginnings to become a paragon inspired them to pursue their dreams with fervor. There was a collective sense of honor. Lin Xuan's glory brought them pride. His daughter, Lin Yi, was the future hope of their sect. Must they stand idly by and witness Lin Yi's demise? At this moment, some had already placed their hands upon their weapons. Chapter 81. A sudden change no longer could they endure. They could bear it no longer. Yet before they could act, Li Yunxian formed a seal with one hand. The arrogant Wang Hao, who had been reveling in his triumph within the formation, was suddenly displaced. Whoosh! At the moment Wang Hao was expelled from the formation, a cold long sword was pressed against his throat. Yi Wuxuan glared at Wang Hao with a fierce look. "Do you realize, in an instant, I could sever your head from your shoulders?" Wang Hao was left dumbfounded by this sight. Wang Longwu was about to make a move when Zhao Yunshan, Han Qianxiu, and others surrounded Wang Hao. Since they could not defeat the formidable cultivators before them, they decided to seize Wang Hao. This was the strategy they had deliberated upon yesterday, and it was Yi Wuxuan who had first proposed the idea. Wang Longwu, should you dare to act, Wang Hao will die instantly. Ha! Then you shall all perish. Wang Longwu replied coldly. Very well. Then let us die together. Just as Yi Wuxuan was about to strike, Wang Hao screamed in terror. Wang Longwu, for heaven's sake, do not move. Can't you see this young master is about to die? Wang Longwu's expression darkened. A mighty cultivator. He had never been so insulted. Yet now, he could only endure. Seeing that he remained still, the crowd collectively sighed in relief that it seemed their strategy had succeeded. However, they began to question the relationship between the two. They all assumed Wang Longwu was Wang Hao's grandfather, considering he had presented himself as such the previous day. But now, it seemed there was more to the story. Wang Longwu appeared to notice their puzzled expressions and sneered. Zhao Yunshan, you possess quite the cunning. But do you truly believe this will intimidate us? I shall tell you plainly. Wang Hao is the son of our family's patriarch. Should you lay a finger on him today, your entire sect shall face annihilation. The crowd gasped at this revelation. They were not afraid of being slaughtered. Rather, they were astonished that Wang Hao held such a lofty status. If he possessed such rank, why was he here? Yi Wuxuan chuckled coldly. Perhaps he is a bastard child. The Wang family is a prestigious clan in Zhongzhou. If he were indeed a legitimate heir, how could he remain in a place like Nanzhou at this moment? Wang Hao seemed struck to the core by her words. Yi Wuxuang had effectively torn apart his facade that he retorted angrily. I am recognized by my father. I am no bastard. I am a legitimate descendant of the Wang family. Yi Wuxuang, looking down upon him, remarked, do you not realize that the more vigorously you defend yourself, the more you reveal your own insecurities? Zhao Yunshan coughed lightly. Wang Longwu, depart from here. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Ha! Zhao Yunshan, I had always thought you to be a wise man, yet you are utterly foolish. The reason I disclosed Wang Hao's identity earlier is that he cannot easily perish. Wang Longwu began to stride towards Zhao Yunshan and the others. Initially, I wished to observe what tricks you would employ. Turns out, this is it. Do not approach. If you come any closer, we shall strike. And what if you do? An exquisite spirit root versus a bastard child. The patriarch knows how to choose, and I do as well. Clearly, exquisite spirit roots appear once a century as for a bastard. Should you have the energy, one could conceive a dozen in a single night. Yi Wuxuang instinctively moved as Wang Longwu approached. She thrust her sword forward, but a radiant barrier enveloped Wang Hao, instantly repelling all those nearby. Witnessing this, Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment, so I possess a protective talisman. Wang Longwu, did you disregard my life earlier because of this talisman? Did you know all along? Wang Longwu scoffed. Why would a shrewd patriarch have such a dimwit for a son? If that talisman hadn't existed, would I dare to act? Wang Hao gazed triumphantly at the fallen pillars of the Tiandao sect, all incapacitated. Ha! Whether it be the sect leader or the heads of the 36 peaks, what does it matter? Before my protective talisman, they are all but refuse. He strode before Yi Wuxuang and declared, Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. Tonight, I shall take you back and enjoy you thoroughly. One must understand, before being acknowledged by the Wang family, he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such things. But now, times had changed. He could do as he pleased. Spotting the young Lin Yi, he strode over and seized her. You little wretch. Today I shall end your life and then claim your exquisite spirit root. You seek death. Left Ningxue summoned her final ounce of strength to charge forward, only to be kicked aside by Wang Longwu. At this moment, Bai Yueyao and her companions rushed towards Wang Hao. Boom! Bai Yueyao was sent flying. However, in his distraction with Bai Yueyao, Wang Hao momentarily overlooked Lin Yi, allowing Ziyun to snatch her away. Witnessing this, a cruel smile spread across Wang Hao's face. So this was all to snatch that girl away. Bai Yueyao, how lofty you once were, yet now you are willing to become bait to seize Lin Xian's daughter. Since you have chosen this path, I shall oblige you. Wang Longwu, seize Lin Yi for me. Wang Longwu brazenly seized Lin Yi, and despite Ziyun's valiant resistance, the disparity between a Yuaning stage and a Great Ascension stage was akin to that of a child confronting an adult, utterly powerless. Damn it! Let us fight back against them. I refuse to believe that I shall perish here today without inflicting some injury upon him. The crowd seethed with indignation at Wang Hao's audacious behavior and charged forward. However, in the next instant, they were immobilized by an overwhelming pressure. Wang Hao laughed heartily as he surveyed the group. You worthless trash! Did you not see that even the sect master, the leaders of the 36 peaks, and the prodigies are powerless before me, and yet you dare to strike at me? What do you possess, strength, talent, lineage, that could possibly compare to mine? I have always looked down upon you, and now my disdain has only intensified. The onlookers glared at Wang Hao, their eyes ablaze with fury. He smugly declared, Indeed, I am insulting each and every one of you. But what can you do about it? Gripping Lin Yi, he sneered, Are you wondering how you can fail to protect even a little girl? Feeling guilty, are you? Let me make it abundantly clear, you cannot protect her. Chapter 82. Lin Xin arrives. In the face of absolute power, you are all nothing but trash. Ignoring her injuries, Zhuaning Xue struggled to her feet and implored. Wang Hao, what will it take for you to spare Lin Yi? You can take her spiritual root, but do not take her life. She is merely a child, innocent of any wrongdoing. Wang Hao's anger flared even more at their pleas. When I was stripped of my status as a prodigy and confined to reflection, did any of you plead for me? And now, for a mere yellow-haired girl, you come to beg. He chuckled coldly. Ah, but if you want her to live, I shall ensure she meets her end. Let me see what you can do about it. With that, Wang Hao tightened his grip on Lin Yi. The little girl struggled, exclaiming, "You bad person, my father will never let you go, ha ha ha." "Your father, Lin Xuan, that worthless fool, is probably long dead. Even if he still lives, surrounded by so many sects, he stands no chance of survival." Zhao Yunshan glared fiercely. "Wang Hao, you are indeed the one who leaked the sect's secrets, ha ha ha. And so what? I merely informed them that Lin Xuan possesses the undying sacred body. As for what to do next, those sects surely understand better than I." Although Wang Hao did not personally slay Lin Xuan, his life was effectively extinguished by Wang Hao's actions. The thought brought expressions of regret to the faces of the crowd. Who could have anticipated that this man would betray the sect, even attempting to commit such heinous acts? Wang Hao fixed a mocking gaze on Lin Yi. "Well now, little girl, your father must be anxiously waiting below. I shall send you to meet him." No sooner had he spoken than a furious roar erupted from behind. "Wang Hao, release my daughter." Boom. When Lin Xuan appeared before them, everyone was momentarily stunned. "It's Lin Xuan. He is alive. I knew he wouldn't die." With his arrival, the crowd felt a renewed sense of hope. Only Yi Wushuang reacted swiftly, shouting, "Lin Xuan, hurry and flee." Zhao Yunshan quickly joined in. "Lin Xuan, there are powerful foes here. You must leave at once." The great ascension stage experts were present, and even with his extraordinary talent, Lin Xuan would only be walking to his doom in their eyes. Lin Yi was already beyond saving. Their only hope was that Lin Xuan would escape. "If we preserve the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. If we are to perish here, you must flee." Wang Hao, now utterly deranged, urged flee. Yet, no matter how they implored, Lin Xuan would not abandon them. His daughter was here. At this moment, a cruel expression crossed Wang Hao's face. To him, Lin Xuan's existence was far more valuable alive than dead. "Excellent. You've finally returned. If you were dead, you wouldn't witness the gruesome fate of your own flesh and blood before your very eyes. That haha. You arrived just in time." Lin Xuan's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed at Lin Yi. Her once fair face now bore the imprint of a slap, rendering her all the more pitiful, and it broke his heart. "Wang Hao, release my daughter." "Ahaha. Are you commanding me? I'm afraid you have yet to grasp the current situation." Wang Hao merely cast a glance at Wang Longwu, who understood the unspoken order. The wave of great ascension pressure descended heavily upon Lin Xuan. Puffed. The immense pressure forced Lin Xuan to spit out a mouthful of blood. "If you want me to release your daughter, defeat him, and I shall let Lin Yi go." Lin Xuan's gaze burned with rage as he fixed his eyes on Wang Longwu, who scoffed derisively. "I am a great ascension practitioner. Even if you were to cultivate for 10 lifetimes, you could never defeat me. What does the undying sacred body matter? Before absolute power, everything is naught. Lin Xuan, we will hold him off. You must escape." Zhao Yunshan and the others finally managed to rise. That it was not that they lacked the will to fight, but Wang Longwu's pressure had been too overwhelming. They had been under that pressure for far too long to stand. Had Wang Longwu not focused on Lin Xuan, they would have remained incapacitated. Lin Xuan surveyed the battered figures of his comrades and hoarsely said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." He understood that had it not been for his daughter, they would not have sustained such grievous injuries, nor would they have united to confront a great ascension practitioner with such reckless abandon. "Lin Xuan, our Tiandao sect is not devoid of humanity. You and Lin Yi are our disciples, part of our family. Thus, even in death, we shall not allow them to succeed." Zhao Yunshan roared. "Isn't that right? Everyone? Yes. Even if we perish here, we shall take down Wang Hao. Wang Hao, your Wang family must leave our south continent. We seek to cultivate immortality, even if it means dying today." These words deeply moved Lin Xuan. He had not expected that in such a dire moment, the sect would not even consider handing over Lin Yi, nor would they submit. Instead, they were resolved to fight with dignity against their foes, even if it meant death. Wang Hao, witnessing this display, sneered, "How touching. In that case, Wang Longwu, send them all to their deaths." He loathed this scene. He, the true prodigy of the sect, the one everyone should prioritize, was being opposed by those who, in his eyes, were blind to his greatness. They would rather perish than yield to protect Lin Yi and Lin Xuan. The more they defied him, the angrier he became. He seized Lin Yi and sat down in the sect master's chair. Looking down upon them, "Wang Longwu, I want to witness them die one by one before my eyes. And let it begin with Lin Xuan." He aimed to make Lin Xuan watch as his daughter lay within reach. Yet he could not approach her, to see the despair etched upon Lin Xuan's face, to force him to plead for mercy, and then to personally slay Lin Yi, stealing away her precious spiritual root. At that moment, Lin Xuan's expression would surely be most exquisite. As he contemplated this, Wang Hao trembled with excitement. Unable to contain himself, just as Zhao Yunshan and the others prepared to charge, Lin Xuan halted them. "You have done enough, leave the rest to me." But he is a great ascension expert. Lin Xuan, do not underestimate the situation. Chapter 83. The turnaround. Zhao Yunshan and the others were deeply concerned. Lin Xuan's current strength was still lacking in the face of a great ascension practitioner. Yet Lin Xuan smiled and reassured them. "Do not worry. I am aware of what I must do. Thank you for your previous efforts. Now, it falls upon me to resolve this matter." Upon uttering these words, Wang Longwu erupted into a hearty laugh. "Arrogance. Young man, you shall pay dearly for your hubris." "Is that so?" Lin Xuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Wang Longwu, although he had not directly harmed his daughter. If it were not for this man, Wang Hao would not dare to be so audacious. Thus, it was this individual who had been giving Wang Hao the confidence to act so brazenly. Having injured so many within the sect, Lin Xuan's expression grew frigid. The aura emanating from him shifted in that moment. Whoosh! His spiritual energy surged forth in a rapid explosion. Initial stage of transformation, mid-stage of transformation, and then the late stage of transformation. The onlookers stared in disbelief at this spectacle, marveling at Lin Xuan, a truly rare talent in the realm of cultivation, a mere month spent in the bewildering forest. And this man had leaped from the nascent soul stage to the late stage of transformation, just one small realm away from the unity stage. Such astonishing talent left them at a loss for words to describe Lin Xuan. As for Wang Hao, witnessing this scene, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Just days prior, this man had only recently broken through to the transformation stage. How could his indestructible holy body allow for such rapid advancement in cultivation speed? It was simply maddening, filling him with envy and resentment. Only Wang Longwu retained his earlier demeanor. To him, the late stage of transformation was no different from the nascent soul or golden core stages. Below the great ascension, all are but ants. His disdain for Lin Xuan stemmed from his overwhelming power. What did it matter if Lin Xuan was at the late stage of transformation? Before me. You lack the qualification to strike. Is that so? Lin Xuan gripped his sword tightly. Wang Longwu, with a cold smile, declared, "I shall permit you to make a single strike. Unleash your strongest technique. Today, I shall ensure you die with complete conviction." He had no intention of swiftly eliminating Lin Xuan. That would be far too mundane. If, after witnessing his ultimate move, Lin Xuan still failed to inflict any harm upon him, then it would be all the more gratifying to extinguish him afterward. Otherwise, it would simply lack excitement. Lin Xuan replied with a cold smile. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain. I advise you to use your most powerful move." Lin Xuan nodded. In truth, he harbored the same intention. His daughter remained in Wang Hao's grasp. At such a moment, prolonging the confrontation would not be wise. The only viable strategy was to swiftly dispatch Wang Longwu. With lightning speed, seize Wang Hao and rescue his daughter. That was the most prudent course of action. And for this plan to succeed, the sole prerequisite was to eliminate Wang Longwu. As long as this great ascension cultivator remained alive, Lin Xuan would find himself powerless to rescue his daughter. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan closed his eyes. Wang Longwu, observing this, scoffed with a sneer. A mere ruse. In his eyes, Lin Xuan was merely struggling in the throes of despair, utterly insignificant. But in the next moment, Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, his sword was unleashed. In an instant, a blade of sword energy sliced through the air. The formidable energy distorted the very fabric of space around it. Wang Longwu, initially disdainful and confident of victory, felt his expression shift as the sword approached. Why does this sword carry such a murderous intent? He realized he could not move at all. What is happening? Whoosh! Thud! The sword energy pierced directly through his body. In the next heartbeat, Wang Longwu fell to his knees, blood gushing from his mouth, convulsing violently. For a full 30 seconds, the witnesses remained in shock. Did Lin Xuan truly slay Wang Longwu with a single stroke? Wang Longwu was a master of the great ascension stage, and yet, he had been felled by Lin Xuan's sword. At that moment, everyone felt as though their minds and eyes were at odds. Logically, though they had hoped for Lin Xuan's triumph, he was still a cultivator of the transformation stage, a full realm away from the great ascension stage. Moreover, even those at the unity stage, such as Zhao Yunshan and his peers, had failed to best Wang Longwu. How could Lin Xuan possibly defeat him with a single stroke? Yet, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Under Lin Xuan's sword, not only did space warp, but Wang Longwu also had no opportunity to evade, having lost half his life in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was utterly spent. This strike was named Heavenly Severance. Regrettably, he had exerted all his strength, yet had only managed to unleash a fraction of its true power. Nevertheless, the might of the blow was undeniable, inflicting grievous injuries upon the great ascension cultivator before him. That, of course, he did not let his guard down. With a flick of his finger, the Golden Crow's apocalyptic flame descended. In an instant, Wang Longwu was engulfed, howling in anguish as he rolled on the ground. Yet, the Golden Crow's apocalyptic flame possessed a cataclysmic force. Even a transformation stage cultivator like Lin Xuan could incinerate the grievously wounded Wang Longwu into a state of utter despair. At this moment, Wang Hao stood in a daze, his greatest support. The elder of the Wang family in Zhongzhou, a master of the great ascension stage, had been so easily wounded by Lin Xuan. Now, he was being roasted like a hapless child. Instinctively, he sought to flee. However, a sword was pressed against his throat. Lin Xuan coldly inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" Wang Hao attempted to threaten him with Lin Yi, but in the next second, a flash of sword light severed his arm. Wang Hao cried out in pain, clutching his daughter and lamenting, "I'm sorry, my dear. Your father has caused you suffering." Lin Yi did not blame Lin Xuan. Instead, she gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with her small sleeve. "I knew father would not die. He would come to rescue me." At this point, Wang Hao was nothing more than a mere mortal, writhing on the ground after losing his arm to Lin Xuan's strike. As for Lin Xuan, he stated calmly, "Everyone, you may now seek retribution for your grievances." With Lin Xuan's declaration, the crowd snapped out of their stupor, directing furious glares at Wang Hao. How dare this scoundrel, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, claim he would annihilate their entire sect? Now, they were eager to see who would be his executioner. They surged forward en masse. Wang Hao, terrified, scrambled on the ground. "I tell you, I am a member of the Wang family in Zhongzhou. If I die, you will all follow me to the grave. I merely wish to kill you. Whether you live or die is of no consequence." Chapter 84. The True Heavenly Severance. They had long been provoked by Wang Hao's arrogance, especially since he was a traitor to their sect. To them, Wang Hao was an unforgivable scoundrel. This moment, it mattered not that he was a bastard of the Wang family. Even if he were a deity, they would still deliver him a beating. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan approached the severely burned and barely alive Wang Longwu. With his last ounce of strength, Wang Longwu gasped, "What is the name of that strike?" He was filled with bitterness. How could he, a master of the great ascension stage, be so grievously injured by a mere insect of the transformation stage? Especially now, as he lay scorched and battered, on the brink of death. The only reason he clung to life was to inquire about the name of Lin Xuan's strike. Lin Xuan smiled and replied, "Apologies, I simply created it out of boredom. How could a great ascension cultivator be so pathetic? How have you trained? Surely, you didn't purchase a pirated version of your techniques?" Puffed. In that moment, Wang Longwu finally perished. Lin Xuan had not only killed him, but had also struck at his heart, causing him to die of rage. Witnessing this, Lin Xuan retrieved the storage ring from Wang Longwu's hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, Wang Longwu's corpse was reduced to ashes. He cradled Lin Yi and approached Zhao Yunshan. "Sectmaster, we have truly troubled you." Even had he not experienced the previous events, he understood that had it not been for Zhao Yunshan and the other staunch support, his daughter would likely have been delivered to the enemy long ago. The sect would not have suffered such devastation in his absence. Nearly everyone was gravely injured. Zhao Yunshan, with a face full of remorse, replied, "What trouble have you caused? You are our sect's people. We would never abandon you. It is merely unfortunate that our strength is too feeble, faced with the formidable presence of a transcendent being." He found himself utterly powerless, engulfed by self-reproach. Had he not been so feeble, he might have defended the sect and protected his disciples in front of Wang Longwu. Yet, he had failed to do so. As several individuals engaged in conversation, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. In that moment, a spectral figure materialized in the heavens. Who dares to slay a member of the Wang family? The colossal silhouette emanated an aura of divine might. The disciples of the Tiandao sect were gripped by terror, for they had never encountered such a powerful cultivator. Even a mere phantom was sufficient to instill fear in their hearts at the same time. A maniacal laughter reverberated from the ground. Ha ha! It is my father has arrived. Wang Hao, battered and bruised, dragging a crippled arm, crawled onto the grand hall. He shouted toward the apparition hovering in midair. Father, it is I, Wang Hao, your son. The phantom frowned as it regarded Wang Hao, and after a few moments, it spoke slowly. Who has done this to you? He distinctly remembered sending Wang Longwu with him to the southern continent's Tiandao sect for the purpose of obtaining a supreme spiritual root. Even the illustrious clans of the central continent could not remain indifferent in the presence of such a treasure. This was precisely why Wang Hao, a mere illegitimate child, enjoyed the company of a cultivator of Wang Longwu's caliber. Wang Hao proclaimed loudly, Father, he is dead. You must seek justice for me. The phantom, of course, was aware of his demise. Otherwise, it would not have dispatched its avatar to this location. Who was responsible? It was I. A chilling voice emerged. Wei Wuxuang stood before the crowd, causing them all to gasp in astonishment. Even Lin Xuan was taken aback, for none could ascertain the true strength of this individual in the face of a being far beyond the realm of transcendence. All they knew was that whoever had slain Wang Longwu would face dire retribution. That Wei Wuxuang was clearly provoking Lin Xuan this time. The phantom glanced at Yi Wuxuang and remarked indifferently, a mere harmonization realm cultivator dares to kill an elder of the Wang family. Nevertheless, since you have spoken, I shall grant you a swift death. The phantom's hand lunged toward Yi Wuxuang. She stood her ground, her gaze fixed on Lin Xuan. None understood her motives. Yet, Lin Xuan comprehended. This woman was acting for the sake of their past. When he had sought the antidote from Li Chong while holding Lin Yi in that moment, Lin Yi had inadvertently been captured by Li Chong. He had declared a complete severance of ties with her then. Who could have foreseen that today she would step forward for him, willingly facing death? Yi Wuxuang gazed at Lin Xuan, calmly stating, I no longer owe you anything. Yet, in the next instant, Lin Xuan appeared before her. Who said you must die? Men fight. Women retreat. I have yet to adopt the habit of letting women take the blame for me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the phantom's colossal hand was about to descend. The surrounding space distorted, and those on the ground felt as though a great weight pressed upon their chests. This strike possessed the power to obliterate the sect. Everyone, flee, Zhao Yushan bellowed. Ha 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 ha, perish all of you. Wang Hao laughed maniacally. The phantom, witnessing the chaos below, revealed a sinister smile. Heh, it is too late. The phantom sneered. This strike would be beyond the capacity of even a transcendent cultivator to withstand, let alone Yi Wuxuang and the others. As for Lin Xuan's sudden appearance, it was of no consequence to him. The death of an elder from the Wang family had rendered him indifferent to right and wrong. These people could perish. It was merely a matter of a single command. Lin Xuan, you must leave at once. Lin Xuan retrieved several inner cores, his expression grave as he declared, I know what I am doing. They could indeed flee, but what then? The sect would be reduced to rubble. The phantom would pursue them relentlessly. Thus, the only definitive solution was to annihilate this apparition, although it was merely an avatar. Its strength was formidable in the face of its impending strike. Lin Xuan swallowed 6 inner cores of ferocious beasts in one breath. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. As the hand descended, Lin Xuan unleashed a furious roar. Drawing his sword once more, sword of immortals, whoosh. This time, the sword energy soared skyward, piercing through the phantom's hand in an instant. Boom! The phantom's hand shattered at that moment. The sword energy did not cease. It surged toward the phantom's true form. The phantom's pupils widened in shock. Despite being merely an avatar, the sword imparted a sense of peril, as if his true self could be slain, that he needed to report this to his true form. However, before he could react, the sword energy had already penetrated his body. Boom! The phantom dissolved into mist. With his final strength, he gazed down at the man who had unleashed this sword. You, Lin Xuan replied coolly. Do the dead still have so much to say? Chapter 85. After the Sword of Immortals. Even as the phantom dissipated, its eyes brimmed with disbelief. The power of this sword, he believed, would not be easily deflected even by his true self. Meanwhile, the sword energy continued its course. heading southward toward the Tiandao sect. At that moment, the southern region was gathering a multitude of elders from various southern continent sects, many of whom had gone missing in the mysterious forest. Just as they were about to investigate, a sudden sword energy struck. Who was responsible for this? The sword energy is overwhelmingly powerful. We must evade it. What the hell? Why can't we escape? In an instant, over 100 elders were annihilated by this sword. The sword energy continued its relentless advance southward. With a single strike, Lin Xuan lay on the ground, his complexion pale. The members of the sect were simultaneously grappling with disbelief, their minds and eyes waging a fierce battle. For this scene, they could hardly believe their own eyes. Not only had a single sword extinguished Wang Longwu, but Lin Xuan had also felled the phantom with another sword. Just how strong was this man? How many hidden cards did he possess? These two questions consumed their thoughts, and they were eager to inquire of Lin Xuan. Zhao Yunshan looked at the unconscious Lin Xuan and promptly ordered, "First, carry Lin Xuan into the hall. Everyone, head to the medicine hall to retrieve healing potions and restore your strength. Furthermore, the peak masters of the 36 peaks shall guard the crucial points of the sect with their disciples. Li Yunxian, take your disciples to mend the great formation. No one is permitted to leave the sect. All are to remain on standby. Is that understood?" Yes, they all recognized that this was not the time for rest. Not only had they faced a transcendent cultivator, but the phantom was also a formidable force from the central continent. They could not afford to be complacent. As for Lin Xuan, he was merely brought back to the sect master's hall by Zhao Yunshan and the others. Observing that this young man had fallen into a deep unconsciousness, they could not help but chuckle. He had narrowly escaped death. In a precarious moment, the crucial point was that this young man was not only a key disciple of their sect, but also its future. Their gamble had paid off. This group held high expectations for Lin Xuan. Now, having eliminated 2 transcendent cultivators with 2 strikes, was this not a source of pride for them? Watching Lin Yi anxiously seated beside her father, Zhao Yunshan could not help but kneel down and say, "Little Yezi, your father is fine. He will awaken shortly. Thank you, Sect Master Grandpa." Zhao Yunshan, seeing the little girl so understanding, could not help but feel self-reproach. Had I not been so lacking in strength, you would not have endured such great hardship. Although they had not abandoned Lin Yi, this little girl had certainly suffered considerably. Yet, Lin Yi replied sensibly, "My father said that if it were not for Sect Master Grandpa protecting us, we would have surely perished in the streets. Therefore, when I grow up, I must repay Sect Master Grandpa, as well as my master and all the esteemed elders." Upon witnessing the little girl's maturity, everyone could not help but smile in appreciation. Han Xianxiu even remarked, "Sect Master, after all these years, this is the first time I feel fortunate for making the right decision." Had they not initially regarded Lin Xuan with due importance, or perhaps had they heeded some insidious words, or even entrusted Lin Yi to the Wang family, they would not have been the slightest bit surprised that Lin Xian's 2 swords would ultimately descend upon them. At that juncture, their concerns would not have been merely about the Tiandao sect, but rather about their own survival. Yet, what of the present? They made the right decision, and Lin Xuan did not disappoint them. Today, both Lin Xuan and Lin Yi are recuperating within the grand hall of the sect leader. You may each return to your own affairs. Furthermore, from this day forth, a peak master must be assigned to guard the 2 of them daily. The masters of the 36 peaks raised no objections, for it was Lin Xuan who had saved their lives and, at a critical moment, preserved the sect. Regardless of the circumstances, this man has made monumental contributions to the sect. For several consecutive days, the Tiandao sect appeared to regain its former tranquility, yet the sentiments of its members varied greatly. Lin Xuan remained in a state of unconsciousness, although Lin Yi presented a facade of strength. She never left her father's side. Bai Yueyao and the others felt increasingly heavy-hearted. The 2 strikes that felled a great ascension cultivator had nearly depleted all of his spiritual energy, leaving his dantian utterly drained. His awakening now depended solely on himself. After conducting an examination, Sun Sishuan spoke with a grave expression. "And what is the purpose of the medicinal concoction taken daily?" "Merely to prolong his life." Presently, Lin Xuan is akin to a candle in the wind, a lamp in the rain. With the slightest misstep, he could lose his life. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueyao and Ziyun could not hold back their tears. Zhao Yunshan and the others wore expressions of deep concern. Regardless of the means, Lin Xuan must be saved. He is the savior of the entire sect. Merely this fact compels them not to let him lie idle and unattended. Sun Sishu sighed that I shall return and conduct further research. As the master of the medicine peak, the pressure upon him was considerable. Until that day, Yi Wushuang stood at the threshold of Lin Xuan's chamber. Today marked her day to watch over him, though she came daily, unnoticed by others. Observing that Lin Xuan had yet to awaken, a subtle, inscrutable expression crossed her face. If you choose not to awaken, then I shall resort to that method. Lin Xuan, do not blame me upon your awakening. With that, she immediately set up a formation and slowly removed her azure garments that night, without words. The following morning, Lin Xuan opened his eyes, feeling invigorated. However, as he sensed a peculiar fragrance lingering on his body, he pondered, why does it bear such a resemblance to that woman? In the morning, Bai Yueyao and Ziyun came, as usual, to check on him. Upon seeing Lin Xuan standing at the doorway, they gazed at him in disbelief. What's wrong with me? Is there something on my face? Ziyun, quickly notify everyone. Lin Xuan has awakened. Lin Xuan stared blankly at the two women, who were brimming with excitement. Within a quarter of an hour, he understood that Bai Yueyao and Ziyun's elation was genuine. Sitting beside Zhao Yunshan, he chuckled bitterly and said, Sect leader, I truly did not expect to have been unconscious for half a month. To him, it felt as though he had merely taken a brief nap. Zhao Yunshan recounted all that had transpired since Lin Xuan had vanquished the phantom. Lin Xuan, with a wry smile, stood up and deeply bowed to the members of the sect. To receive such affection from all of you is a tremendous honor. Thank you all. Just then, a thunderclap echoed through the air. Chapter 86. An unforeseen thunder tribulation. Instinctively, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts and assumed defensive stances. After all, the matter with the Wang family was far from over, and they could not afford to be complacent. However, the next moment, Zhao Yunshan, gazing into the darkening sky, remarked nonchalantly, It seems this is a thunder tribulation. No sooner had he spoken than the lightning flickered ominously within the dark clouds. Who was broken through? Everyone was curious, for they had recently endured a fierce battle. How could anyone possibly achieve a breakthrough? Furthermore, given the intensity of the thunder, it must be someone of no small stature. At that moment, Lin Xuan sheepishly raised his hand. That would be me. What? Everyone turned to Lin Xuan, their faces a mixture of disbelief. Han Qianxiu instinctively asked, Weren't you just unconscious? Indeed, but that does not prevent me from breaking through. Are you suggesting that after lying in bed for half a month, you simply awoke and achieved a breakthrough? Lin Xuan scratched his head. It appears to be the case. Once again, everyone was astonished by his affirmation. To be in a coma for half a month and awaken to a breakthrough? How extraordinary. The members of the sect rallied to protect Lin Xuan and prepare for the thunder tribulation. The peak masters of the 36 peaks took action, though one quietly remarked, Sect leader, Yi Wushuang has not arrived. Forget about her. Yi Wushuang has always come and gone as she pleases within the Tian Dao sect. No one can rein her in. He assumed she was grieving over Chun An's death, so he thought little of it. Meanwhile, the thunder rumbled ominously. It surged towards Lin Xuan. Lin Yi watched the scene with concern. Ziyun comforted her, saying, Do not worry, your father will be fine. Though she spoke these words, she too felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, nearly half of cultivators perished during thunder tribulations. Even if Lin Xuan were a rare genius, his chances of survival stood at merely 50%. Outside, Zhao Yunshan and the others formed a protective formation around Lin Xuan, their hearts racing with anxiety. Such a talent, the hope of the sect's future, must not perish in a thunder tribulation. Fortunately, after enduring 9 bolts of lightning, Lin Xuan remained alive, albeit with scorched skin. Old Sun, quickly bring him the elixir. As Sun Sishuan began to hasten over, the dark clouds did not dissipate. Instead, the thunder intensified. Wait, how can there still be more? Traditionally, cultivators face 9 bolts of thunder during their tribulations. How could there be additional strikes? Zhao Yunshan, watching the swirling clouds, grew alarmed that in all his years, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It matters not. We must take Lin Xuan back. Li Yunxian, you will form a formation to shield Lin Xuan. Enduring 9 bolts of heavenly lightning allows one to break through to the next stage. If more lightning descends, he will surely perish. How could they stand by and watch Lin Xuan meet his demise? At that moment, Lin Xuan shouted, Everyone, There is no need to panic. He looked up at the looming thunder. If it has not struck enough, then let it continue. I welcome it wholeheartedly, everyone. Zhao Yunshan exclaimed anxiously. Lin Xuan, are you courting death? However, at that moment, Kong Xianming intervened, stopping Zhao Yunshan. Wait. What is it? Traditionally, cultivators endure 9 bolts of heavenly lightning to ascend a realm. But Lin Xuan cannot be measured by common standards. He gazed at the dark clouds and the flickering lightning above with a calm demeanor. Perhaps this is an opportunity, but Lin Xuan, he will be fine. If anything happens to him beneath the thunder, we can provide timely rescue. For now, the focus is on observing what the thunder intends to do. Zhao Yunshan took a deep breath. Indeed, his concern was making him anxious. He feared that Lin Xuan might encounter unforeseen troubles. That it seemed prudent now to observe the situation. A command was issued, and everyone stood ready, prepared to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan felt somewhat bewildered. Typically, cultivators face 9 bolts of heavenly lightning to undergo their tribulation. Why must he endure more? Regardless, his immediate priority was to recover. As he fervently activated his indestructible holy body, the thunder struck once more. Boom! This strike was even more explosive than the previous 9 bolts of lightning. Zhao Yunshan and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. This was dire. It seemed to be the heavenly tribulation that one ought to face during the fusion phase. Even I, with my experience, might not withstand such force. Is it possible that the heavens are envious of exceptional talent? At that moment, as Zhao Yunshan and the others contemplated rushing in, lightning began to rain indiscriminately around Lin Xuan, though they all yearned to rescue him. None dared to approach in the face of such celestial wrath that could obliterate them with a single strike. Conversely, it was Lin Yi who attempted to dash forward, only to be held back by Xion. Little Leaf, your father will be fine. At this moment, her palms were slick with sweat. Lin Xuan, you must be all right. 9 bolts of heavenly lightning descended in succession. It was not until the 9th bolt had struck that the skies cleared. Only then did the crowd frantically rush to Lin Xuan's side. Why this time? Lin Xuan had become a deep pit. Zhao Yunshan and the others pulled him from the chasm, and upon seeing his near-lifeless state, their anxious hearts finally found solace. Sun Sijuan hastily poured all his elixirs into Lin Xuan. It was not until half an hour later that Lin Xuan finally revived. What just happened? Why did I have to endure 18 bolts of tribulation while others faced only 9? He looked at the sect leader, asking in confusion. Zhao Yunshan was equally baffled. Kong Xianming, you are well versed in the classics. Can you discern the reason behind this? Kong Xianming's expression grew grave as he spoke. Historically, only 2 individuals have endured more tribulations than others. The first was the Wutian Emperor, who attained enlightenment through martial prowess. Showing no reverence for heaven or spirits, he audaciously claimed that heavenly lightning could not validate his strength, ultimately facing a staggering 108 bolts, equivalent to 12 tribulations of an ordinary person. The second was the Haoyan Immortal Emperor, who cultivated both sword and body, experiencing a dual tribulation. Lin Xuan, it seems you resemble the latter. Not only has your swordsmanship reached enlightenment, but your physical form has also advanced. Your indestructible holy body has now attained the fusion phase. Chapter 87. Our collaboration. Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their gazes toward Lin Xuan. They leaned toward the second interpretation, recalling that Lin Xuan had previously encountered the Haoyan Immortal Emperor in the southern 10,000 mountains, who had aided him in overcoming a dire predicament. It appeared that the tribulation had tempered both paths of his enlightenment. Lin Xuan scratched his head, acknowledging, that is indeed quite exceptional. Lin Xuan, all cultivators can only choose one path. You have the unique opportunity to select 2. This is an extraordinary feat. Do not let it inflate your pride. Instead, approach it with even greater caution. Lin Xuan nodded earnestly. The sect leader's words were indeed frank counsel, and he would take them to heart.